Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score and Odyssey Sports Station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. The Score!
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Pick Six, sponsored by Affinity Whole Health. Visit feelgreatillinois.com like I did to learn more about their testosterone therapy or their weight loss options. All right, guys, here we go. Do you feel any disappointment that the White Sox finally made a trade and received a fairly modest haul for 3 players, 2 of whom are under contract for a couple of years? Why a 3-team trade? Wouldn't Eric Fetty have brought in a haul by himself? What do you feel won the deal in 1, 2, 3 order, please?
Well, to get to the last part first, I think that the Cardinals won the deal. They were number 1. I think that the Dodgers probably helped themselves a little bit, so they're number 2. I have no idea what the White Sox were thinking or what they managed to get, or, you just got to hope that they looked at this and they understand what they're doing and they got something from nothing. As you say, they got a no-win Casey or something, and one of those kind of scratch-out tickets. It didn't do a lot for me. I wouldn't give a very high grade to it, and I'm certainly not suggesting that they did very well, but I felt it was disappointing, because I'm not sure what else they're going to be able to do. I'm not sure, after listening to Chris Getz yesterday, that there's any chance they're going to be able to trade Crochet. He seemed to come pretty disappointed over the fact that he couldn't trade that guy. And obviously there's not a lot of interest in Luis Robert. So it appears to me that is pretty much the biggest haul they're going to get at the trade deadline, and color me disappointed.
Well, I'm disappointed that the White Sox tried to help the Cardinals. So 2 of my least favorite teams in all of professional baseball got together on a trade. So I felt personally slighted as a Cubs fan about that. I still think a change of scenery is going to do Michael Kopech wonders. So I think that this is going to help the Dodgers the most. I think the Dodgers are going to benefit by this the most, and then unfortunately the Cardinals, and then the White Sox. Now, the thing with Crochet is that the Yankees have to do something. What they've done so far, trading for a center fielder that they played at third base. The guy's never played third base.
He hit 2 home runs, though.
Oh, I understand. I'm just saying, isn't that amazing, though, that
yes.
they're hiding him, David, at third base? It's pretty wild. But, yes, he delivered. But he won't be enough for them to get to where they want to get to. So perhaps the Yankees and White Sox can work something out with Garrett Crochet. We're gonna have to wait and see. But of course, I felt slighted because the White Sox and Cardinals had to be involved in this one.
It's all about you. I know that. So Bruce, we're going to talk to later. He is reporting that the Dodgers and White Sox are still talking about Garrett Crochet. So there is a chance that the deal will still be made. We'll get to more about that in a moment. But this was a trade where I think that I understand why we thought they would get more for Eric Fetty. I understand why we thought they would get something more for Tommy Pham and maybe even Michael Kopech individually. I also think that we've got to remember these were players on a historically bad team. They might not have as much value around the league as we think, and I think this trade may reflect that as much as anything. Now, it isn't a satisfying return. You have every right to be disappointed as a Sox fan, because we had spoken about Eric Fetty alone could get you a couple prospects. Maybe Tommy Pham could get you a guy, and certainly Michael Kopech, given what he potentially can become in L.A. I think the Dodgers, if you're looking about one player, which team got the player most likely to impact October? I think Michael Kopech is that guy in yesterday's trade. He might be potentially the best player involved if he could ever get out of his own way, if he ever get out of his own head. You know whose job that is to fix now? Mark Pryor's. Mark Pryor, the pitching coach for the Dodgers, now gets to manage Michael Kopech. Two names that resonate in Chicago baseball lore forever. So now Michael Kopech is the Dodgers' problem, but he might be part of their solution.
That is super interesting.
And again, ask yourself that one question. Are you better afterward?
That is the voice of Steve Stone. What was the more amateur move by Chris Getz, seemingly taken in a three-man trade, or criticizing Garrett Crochet's camp's tactics in revealing how the pitcher wants to be used for the rest of the season? Getz said he was, quote, taken aback by how Crochet's representatives at CAA expressed their demands, quote, was a bit hurtful, quite honestly, end quote. Is this guy in over his head?
I didn't like the return on the trade.
There's an answer.
We just, it's a leading question, man. Who wrote these questions? I think the trade did not result in what the White Sox wanted. You have every right to be disappointed in that. I don't begrudge Chris Getz for being that candid about being hurt or being bothered and how the Crochet issue affected him. It was in the context of him explaining how Crochet was the guy that he had a relationship with and they had a good communication with, and then all of a sudden the representatives surprised everybody. This came as a surprise. They didn't see it coming. Maybe they should have anticipated it. But I do think a couple things. Didn't bother me that he was open about it, because I think we have seen examples of this in the past with executives talking about their feelings. They become close to guys. They're surprised by this or that. The other thing is that it doesn't sound like the White Sox are going to be giving Garrett Crochet an extension anytime soon. So those two things are true. If he stays, that he's unlikely to sign a long-term deal. The offseason could change everything. But I was more disappointed by the prospect return than I was in the public admission of disappointment.
Well, I like this question. I think it's hilarious, quite honestly. Mully's reaction was awesome. Hopefully you heard it. Maybe you saw it on Twitch. We've got that going as well for you out here at Bears Camp. But the third quote in the question was a bit hurtful, quite honestly. I get the tactics. You want to put that out there, tactics, okay. But personally, this is a business, man. This is a business. I wouldn't have expected anything less. What does Crochet owe the White Sox? What does Crochet owe Chris Getz? He was a little bit hurtful, quite honestly. Seems like a guy who is in a little over his head. If he's willing to admit that publicly, then what's he really feel privately?
Yeah, I got to tell you, act like you've been there before. Just don't let us know that your feelings are hurt. I mean, Mother of God, are you kidding me? You know whose feelings are hurt? Anybody that watched the horrible team you put on the field. Because you know what? No one likes it either. And the idea that, you know, you're kind of making pre-excuses. Oh, I didn't get anything because they were mean to me. It was all mean. I mean, good God, this is such... It is, you know, the guy, he looks like people saw him coming. He looks like he had a kick me sign on. I'm not trying to be, I just cannot believe that he allowed us to know that this pained him. Just move on in life and act like you've been there and you've been through the big moments. And hey, you know, it's okay. We're going to trade him in the off season. Bada boom, bada bing. Everything is super and everything is great. And my plan is there and it's operating. Instead, you get like, they were mean to me at school. The big kids don't like me. I got shoved on the playground. I mean, you know, give me a break. Show some professionalism, sir.
That's the question we talk about all the time.
Were you disappointed that Isaac Paredes didn't make it to Cincinnati in time to start the Cubs game and won't make his debut until tonight? Was it good to see Cody Bellinger activated off the IL? Will he and Paredes be in the lineup together today?
So, I mean, this is a question designed especially for you, Dustin. I was not disappointed. I feel like he's now a Cub and he's going to be there for a while, but I know how you roll, and you're going to feel like a team that was nearly shut out. They did manage a run. That they might have been a different world had both those guys played. And it was kind of weird that you activated a guy and you didn't have him as the DH, but that's okay. He'll play today. You'll see everyone today, and life will go on. But I know, and I'll get out of your way, I know a pet peeve of yours is when there are any kind of travel issues or any kind of hesitation, and you would have been in your car driving to Cincinnati the minute the trade was made.
Planes, trains, and automobiles, and add air rickets to all of this. So when the trade was made yesterday during this segment, we felt the Cubs were better today than they were the day before by this move, especially on offense and hopefully on defense. And he can't get here. It wasn't a day game. It was an afternoon game. The Rays game was the first game that was done on Sunday. The first game that was over. He was going from Tampa to Cincinnati. It's not that far. I bet there were 50 flights between Tampa and Cincinnati from the time that trade happened. And then you activate Bellinger and you don't have him DH when this guy's not there. Then technically, did they play two guys short last night? One run, a meaningless ninth inning home run by Michael Busch. Prior to that, they were one hit through five. They got another hit in the sixth. The third hit on a ninth inning solo home run that didn't mean anything. So what are they doing? So this is all about the future. So basically what they said is that the rest of these games don't count. You talk about, Mully, the Sox fans being upset for having to put through all of this. Cub fans should be if you were a Cub fan that went to Cincinnati to go see this game,
oh please,
what a joke.
Come on.
What an absolute joke. They better both be in the lineup.
Do you have any idea why he didn't make it to Cincinnati? Do you know why he didn't make it to Cincinnati? If you don't, then you are so unfair because you have no idea why he didn't get there.
So what are you thinking?
I don't know.
Okay, then why was it? Okay, so he's not there.
You're entitled. They give you 72 hours to get to your new team for a reason. You guys want these guys to be baseball robots. I will go
don't
to
drag
this.
me into it.
I will
This
not
is
show
him.
emotion. I will not express regret. I will not express disappointment. I am going to my next team.
Would he have played for the Rays yesterday?
Yeah, because that was the team that he belonged to.
Okay, why? Then
You're
why?
changing
Okay, fine.
jobs. You're changing cities. You're changing everything about your professional reality. And I get it. Some guys are able to do it seamlessly. We know nothing about this guy except for how to pronounce his name.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
That's on a maybe a good day. That's before 7 o'clock.
But wait a minute. So he's not in the lineup. He's not available. Then why in the world is Bellinger not playing? Explain that to me.
That's a different story.
Well, it's part of the question.
Okay, well, that's part of the question. Well, if you let me finish the first answer, I'll get to the second one.
I wasn't done yet.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
No, I'm done now.
The
That was good.
parking lot is yours.
That was good.
I'll sit here and wait for George McCaskey to scooter by again.
Your dime, your parking lot.
I am not bothered.
So I'm not going to address this every single day.
Come on, guys. I'm not done yet. I'm not triggered by Paredes not being there. He'll be there when he gets there. Randy Rosarina was traded. He showed up at a Rays game instead of getting to Seattle. That's a different story. Guys have different paces. I understand that. Bellinger, I think he was probably activated so in case they needed to use him, he could, but maybe it was a day ahead of time because, remember, he was a last-minute addition. They did that unexpectedly. Maybe they weren't planning to do it in case of an emergency. There were no emergencies because the Cubs were shut down again. All right, next.
Go ahead and ask your question because I'm not going to address this every single day.
Your days are probably numbered there, Mr. Skipper of the White Sox. How would you characterize this denial from A.J. Pierzynski concerning his interest or involvement in the White Sox job?
I mean, I was in Chicago all week, had no discussions about being the manager. Would I take the managerial job? I mean, I would love to interview for it or possibly have an opportunity to try to fix this organization because it's not good right now, or at least help fix it somehow. But yeah, this is interesting to me that this kind of came out of nowhere. And yeah, I don't know, where it came from or what, but they have a manager. So I don't know where they're thinking I guess they're going to fire the manager. People know things that no one else knows there because Pedro Grifol sure acts like he's still the manager.
So, was Bob Nightingale right or was Bob Nightingale wrong?
I think Bob Nightingale was more wrong than right here. I don't know if we can say that yet. It's probably something that he was told they're considering, they would like to consider, maybe a possibility. I'll say this, though. Chris Getz, as long as he's a general manager, I would have a hard time seeing him hire A.J. Pierzynski. I'm not sure they're on great terms. They may be cordial, and publicly they may be fine. I don't know if you talk to people around the Sox if they see that as a buddy-buddy system that would work. I don't know that A.J. Pierzynski would work for Chris Getz. I don't know that he respects him enough to work for Chris Getz. That's the impression I get. I do think that you heard A.J. Pierzynski would like to manage. I think he would be a good manager. I don't think it would be necessarily that different from what we expected from and saw from David Ross. I see very many similarities there. So, yes, he is a viable candidate. No, I don't see it happening as long as Chris Getz is the general manager of the White Sox.
You're probably 100% right, David, about Getz and AJ probably not working out, but he definitely is interested. He didn't deny that. He would like the job. He would like the opportunity to help fix the White Sox. Here's what I really wonder, and maybe where you could have used a follow-up on that show potentially. Did you, over the weekend, get the chance to run into the chairman? Did you and Jerry Reinsdorf share a moment? Did you and Jerry Reinsdorf have a coffee or a bottle of water together, something like that? But he wants the job. He wants to be interviewed. He wants to help fix the White Sox. If I'm a Sox fan, that gets me excited.
Yeah, I'd be curious if Chris Getz wants to work for A.J. Pierzynski. I would just be wondering about that because I think
that's the problem.
That's exactly the problem. That's the way that that A.J. would view it as a former teammate. That's the way he would view it, given the guy's last name. Hey, go get me some coffee. I just don't believe that Chris Getz has much of a say in who's going to be the manager of the White Sox. Whether that's me being, I think Tony La Russa and company are going to pick the next manager of the White Sox, and it's not going to be Pedro Grifol. And that was the most comical element of the whole thing, the idea that, they have a manager. Last I checked, there's a manager there. How closely did you check? Are you sure that there's a manager there? Because it doesn't really seem like it from some of our perspectives. So they've got a guy filling the role. I'm not sure he's a manager, and they're going to hire someone else next year. And frankly, I'll take Bob Nightingale's sources over anything anyone else is saying.
It's a good question.
Did you enjoy hearing Caleb Williams declare, quote, "I think I'm on track to be ready," end quote, despite some uneven performances so far in training camp? Is it good that he wants to play on Thursday night? Should his opinion matter in the announcement on that subject, which we will get later on today?
I don't believe first of all, everything that Caleb Williams has to say, I'm on board for. I really enjoy every part of this thing since he's come aboard. I think the uneven performances are to be expected. I do not believe that that you come into the NFL, even as polished a rookie as he has been, and just move in and everything works swimmingly. Yeah, I mean, C.J. Stroud did it last year. He struggled early on. His first preseason game was a struggle. So I just think that there are elements outside the quarterback room that come into play. I like that he wants to play, but again, who's the offensive line? How are you going to protect them? What are you actually going to run? I think that there might be some benefit from just getting the operation going because they've struggled in the operation by all accounts, but I don't know that his opinion should influence whether or not they play him. I think that is a decision that the general manager and the coaches should be able to get their heads together and determine based on who's available, who's playing well, who isn't, etc., protecting him.
Well, I love the fact that he wants to play.
Sure.
You want to hear that. You want any competitor to want to take the field. He also said, I get the risks, but I also get the rewards. I like that he said he thinks he's on track to be ready. You again, another thing you want to hear from your starting quarterback. And Mully, you mentioned the operation Well, if the operation is broke, one of the best ways to help fix it is to at least go out there and go through one series. David, I think you and I agreed on this. Like, just hand the ball off 3 times. Even if you get a first down, hopefully, then even pull them out after that, right? Just get 3 snaps off, get the team in and out of the huddle, pre-snap penalties hopefully ironed out, and then let them take the shoulder pads off and the helmet off and get on the headset and listen to the rest of the game, get called by the coaches and help out and see the different packages and whatnot. So I like everything I heard. I'm super excited to see this guy in person in a couple hours.
Yeah, I think you could make the argument for Caleb Williams playing Thursday night in Canton because of the problems they have had with the operation, the cadence, the timing, those kinds of things. I don't think it's a vehement, strong argument you have to make. It's not, I'm going to pound my fist on the table and this has to happen. But you could justify it, and I'm encouraged that he wants to play. The pros outweigh the cons to him because I think he sees the value in repetition, in muscle memory, in doing these things that allow him to manage anxiety in a game setting, in a game uniform. Those things are little things, but they are also not insignificant. But if they decide today to announce that he's not playing, I get that as well. It's the norm. It is convention. Biggsy said the last time a starter played in this game was 2015, I think, Teddy Bridgewater. So it's been a very long time. This is an extra game for the Bears. They practice tomorrow. So the chance that the fact that they practice on Wednesday and they're playing on Thursday suggests that players like Caleb Williams, his starting offensive line and receivers, won't be seeing action on Thursday night. So that's fine. I did like the fact that he also has been humble in every approach that he has taken publicly in terms of talking about where he is. And he knows that he has been uneven in 8 practices. That's good because it shows growth and it makes you feel like he's got a lot of room to improve, and he knows it.
We'd have to wait and see. We have to see where it is, but I mean, yeah, good question.
That's, of course, head coach Matt Eberflus. What did you think of Shane Waldron saying that Nate Davis was the Bears' starting right guard when healthy? Was that consistent with what Matt Eberflus said a day earlier, or is this a shift in the tone?
I think it's the same thing. When healthy means also when healthy and interested, or maybe when healthy, interested, and willing to engage. Those are the kinds of things that Matt Eberflus was saying a little bit more overtly, more strongly. He can do that as a head coach. Shane Waldron's kind of being, maybe it's good cop, bad cop, a little bit of that. But when healthy, there is no reason why Nate Davis should not be the right guard. The problem is knowing when he is exactly healthy and by whose definition is he fully healthy. What percent is he at? According to what's wrong with him from a trainer or medical perspective, or what's wrong with him based on his interest level. So Shane Waldron is walking a fine line. Matt Eberflus is the guy who called him out the other day. It's up to Nate Davis to figure out when he's going to come back and when he does to be fully engaged.
Yeah, fully engaged would be nice. I would really like to get to know him a little bit more, because from where I sit, he seems like a guy that is just not interested at all. And I know we've talked quite a bit about the center position, and maybe the 2 centers end up being the center and the right guard moving forward because of their availability.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with either of your thoughts. I think that, David, I agree with your answer. I will say that I was surprised to hear Shane Waldron say that this guy is no longer the starting guard. He's no longer the starting right guard, because he clarified it by saying when healthy. When has he been healthy?
When has he been healthy?
When's he been healthy?
Yeah.
This is to me, this guy is walking around like an injury waiting to happen. And I'm not trying to be cruel about it, but I can't help but notice that they're getting a little fed up with the number of injuries and with the fact, you know, there's a difference between being hurt and being injured. And they say that all the time in football, and people are, oh, what do they mean by that? Well, what they mean is the guy should be out there playing. That's it. They mean that the guy is not debilitated, so if he's got, any kind of an owie, he's got to play through it. And the implication is that he's unwilling to do so. This is not a guy that likes practice. I think that's what they're telling you. I think Flusy said it pretty much flat out. And it doesn't take a lot of reading between the lines to figure this out. I also believe that if indeed they're going to have to makeshift the offensive line, they're not going to have their starters out there, then I don't know if they're going to play the quarterback. And we've discussed how that would aid him and how that would help the operation, etc. So where are you? Where are you, Nate Davis? Are you in for the long haul? Do you want to be here? Do you want to be a starting player on this team? And do they have to kind of move past him a little bit in order to get his attention, which seems like what they're trying to do right now?
Ryan Poles has made a lot of good moves in putting this roster together. It does surprise me that the vetting process wasn't more thorough with Nate Davis, that they didn't know that maybe he's not a guy that is invested much in the preseason, that he is a guy whose interest you need to maybe continue to kind of kindle and to kind of keep him engaged and interested, and is something that has been consistent in both seasons, both preseasons that he's been here.
All right, we are here at Bears training camp coverage presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. The extra point is next. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 the score.
Bears training camp is on.
Matt Eberflus.
About what we do on the grass and how we execute as a group, and then we'll see.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Was the Bears' practice dust-up good or bad, including DeMarcus Walker, Gerald Everett, and QB1 Caleb Williams, who reportedly shoved DeMarcus Walker? What else was good or bad about Caleb's Monday?
Didn't see it, like the reports about it. You like a quarterback that isn't afraid to mix it up a little bit. You like his competitiveness. You like the fact that he is just not all finesse, because he's very smooth. He's a very smooth operator. And you might get the impression that a guy who is known for those kinds of things, that he wouldn't want to stick his nose in the middle of a fracas, a melee, whatever word you want to use. But it's still football. He's still a physical player. He does have more athleticism, I think, that we realize. We just look and talk about his arm talent and his ability to diagnose things and the off-platform throws and all of those things, the way he keeps plays alive. But he continues to be impressive on a regular basis. And every time that he steps in behind a microphone, I think he wins more people if he needs to win them over at all. But the more he talks, the more I want to listen. And the more he says, the more I want to hear. Look, he's got presence, he's got poise, and he's very polished. This is a professional quarterback. This is a franchise guy. He understands all that comes with that label, and part of it is winning over your teammates. It sounds like he's done a good job of doing that, and sticking his nose in the middle of something like that yesterday is also a good way to accomplish it.
I agree, David. When he talks, people listen. But I mean, he had you at hello, right? I mean, he had you right away, game, set, and match. So and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But he had you. I'm
not exactly on an island here.
No. I'm more on the island, and I'm on a raft, and I'm coming towards your island, David, the fantasy island. The plane.
Fantasy island. Okay, tattoo.
But I do, Ricardo Montalban. I do like everything he says. I like the fact that he is probably sick of the defense bullying the offense. We talked about that earlier, bullying, right? I mean, the defense has been way ahead of this offense the whole time. He's probably sick of that. He's probably not used to that. Definitely not at USC, where they don't play a lick of defense. So he's not used to getting bullied by a defense in practice, in preseason games. So, yeah, I am really excited, hoping fans get out here. If you haven't yet, get out here. You got tickets, get out here and see them. And I can report these are the cleanest porta potties you will ever use. That matters. That does matter.
Well, that's great information, Dustino. Thanks for sharing. I would say
that was also a message for you, so you knew.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I thanked you. I don't know if you heard. I like it because that's the kind of thing that brings a team together. You know, you want to see a team rally, they will rally around the quarterback. So if you're a tough guy, if you're standing up to people, you know, you don't want to get over the top about it, but he's not going after Montez Sweat, the guy that was chipping him and hitting him. So it's okay. I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with feeling protective of your offense and feeling like you're getting bullied, so you're going to, show people what's up and how you're going to go about it. I like everything this kid has done, and I'm looking forward to I'm not looking forward necessarily to the preseason game we'll be going to on Thursday. I don't think that's going to be where all the goodness in the world shows up. But I think moving forward, getting into the season, seeing how he develops and what happens with this offense, I think it's going to be a really fun story.
I also think it's interesting because of what we remember from last year and how revered in that locker room Justin Fields was. Now,
sure.
I don't think the comparisons are apt necessarily, but it's natural. You had a locker room that we talked about on a regular basis. Would they be willing to embrace this rookie quarterback after saying goodbye to a guy that was very popular in the locker room, in the city, in the community, all those things? And I think moments like yesterday, as you say, they go a long way toward accomplishing that, toward winning people over, and there are moments that matter on a football team where chemistry and camaraderie are important factors.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I just hope everybody stays healthy, and that's all that matters. Did you see the Vikings lost a pass rusher yesterday. They're actually looking at Yannick Ngakoue
Yep.
today.
Yep.
So, I mean, he could be off the market. Not that I got any money in the game. I just think that you better make sure that you stay healthy because a lot of these options are going to be disappearing quickly because there are other injuries. We've seen a few different pass rushers go down for the year already.
You're saying that for Ryan Poles' sake because
Yes.
you need to not be hesitant to go out and get somebody to supply depth, quality depth, veteran depth, especially a guy in Ngakoue that you know how he performs. And if the reviews are good in terms of what kind of teammate he was,
Yeah,
you'd like to see
exactly.
more results perhaps, but I agree with you because if you're counting on Austin Booker, we'll talk about this throughout the show probably, if you're counting on this rookie to continue to flash and to be Mark Anderson 2006, great. But you know what? I don't know if that's a business plan. I think that's a lot of hope. That's a lot of maybe living on Fantasy Island a little bit. Get depth that you can trust. Get a guy that you know is going to perform. And then if you get a flash from a rookie fifth rounder, then you're talking.
Yeah, that is a great way of putting it, David. I also think that is Dominic Robinson going to make this team? We'll see more of this when we get to watch a little bit of practice and we watch the preseason game on Thursday. But there are some battles for roster spots, and you want to make sure you're not. And I don't want to say giving them away, but you're not awarding them strictly to draft picks. We've seen a lot of that. I saw some video of Velus Jones catching a ball yesterday, and he's still catching the ball, not with
Body
his hand.
catching. He's body catching.
How can you body catch in a preseason practice?
Well, when you are not a natural wide receiver, when you are a weapon or a speed guy, you're going to do things that you revert to what your habits are, your instincts are. He is a body catcher. He never really got the hang of doing it with your hands. NFL receivers have to be that hand. They have to catch with their hands.
And the only way to get better doing that is in the offseason, in the preseason practices, because you know what? You're not going to suddenly be able to do it in a game.
I know.
And this is 3 years in now.
But if he makes this team, it won't be to catch passes.
No,
it'll
be
to
return kicks.
Because there are not going to be many passes to throw to Velus Jones if all goes according to plan.
But
fourth receiver is Tyler Scott.
But I do wonder, at this point in the NFL, can you have a return guy who can't catch a punt, can't catch the ball in the air, can't aid you in any way on your offense, but would be up strictly to return kicks? I don't know if I like that idea.
I know you don't like that idea, but I do think that it shows you they still believe he can be that guy. I know that we have seen evidence that he can't be that guy.
Well,
you have every right to be skeptical. I am skeptical as well, but they still believe that is his value, that is his purpose, and that's why he's here.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I get it. He's the first offensive player taken in this regime. And when you draft a guy in the third round, you're stamping him U.S. choice. This is the good stuff.
Contributor.
And we are going to definitely get something out of him.
We're getting something out of him.
You're waiting now. You're waiting for years.
By the same token, Dominic Robinson, with your original point, is he going to make this team? If not, are you comfortable cutting him loose? He's likely to be a guy who he remains a project, practice squad, more likely to be on the practice squad than on the street because you drafted him.
Is he developing? I don't know the answer.
I don't
to
either.
That. So
I'm
are
not
we
sure.
going to see that? Hopefully we see that.
I am partial to those Mac guys. You know that.
We also talked to the guy. He's a lovely fella, and you're partial to guys that are good people, and you hope for the best.
He is a good guy.
All right, we've got to get to a break. We're going to get to your phone calls. 312-644-6767. We are here at training camp getting ready for a little bit of practice. The coverage presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the number one draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Here the Cubs, they acquire an all-star third baseman who immediately becomes arguably their most productive offensive.
I think that there's a chance he's still, with us right now. And, he's a guy that is continuing to become, one of the top arms in the game, and we certainly value that. But it also goes back to what's best for the long-term health of the White Sox. And so we're weighing all of those types of things. And, right now we're just focused on making sound decisions.
We're back with Mully and Haugh, live from Bears training camp on 670 The Score and the free Odyssey app.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's Chris Getz. That is Chris Getz talking about Garrett Crochet. And Chris Getz foiled in his chance to somehow move him. Is that what we're hearing?
I think it certainly was complicated. I don't know if he's foiled yet.
Okay.
We've got until 5 o'clock to wait and see. I do think that
feels foiled.
I think it is foiled because of Crochet's surprise move. That was a surprise move, and it probably limited and narrowed the field. There are only several teams. If there were 10 teams involved and interested in Garrett Crochet, that probably split it in half because the teams that can afford him. It might have cut it in half even again, maybe down to a quarter because the teams that might have been turned off by this. You hear some of that rumblings and people talking about what his agent said about the extension demand. And then you're dealing with maybe the Dodgers and the Yankees. It might be down to those two. And if it's the Dodgers,
those are pretty good teams.
Yeah, those two pretty good teams.
And if they're both in it, then you should get a pretty good haul.
You would think that they would get a pretty good haul. I am still going to maintain that regardless of whatever hurt feelings or whatever rift there might have been, to me, I would keep Garrett Crochet. I would still go into the offseason and try to look ahead, build around him, and try to win or build my next plan around a pitching foundation with Crochet as your ace and the other young pitchers around him ascending at the same rate, and keep him. He's 25 years old.
You've got control of him. You've got a lot around him. I think the problem that there's very little avoiding is that they lack firepower in the minor league system.
Position players,
offense. They might be able to play some defense, but they do not have a lot of offense. And I think when they went into the draft, instead of taking one of these big power hitters, they took a left-handed pitcher to go along with the likes of Noah Schultz that they have in the minor league. And they've traded, obviously, Chris Sale. They thought they got a good deal for him. They didn't. They traded, or they wanted to trade Crochet. They thought they were going to get a good deal for him. So if you went into this believing that you were getting Spencer Jones plus, and you were going to be able to, have power guys, etc., maybe it impacted your draft. Maybe when Chris Getz revealed his hurt about what happened, it was because his plans were somewhat foiled.
Maybe, but it's never bad to have too many power pitchers from the left side. And so Hagen Smith resembling Garrett Crochet just because he would be a good replacement, it's a nice problem to have.
I'm not
if
arguing.
You have too many power pitchers, but it might have been. But here's the other thing about
where are you going to get the power from? Power, not arms. Power in their lineup. They don't have it anywhere.
They don't. You're going to have to make some trades. You're going to have to make some signings. You're going to have to do things the White Sox historically have not been good at recently. But I wonder about this too. The haul yesterday was so disappointing for the players that they got in return for Fetty, for Pham, and for Kopech, that I wonder if this truly is a seller's market. And I do wonder, and I do question, and this is my reaction to what happened yesterday as much as anything. Do you trust them to get what they really should be able to get for Garrett Crochet on the heels of a very disappointing three-way deal on Monday?
Right.
I don't. So I think you take – I don't want to call it a loss, but you take this into the offseason. You table this conversation. You try to go into the offseason, find out what you can do. You worry about position players. That becomes your priority. You have your young pitching to build around, and you go from there.
I think it's a huge disappointment, David. I think that it is a loss. I have no problem kind of saying that this is what they wanted to do, and now they're not able to do it. I just think that's happened to them. Whether they can recover from it or not is a totally different.
Do you count Crochet as being something they wanted to do and are unable to do it?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't you?
Well, they haven't. It's not 5 o'clock yet.
Okay.
But see, I'm coming at it from a different perspective.
Right.
I didn't want them to trade him to begin with.
I didn't either. I wanted them to extend him, and the fact that they aren't able to do that delights me because it makes the possibility
of keeping him.
So
to me, that's a win.
I wouldn't argue.
That's
but
a win.
I'm saying when a guy expresses hurt feelings and why did they have to do it this way, he is acting as if his toy was taken away, and he was honestly he's acting as if this has gone the wrong way and his plans have been somehow impacted by it.
Maybe,
but
that will have no bearing on whether or not he's able to make a deal for Garrett Crochet. I don't think that'll have any bearing.
I think it has a bearing. I think that the fact that
the Dodgers don't care about
you had
hurt
16
feelings.
teams calling.
Yeah.
And now you might be down to 2 by your measure.
No, I know because that's because of what Crochet's agents did.
I know.
Not because of what Chris Getz said about being hurt.
No. But I'm saying he said that based on the fact that what they said has kind of waylaid his
I'd be ticked
group
off
of
too.
teams.
I'd be ticked off.
I know, but I wouldn't go out and say it publicly.
I would be ticked off, and I think
I'd keep it to myself.
Yeah, he didn't, and I understood why.
Never.
It didn't bother me as much as the poor return they got for the 3 guys. Trade deadline here on The Score presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch.
Never let him see you sweat. I think we saw that guy pitted out yesterday. I really do. I think he needed to change his undershirt when he was done with the news conference. Come on.
Yeah, I understand that is, but that's emotion is part of this trade deadline. We saw a day before it certainly was a player, but Christopher Morel on Hug Watch, and he's fighting back tears because he just got traded. You're going to see guys get dealt today that are going to have those kinds of emotions. You don't have to go far back to Chris Bryant crying in the dugout. This is an emotional time. I think executives probably have a different standard. Players are certainly right in the mix, but it didn't bother me that he was candid about emotions that I think a lot of people could understand and relate to. These agents interfered with the Sox plan, and they certainly made it harder to pull off.
Yeah, that happened. And with the Cubs, you get players crying because they're leaving. With the White Sox, you get the general manager whining because he can't make a deal. It's just
Paul
different.
DeJong might be crying if he's staying.
Oh, boy. He should have played better. Honestly, I don't have a lot of – I don't understand. That the White Sox, here's the thing. In the shadow of all this, and it is sadly in the shadow because we've been waiting for this day for a long time with the White Sox, they have now lost 15 consecutive games. Yesterday was the 15th consecutive game. They have won, 27 of 100 and how many? I'm just saying, this is a disaster.
Disaster.
Yeah.
Let's talk football.
That's hopefully going to go better.
It better.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
I was thrilled to hear about the
MLB trade deadline is today at 5. When news breaks on moves made by the Cubs or Sox, keep it here on 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
I always think there's more pros than cons in anything, especially for a young guy like myself. The reps are always paramount for anybody like myself. A young rookie, second-year guy, third-year guy. It's paramount. It's really important, and we'll see about these preseason games coming up, how they play out.
Mully and Haugh, live from Bears training camp at Hall on 670 The Score and the free Odyssey app.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That, of course, the voice of Caleb Williams, and he's letting you know there are more benefits than negatives to playing in the preseason, according to him. And I am not one to question how he wants to prepare himself for his first NFL season. If that's how he feels about it, I think you listen to him. But I also believe, David, that sadly the reality is the only requirement of the preseason is to get through it sans injury.
Yeah, you want to stay healthy. You got to stay healthy. It is paramount, to use his word, that you stay healthy. I like the fact that he's that thoughtful, though, about the first opportunity that he may miss out on in terms of playing on Thursday night. I like the fact that he wants to play. I think you like to hear that from your leader, and he's going to be a leader on this team.
Sure,
he's a rookie, but he is the most visible Chicago Bear. He's going to be the most vocal Chicago Bear, and he's going to be a guy that plays that role very naturally. So it is paramount for him to get used to that. Again, we're not going to make the strong argument. It's not worth fighting over or arguing about. It's likely he's going to watch on Thursday night, and that's just fine. I do think you could make the argument if you chose to play him, but I understand if Matt Eberflus, today's the day he's going to name it, right?
Yeah, today he's going to
come here and tell us.
He's going to come by on a scooter or a skateboard.
I think Flus would be on a skateboard. That's a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, some smoke.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, there'll be like white smoke coming out of Hallis Hall.
Yeah. Maybe.
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Matt Eberflus coming by would be a great idea to tell us if he's going to play or not. But I would think that he'll announce later today that they won't play. It'd be a surprise if he did. And that's understandable. They're not going to play your wide receivers that are veterans. Those guys didn't even take part in the 2-minute drill the other day because they ran out of reps at practice. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Everybody's on a play count. Everybody's on a pitch count. They got to play the long game, and the long game includes keeping guys healthy and keeping them fresh.
No problem with that either. I think that's that's all been bargained for with the union, and it's done with the idea of getting the NFL up and running and doing so in a fashion where players are available to open the season. Once you get into the season, there are obviously going to be problems. As I mentioned earlier, we've seen a couple different pass rushers go down with ACL injuries, with serious injuries that are going to cost them the season. That is the sad reality of the plans of mice and men that often go awry. So I just think you've got to be careful in how you go about doing it and what you're doing, and you just also got to be lucky. There's a lot of luck involved, as much as no one wants to mention it.
Yeah, and the reality of this training camp is that there aren't real competition battles outside the center position. You have maybe a defensive end spot where Austin Booker has emerged as a possibility, a rotational guy. But that's not really a competition as much as it is a revelation, maybe.
Yeah, it's good.
A fifth-round draft pick. But where else are there competition battles? I'm not sure that there are. The strong side linebacker, Jack Sanborn, is probably the guy that will play that role and be on the field when they are in that base defense. But more times than not, they might be in a nickel defense and he won't be on the field. He'll have certain situations where he will be. But, Mully, this isn't like previous training camps for the Bears. There's so much excitement, I think, because you feel very good about the depth chart and the depth of the roster, the quality depth of the roster.
So let me ask you, if you were actually looking at Ryan Bates and trying to determine if you came to a conclusion that Nate Davis is not the guy, and would you consider moving your left guard to right guard to get that power right side that we saw in a very brief period last year, but a pretty impressive period?
I would not at this point.
Okay.
I would not at this point because I feel like
you're moving too many
With
positions.
Tevin Jenkins,
Yeah.
you're moving too many positions,
That's
and
right.
you feel like there's just that. Let's also go back. Tevin Jenkins, this is a big year for him.
Big deal.
He's got to prove that he can stay on the field. He's got to prove that he can play where they want him to play left guard, and he wants to do that because he wants to talk contract. Now, they
Yep.
told him they're not going to do that until, what, the bye week perhaps?
Right.
As early as that. Well, he's got to prove that he can stay on the field until then because it's going to be a while, and he needs to stay healthy, and he needs to stay productive. And I think his best chance for the Bears is staying in that left guard spot and solidifying that side of the line because Braxton Jones isn't exactly – I don't know if you feel very strong about that because –
Do they?
I wonder.
Yeah. They've invested a lot of time in him, but they also picked up a rookie that, they may perceive. I would say that Kieran Omagaji probably has a higher plus side value as a third-round pick and a guy that fell to the third round because he came pre-injured as opposed to Braxton Jones as a fifth-round pick.
You think the ceiling for Omagaji is higher than Braxton Jones?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Based on his draft position.
Well, based on his draft position, yes. I think that.
And I mean, he might have gone in the second. He might have been a first rounder if he was healthy. I don't know.
But Braxton Jones has already outplayed his draft position.
No question.
So I would hope that his ceiling now is higher than it was when he was drafted.
I hope you're
his
right.
His ceiling now has got to be playing at ideally a Pro Bowl caliber. You want him to be one of the best. I don't know if he can be.
Ideally, but I don't know that he's Pro Bowl caliber.
No, I think he's Chuck Leno. I think he's one of these guys that fits in and plays at a higher level. Did Chuck Leno ever make the Pro Bowl? I don't think he did.
No.
But he could be there for a while. He could be a guy that
he played a lot of years. But Chuck Leno's a great example. They gave him a lot of starts, and they let him start when he was young and coming up, and then he got better as a result of all
the comp.
That's a good comp.
For me, that's the comp because he is a guy that it was affordable until he wasn't, and then he was gone.
Yep.
So Braxton Jones is going to be serviceable and affordable until he is gone. And then maybe they're at a point where then you might go – you can always buy left tackles. The premium position, free agency, you can always go out and find them.
But David, I mean, you can buy them for a small fortune. I'm saying that is a position that you normally would pay. So when that guy becomes available, it's not cheap.
It's not cheap.
A fifth-round pick is
it's not
relatively
cheap.
inexpensive.
That's why
a third-round pick is pretty cheap too.
Well, that's why they drafted Omagaji to ideally replace Braxton Jones, and neither one of them is going to break the bank because you know what? They're going to have to break the bank to pay Darnell Wright if he ascends at the rate they expect him to as a top 10 pick at right tackle. Right tackles get paid. Look at Detroit.
Yeah.
They paid their guy.
Well, he's the best right tackle in the business.
I know.
Penny Sewell.
But I don't think that just because Darnell Wright is a right tackle is going to preclude him from wanting the big money.
Right.
Because the pay scale is where it is. So if you're a top 5 right tackle based on whatever metrics that they're using when Darnell Wright wants to get paid, he's going to get a big contract. That's a premium position, right?
Yeah. It is.
You have to have.
You're going to pay one of your tackles heavily, and then if you can get away with drafting a guy, and I mean, listen, if you actually have a long-term left tackle that you drafted in the 5th round, that's going to be one of the best draft picks they ever made. But I don't know what he's going to be, and the fear is that what he's going to be is injured. That's the fear because he's got a neck injury. I mean, look, you don't make a big deal out of it, but the fact of the matter is that he's opening the season unable to practice, and then he's starting to practice. What does that mean in terms of how you use him and when you're able to use him at full strength in the regular season? I don't know the answer to that.
I don't think you can wait until Braxton Jones is fully healthy in the preseason to get Caleb Williams the reps that he needs running this offense and executing things in and out of the pocket. So Braxton Jones has got to progress at a rate that is consistent with you want those 5 guys working together. I don't know if it's ideal because Nate Davis has his issues. They're rotating at center until they find a guy and settle on a guy. Will Nate Davis's issues affect the center competition because Ryan Bates is the backup? There are a lot of factors. It's only July 30th, so they have a lot of time to work these things out, but they are important things to work out because the offensive line is the one position group where I think you feel less settled than the rest.
Well, I think that the offensive line is a position group, as a group, that has to play together and has to be synchronized and has to, ideally you have the same 5 players and they play through the course of the year and you don't move guys in and out and and they know who they are and they know how the guy next to them wants to play. And there is this sort of choreography that takes place where the collected parts are better than the individual players. And that's what you have to have with an offensive line. It's the ultimate team within a team. So, you clearly want to make sure that you get that going. Today's an interesting day because it is one where the Olympics hits the cross-section with the Chicago Bears. Simone Biles will be taking part in this is her moment today. This is where the medals are distributed. She is involved. She will be on all 4 apparatus today. She will also be doing her floor stuff. And her husband, who is a new Bear, a special teamer. I mean, I don't want to pretend like he's a starting player, or I've heard him referred to as a star player.
He's only a star if you live in Britain.
Yeah, but Jonathan Owens is going to be there. He's going to be in Paris. He left yesterday, I believe, last night. So he'll be there in time to cheer her on and be there for her big day, and then he'll be back to practice, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how she does and what that means.
He's missing the game.
He's missing the
preseason game.
Yeah,
and I'm sure Dustin, I'm sure, is triggered by that as well because Isaac Paredes misses the Cubs first game. Jonathan Owens is skipping this Hall of Fame game. I'm sure that this is not a good week for guys like Dustin who think that all players should be there at all times.
Well, I definitely think it was more important for the Cubs player to be there than
I knew that would
Simone Biles' husband
the
to
minute
be there.
The minute that came out, I knew you would be triggered by it. And the reason is the Cubs are trying to stack some wins, right? So they have a 2-game winning streak where they won a series, and now they've made a trade for a guy who's going to be a part of your team. And as David mentioned, you got 72 hours. I mean, it's not like you're forced to be there immediately. But a guy like Dustin thinks you should get in your car the minute you hear about the trade, let someone deal with your possessions and get immediattive
shirt on your back.
David, a clear union man.
That's him.
Collective bargaining agreement, David. We've got Vegas Haugh. We've got now collective bargaining agreement, David.
That's right. Okay. CBA Haugh. All right.
Very funny, though. Speaking of this Simone Biles thing,
cross-country roads.
I just sent you guys a story. There's a story in the New York Post. Who is Simone Biles' husband is the headline in the New York Post this morning. So,
really?
Yeah, pretty interesting that they've decided to write about this.
He is the Bears' backup safety and special teamer, former Packer.
He's a special teamer.
He's a special teamer.
Yeah, he's a backup
dare I
safety,
say, I mean, I hope that she wins gold. I hope he's there to enjoy it all, but he is an expendable special teamer.
Or else is evidenced by the fact that he's been excused. Now,
yeah, exactly.
Now, he, in fairness to him, he did negotiate it before he signed a contract. So they knew this isn't a surprise. He's not kind of bringing up something they didn't see coming.
They talked about it at the time.
They did.
Do you think other teams that he negotiated with?
I don't think any team said no to him because of he wanted
I just wondered that.
That's where you were going.
Yeah,
right?
I wondered that.
I don't think there's any team. But again, not a starting player. So it's a different kind of vibe than, and I'll say it again. Dansby Swanson is the starting player.
He's not there.
Who has a wife starring in the Olympics.
Feel free.
And she has scored 3 goals in 2 games. She's having a hell of an Olympics.
And the Cubs offered to send him to Paris for a week.
Maybe that's why Ricketts' plane wasn't available to get the newest Cub because, it was getting gassed up to go to Paris last night.
Dansby, where are you? You're batting 7th again? Oh, God.
He did have a nice defensive play last night.
He did. Yes, he did. By the way, speaking of baseball, Bob Nightingale, our guy, reports this morning.
Uh-oh.
Chicago White Sox believe that starter Garrett Crochet likely will be moved today, and that center fielder Luis Robert Jr., who has drawn little interest, will be staying. Bob Nightingale predicting Garrett Crochet will be moved today.
Yeah, so apparently some of the teams that they talk to aren't waylaid by whether or not he.
I love that verb. I like when you use waylaid. I like it though.
Yeah.
Bruce reported that the Dodgers were still involved with the White Sox last night. Who else will have to be thrown in that deal? Can they get another team involved that could really do well instead of them? Let me ask you this though, hypothetically speaking. Okay, since we are,
it's really weird. They're trading Crochet to the Dodgers. They're getting back some Class A minor leaguer, but the Cardinals somehow are getting 2 starters.
No, that was yesterday's trade.
Sorry.
If the Cubs are going to kick the tires on Blake Snell, left-hander, why wouldn't the Cubs be interested in Garrett Crochet, left-hander?
I don't know.
He can help them in 2025 and beyond.
They don't like the fact that they've got to pay his contract. I don't know.
That's a team that could afford his contract.
What makes
the Yankees could afford the contract?
What makes you think that the White Sox want to do a trade with the Cubs?
Nothing. I don't think they would, especially.
I just
but I'm asking this. It's a hypothetical.
Right.
It's almost rhetorical. It answers itself. But I do think that if the Cubs, the Blake Snell thing made no sense. Blake Snell rumor made no sense to me.
That it made no sense, and it's still out there, right? But that only made sense if they somehow were getting rid of J-Mo, right? And that's not happening because he pitched yesterday. Didn't pitch great, by the way.
Did not pitch great. 2 home runs. That was not his best. Did not see the best of J-Mo.
Do you think he has been impacted the last 2 starts by the fact that his names come up?
I don't think so.
I hope so yesterday.
Yeah, they
otherwise, that was not good.
It wasn't good.
I can understand that human part of the element, though, believe it or not, David. I can understand you don't like to hear your name.
I thought these guys were robots.
No, you said I thought.
I will pitch every 5th day. I will not. Come on. I think Jameson. I don't think it was bothered him. I don't think so. This is a cancer survivor.
He said I saw him after I saw his post game. He said it didn't bother him, but I got to think it bothers you. I got to think you're worried about it. I got to think you got to that I understand. I get it.
I don't know. He's a veteran. He's a guy that is professional as they come. Craig Counsell told him the night before he was starting, forget it, block it out. And I think that he was just had an off night.
Counsell said something along the lines of this can really get to people. This can have an impact, right?
I think Tommy Hotovy said that to you guys last Wednesday, too, that this is something that they talk about, how to get through this. And then Tommy joked he didn't know exactly firsthand because he was never good enough to be traded.
I hope it did bother Tyone because I think that he's got to be better than that.
I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain it.
He needs an
David,
excuse.
you're playing to stay out of last place last night. They're back in last place. The Reds were behind you. Now you're behind the Reds. Ryan Porth's favorite team.
Is that why he's so chipper today?
I thought so, yeah.
Man,
and he's breaking the rules, by the way. Did you notice that?
Yes, he's wearing shorts.
He's wearing shorts to work.
What the heck?
Ryan Porth wearing shorts to work.
I thought that was not allowed.
I'm curious. Have the rules changed, though? I mean, if Dustin is not going to Canton, should we just be in T-shirts and flip-flops?
I'm wearing flip-flops and shorts. I'm driving. Yeah, no doubt.
Well, I believe.
I'll see you
I believe when
morning.
Vegas Haugh went to Vegas without us, because certain people couldn't go to Vegas.
He was in his swimming trunks.
I don't think he was in his swimming trunks. That was another host that did a show in the swimming trunks. But I do think David broke protocol and did do a show from a cabana in shorts.
I did. No doubt about it. I did. I didn't go tank top. But I did go shorts.
You left your sleeves on? Thank you.
Shorts and flip-flops.
No gun show?
No gun show.
What about your toes? Were your toes covered?
Toes were not covered. Toes were open.
Open toe? Okay.
Nails were clipped. I was fine.
nails were
Got a
cut.
petty. You got a petty right before.
I did not get a petty. I'm not a petty guy, not a Manny guy. But
I had a petty once. It was awesome. Never had one again.
No thanks.
23 years later.
No, I'm good. But yeah, I did notice that Ryan Porth, he was feeling very chipper and chesty today, and so he wore shorts. So you wear shorts to work, that's a fine. I mean, I hope he paid for the coffee.
You wear shorts to work, it's a fine.
I mean, at least today we are outdoors. We are outdoors today, but I mean, typically at the Odyssey studio,
I don't make the rules.
It's really cool in there. You definitely don't need to wear shorts when you work indoors.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know where to go with this conversation now. I don't think Ryan is pleased to see the team that we broadcast on the station go. I don't care what he feels about.
Oh no, I think he's glad the Reds beat the Cubs. There's no question about that.
No.
I'm surprised the Reds traded Frankie Montas to the Brewers. Why are you doing that? Why are they helping the Brew Crew?
Yeah,
in the same division.
He was scheduled to pitch against the Cubs, I believe, in the third game on Wednesday.
He's not having a great year, but he's still a guy that you give the Brewers. I thought Fedde was going to end up maybe with the Brewers. Now he's with the Cardinals. Cardinals and the Brewers helped their pitching staffs yesterday. And the White Sox, according to Bob Nightingale, are going to trade Garrett Crochet today.
I wonder if their feelings are hurt that they won't get as much. Are they willing to settle for just whatever pittance they can get, and perhaps
see, you're kidding.
Somehow,
you're being facetious, but I hope that they aren't trading Garrett Crochet in a fit of pique. I hope that emotion is not guiding this decision or influencing it all.
Can you trust it's not?
No, that's the problem. That's the only problem I have with that admission. I don't mind him being candid. I think we want our guys to be honest. But if he's so emotional that now he's going to wake up this morning, I'm going to trade that guy, I'll show him. Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Yeah.
That's not a good idea. And I will always wonder now, if they do trade him, what role emotion played in the decision.
Okay. I mean, again, you don't see that happen very often. You don't see general managers stepping out and having like fits of pique that often, because you want to appear cool and collected and like nothing. You want to act as if nothing impacted anything you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
That you're above the fray type of thing, and I don't think that's the case. All right, we got to get to a break. We will be right back. We're going to have Kevin Byard here. We're going to talk to the Bears safety, and not the one in France. It's Mully and Haugh, the good one. Oh, stop it. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We're out here at Bears training camp. Coverage is presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. And, David, we are awaiting Kevin Byard. He's going to come over and join us, and we'll get a chance to talk to him.
Big addition to the defense, upgrade at free safety. He's already assimilated very quickly when you look at his leadership capability and what people say about him. You hope that he can play at a high level on the field as much as he has proven already in the locker room and part of this organization quickly.
What you love about him is that he plays. You love the fact that the guy is always available to you. And that is a huge element to this team that was, I'm not going to pick on Eddie Jackson. He's gone. But Eddie had a really big year, and then you had a hard time finding him.
Well, he also was a guy who, in terms of physicality, seemed to lack it in recent seasons. That's being, diplomatic. There were a lot of times where he made business decisions and he resisted tackling in a way that you can't allow your free safety in a physical defense to resist. Yeah. And they upgraded that position because you have in Kevin Byard and Jaquan Brisker two very willing tacklers, two very physical players. They're smart. They're going to be in the right spot at the right time, but they're also going to hurt you when they hit you. And that's what you want in your safeties.
You need a certain amount of physicality in order to be an intimidating defense.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously you want it up front, you want it in your linebacking core, but some of the best hits you see in the NFL come in the secondary.
Particularly when you are a defense that is predicated on its simplicity. You're going to be a Tampa 2, 4-3 conventional defense. You're not going to be confusing people as a way of stopping people. So you've got to speak loudest with your actions, or you're not going to scheme anybody. So you've got to be more physical than them. And I think the Bears are well positioned to be that kind of a team. One thing that we'll talk to Dave Wannstedt about at 8 o'clock, he mentioned this on Football Night in Chicago. The speed of the Bears defense stood out to him,
right?
Especially the up-front speed. And when you have that kind of speed, we go back to the Lovie Smith era. That was what everybody knew going in. Lucy said famously, get your track shoes on. Lovie had everybody dropping 10 pounds. You had to get to a certain weight.
Lovie had everyone pulling a hamstring when he first got here.
That was his first camp.
That's right.
Like 10 guys went down in the first week or so when it was like, can you practice? I don't know. Somebody else pulled a hammy. And I think it's interesting too, Mully. I don't like this idea, but it's an interesting experiment, the kind of thing you do at training camp. Austin Booker, all 245 pounds of him, lined up at the 3-technique defensive tackle the other day and talked about that as a option of getting him on the field. I don't think he can make a living that way. I don't think that it's going to be in his future necessarily. But when you talk about maximizing the athleticism of the players that you do have, you wonder, this is what we're talking about, quickness, speed, the explosiveness with that first step. Austin Booker as a defensive tackle at 245? That sounds like college football.
Well, I mean, the reality is to play that position, you need not just speed, but you need to have what in scouting terms they would call some arse to the guy.
Yeah.
In other words, you need to be able to anchor a little bit. If they run the ball inside, if they see you and they decide to get out of a play and come at you, you got to be able to hold up. And that's really the problem you have when you're going against bigger men and you're trying to play inside. Your quickness can really help you, but if you're not,
your quickness can help you until they run a running play right at you because they see a 245-pound
that's the problem.
Defensive tackle lined up against your 307-pound guard.
That's the problem.
Next to your 300-pound center. Yeah, you can move the pile easily when you are an offense, when you see those kind of matchups. So you take advantage when you can. Maybe that's more of a pass rushing type you could send in your nickel pass rushing unit, and maybe you can get away with a defensive end playing tackle. DeMarcus Walker is a versatile guy in that way. He can play end.
Yeah.
He can move inside, depending on the other guys you have on your roster.
It's pretty incredible what the level of athlete you find in the NFL. Guys that are, able to, even if they're not, a big load, they have strength and they have speed, and they're able to kind of attack differently than you sort of imagine when you start talking about different ways to kind of surprise on defense. It's going to be really interesting.
Well, the Bears have a variety of shapes
do.
and sizes, if you will. Andrew
Yeah.
Billings is in the middle as the run stuffer. He's
That's right.
He's a specialist almost. He's a
He's
guy
a load.
that
Yeah.
first to second down, he's going to be your guy in most cases. You've got Montez Sweat, who is versatile. He can come at you within a variety of ways. He's having a great camp based on people who have been here for all 8 practices. And then Tremaine Edmonds as the middle linebacker is one of these guys athletically that what you're talking about. The rare specimen. He can beat you with speed. He can do it with power. And he's instinctive enough to play the most important position on that defense.
Well, the reason that Montez Sweat is the player that he is, I mean, he's a strong guy, but his speed is unbelievable. I mean, the guy, if you ever saw his 40 time from the combine, the guy can run like a deer. He is, number one, I think the greatest trait that you have there is the fact that he is as competitive as he is, and that he is as relentless as he is.
The motor works,
but
it's always on.
But it's always top speed.
It is.
I mean, the guy can absolutely clear people out and do some remarkable things because he has this absolutely unnatural combination of size and speed.
So we talk about the athleticism, the intimidation factor. So in that context, you understand, I think people understand why the defense at this stage of training camp is so far ahead of the offense. It typically is. It's like pitchers being ahead of the hitters in spring training in baseball. The defense is going to make it's easier to get up to that level, especially when you have a top 10 caliber defense and you have an offense that is learning with a rookie quarterback.
Well, especially when you have one of the better secondaries in the league.
Yep.
I think we agree they
Yep.
have like a top 5 secondary, and they've been here and they played together. The new guy is Byard, who we're going to talk to in a minute here. We're going to take a quick timeout, and then we're going to come back with Kevin Byard, and we'll talk about that idea that the defense, the head of the offense, in part because they've got a pretty damn good secondary. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station.
Thanks for making my
Dave Wannstedt, Bears head coach for 6 seasons.
The Bears. The Bears.
Super Bowl champion.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
He has the greatest mustache you've ever seen.
Some say it's a symptom of manliness. Others a cause. The mustache.
Wannstedt hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Open up the door. It's Dave. Who? Dave. D-A-V-E.
Dustin, we're not going to waste airtime on that, okay? Next question. Next question.
Thank
Next
you very
question.
much.
Dave Wannstedt.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Coach Wannstedt, and he joins us now on the Score hotline. Dave, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's lonely in here, guys.
Well, come on up, Dave. We're ready for you.
I was there last week. A little too far drive for me right now this morning. But
what? Let's talk about that coming up last week, because you did see them put the pads on for the first time, right?
Correct. Yes.
And your takeaway?
Well, let me just back up. I mean, it was a great visit. Everybody from the get-go. I got there early and visited with some of the assistant coaches. Eric Washington, the defensive coordinator. I didn't realize that our days go back to the Cowboy days, and then I talked some special teams and a new kickoff. So it was a fantastic start to the day, and then had a nice visit with Flus before we went out to practice, and then saw Ryan Poles at practice. So I covered a lot of ground. It was they were so nice to me, and I really appreciate it. And I as far as practice, at the end of the day, Flus came up and he said, "What'd you think?" And I said, "Well, defensively, you got a lot of speed." And I mean, when I say speed, everybody thinks right away, "Oh boy, the defensive backs, corners can run fast, and maybe a linebacker." No, I'm talking about from defensive linemen, and I'm including Dexter and the defensive tackles in this thing. They all they all look great. They're all in great shape. And they all, when that ball was thrown or the ball was handed off, I mean, it was literally, we used the word swarm, and that's what it was. I mean, they were getting to the football. Offensively, probably the biggest thing that I was impressed with, they were running a lot of plays that I would call, they mixed it up. Some inside, they were running some perimeter plays. There There was a variety of screens, to the back, screens to the receivers, getting the ball out quick for Caleb. But the blocking, and I know that that's still the biggest concern. And I could see that when the linemen went one-on-one. You could see that the defense had a little bit more talent, maybe a little bit more experience in some positions. But when they went to a team period, their offensive line and tight ends, they were getting, and I use the term, hats on the right people. There weren't people coming free on defense. And then overall, nobody walks around up there. I told Flus, I said, it reminds me of a college practice, where you got the enthusiasm, but you back it up by how you're going from drill to drill and the coaches and players. So I thought it was a great practice. I really did. And Caleb did a nice job. They didn't ask him. He threw the one pass, and everybody made a big deal about it. The throw was fantastic, but the defense lost containment, and he got out, which he will do. If you let this guy get out of the pocket on containment, different than a lot of quarterbacks, he's capable of making that accurate 60-yard pass down the field, and that's what happened on that big touchdown play. That was on the news, and everybody was talking about.
So, Dave, you talk about that enthusiasm, that energy. I wonder what value does that have when the games start to be played? How much carryover effect is it from training camp to the regular season? And how unusual is it for a team that isn't exactly a young team to have that kind of energy at a practice in July?
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't think it's unusual, but there's a difference between being just, raw jumping around and doing it with confidence. And you could sense that the Bears, and hey, going back to when Flus took the job and talking with Eric Washington, their defensive coordinator, what they would like to evolve to is more of the pressure on defense with the front four, more multiple coverages with the experience and the talent we have in linebacker and secondary. So I think there was a sense of confidence. There was great leadership. I mean, I saw Montez Sweat. He was over there with the rookie, Austin Booker, talking to him after the one-on-one drills. We saw it on the offensive line also. A lot of great conversation. I think that the Shelton kid and Bates, I don't know how good of players are going to be, guys, but I would tell you this, that these guys have played and won. Obviously Shelton's coming from the Rams with John McVay and that offensive scheme, and obviously, Bates coming from Buffalo, being a playoff team, I think every year that he was there or close to it. So you added two guys that have ability, but also, they've won. They know what it's taken, and I was impressed with both of those guys.
Yeah, Dave, I think that when we start talking about what you need to see from players, we heard Caleb Williams yesterday say that he thought there was a benefit to playing in the preseason. I don't know what that benefit is, frankly, but do you think, given the issues they've had in terms of some offside stuff, some just sort of play calls, getting the cadence going, is there value in playing him on Thursday, or do you think that just won't happen?
No, I think there's value in playing him in a series on Thursday. I mean, just to get him under the lights and get him, they're taking a snap under center. They're obviously taking a snap in the shotgun, getting him the plays from the sidelines. That stadium up there at the Hall of Fame, I coached in it. It's a small stadium. We know that. So there is a lot of noise. They fill it up with fans from all over the place, and everybody's screaming. So, I mean, that's good. That's good, from a quarterback standpoint. The officials, real officials, and kind of going with the replay and all the sideline stuff that happens between plays, between offensive coordinator, head coach, and quarterback. I'd play him a series. I really would. And the plays that I saw, guys, he's not going to get hit. I mean, he's going to get the ball out quick. This guy makes good decisions. He really does. I mean, I was impressed with him. I really was. I mean, when he came off on the sidelines, the receivers were right there with him, and he was interacting with, from DJ, all the group. It wasn't just his Rome, the rookie, his buddy Odunze. I mean, he was interacting with tight ends and everybody. So this guy does a lot of things. It's not strange. It's really great. He does a lot of things that rookie quarterbacks, in my experience, don't do. I mean, this kid's mature mentally from a football standpoint, I believe.
We only got a minute left, Dave, but if you look at the Bears kickoff return options based on the new rules, who do you like?
Wow. You know what? I kind of like – I think the day – and had a nice talk with Wade Phillips last week. We all know Wade.
Sure.
Longtime NFL guy. He's in the XFL right now. In fact, he was in that championship game against Skip Holtz. But a year ago, he was in the USFL, and they ran the same kickoff return that we're going to see this year for our fans, listeners, that we're going to see this new kickoff return, kickoff coverage in the NFL. And so I wanted to get his perspective, and we had a great conversation, and he said two things. One, that the speedy little receiver type of guy that can, go from sideline to sideline, he says those days are pretty much over because of where you're placing the ball. You're not going to have the long head start to make a bunch of cuts. He thought, and we were talking like Patterson. In my mind, it might be Rashean Johnson, the running back for the Bears. I mean, Rashean Johnson, he might be the type of guy that could be a good kickoff return guy because a lot of it's going to be they're going to be laying this ball up in the air with hang time, and it's going to be between the sideline and the numbers. So there's not going to be a lot of room. It's going to be different. It's going to be different. The only thing that, and I had a nice conversation with the Bears coaches about this, everybody now is saying they wish that the penalty, and think about this now, you're kicking off. If you kick it through the end zone, the ball comes out to the 30, so that you're going to kick it through the end zone. There's going to be no kickoff return. The offense is going to start on the 30. Everybody now is saying that they wish the starting point was the 35 or even the 40. Penalize the team to kick off. If you want the ball returned, that's what you should do. And that's what it was in the USFL. It was the 35, and the USFL had over 80% of their kickoffs were returned. So they did get the return. I just don't know if in the NFL, if they're going to return it early, they will. You'll probably see it Thursday night against the Bears, but you're going to see the ball kicked out of the end zone way too much, and the defense is going to say, you know what, we'll start at the 30. Let's play ball rather than take a chance of getting somebody hurt and taking a chance of giving up a big return.
Great stuff, Dave. Great catching up with you. Sorry we're not in the studio, but we have bigger fish to fry.
Thanks, Dave. See you soon.
I brought donuts today. Mitch and I are in there. We got egg sandwiches in here today. I picked. Maybe next time. Maybe next time.
You're the best.
Clean up after yourself.
There you go.
See you later.
All right.
Take care. Bye. That's Coach Wannstedt. We're going to talk to Kevin Byard next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Everyone has been impacted by cancer. Our list of loved ones affected is endless. That's why on August 15th and 16th, The Score, the Cubs, and
begins. The most anticipated Bears training camp in years is underway. Preseason games are on the horizon, and we're covering it every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score and Odyssey Sports Station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score! You know, days like this, just keep fighting, keep going. You know what I'm saying? Everything is not going to be peaches and creams, you know what I'm saying?
He's special, just in terms of a leader. People respect him because of the man he is, and he's been a devoted guy to this game for a long time.
End zone, picked off, intercepted by Byard.
Great player, always around the ball. Like, that's my vivid memory of him, was just how many interceptions he would get.
Protection, and meanwhile, another interception. Byard.
City has embraced me, and I've embraced the city. The culture is great here. Guys are hungry. You can just feel the energy around the city. It's an exciting time.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We're here live at Bears training camp. We're delighted to welcome in the starting safety, Kevin Byard, one of the few guys new to the team on defense this year. You're fitting right in, and Kevin, welcome to the program. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing excellent. You know, getting ready for another padded practice training camp. We're kind of in the dog days, so but it's exciting, man. You got to bring energy.
Well, you bring energy, and you know we just heard here on the open the description of you as a ball hawk. I don't know that there's a better term ever used for a defensive back than ball hawk. I mean, that is fantastic to hear. How would you define yourself? Do you like that as a introductory word to think of when we think of you as a starting safety with the Bears?
Yeah, I actually got the name Ball Hawk when I was in college. My defensive coordinator, my DB coach, called me Ball Hawk. I had a ton of picks in college, 19 career interceptions, set the record for my college as well. So, yeah, I would definitely look at myself as...
I thought in college you were the mayor of Murfreesboro.
So
that too?
That is correct. But so I actually got this name, the mayor of Murfreesboro. It was coined by Mike Keefe, who's the announcer for the Tennessee Titans. It was one game my rookie year. I made a tackle, I made a play or something like that, and he just blurted out, the mayor of Murfreesboro, and it just kind of stuck with me. So
that's where Middle Tennessee State is.
Exactly.
So you come here last off season, you've been here for about 5 minutes, and it seemed like immediately you assumed a role of leadership, that you were very comfortable expressing yourself, and it seemed like you adapted quickly to who you were working with and the environment here. What allowed you to do that so seamlessly?
I think it's just me being myself. I think, you know, the resume that I come here to the Chicago Bears with, you know, it kind of demands respect in a way. But I don't come in, and I definitely didn't come in like, hey, I'm taking over the room, I'm taking over the, you know, this type of thing. We have a lot of great players already on this team. We already have an established leadership group, especially on the defensive side, with obviously starting with Tremaine, the middle linebacker, Jalen Johnson, and, you know, guys like T.J. Edwards, Montez, and DeMarcus Walker. So me just coming in and just being myself with those guys on the team allows me to be myself. And, you know, I think that's just who I am as a person, as a player. I just want to come in and try to give as much as I can and just be of service of everybody around me. And I think that's what leadership is. It's all about, you know, being of service.
We've been talking about, obviously, your secondary quite a bit. When we talk about the Bears defense, I think we both kind of have decided that your secondary can be in the top 5 in the league. Do you aspire to better than that? How good can this group be? It feels like you got a lot of young guys coming into their own at the right time, and then veteran presence coming in as well.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal. I think at minimum be top 5. You know, I think when you have a good secondary, you always have to have a mix of, just like you said, veteran leadership, but also a lot of younger guys coming into their owns, obviously like Tyreek, Kyler, and Jaquan. And obviously Jalen's been around the block a while. He finally got his recognition due, making his first Pro Bowl last year with the plays that he made. So just as a secondary, man, I think we're gelling really well together. Like I said, that is the expectation. But at the end of the day, we got to continue to work. You know, at the end of the day, during the season, it's going to be ups and downs. But I think as far as the secondary, we have to be, one of the rocks of this team, one of the rocks of the defense, because we all know when you make a mistake on the back end, it's usually big plays and touchdowns.
From the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like it's a defense that is that hard to learn or grasp. But how would you describe Matt Eberflus's defense, and how interchangeable are the roles of the safeties? Because Jaquan Brisker and you have similar skill sets, and I wonder how interchangeable those responsibilities might be on a series-to-series basis or game-to-game.
Yeah, it could be as interchangeable as you want it to be, honestly. I know, previous years, Jaquan and Bojack, they kind of had their own roles kind of in the defense. But with me and him, like you said, we're very similar in a lot of things that we can do. So I want to be as interchangeable as possible. The defense is, I wouldn't say it's very hard, but it is complex in a way. There are a lot of different things we can do. And I think even just this year, we're trying to add a little bit more layers onto the defense, rather if it come with checks and things like that. So I'm excited. Matt Eberflus, obviously, it's crazy. He had brought in Nick Saban one day during our meetings, and it was just pretty cool to see him. But he's a secondary guy, too, as well. He sits in our meetings. We're always having discussions about, hey, if we have this call, what if we get this look? Can we check the defense to this? Can we check the defense to that? And he's very receptive as far as, like, especially some of the veteran guys coming in with their opinions about things, because obviously we've seen a lot. So it's been exciting for sure.
What's Saban have to say?
He didn't say much, but it was funny because Matt kind of said, or Coach Eberflus said that, Matt Saban coached me way back in the day. And I'm just thinking, like, man, how long ago was this? And then Nick Saban was like, yeah, he was a hitter. And I kind of joked, and I made a joke. I was just like, yeah, usually if a coach says you a hitter, that probably means he wasn't that fast. So.
True. That's very true.
So I read somewhere that you said when you look at Brisker, he reminds you of a younger version of you, that you see some of yourself in him. Explain that a little.
Yeah, so I remember when I was a younger player, my second year I made it Pro Bowl first team All-Pro. I had a really good year, and I had made the top 100 that year. And they had a clip of me and Jarvis Landry during the game when he was in Miami, and we were just talking like mad trash. I was talking crazy that game. And when I was younger, I just had this I still have a chip on my shoulder, but I had an extremely large chip on my shoulder where I didn't care who was playing. It didn't matter what. I was just in a zone just talking crazy. And I think as a younger player, just that ultimate confidence of Brisker's a talker, and I love that about him. You get on the field, he just screams, and he just has so much energy. You know what I mean? I don't have that much energy like I used to anymore. I kind of it takes me a little while to warm up during practice and things like that. But he just comes out just full of energy. His confidence is through the roof. He wants to be an all-pro, and I love that about him because when I was a younger player coming in, you have to go prove yourself, and you want to prove yourself. Even though this is a every year prove yourself league, I just love his confidence. I love the energy that he brings. So it's going to be exciting to play with him this year.
But as a younger player, as an older player, you have been remarkably durable. You show up and the biggest ability, availability. What's the smoothie? Is it your breakfast secret? I heard you talking earlier this camp about what you eat, and your routine and your ritual is responsible for you being on the field every Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I had my oatmeal this morning. This is sweet greens. This is actually something new. Like,
okay,
being here with the Bears in the facility, the kitchen, they do a great job. And a lot of guys kind of put me on this, so I'm drinking this in the morning. But even just on the off day, a lot of recovery. Coming in here, hot tub, cold tub, sauna. I actually flew in one of my movement specialists from Tennessee. We did some work at the hotel, and then I got a massage later on that day and just some rest. So, and the good thing about, being in a veteran and being in a leadership position, I have a lot of younger guys that's asking me about my routines and things like that. So I'm trying to share as much knowledge. I had a couple guys, Montez, Jared Everett, came and see my movement specialist as well. So, and I also got some IVs. We had a guy from Tennessee fly up. He was stationed at Nate Davis' house, and we got some IVs. So, I just think that it's as much as you can do. I always look at it as an investment, right? You invest your time in the things that will pay off in the end. So I invest my time in my body, and, they usually always pay off in the end.
Do you pay attention to your Madden rating? Do you care about that at all? You have an 89, which would make you the 7th best safety in the NFL.
I used to care a lot, a whole lot. Not as much now.
You're not taunting anyone about your Madden rating versus theirs?
Yeah, that's a whole nother story right there. No, I'm not. I've gotten to a point where in my career, even especially in my younger years, so like I told you, my second year, I had a really good year, made first team All-Pro, Pro Bowl. I remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but I got into a spat with Deion Sanders because he was on TV. Obviously, he was on TV at the time, and he kind of said that he was giving his ratings of the top 2 safeties in the league, and I think he named Harrison Smith and Tyrann Mathieu. And I was just, young and got on Twitter and was like, how do you say they're the 2 best safeties and not name one of the first-team All-Pro guys? And we got to a spat online. It kind of went viral. He actually blocked me because I think I had so many it was so many fans that kept tweeting him about me just over the years. He had blocked me for a while. I think I'm unblocked or whatever. But, I don't really care as much because these are things that I have no control over. You know what I mean? Like, whether if it's PFF ratings or it's Madden or if it's this ESPN thing. I just think that, like, you try to do what you can do. You can look at it as a motivating factor. But other than that, I don't get discouraged by, if my rating drops or if whatever list I'm on, I drop or I go up. It's just something that's motivation. It's always good to be recognized, but nah, we're not getting into no spats over ratings. You know what I mean? Like,
what would you rather do? Make a great interception down the field or light up a running back in the hole?
Interception all day. Don't get me wrong. I like to hit. I've had over 100 tackles, I think, the past 2 or 3 years. But, you get paid by turnovers. It's the same thing on as a pass rusher. You get paid to get sacks. Pressures is nice. Sometimes people do get paid off pressures and things like that. But you want to be able to turn the ball over. And that's something that I've made my calling card ever since I've been playing football. So it's something I like to continue to do.
Do you enjoy intimidating rookie quarterbacks with picks? It seems like your secondary has been winning quite a bit.
Yeah, it's very fun. We want to continue to challenge him for sure. And I think a good thing for him is learning early in training camp or early in his career, especially going against a good secondary every day, what you can and cannot do. One thing that I've seen from him during training camp is his ability to throw on the run is special. I think one of the only guys that I've seen since I've been in the league, yeah, no, for real. One of the only guys that I think who I've seen be able to do that just as good was Josh Allen. Being in Tennessee for so long, we played the Bills like almost every year. And Vrabel, every time we came in the film room before we played those guys, he would always say, do not let Josh Allen scramble to our left. Anytime he scrambles to his right, bad thing usually happens for the defense. Either touchdown, he's throwing it deep. He's very accurate. Caleb is very accurate doing the same thing. But even going the other way, he made a throw during practice to Keenan Allen on the sideline, and he just torqued his body. And he can throw from so many different platforms, arm angles. Is very special. But I think just him doing that, and because one time I almost picked up I was out of bounds. I picked it up, but I was out of bounds. He was doing the same thing. But I think he's just learning what he can do. Sometimes you got to just throw the ball away. But he's getting a lot of great lessons early from this defense, and it's going to make him a way better player.
As a veteran, somebody who is savvy, who's been around the league, and you've seen rookie quarterbacks come in and make an impact. You've also been around a lot of veteran teammates. What is it about Caleb Williams' presence that makes him different?
We going to all talk about, his abilities and things like that. I think it's the intangibles. So I give you a great example. This was literally just yesterday, last night, we did our walkthrough. And we finished the walkthrough, and, Coach, he's talked, and, players usually break down. It's usually a veteran breaks it down. And Caleb wanted to jump into the middle to break it down. And usually, like, as a rookie, it's like, oh, what does this guy got to say?
Right.
But no, he honestly was just like, hey, first thing he says, he's like, hey, man, we're all grown men here, right? As we're going through training camp, and we all use the hot tub, we all use the cold tub, we all use the bathroom and all the areas. He was like, hey, man, like, we're getting a little too sloppy. You know what I'm saying? We're leaving water bottles and towels and all type of things around, man. Like, these custodians have a lot of square footage they have to cover around this whole building. Let's try to help them out by cleaning up after ourselves. And that's just little things, man, because I just think that when you want to be a great player, you always focus on the little details. You know what I mean? Not even just the details of the play, but the details of everything around you, It's this old video of Ed Reed was kind of talking about the year they won the Super Bowl, about how guys were not picking up their towels after the showers. And he was just like, man, how are we going to be great if we can't pick up our towels? And it's just like little things like that just makes the guy special. Like I said, I think Bears fans are in for a treat for a little while with Caleb Williams for sure.
We've been arguing about who is the best member of the secondary. Obviously, Jalen got paid, and you saw, what he did last year. Stevenson seems to have gotten picked on because he's opposite a guy who eventually gets paid. Kyler Gordon, I mean, that guy can do, like, gymnastic stuff. Like,
sure.
You see the guy. He
Ballet
gets
and shoulder pads.
But he can jump over his own, like, he could do a flip. Can you do that kind of stuff? It's unbelievable.
Of course not.
And we know Brisker's a tough kid. Who's the best member of the secondary? I mean, and feel free to include yourself in your evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make too many comparisons about anything, but what I will say is, obviously, Jalen's special. He's a special. I mean, obviously, I kind of always admired his game from afar, and now just watching him up close and personal, he's a for sure shutdown corner. And like you kind of say with Tyreek, he's going to get all those targets because Jalen's shutting things down, but you want to be the guy to getting all the targets because that's why you're going to get all the interceptions. And like you said, you want to be able to turn the ball over. You mentioned Kyler.
That's crazy.
I stretch right behind him in stretch lines, and I'll just be watching him like, bro, how can you do that? Like, he must have done gymnastics when he was younger because he's, like, incredibly flexible and obviously brisk, and I love his game. But when talking about who's the best, I mean, I feel like it's kind of relative, and I feel like it's kind of hard to say. I will obviously say that, obviously, Jalen deserves that recognition for sure. But I'm no slouch myself.
I know. And you feel good about you.
Come on now.
Who did you want to be growing up?
As far as player or just
player? Who did you want to be? You said Ed Reed. Was he the guy? Was somebody else the guy?
No, I had three. It was like, to me, like the holy trinity of safeties. You have Ed Reed, Brian Dawkins, Troy Polamalu. Those are the three guys that I admired, the three guys that I watched. So I started playing football. I was a safety. I mean, I was a quarterback when I first started playing football. I started to run track in high school. My coach thought I got really fast. And I was, in the weight room gaining weight. He was like, man, I think you look really good back on them hashes. And I'm just like, okay, like, I'm just going to do anything to help the team, whatever. The first video I watched when I started playing, to try to get my mind right, I typed in YouTube, Brian Dawkins Weapon X. It's this crazy motivational video of Brian Dawkins just smacking people. But, yeah, those are the three trinities. Obviously, they're all kind of unique in what they did. Yep. Avery was a ball hawk. Brian Dawkins and Troy was the same thing, but Brian he just had a reckless abandonment, and same thing for Troy Polamalu. So those are the three safeties that I looked up to growing up for sure.
Kevin, thanks a ton. It's great meeting you. Really looking forward
Absolutely.
to a heck of a year.
Thank
you. Take it easy on that poor kid, that young quarterback.
We'll try.
Don't break his confidence yet. All right, that's Kevin Byard. You're listening to Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Bears training camp is on. Jalen Williams.
This offense is brewing and getting ready for it to be a really good offense.
Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
We've got a lot of baseball conversation to cover.
Great being with you, talking baseball.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our friend Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline. Bruce, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. I always remember our dear friend Les Grobstein. He would call me with scores, and he'd go, Bruce, Cubs won. And then I'd say, yeah. He said, Reds 7. That was his favorite line, and I know we have a lot of trade talk. There's a lot of interest out there, but it just seems like this year, for some reason, Cub games have been more like Bear games. The swing, the mood swing of the fan base and people looking at them, looking at the game to game, and are they in it or are they not? And we're 110 games into the season.
So Bob Nightingale has reported that the White Sox believe Garrett Crochet will likely be moved today, and apparently there's not a lot of action on Luis Robert Jr., and he'll be staying. How badly would the potential trade of Crochet have been damaged by kind of the hurtful stuff, according to Chris Getz, that the agent said?
Well, I think it did do some damage, and more importantly, it gave other general managers some pause as far as whether or not this is the type of team guy you want to bring into a pennant race right now, and how it would impact the rest of the room, hearing that the guy is going to dictate how he's used after basically his first year in professional baseball as a starting pitcher. So with all that in mind, we can tell him that don't worry about Garrett Crochet. We can tell them don't worry about Garrett Crochet. He's a terrific team guy. He's a terrific individual. He's a great competitor. You're going to have a wonderful player here for the rest of this year and beyond. But that's not all the response that gets received. And again, Bob is right. If you go to 670thescore.com, I wrote a story late last night about how Boston, Philadelphia, and Atlanta and a few other teams are still deeply in conversations with the White Sox about Crochet. So I expect him to get traded today as well.
So, Bruce, you were there when you asked the question, and Chris Getz responded by calling what the agents did and what Crochet did, complicit to that, as hurtful, and it was emotional to him. My question would be this: is he able to remove that emotion from the equation when making the best decision for the White Sox future today, or are his feelings so hurt that he's more compelled to want to trade Garrett Crochet?
Yeah, I think his personal feelings with Crochet and their relationship was one thing. I think being the cold-hearted baseball executive you have to be this year, looking at players and understanding how they either fit or they don't fit on your team, I think that's a real test for a general manager. And I don't think it'll be any different than the way that he handled the Dylan Cease deal. If you remember correctly, guys, that dragged on for months over the off season until he was traded very late towards spring training last year. So with that in mind, I think he's going to insist on getting the best players possible, put his feelings aside, and not have any problem with that. The key is, can you afford to keep Garrett Crochet now for the last 2 months of the season, knowing that he's really not a part of your future? Or can you wait and get the right amount in the winter for him in a trade? All those things are certainly a new experience for Chris and his front office, and it's It's not the easiest thing to do in the world, but I think he's up to the task.
Can he get as bad a deal for Crochet as he managed for Eric Fetty?
Bad, meaning you've already given up on that?
Yeah. I just don't know why you had to trade 3 guys and get another team involved when Eric Fetty seemed worth whatever return they were getting, let alone, and I don't know what fan was ever going to get you, but, Kopech might have gotten you one of those prospects. I just think that Eric Fetty had more value than being traded with 2 other guys.
Well, I would take a different look at it. I would say Fetty, is a good pitcher. I think he's going to help somebody. I don't think he's anybody else's team number 1 or 2 at all. Okay, he might be a 3 or 4 somewhere else. And these are good teams, right? So they already have good starting pitching. I agree with you on the Kopech. I think you're training a closer. I think everybody else in baseball, including the Dodgers, who happen to handle pitching probably better than anybody in baseball, they saw in Kopech somebody that you've already trained to be a back-end pitcher and coming along really well, developing his breaking ball, establishing that earlier in counts with the cutter and the slider, and then moving forward and then throwing the fastball. I think they see him as a real jewel of this trade, and I think he's slowly going to work his way to the back end of the Dodger bullpen.
So, Bruce, let's talk Cubs for a second. Jameson Taillon pitched. It wasn't very good. Did the rumors distract him, do you think, or was that just a bad night? And how active will they be today before the deadline?
Well, I think they'll be active, but I think the Taillon ship has probably sailed at this point. I don't think one bad outing is going to change other people's mind about him. I think he still has tremendous value to them and other teams, but I don't know if anybody's going to give you what you really need to get for him. You're not in a position with 2 years of contract control at $16 million or $18 million a year in a position where you have to trade him. As a matter of fact, if you think twice about it, he might be more value to you over the next 2 years than whatever you get back in a deal. But I think there'll be some trades. I think the Cubs desperately want to try to get a young catcher from somewhere, and whether or not there'll be another surprise deal from Jed Hoyer today or not. I mean, I don't think there was any rumor, not one, about Christopher Morel being involved in a trade. Your top RBI guy, your top home run guy, the one that people felt eventually would be hitting 35 or 40 home runs in the big leagues. So that was a shocker. Let's see if Jed has any more of that up his sleeve. But the primary need for this team going forward, whether you think they're in competition for the playoffs this year or not, is getting more catching. Amaya's come along a little bit with the stick over the last 2 weeks, but that's not enough. They need more fortification there.
So I'm just curious, does the trade they made yesterday and whatever happens today mean that the 15-game losing streak is over? Are the Sox now ready to win?
Oh, no, I think they're going for the record. I mean,
what is that? What is that record?
It's 120 losses. Okay.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying how many straight games can they lose the rest of them the way they're playing?
I think potentially they can lose just about every game.
Yeah.
And I've never said that about a Chicago team. And I, looking at, some teams in the past, like you look at the Baltimore team in 2021, and you look at the Tiger team in the late 90s when they lost 119, and the Mets in 62. It's hard to say that a team potentially can lose every game, but the White Sox can, because if Crochet's not pitching, whether he's with you or not, and not throwing innings, you lost Fetty, you lost your back end, your bullpen is in shambles. You have that game was won last night, and then it was lost because you didn't really have the bullpen to try to win a game. So they have the potential to lose that many games. But Mike, here I have a suggestion for you, being the White Sox fan. Okay,
former.
Right. Grab a hold of another American League team to root for, and I can't think of anyone that would fit White Sox fans' idea more than the Kansas City Royals. Root for the Royals. There's not that horrible history between the White Sox and the Royals. You have arguably the MVP of the American League, with a certain exception to Aaron Judge and Bobby Witt Jr., the best player in baseball right now. And,
All right, Bruce,
you saw that yesterday.
Let's get back to Crochet. If the teams involved, Red Sox, the Braves, the Phillies, and I think you mentioned the Dodgers, what are they giving the Sox in return? What is an acceptable return for a player of his stature and what he could mean to these teams' pennant race and pennant hopes?
In a good organization like the Dodgers, probably 2 of their top 10 and a third of their top 20 prospects. That's how it's got to go. And the Dodgers, if you notice, in the moves that they made, have not given up any of their top 10 guys in their trades, and they have arguably the best young players 1 through 20 in baseball.
Great stuff, Bruce. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Bruce.
Guys, have a great day.
All right, you too.
That is Bruce Levine. I don't know. I'm not too worked up about it. Are you?
About what?
The possibility of getting a good return.
Well, I don't know, but if you don't get a good return, you shouldn't trade them, and you shouldn't be
that's what I'm saying.
Moved by emotion or hurt feelings. I think Garrett Crochet could be the cornerstone and a building block, whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
Build around pitching, and he's your best pitcher. I don't know what the race is to trade him to take advantage of the situation. Why not keep him and see what you got? I don't understand. I think we could talk ourselves into this being the idea they have to embrace and do it now.
But the thing is, you don't have to trade
You
people. And I think they feel like they have to trade people.
I think they should have a meeting, and there should be an intervention, and he should say, okay, it makes more sense to keep him and to build around him.
All right, we're going to bring in our guy, Mike Florio. A lot of quarterbacks getting paid and one quarterback not getting paid. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
The Score and Mully and Haugh are hitting the road to Canton to broadcast.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. So we can't beat me. Won't beat me.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Mike Florio, and he joins us now on the Score hotline. Michael, good morning. How are you doing?
Doing great, guys. How are you today?
Doing well.
We're out at Bears training camp, and we saw the owner, Kate Pye, earlier, and we didn't get a chance to quiz him about how he feels regarding the latest news from Governor Pritzker. The Tribune reporting that Pritzker saying that there isn't a proposal on the table right now that would be acceptable to anyone in the legislature, and that they don't believe that anything can get done in the next year, which I think he told us it's $150 million along those lines each year that they don't get going on the build.
I think it's as simple as this, guys. There's no real threat the team's going to move. And without a threat that the team's going to move, there's no reason for anyone to try extra hard to open up the public coffers, because the average citizen doesn't want to finance a stadium for a private sports team. That's a given. The question is, can you work the politicians with this idea that you don't want it to be on your resume that the team left? That's what I think gets a lot of the governors and the mayors and the county executives to move. They don't want to be the one that lost the team. Without that threat, there's really no urgency to give money to the Bears in Chicago.
But I think it's implied, Mike, because we're talking about this being on the lakefront, and if this is just referring to the lakefront project, then this would compel the Bears to move to Arlington Heights, where they own the land. It's less expensive. The payout from the public would be a smaller ask, and I do wonder if that is leading in. This is where we're headed because of the news from yesterday. This was a big fat no in 2024 for the lakefront. I don't know if it was a big fat no for Arlington Heights.
Well, I think that's right. And I think they're going to be looking to the other alternatives within the Chicago area to find a home because, again, they're not going to move. I still think that the ever-increasing values of the teams will drag down the ability of any team to leverage taxpayer money when they are worth more and more and more all the time. Just sell a piece of the team to a private equity fund and pay for your stadium. And I think another argument that's going to be used inevitably, this $4.7 billion verdict that will become a $14.1 billion judgment that becomes $440 million per team. You're going to have opponents say, we're subsidizing your $440 million. And if you can afford the $440 million to buy your way out of civil liability, you can afford money to buy your own stadium.
You know, Mike, we're looking at kind of crazy prices going up, especially for quarterbacks. And I wonder, when you see what Jordan Love was paid, when you see Tua getting paid, what does that mean for the Cowboys? What does that mean for Dak Prescott? Is he better than those guys? Is he going to get more money than those guys? How do you weigh that?
Well, look, better doesn't matter. What matters are your specific circumstances. And he's got a ton of leverage over the Cowboys because they can't keep him from leaving in March. I think that's why the deal hasn't been done. The Cowboys don't have the hammer that most teams have when they're dealing with their highest paid players. We will just use the franchise tag on you if we can't work out a deal. Cowboys can't do it. So Dak can just say, I've got no urgency. I've been paid. He was, from 2020 through 2023, the number one player in the NFL in total cash flow received. It was Dak Prescott. So he's got his money. He can be coy. He can be patient, and he can let it play out. And if the Cowboys aren't going to give him what he wants, he can go to the open market and see what else is out there. And good agents have a knack for knowing what else is out there. But the numbers keep going up and up. The salary cap keeps going up and up. And Dak Prescott, I think, has the best chance to be the first guy to get $60 million per year.
Wow, that's amazing, really. So, Mike, Thursday night we're going to be in Canton, Bears and the Texans. First glimpse at the new kickoff rule. Rich Bisaccia has said that he expects the league to make some amendments to the kickoff rule in the preseason or after the preseason. What might those be?
There isn't much they can do. I looked into whether or not they could move the touchback point from the 30 back to the 35 as it was originally proposed. Because I think a lot of teams are going to say, you know what? I'm just going to kick it out of the end zone. I'll give you the 30. I'll eliminate the risk of a long return. I'll eliminate the risk of losing my job because one long return turns into the loss that keeps me out of the playoffs. So I poked around whether or not that could be changed from the 30 back to the 35, and I was told no. You've got to get 24 owners to vote on any changes. Now, there may be some discretion that's been reserved by the league or the competition committee, but they got to be careful because certain things will require the owners to vote, and it takes 24 to get them on the same page. So I'm not sure how much can be changed. The thing yesterday about you can't lay the ball flat on the tee, that's a rule that was already on the books. That's not any change that's been made. So I'll be very interested to see what they can get away with by way of tweaking the rule without going back to the owners and asking for 24 of them to approve it.
Mike, we're here at camp, and there's a debate. We'll find out the answer today as to whether or not they're going to start the quarterback on Thursday night in the first preseason game. They've been having little operational issues, just kind of cadence calls. I think they jumped offside 6 times on Saturday, and we heard Caleb Williams say he'd like to start the game. He'd like to play a series, whatever. Do you take that into account when you're trying to figure out if you're going to play the guy, or are you only concerned with how the operation is running at your practice, not in a game?
I think any of the issues that need to be ironed out can be ironed out with the red jersey on and no risk of injury. I don't like the idea of putting an asset like Caleb Williams out on the field at any time for any reason, especially in that initial game, the extra preseason game. You still got 3 others. You can figure out how to work him in and get him ready for the season that way. I think this Hall of Fame game, and I think it's evolved to the point where you don't see any of the key players out on the field. It was a shock a couple of years ago when the Raiders extensively used Josh Jacobs. That is the very, very rare exception. I think you keep Caleb Williams. Even as much as he wants to play, you keep him under wraps for this.
Any impressions, Mike, of Caleb Williams from afar as you have watched him and heard him in the first week of training camp?
You know what? I didn't hear that question.
Any impressions of Caleb Williams from afar?
I haven't seen or heard anything yet that changes my mind that the guy can be a great quarterback. This is, as a practical matter, something that won't be determined until it's time to go play games in the regular season against real defenses at full speed. Will he continue the trajectory we've seen in college? Will he hit a ceiling? That's the great unknown for all of these guys, and the pressure is higher and the stakes are higher for everyone involved when you're talking about a quarterback taken first overall.
Great stuff, Mike, as always. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Mike.
Yes.
That is Mike Florio. Interesting always. We got so much to go over. We are here. Bears training camp coverage presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck parking partner of the Chicago Bears. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
The MLB trade deadline is today at 5, and the rumor mill is active on both sides of town.
I feel really good about how we're positioned for the future and beyond.
On moves made by the Cubs or Sox, keep it here on 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
One thing that I've seen from him during training camp is his ability to throw on the run is special. You know, I think one of the only guys that I've seen since I've been in the league, for real, one of the only guys that I think who I've seen be able to do that just as good was Josh Allen. Being in Tennessee for so long, we played the Bills like almost every year. And Vrabel, every time we came in the film room before we played those guys, he would always say, do not let Josh Allen scramble to our left. Anytime he scrambles to his right, bad things usually happen for the defense. Either touchdown, he's throwing it deep. He's very accurate. Caleb is very accurate. Doing the same thing.
We're back with Mully and Haugh, live from Bears training camp on 670 The Score and the free Odyssey app.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We are live at Bears training camp, and we had a chance to talk to Kevin Byard. Good guy.
Yeah, good guy. I think that was a Pro Bowl safety comparing Caleb Williams to Josh Allen, a Pro Bowl quarterback. So that's not just us getting carried away. That's not just the media over our skis and the fans going crazy. That's a veteran safety comparing a rookie before his first snap to a Pro Bowl quarterback. Pretty cool.
Yeah, but, I mean, in fairness, don't you think Josh Allen and Caleb Williams are about as diametrically opposed as a couple of quarterbacks?
Stylistically, yes.
No, I mean size-wise.
Size-wise, yes. But his point was moving on the run and being able to still throw accurately as you're improvising, as you're kind of buying yourself some time. These are the kinds of things that I think we got used to with Justin Fields. Off-script plays were the explosive ones, the highlight reel stuff, right? With his arm, or with his legs.
Yeah.
With Caleb Williams, I think you're going to see the similar things, but with his arm.
But, yeah, the huge difference, I mean, you know, Josh Fields will run down the field. Josh Fields will take off. Justin Fields, obviously, that's his game, is running and taking off down the field.
Yeah.
I think with Caleb Williams, he is buying time in order to throw the ball.
Because he knows he can. Because he knows he can.
The point is, though, it's a totally different way of playing football than we're used to here in Chicago. And like I said before to you, I think initially anyway, I'm going to be really interested in how quickly he can get the ball out, if he can hit the underneath stuff, if he doesn't kind of obsess with making, you know, the big throw down the field. I think it's important for him to be in time, on schedule early in his career in particular.
Yeah, build up some confidence, take the gimmies early, and then you start to take the shots late, and that becomes part of the way you grow incrementally. He's going to grow into the job.
Agreed.
He may do it sooner rather than later, and I think he's going to be early indications are that he knows what he doesn't know. And with a lot of rookies, that's not always the case. They come in pretty cocksure of themselves, and they're really they are overconfident, and they are, you know, they don't understand the need to kind of learn from their mistakes. Caleb Williams sounds quite the opposite.
Yeah, I think that Caleb Williams is going to be a really good player, and I think that he is much more so a passing quarterback than we've seen here in Chicago in a long time. And, you know, we always talk about the anticipatory throws, etc. So I feel good about that and look forward to that. There are going to be, however, just some little issues that you've got to kind of work out, things like the cadence, like getting the play off, like having your offensive line on the same page and not jumping because the defense is
Operation issues. Yes.
Operation issues.
Operational issues. I think those are the little things that he will devote time to kind of fixing. I love the anecdote.
I thought
know
that
it's a
was
little
great.
bit. Everybody round up. We need to clean up after ourselves better.
Yeah.
We need to, we need
water
to make
bottles, pick them up. The towels being left behind, pick them up. That kind of thing. I know that's a minor thing.
It's a metaphor.
Well, it's
a metaphor because you had to clean up the little things pre-snap. Hey, that stance, that split, this cadence, this connection, whatever it is, this signal needs to get in faster. The plays need to get in faster. When you pay attention to detail off the field, you tend to pay attention to detail on it.
It's also looking after the little guy, the people that have to clean up after you. Hey, be aware that there's someone that is doing this job and that you are making their lives more difficult than they have to be.
That's a great point. That reflects the humility that he brought to town. You know, I didn't expect that. I'm not sure people did, but he has come across as a humble servant of the Bears. He has come across as a guy that really connects with the little people and will connect with teammates at every level.
It's so, I mean, I know this is silly, but how you treat the waiter, the waitress, that matters. How you respond to people that are helping you, whether you will tip, whether you will. I'm just saying. Do you take into account what it's like for someone that has to do that job? Those of us that have done such jobs really appreciate if you take care of people.
Well, we've had professional athletes in this town whose reputations have been harmed irreparably by their inability to grasp what you just said. They don't treat the little people, as so-called little people, as well as they should. They don't tip the way they should.
If someone's giving you a free meal, that doesn't mean you don't tip the server for what was delivered to you and how you got it. You still should be tipping even when you're getting something for free.
It's sincerity, it's respect, it's all related to leadership. And I think that Caleb Williams is going to be a young leader of this offense and eventually a young leader of this football team.
He already is, if he's cautioning people to, hey, don't leave a water bottle sitting there. Pick up your towel. That's great. That's great to have a guy step up and say something like that to a veteran.
Unafraid,
group.
You know, because Kevin Byard remembered it because it is so rare to have a rookie do that in that audience, because that's you're judged by your peers and you don't want them to judge you as being a guy that is a know-it-all or bossy, but he does it with an easy confidence that I think we see every time that he talks.
Yeah, that is really good stuff. Really appreciated hearing that, and I think that it goes a long way. I like that. I like the idea that the defense is ahead of the offense and that they're putting pressure on them. I like that Matt Eberflus is insisting that every down, Caleb Williams going against the number one. So
I like that.
That's a good idea.
I like it. It is a good idea.
You've named him your starter. He's that guy. Why try to build up his confidence by beating up on the backups? You know, go ahead, feel free to do yourself a favor by, putting him against the number one.
We just got a nod from a Mark Potash walking by on his way to practice.
Walking by.
Chris Emma
was just here.
Dan Wiederer.
Dan Wiederer. Our Sweet Lou Canellis just walked by. We're seeing
waiting for Biggs.
All the media people. Biggs will be here at 9 o'clock.
Will he?
Yeah.
Wait, Mully, it's 9:09.
What? Hey.
Oh, okay. Still waiting for Biggs. And yes, people, we know. Thank you, text line. We can hear the background music, too. It is nice music. Dustin's doing a little salsa dance in there. It's a festive day here at 1920 Football Drive. We got here early. We saw George McCaskey go by on the scooter around 5:35.
He scooted in.
And he scooted out. And he gave us the Heisman. Not you guys. Not today.
At all. He totally waved and gave us a thumbs up.
I took it as a slight. I don't know about you, but I took it as a slight.
That's because you go to hockey games with him.
Well, not any longer.
Did you text him yet?
You like to walk around him. Yeah.
I did not. I did not text him.
He gave him a Chris Getz type text. Oh, really? It was mean-spirited.
I was hurt. George, I was hurt by you ignoring us. I don't know. Something I said, something I wrote. I don't know. What was it, George?
I see that they have an area over here where you can write a letter to Staley.
What would you say to Staley? Dear Staley, who are you? Take off the mask. Let's see who you really are.
They got a line visiting Staley, and then there's another Staley. That's not the real Staley, is it?
Staley's walking around with some fumigation, something to like.
No, I think he's trying to put water on people.
That's water, but it looks like something you use to like kill weeds.
Yeah, that could be what he's really doing. It's like you just landed in Australia and they're going to spray you down in case you're bringing in some bugs.
Hey, speaking of Australia, did you see Tory Taylor doesn't count against the Bears' 90-man roster because he has an international exemption?
They got a chance to sign another running back, presumably a kind of a in-game body for them, and he does not, because he's an international player, he doesn't count against the roster yet. So you can go ahead and feel free to add yourself a running back, and then you can give him all the carries late in the game.
Good for that.
On Thursday. Isn't that the idea?
Good for him. Good on you, mate. I think that's good that he's here. Tory Taylor, according to people who have watched every practice, like the aforementioned Dan Wiederer on the Take the North podcast, has said he has had a very good camp. He has punted in a way, as we compared it to placing chip shots with the pitching wedge wherever you want them on the green. That's good to hear.
Best punter I've ever seen. That's a direct quote.
Best punter I've ever seen?
That's what Ryan Pohl said about him when he drafted him.
He's not old enough to remember Ray Guy.
We remember Ray Guy.
We remember
Is he
Ray
the only
Guy.
punter in the Hall of Fame? I believe that's accurate.
Well, let's check that on Thursday.
Yeah.
Let's check that out.
We'll go look it up.
Hey, Hall of Fame.
This would be great if we only went there in order to take a photo with the Ray Guy statue.
We should do that now. We're gonna.
Yeah, I like that.
The
I like
bust.
that.
We need the Ray Guy bust.
Yeah, we don't care about any Bears.
I don't care about
we
any.
want the old Raiders.
There are more Bears in the Hall of
punter.
Fame than any other team, but
That's right.
show me the punter. Please.
Show me the only
Show
punter.
me the punter. We'll take the picture with the punter.
That'll be great to see Devin Hester get in the Hall of Fame.
It's going to be great. And also the big news last night that broke that they're going to have the gold jacket presented to Steve McMichael in his home.
Right.
That's very cool. He's obviously not making the trip to Canton.
Right.
Special week nonetheless. It's Hall of Fame week, and they're going to be in his home with his family and some former members of the 85 Bears and teammates.
Yes, that's great. It's going to be a great event. Congratulations to him. They're going to bring the bust. The president of the Hall of Fame will bring the bust, and we'll also bring a nice jacket with him so that they can go ahead and be able to enjoy that. So congratulations to him.
217 text in. Dear Staley, why did you leave Decatur?
Staley. He's not wearing pants.
I know.
But I mean, think about it. He is a bear, and that wool, that suit, you must be exhausted.
Well, Staley shops at the same place that Clark the Cub shops, the store without any pants, because Clark the Cub is also pantless.
Have you ever dressed up as a mascot in your life?
I have never dressed up as a mascot in my life.
I dressed up. Okay, well, let me just finish what I'm saying. I once, for my daughter's first birthday, got myself a what do you call it, an Elmo suit.
Oh, yeah, you dressed up as Elmo.
And I came
That's Dad
here.
of the Year stuff.
I came here with my Elmo suit, and I put the hat on, and I was like dancing around in the parking lot, and the players were leaving, and everyone was honking as I was.
Did they know it was you?
I don't think I was hidden. So,
but they did not know it was you?
A couple of people mentioned to me that they saw me.
Do you have a voice that you could kind of share with us when you did your Elmo voice?
You know what I remember about
and can you do it with a French accent?
So I'm in this thing. So I'm in the whole suit, and I got this helmet on, and I'm not joking. I took off the helmet, and I must have lost a bucket of water. I mean, you get so hot in those things. I'm telling you. Staley, that suit is nasty.
That just makes you feel bad for the next guy wearing the Elmo suit after you.
I know, because I did. I rented it and returned it. But my nephews were there. They were like 5 or 6. And as a gag, they decided to trip me. And we were at the time living in this townhouse. And Elmo came down about 4 stairs and went arse over tea kettle into the living room. So, and you heard, like, you did not hear, hi, everybody, I love my goldfish. You heard, son of a...
I don't think Elmo was probably drinking Kool-Aid or milk that night, right?
No.
Okay.
I think Elmo was burying his sorrow and trying to loosen up the pain. All right, we got Big's time next. We're going to take a time out. We'll come back with the man himself. It's Mully. It's Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Bears training camp is on.
Matt Eberflus.
What we do on the grass is what matters.
Niners quarterback Brock Purdy says he wants to develop what he calls that Tom Brady kind of.
Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Brad Biggs, the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a long-time contributor to the station and a valued friend, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline or in person. Biggsy!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you are the man, and we are out here talking to you, and I'm just curious. You think the kid's going to play? What are they going to announce to us? And the fact that they're actually going to practice tomorrow, which seemingly indicates something.
Yeah, I've maintained all along that it's unlikely that he suits up and plays Thursday night in Canton. Now, have the Bears occasionally zigged where others zag? Yes, but the risk factor, I don't know. You know, like I think I said to you guys, was it Monday morning, Teddy Bridgewater in 2015 for the Vikings was the last starting quarterback, the clear number one quarterback for his team to start and play in the Hall of Fame game. That was a long time ago.
Long time ago.
And the list of starting quarterbacks since then, there's some names on it you won't even recognize.
So as Jordan Love signs, as Tua signs, as Dak Prescott gets ready to cross the $60 million a year threshold, who at Haugh Hall is in charge of mentally accounting and making notes about how much they have to maybe anticipate when Caleb Williams is going to be in this stratosphere? Before his first snap, I realized, but this is...
Do they have like a Christmas fund put aside?
Yeah. I mean, they have to start
pour money in?
Budgeting. You have to start looking ahead. I know it's like 3 years down the road, but these are the kind of things.
You hope it's 3 years down the road. Listen, that would be a phenomenal...
Where will it be by then?
Yeah, it'll be about
70, 75. I don't know. You know, what's going to happen to the salary cap? And Mike Florio, who you guys had on, has been really good on the topic of the lawsuit that the civil suit that the league's facing for the television stuff. Is that something that could impact the cap in that time range? I don't know. But you're hoping you have to break the bank for the guy. Yeah. And then you're going to have to adjust with how you can build your roster at other positions. But that's the hope, right? You figure it out.
How has he looked to you?
He was better yesterday. You know, it was red zone yesterday. They were inside. There was a little bit of rain yesterday. There were no pads, but certainly sharper in the red zone where he'd had some struggles earlier in camp. One play flushed out of the pocket by Andrew Billings, and Billings is never going to catch a guy like Caleb Williams, right? But he was able to kind of float a pass high in the back of the end zone in perfect spot. When I say high, it was intentionally high to Keenan Allen for a touchdown. And then a really nice throw to Roma Dunze. They had a bunch set of three receivers to the left, and he caught Dunze in the corner of the end zone. So yesterday was a better day, and it was better all the way around on offense when you talk about crisper operation, an elimination of the pre-snap penalties. There was a delay of game at one point, but no false starts yesterday, and there had been a whole bunch of false starts on Friday and Saturday. It was ugly.
Everybody's in the best shape of their life. Everybody looks good early. The rookies excite people because they've never seen them before. But is there anybody that comes to mind if I ask you who hasn't looked good?
Boy, who hasn't looked good?
Who's been
because there's always somebody who's like, my gosh, you see, he dropped that another pass.
I'll offer one. Velus Jones.
Velus is he's just a returner gadget guy now. Yeah. I know he said there wasn't a
body catcher
cornerback that could keep up with him. Well, he's not going to be doing a whole lot of wide receiver this season. Nate Davis, the right guard, being not out at practice yesterday after leaving during individual drills on Saturday. Well, we'll see where he's at today. We'll see in minutes here with them in full pads. My guess is he's not a go today, but
Were you surprised or impressed with the way Eberflus responded to that?
I don't know, because it was a specific question about Nate Davis.
Yes.
I don't know if Eberflus's intention was a general response, right?
It was strong.
But it was stronger than he would have been the last 2 years.
Oh, no question about it. No question about it. And he just needs to tighten it up a little bit and go to the old John Fox cliche that your number one ability is availability.
Yeah, that's a good.
Just tighten it up.
It's a good one. I think that maybe he could use something. Maybe Saban told him over the weekend. Maybe that's why he's a little tougher. He sees his mentor and he feels empowered by the great Nick Saban stopping by.
Yeah, Saban was. I think it was last week. Saban was here. I told him he needs to get his buddy Gary Pinkel, the longtime Missouri coach.
Yeah,
here.
enough Mizzou love. Come on, you cannot get me with the chirp stuff and then bring in Mizzou references with your Mizzou coffee mug right there.
Right. Well, I mean, we'd love to get Ball State on the schedule, but that's not going to help us very much. In the,
just pay us. Just
rankings.
pay us.
Yeah.
Write a check for $2 million. We'll play you anywhere, anytime.
Yeah. Well, that'll be an L for the Cardinals.
Hey, look at this.
Oh my gosh!
One of the great men.
Good old number 87.
Yeah.
Tom Waddle
walking by.
Looking pretty good.
Saluting us. A lot of respect.
He looks
there.
faster than when he played, which isn't saying a lot, but he does look a little faster.
So, Big Z, when we sit here and talk about that offensive line, do you believe that they would do? And it was interesting because the Shane Waldron, the offense coordinator yesterday, said effectively when Nate Davis is healthy, he's the starter. Well.
Right.
There is that when he's healthy, because it doesn't seem very often. When do they make a move, if they make a move? Is it as obvious as Ryan Bates playing guard and then going with Coleman as the center? Is that the simple way that they'll conquer this?
I mean, that seems how they would address it. They're not going to – I get questions for my mailbag that's going to run tomorrow, and there were just a ton of Nate Davis things. And
right.
I'm leaving most of them out, but
it's not
they're not going to make a change
final
in their,
decision.
Or a change in their starting lineup based on a guy getting an injury in the second padded practice of the summer, right? Like, you went through this offseason plan – the guy's owed almost $9 million guaranteed this season. I don't think you're mixing things up that quickly. Now they've got more depth this season, I think, on the line. I think that's fair to say, and they've got more versatility. Bates is a guy who I thought was going to win the center job. Still very well could win the center job. He would be my guess right now to be the starting center week one. But the guy's got ample experience playing guard and right guard in the NFL, so they could make that move, and they've got some flexibility there on the interior. I will maintain that as much focus as there is on the center position and what's going to happen here in Nate Davis, the bigger story on that offensive line is what kind of play do they get from Braxton Jones this
I think
season?
you're right.
I think people have just been caught up with this Nate Davis thing and the center position, and the center has killed them, and this, that, and the next.
All you want from Braxton Jones is for him to be as consistent and reliable as your guy Chuck Leno was at one point in time.
Well, if he got to a level where they're like, hey, we need to go out and pay him, but we know we're not going to have to pay him at the top of the market because he's not that kind of player. I mean, if you've got the 13th to 15th best left tackle in the league.
But let me just put words in your mouth here. So you're saying that Braxton Jones is the biggest concern on the Bears' offensive line?
No, I think it's a bigger story.
Okay.
I think it's a bigger story. I'm not calling him a concern, but to me it's more important.
Is he hurt?
No, he's been out there.
So
like, now does he
develop? That's the
right.
question.
Yeah. Can he elevate his game in year 3? Right. What does he look like? Because if you've got a left tackle that you like, and he's still signed for one more year on that rookie contract, then you don't have to make that your number one shopping list for the offseason. Then you're talking, okay, what can we get to pair up with Montez Sweat here?
That's
got to
be a priority.
Right? You know what I'm saying? So I get it. It's legitimate stories to talk about Nate Davis, to talk about the center position, but my goodness, I think it's more impactful what happens at left tackle.
Amagaji, idea when he would show up? I mean, there's a reason they brought back the oldest tight end in history, right? Maybe they're going to need that help on the outside if there's any struggles.
They really like what Mercedes brings to the locker room and helping them in the run game. Kieran, he hasn't been cleared yet. We'll see when that happens. That's a big injury he's coming back off of with the quad, and I think they want to just make sure that when he's out there, it's not a situation where there's going to be setbacks. He's cleared to go, and he's full go then.
Speaking of tight ends, so I was reading the Sunday Tribune, and you guys had a list, I guess you're filling out the paper, of the top 5 tight ends in the NFL, the Wire story, and obviously the usual suspects are on there. T.J. Hawkinson was a little bit higher than I thought. How far down do you have to go to get to Cole Kmet?
Are we talking about
all around?
Are we talking about ranking tight ends for fantasy football? Or
No, it wasn't fantasy football. It was in your paper. I assume you read every word in your paper. So tell me, all around tight ends, top 5. Cole Kmet was not in there.
Well,
How far down do you have to go?
I think you're talking about somewhere
10,
shortly after 10, right?
Okay,
somewhere in that middle part.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
I mean, not top 10, but
like what
10 to
I think
15, 20.
What gives him real value is he could do everything at a good level, maybe not a great level, right? So he's an effective receiver. He's a good red zone target. We've certainly seen that, and he's not a willing blocker. He's a good blocker, right? You see some of those guys that are going to be high on that list, and they're dynamic performers in the passing game, but they're probably hurting you if you're trying to run the football behind them.
They had Laporta 5th.
Oh, boy, Laporta. I mean, boy, was he
player.
good last year.
Yeah.
I mean, in the passing game anyway. Holy smokes, was he good.
Cole Kmet's not even so he's the 3rd best in his division, right?
He's a good player, though, right? He's a good player.
He's a good player, yeah.
And they got him signed.
I just want to expect what kind of year to have from him, because the trio, you're going to get the trio. All 3 of those guys.
And they've got Gerald Everett now, too. Gerald Everett is a pass-catching guy, right? He's not going to give you a whole lot, I think, in terms of blocking, but they've got depth now. They've got a lot of options. It's going to be.
How is the running game?
I think the running game should be good. I think you've got a couple different backs with some different skill sets. It's going to be interesting to see on a week-to-week basis what kind of game plan there is. Who are they playing?
Right.
How does Shane Waldron want to attack them? I mean, you would think, especially early in the season, that running the football would be a priority to help out your rookie quarterback, right?
Yeah, it is. I don't know if you've made roster projections yet, though, but does Khalil Herbert make this team?
I think so. Yeah, I mean,
you're keeping 3 running backs, and then Travis Homer, and then
I mean, the fullback would be the one I don't know about. Do they have a spot for a fullback on the roster? Do they want to keep one?
Do they use a fullback?
Well, Waldron didn't use one last year in Seattle. That doesn't mean.
Have you seen a fullback used here yet?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen him out there.
Okay.
They're obviously not going to have him on the 90 and have him do nothing in practice, but where do they head with that? I don't know. Herbert to me he's a really good runner between the tackles. He's a guy that stays behind his pads. He's a good inside zone runner. I don't know how you help yourself out by letting go of him. Although I had one guy ask me for the mailbag, like they added a running back the other day because they had Homer's hurt and Ian Wheeler and undrafted rookie free agents hurt. Somebody's got to carry the ball Thursday night. And they're like, Guys like, what does this mean? They can look to trade Khalil Herbert?
No. What are you going to get?
Who's trading for a running back like Khalil Herbert? I mean, that's such an interchangeable position.
I love the mailbag. I love your mailbag, Brad.
Well, it'll be out tomorrow.
Good stuff.
It'll be out tomorrow.
You don't like his tight end stories even when he doesn't write it. Our show is hitting the road. We're heading to Canton, Ohio this week. We're going to be broadcasting live from the Pro Football Hall of Fame on Thursday and Friday from 5:30 to 10. We're obviously going to go to the game Thursday night, and we'll have exclusive interviews with special guests reacting to the Hall of Fame game and so much more. And it's all presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Can't wait.
Yeah, we're going to have fun, Bigsy. We'll see you in Canton.
I'll be there.
Hanging out with you.
We'll be by the Ray Guy bust.
Whether you like it or not. We're going to, in honor of the new greatest punter ever drafted, we're going to go look at the old punter.
We're going to take a selfie with Ray Guy.
The only one in the Hall of Fame. And we're going to have Dan and Lawrence. We'll chat with them next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Score and Mully and Haugh are hitting the road to Canton to broadcast live from the Pro Football Hall of Fame for 2 big shows, Thursday and Friday from 5:30 to 10 a.m.
3 Bears. What do you think the record will be this year, guys?
Yeah, 10 wins or bust.
Well, I bet money that they would win more than 7.5.
Okay.
So
you're above 7.5.
I think 9. I mean, that's fair, don't you, Owen? What do you think? Huh?
Yeah, 8 or 9 would be a good year. I think for a rookie quarterback, no matter how good he is, the defense, as good as they are, learning a new offensive scheme, getting everybody working together, moving in the right direction, and obviously, as Coach can speak to this, takeaways come into play. All the little things you're doing right or wrong come into play. So I think 8 or 9 is fair.
What do you think the biggest exaggeration has been about this team?
That they're ready to go to the playoffs and win playoff games. You know what I mean? Like that's a hard. I like Coach off to that, but it's a hard thing to do, to learn how to do those, to learn how to do that, to get to the playoffs, to prepare all year, to keep yourself focused. The season is 17 games now. It's a long year for these young guys to come together, work together, learn how to win football games. Tough thing to do.
It is, and just what all was saying there, consistency. When you look at the Bears' schedule early, I mean, everybody around the NFL and around the country saying, boy, they get an easy schedule, which they do based off of what happened last year, assuming that everybody's healthy. But, when you got a new offensive system and a new quarterback, consistency is playing well week after week. I think Caleb will come out and maybe the first game of the season, light it up, throw 3 touchdown passes, and everybody in Chicago will think that the Bears have arrived. Well, the next week he could go out and throw 3 interceptions, And so to me, when you got a young team, a new offensive system, winning consistently is what separates the really good teams as compared to the teams that, 1 week up, 1 week down. And so that's going to be the key. They got to start fast, and you say, how are they going to do that? By playing consistently, doing all the things. Like Owen said, I mean, defensively, you can't give up the big play consistently.
bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Want to thank everyone connected to this fantastic Bears training camp broadcast. We are out here. We're not in the studio, but thanks to the Hyundai dealers for their contribution to the Scores Hyundai Studios. Thanks to Evan Thomas. He was out here with us doing it all, getting us going, getting us twitching and motivated every morning as always, and incredibly helpful. Thanks to everyone out here. Rich Wyatt does more work than any 5 guys you've ever met before. He did everything.
He did everything.
Unbelievable.
Boy, he was out here like at 2 a.m. too.
Oh, my God. I mean, it was incredible. Thanks to Ryan Porth was out here getting it done, wearing his shorts. That's
wearing
nice.
his shorts and the Reds jersey. That was a bit much.
And thanks to Peter Hansen, our intern.
Oh,
and
yes.
And thanks to the guys back in the studio. Really appreciate Alex Kuhn and Tyler Farringal.
Yes.
For their great work.
They did yeoman's work.
Our executive producer, Mr. Dustin Rhodes, is here with us. And special shout out to Ming, who dropped off. He had the Benison's Bakery drop off for the show.
Was that why we had?
That was from Ming. Yep.
Those donuts.
That's
Very
exactly
nice.
what they
Alex,
were.
thank you very
Yes.
much.
Yes.
Rose to the occasion. They were very good.
great.
Where'd they go?
They're right over here. I think
Okay.
Bigsy moved them out when he came in. He didn't want a donut sitting in front of him.
I get it. Very tempting.
Yeah, so thanks to everybody. Really had a lot of laughs. Thanks to our boss, Mitch Rosen, his great work. And we've got the great Lawrence Holmes now. Lawrence with us. And he's with Dan Bernstein. It's Dan Bernstein. I thought today.
What's up, guys?
Different. Hey, guys.
Hey, sounds like you're having an interesting time out there today.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of laughs.
Define interesting, Dan.
I don't know. It sounds like there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going
There's
on.
a lot going
There's
on
a lot
here.
going on.
Yeah.
You know, deal with the public.
Got Turn of the Mac playing.
Yeah, got a lot of music. Got a lot of people walking by. Got Staley walking around without pants.
We got friendship bracelets.
Friendship bracelets were handed out.
Yeah.
We parked about a half mile away.
We're only
maybe it's 2.
2 miles away.
Yeah, exactly.
Dave's just going to run back there, and you're done for the day.
I'm going to get my workout in.
Wait, hold on. Even at the time that you arrived, you couldn't park close?
Well, there was a caveat.
Yeah, they said that we could park here, but we'd have to stay here till 1:30.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want us driving over any of the fans. And we tried to explain that we've only ever done that the one time.
Yeah, it only happened once.
Yeah.
And Mully totally pled out to that one. So
yeah,
we were good. Nobody was hurt.
Total misunderstanding.
Nobody was hurt badly.
Oh.
So we were good. So we parked. Yeah, we parked a little while away, a ways away.
Right.
Good, healthy.
Nice stretch of the legs in the morning.
Good, healthy jog back to it.
Before the lights on.
Who got you guys the friendship bracelets?
Some gentleman came over and offered them.
They're giving them out. They're freebies. I think we're going to check with our ethics coordinator to see if we can actually accept them.
It was Kevin Warren? Is he the person who did it, or?
No, he was busy. He was washing his car.
We saw George come in, like shortly after we got on the air. George came flying by on a scooter.
He did. That's not a lie.
We
saw that. He blew us off, and he kept going.
He didn't. He waved. Let's take a listen.
You want a little bit of gradual, incremental improvement as George McCaskey goes by on a scooter.
That's right.
Good morning. It's a good morning at Haugh when George McCaskey is on a scooter at 5:35 with a backpack, just to paint the picture here. You don't see that every day. Oh, you don't. Maybe they do here.
He did wave.
Yeah, was that a wave?
I gave him a thumbs up. He gave me a thumbs up.
It was a dismissive wave.
Sure was a thumb.
David was upset.
I was hurt like Chris Getz. I was hurt.
David used to walk the parking lot, the south lot with him. Those many years ago.
I'm wounded.
It's okay.
It's all right. I'll get
What'd you
over it.
think of the big trade?
I think you traded 3 major leaguers for people that you didn't even want, and one of them's got a broken leg.
Why did you have to have 3 teams involved? Why couldn't you just trade Eric Fetty? Wasn't he worth something?
You would think that doesn't he project out as like a 6.5 WAR pitcher, and you would think that you could just trade him for the person that you wanted, instead of having to get other teams involved.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, given where he was ranked with WAR, that there wasn't more interest in him. I don't know what they could have gotten. It feels like they could have gotten more, but I don't know that people were over eager to add him or give up much for him.
We said that today they're going to trade Garrett Crochet reportedly, and they'll get like some minor leaguer, but somehow the Cardinals will get 2 major league players. That's pretty wild.
Garrett Crochet, as of right now, as of this moment, is the most valuable qualified individual pitcher in all of Major League Baseball.
Wow.
Okay. Well,
he's got to go.
He's hurt feelings.
He's
got to
go.
His demands. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd keep him. I would keep him. I'd rebrand. I'd regroup. I'd either wait for the offseason. There's no rush. I would not trade him today.
Well, based on the person doing the trading, I don't know that it matters right now, because I don't know that you have a competent general manager who has any concept of what he's doing.
Doesn't look like it.
Somebody needs to intervene. Then he needs an intervention. Do not trade Garrett Crochet.
Well, see, I think you should trade him. I just don't know that I trust them to get value.
Right. Well, that's part of the problem.
It's a huge problem.
But somehow the Cardinals will get value out of that.
Because the Cardinals ended up getting 2 players that should be able to help them.
Yeah, because Mozeliak's done this a time or two before.
Oh, my God.
And just wait until you see what Mark Pryor can do with Michael Kopech. Wouldn't that be something? Michael Kopech, the reclamation project in L.A. Yeah. That would be fascinating theater.
Well, if he doesn't throw his fastball 75% of the time, he could be an effective pitcher.
Yes, maybe he will be out in L.A.
How are you guys handling the glorious day that today represents to all of us in our simple lives?
Trade deadline, 4 o'clock Central Daylight Time, and we will help work your way to that. Chris Emma
Is
with
it 4 or 5? 4?
It was 5 Eastern.
Oh, I thought it was 6 Eastern. That's okay.
I
could be wrong. You're probably right.
As could I. This is what I was told. Chris Emma is going to join us at 10:25 with a Bears report. Ian Happ at 11:25. High noon today. We're going to check in with the Sox Machine guys to get their take on what they think the White Sox have acquired so far. I have a new favorite athlete, I think. I saw him last night, and I just think he's wonderful. I was so tickled. I got such a joy out of watching the guy compete. And Caitlin Sharkey of GN at 1 o'clock and more.
Have a great show.
See you guys.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Let me get this straight, though. Did the Cardinals give up only Tommy Edman to end up with Eric Fetty and Tommy Pham? That the only prospects coming back to the White Sox are all from the Dodgers? You have to get something from St. Louis, too. You should be getting something very good from St. Louis. Who is going to be the surprise breakout star from Hard Knocks? It's some rookie we don't know yet? Probably.
It's of course, right? It's someone we don't know, but there's so many new. Caleb and Odunze will be huge people, obviously.
It's either Jalen or Tevin.
Oh, Tevin!
They're both great personalities for it.
Our guy Jalen, Tevin. You're so right about Tevin. This is a moment for Tevin. There's so much stuff that they could get out of. All we got to do is tip them off about Baconators and skyscrapers and more.
Well, there's an opportunity for Grody to become the de facto breakout star given his adjacency to Tevin. Like, he's always hanging around Tevin getting gold, so they can use Grody as a vehicle to get the gold out of Tevin.
I think that's going to be a big part of it, man. Which local media is it? Like, is Grody going to ask the silly question that goes viral from it? Is it going to be Mark Carman?
It'll be Potsy.
Potsy.
Yeah. There's going to be a Potsy moment for sure.
It's going to be great. I mean, they'll use local, like the Score will probably be featured. Maybe it'll be Up the Dial because they're the Bears flagship. Who knows? But like, there's going to be local media weirdness.
I was going to say that Grody has to get back to doing his hair like the Floose, but the Floose doesn't even really do his hair like that anymore. I think Grody should grow out the facial hair and go single white female all over the Floose, just like show up. Whatever the Floose looks like, that's what Grody has to look like at camp.
It's going to be excellent. This is just ripe for content. And I mean, man, the Bears continue to be the gift to the offseason content gods. Thank you, Bears.
underway. Preseason games are on the horizon, and we're covering it every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score and Odyssey Sports Station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show.
Here's the trade.
Okay.
The Rays sent Matt Garza along with Fernando Perez, left-hander Zach Roscoe to the Cubs.
Zach Roscoe, yeah.
For Haugh Julie, Brandon Geyer, not Brandon Fryer, Robinson Chorinos.
Okay, and our breakfast special today is chorizo and eggs.
Chorizo and eggs.
Chorizo and eggs.
That's an all-timer.
Who wins the sausage race?
What is that?
It's a Mexican sausage.
Robinson chorizo.
See?
Hey,
I'm not alone.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, it sounds
Hey,
like
I ran into the tamale guy over the weekend.
Really?
On Friday night, late night. Hell yeah.
10 minutes, you'll be at the Western Union office. About $500. I'll buy you a nice juicy steak or whatever you want, okay? Chorizo and eggs. Huh? Chorizo and eggs. I'll get you whatever you want.
I wished upon a tamale guy and he came through.
Was like what Joe Madden always said. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Oh, nice drink. The student becomes the teacher.
That's an all-timer. Mark that down.
Bernstein and Holmes. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Got a full show for you today as, Mully's right. I'm wrong about the trade deadline. 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Let the record show I was wrong and I made Dan
All right.
be
No.
wrong.
It's my
I'm
job.
sorry,
It's
Dan.
my job to confirm, no matter my level of trust in my longtime producer.
Circle of trust.
So 5 p.m. is the deadline, and we'll see who is here and
We'll
who
see what
is
her
not.
player the White Sox will trade for this time.
We'd love to get this guy, but we can't just trade our guy for that guy. So let's pay another team to get involved, and we'll send a bunch of cash.
And then not get the guy that we were trying to get.
And then the other team gets the guy that we want, but we get some other guys, one of whom is a broken leg. But that's fine. Ian Happ will join us at 11:25, high noon. Sox Machine guys. Caitlin Sharkey will make sure you're caught up on everything that's going on at Bears training camp and the MLB trade deadline as things swirl around us in the world of sports.
Yeah, I like looking at our rundown. There's a Bears segment in every hour of the show today.
As there should be.
As there should be, and there probably will be going forward, which is great because there's a lot of stuff to get into, and we're right, like 56 hours or whatever from them playing in the Hall of Fame game. And yeah, there you go. Football is kind of back, kind of. And we can watch the finale of Hard Knocks tonight, right?
Yeah.
To see what other crazy moves the Giants are going to make. And somehow the Bears being referenced in Hard Knocks.
Will Roma Dunze appear once again? Some way.
I guarantee you Roma Dunze will appear again on Hard Knocks.
Really just want to see the reaction to what the Falcons do.
Yeah, I agree. Like that to me is the most interesting thing of everyone being like, wait, what?
Yeah, this is the get your popcorn out like television.
But
this
maybe
episode.
The more that I think about it, as the salaries and the demands on quarterbacks go higher and higher, maybe there's something. I don't know if you go first round, but it's not a bad idea to have the other guy ready if you are on the fence about your quarterback or you don't want to pay like that much money to them. Like if you look at the Tua deal, and I think Tua's pretty good, and I think he's with the perfect play caller and the perfect skill position guys to, you know what I mean, for him to succeed. But if you have questions about Tua, you probably should have drafted a quarterback to, be ready in case you don't like what you see.
Or don't pay Kirk Cousins $100 million and then draft a quarterback 6th overall.
But
that almost cuts the other way on that.
I actually think that it can make sense It just was really weird considering that like the week before you had brought in Kirk Cousins. And so when what you could have done was you could have traded for Justin Fields and drafted Michael Penix and saved yourself a lot of money, but maybe you feel like you wouldn't have won a lot of games.
And the last part of this, the best case scenario, let's say Penix doesn't play for 3 years, then he's 27 and you don't know if he's any good.
And he's got 2 reconstructed knees and there's all sorts of stuff. By the way, guess who's been taking the QB1 snaps in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I know.
Because Russell Wilson's leg hurt. So
it better unhurt soon.
Yep.
Or
that would be my advice to Russ.
What's going to happen to him is the same thing that he did.
Yep.
To, was it Matt Walsh?
No, Matt Flynn.
Matt Flynn. The voice you heard before.
Isn't Matt Walsh the guy from like Veep and stuff?
I don't know. That's the voice of Adam Studzinski. He's our associate producer and sound man. Next to him is Ray Diaz, who is our executive producer. Brandon Fryer helps out. Alex Kuhn was here helping out as well.
Kuhn.
Connor O'Donnell is in the back doing the video things. He was just shaking his head at what's already happening with some of the Bears content that he's putting out there. We should not be surprised to see all the activity on this stuff because there is an insatiable appetite at the moment for Bears content.
Yes, the appetite for White Sox baseball not as high.
Well, it shouldn't be, but my God. Because I was sitting here yesterday when we turned around that sound in the afternoon, and just the mealy mouth stuff that's coming from Chris Getz here. You got a player. You got the most valuable player on the team who is trying to look out when it's no one else's job to look out for his best interest physically, and he's looking out for his just like an NFL player would. And think about it like that. There might not be a precedent in baseball, but then you come out and say we were taken aback and it was hurtful. What do you think is going on? What do you think this is?
Well, why don't we do this? Because maybe people didn't get a chance to hear it. Let's hear from Chris Getz, because setting this whole thing up, Garrett Crochet is one of the most wanted trade pieces out there right now. But his people have let teams know that if you trade for him, he's been very happy with the routine that the White Sox have put him on. They're pitching him every 5th day. He would like to stay on that routine. And if you plan on pitching him in the bullpen or in the postseason, then he would like an extension, even though he has 2 years left on his deal. So now that you know all of that, here's White Sox general manager Chris Getz.
Garrett and I, I felt like we've had a really strong relationship back to when we drafted him. And, I think about, the alternate site and, he made his major league debut, so quickly without any minor league games. And I remember driving over here. He had never been to a major league park, and being with him and kind of going through that experience with him, getting acclimated to the major leagues and, going through his injuries and his decision along with mine to go into this year preparing to be a starter and giving him a chance to do that. I'm really, I continue to feel that we have a really open and honest relationship, and certainly I believe in Garrett, and he goes out. Whether I believe in him or not doesn't matter, because he believes in himself as a pitcher. The communication had been very strong between Garrett and I, and his agency, and I was a little surprised and taken back by how they went about it, considering that I had a conversation with his agent, the night before. I didn't, that's not exactly the tactic that I would have taken, even being a former player, quite honestly, just because the dialogue had been so honest and real and careful and mindful of his career, because, I've known him since we got him. So I was a little surprised by it. I was. I think most people, most fans, and even players, without knowing everything, it makes sense. I think we understand, why a stance would be taken like that. Now, how you go about expressing that is what was a bit hurtful, quite honestly, considering I felt like we could have handled it a little bit differently, and still, I think everyone accomplished what they wanted to accomplish. But Garrett's a very talented arm, and he's just getting his starting career going, and he's looking out for his long-term well-being. We fully understand and support that, and will continue to do so. But the belief that we didn't have his best intentions in mind, I think, was what I was a little surprised by with how it was handled. But we're Garrett and I are fine. We are good. I'll continue to be one of his top supporters. In regards to how it affects his the coming days, tough to tell.
Is it fair to say that some teams have backed away because of the rhetoric?
I think that it created some questions, in which, sometimes I'm able to combat some of that just because of the relationships I have with other clubs. But it definitely created some questions. The short-term and long-term consequences are unknown.
I'm reminded of the line. I think it's what Nick Nolte says to Mac Davis in North Dallas 40, when he says, every time I say it's a game, they say it's a business. And every time I say it's a business, they say it's a game. And that's where Garrett Crochet finds himself. So to hear Chris Getz play all this romanticized, he'd never been to a game before, and I took him to a game. Stop that. Understand what you're doing here. This has to be dispassionate. You have to understand that Garrett Crochet is not your kid, and this isn't T-ball, and he's got some agency here. Mm-hmm. And why would Garrett Crochet want to be a part of this organization?
That's where I feel like his representation in him may have messed some things up. Garrett, you do not want to be here. So take it up with the new team once you get to the new team, because what's going to happen now is there's going to be whispers from people who cover the White Sox about, maybe not people who cover the White Sox, but folks who are in the know about the White Sox and speak about the White Sox. They'll go, well, is he really bought in? Is this a guy that really wants to win? You don't want to be in a bad organization, and you've made it more likely that you're going to stay with a bad organization, and an organization that has proven that they don't pay pitchers.
They've said it.
They have absolutely said it.
The owner has said it.
I think he could have played it another way, but I understand why he's trying to play it this way. But what you don't want, if you're Garrett Crochet, is to be here. You don't want that.
But if you want a snapshot of the pettiness and insularity of an organization, it's hurtful. How about 82 losses? Is that
through 109 games?
Is that hurtful? This qualifies as hurtful?
They have as many blown saves as they do wins.
This is what pains you. The personal aspect of a near trade deadline negotiation that is being leveraged by the most valuable pitcher in baseball. And you've taken his effort and turned it into 82 losses. And yet his effort to try to secure a bag and keep himself healthy is hurtful to you. You can't believe some of this stuff. Well, it's hurtful that we thought it was
brother, this guy stinks.
An honest negotiation, and we thought it was maybe you didn't realize what mattered to him. How honest was all of it? It's just weird.
It is weird, but what I want is the best for the player, and I'm afraid that Garrett may have doomed himself here. And that's not what you want. You want to get out of here. Because here's the thing. Let's say that everything goes right for the White Sox. Everything. Over the next 2 years. They're gonna be like, oh, well, we got the most out of Garrett Crochet, and they're not going to pay him what he's worth. Why not give yourself as good of a chance as possible to get out of here? And then talk with the people, wherever it is you land, and say, this is what worked for me. This is what I'd like to do. I'd love to be a part of your franchise for a long time. But that's where the business part smacks you in the face. Because if you're someone who's trading for Garrett Crochet, you're trading for the 2 years of control. You're not trading to extend him, because there isn't a body of evidence that says that he can stay healthy as a starter.
Unless you have an incredibly creative way of lawyering that deal. You could put all kinds of language in there of incentives and triggers and agreements. Like you could sort of build a lattice structure of a contract if you wanted to. And if that's something Crochet would be willing to do, there's a roadmap to that.
Sure.
But it does take a commitment on a part of an organization too.
This is just me though, and I'm not in the position that Garrett Crochet is, but if he were asking me, I'd be like, Garrett, the priority is to get away from the White Sox. Figure the rest of it out, but get away first. Go to a place that is trying to win, that has a winning structure in place, and they might be able to, because think about it. Garrett's been only listening to the White Sox pitching infrastructure, which for now is pretty good. You got two guys who know what they're doing, but it's still run by a general manager that everyone's got questions about and an owner that people have got questions about. Why not go to a place where you can take some of that stuff out of it? Like there's a real fight or flight thing going on with me when I look at Garrett Crochet's thing. And I'm like, flight, man. Flight is the better choice for you right now. Get out of here.
Trade deadline coverage on The Score is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. When we come back, Chris Emma is pacing the practice fields up at Haugh with the latest on everything happening with the Bears at work. So we will talk to him, and he will talk Bears next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
And what the Cubs have done in the past week, and with the latest deal for Isaac Paredes, they have essentially added value and increased the value of the third base position on their roster. And yes, he did begin his career. His first professional at bat was as a South Bend Cub.
It's unbelievable.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Well, apparently Mark Grody had a flub that needs some afternoon show policing.
We're going to be going down the hallway from the Scorer's Fine Studios.
Oh, yes.
To our performance stage, where a lot of the Lala people come. Have you ever been to one of those little concerts?
Yeah, I was just in there for, what was the most recent one? Was Perry Farrell, actually, speaking of
Was he
Lala.
really?
I mean, he's
the inventor.
He's the inventor. Porno. He was actually with Porno for Pirates. Even
Was
though
he really? Did Jane say she's
Jane
through
said,
with
no.
Sergio?
Jane says,
He
no,
treats her
Sergio.
like a rag doll?
It's very different when he's with the addiction folks.
Oh,
He's Jane's addiction folks. No,
Okay.
this was more, this is the toned down Porno for Pirates. We make great pets. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Porno for Pirates is incorrect.
Well, I mean, no, they have their interests, the Pirates.
Well, they do. They do.
They get porno if they want it.
Starling Marte and Gregory Polanco were into some weird stuff.
Well, actually, shouldn't be laughing.
I will laugh, Greg. I'm going to laugh.
Yeah, I mean, Manny Sanguian and Willie Stargell had a thing, man. Woo, boy, some volatile stuff. You ever see that picture of Dave Parker and Omar Moreno watching porn?
It's graphic.
Tough. It's a tough thing you can't unsee in the dugout.
Roberto Clemente loved moms.
Famously.
Porno for pirates.
Arg!
Matey.
And for people who don't know, what's the band's name, Speaks?
Porno for Pyros.
Yeah.
It was right there.
So
Pyros.
So obviously, I was reporting for duty today. I was in my squad car. I was policing Grody this morning on my way in today.
As you do.
And I texted him. I was like, "Hey, man, I know there's a lot going on in that segment there. You said porno for pirates." And he says, "I did." and then this is what happened during crosstalk.
By the way, I do have to now. I've had multiple texters telling me I said porno for pirates. It should be for, and Chris Tannehill checked me on that as well.
Wow. Porno for pyros.
Pyros, exactly. I said, I didn't even realize I said it. This porno is only for pirates.
That's a completely different thing that I'm not sure I want to know about.
She has a peg leg, she does.
If you're into that sort of thing.
It's driving me nuts.
Or is it like the baseball team? Like it's just a bunch of Paul Skeens out and something on tape?
Matey, check out and be masked.
I'm trying to put together in my head. Porno for a good mermaid, maybe? Oh, a mermaid. Porno for pirates.
Porno for pirates is amazing.
Yeah,
like, what's the Lala performance like there?
I mean, explaining porno for pyros is problematic enough, let alone porno for pirates.
No, porno for pirates is fantastic.
What is porno for pyros?
Right.
But,
probably fire.
Porno for pirates definitely involves like tall
How
ships.
will you handle this situation?
No way! Even porno for pirates can't delay his "How will ye handle this today?" The guy is a machine.
He really is.
10 o'clock on the numbers.
Grody took it. He took it. He took the liberty of doing the what?
Grody did the Mully.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Grody doing that.
Grody wanted out
of
of
the
that.
convo.
How will ye handle this
I didn't know it was
today?
Grody doing
Yeah,
that. That's
I'm sorry.
phenomenal.
.com, an Odyssey station.
Yeah, I think that's one thing we just mentioned to those guys, coming off the practice before the players' day off. We had some struggles there operationally, and then being able to bounce back today and have a clean practice right there and operate at a high level there. And we know when we're operating at a high level from an operation standpoint, it's given all 11 players the best chance to play fast and play within every concept.
Bears offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. Training camp coverage is presented by Chevy. DriveChicago.com and the number 1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Let's talk Bears with somebody who's got some eyes on him right now. Chris Emma. He is on Twitter at CEmma670. The 670 The Score Bears reporter is on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We are doing well, Emma. So today's the day we'll find out what ends up happening as far as who's going to play on Thursday. What are you looking for in this practice, considering what the weekend practices were like?
Yeah, I think today's the day that you kind of check that box for Caleb Williams that he won't be playing in the Hall of Fame game on Thursday night, because I think today is going to be a really important and structured practice. It's going to be a longer practice today. I think they're going closer to noon. It is hot out here, guys. It's one of those days where the intensity rises up a couple notches, and they're still going through warm-ups and individual drills right now. You can just kind of feel today's going to be one of those days that tests a young quarterback. Going to be a lot of reps out there. I think they're going to try to get everything they can with the first-team offense and squeeze an opportunity ahead of Thursday night where they feel Caleb is kind of checked those necessary boxes.
Okay, so if the first unit isn't going to play, Caleb isn't going to play, give me someone who could catch my eye in the game Thursday that maybe doesn't get a lot of reps because they aren't a 1.
Yeah, I got a couple Kim Mastroli nominations for you here. Tyler Scott's the guy everybody's been talking about, right? He's been having a very strong camp. Talking to him a couple days ago, there's just a different comfort level there. He's anticipating things within his route that he wasn't able to do last year, and that's comfort, that's experience, but it's also just kind of catching up to the speed of the game, and he's able to adapt his top flight speed. I mean, this is one of the fastest guys on the team, and he just feels more comfortable. He knows how to apply his speed and routes and get to the top of the route and make that cut or come back on something, and I think he's going to have a very big preseason. I think that's a guy people are going to be talking about. And then down the depth chart a little bit is a veteran, Freddie Swain, another wide receiver. I think he's going to be very active late in that game. He's another guy, great speed, special teams value. I think he's somebody who's going to make an impression. And the 2 guys you're going to be talking about, if not after Thursday, then throughout the preseason.
See, I would say Tyler Scott ineligible for the Ken Mastroli Award just at first blush. I think he played too much last year. He's clearly going to make the roster. Now, Freddie Swain, that might just be ideal.
Yeah. I got to check the eligibility on that, but yeah, you're probably right. Look, Tyler Scott shouldn't be a surprise to your point. Like, he's a 4th-round pick last year. Everybody was singing his praises as a guy who could have a breakout rookie season, and it just wasn't there. And to what he said is simply, I just feel a lot more natural out there. And I'm really excited to see what he does in days like today where it's going to be full pads and full speed and you're getting tested by that secondary. Go out and make some plays. He's been able to do that so far early in training camp, and it is still late July. There's a ways to go, but he just looks like a different player right now.
Is there any battle going on in the back of the secondary, too? Because we know that you've got Stevenson, Brisker, Byard, Johnson, Kyler Gordon. Behind them, there's some familiar names, and we know that Terrell Smith has been talked about as maybe somebody with the ability to start elsewhere who's a backup here. Greg Stroman has occasionally made a play. Jonathan Owens is in Paris. We're not going to get to see him. We know he's more of a special teams guy, but we know they matter, that these backups are going to play. Where are the battles there?
Yeah, like you mentioned, Greg Stroman. He had that big game in Washington last year. He was one of the heroes defensively in a big win for the Bears to stop that 14-game losing streak. He's had some moments out there. He's been able to make some plays. You mentioned Jonathan Owens, and certainly the special teams value is there. We're going to see him back in action this weekend when he does return from Paris. But you got some young guys as well. You mentioned Terrell Smith. That's a really good name to mention, Dan. He was somebody they were really high on. And early on in that year, as Stevenson was really kind of getting settled, they had that rotation going kind of every series or every other series. It's not going to be the case like that for Terrell Smith. That should light a fire under him a little bit. Like, I got to go out and prove it. I got to earn whatever's out there. Yeah, in theory, these roles are solidified, but until they're not, until somebody goes down, you're really trusting next man up, and they're eager to see what their depth looks like there.
Emma, considering that this offense has what I think is a really good problem, there's a lot of good players on it. There's a lot of good weapons at the wide receiver spot, and we talked last week a little bit about how Rome Odunze can stand out. I'm curious if Shane Waldron has said anything about how he wants to deploy the tight ends, because it seems like Cole Kmet is now taking that next step in his career, but they have a couple of guys now at the tight end spot that might need a little bit of love too.
Yeah, you're right. The signing of Gerald Everett was not an accident. That wasn't, let's just get this guy for depth. Gerald Everett is somebody that Shane Waldron really likes. That was somebody they targeted early in free agency to be that pass catcher alongside Cole Kmet, and that does add to the depth of your offense. You're not just talking about those receivers or those running backs. You've got really good tight end depth where you're able to run those 2 tight end sets and create different opportunities there. Gerald Everett's somebody who can be a mismatch within this offense in terms of how he stacks up to the rest of this group. He's not going to be drawing the attention when Keenan Allen's out there and Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Cole Kmet. You're not going to be talking about, we got to mark down Gerald Everett here, but he's made plays consistently throughout his career when he's been healthy. He's been a great red zone threat. It's another guy when you get in goal to go, Caleb Williams is looking to the end zone. You love to have a guy like big old number 14 out there making plays for you and to be that big target in the end zone.
Little bigger picture question that's been in the back of my mind, Chris, and maybe it's just something to be asked. How are the Bears balancing supporting and empowering Caleb Williams with also making his life appropriately difficult? Like it should be a goal to challenge him. He's got to fail. He's got to make mistakes, and he also has to feel, as the anointed starter as a rookie, he also has to feel protected and supported. Where's the balance of sort of parenting and shepherding him as a football player?
You feel it from the defense. This defense is so eager to challenge him, to talk the talk, to walk the walk certainly as well, to make those picks and let him know, hey, we took that ball away from you. They want to really test him, to almost get on his nerves in a way, but also understanding that it is going to be making him better, that he is going to be gaining from this as well. And so I don't know if that's coming from the top down, if it's somebody like Ryan Poles is telling this defense, get after this guy, or it might just be a player-led thing for that veteran-laden group. Guys like Kevin Byard have said, it can't be peaches and cream for Caleb Williams. It shouldn't. It is a very deliberate effort to challenge him, to almost annoy him in a way and to see how he responds, because they know he can handle the response. And then talking to Caleb Williams yesterday, I asked him, how have you dealt with failure? How have you dealt with the fact that it is going to be tough and you're not going to be perfect? And he said, look, I've accepted the idea that everything I'm doing is going to be making me better toward the end of the season. And he seems to be really embracing this idea.
Emma, how excited are you to see the kickoff stuff live?
Yeah, I'm very excited. We've seen it in the small doses here throughout practice, and it's so awkward looking. You almost don't know they're in kickoff drill when you see it up close until you zoom out on it a little bit. I'm really eager to see, Lawrence, how they adjust to it, what Richard Hightower has up his sleeve. There's so many different things. It's not just the idea of tricks or trying to exploit something. The returners are going to look different. This isn't, you love to have Devin Hester back there, but you don't have a ton of left to right, sideline to sideline thing. You might want a running back type to be in your guy back there instead. They sought out DeAndre Carter. I think that's probably your favorite to be the kickoff returner. They're still rotating plenty. I'm curious to see, as I mentioned last week with you guys, how Rome Odunze fits into the return game as well. But you're kind of inventing and recreating your entire return game and finding the right personnel. What do you want as your blockers? How do you want to adjust everything? And it's a really fascinating chess match and dynamic that's going to take place early in this season. And these special teams coordinators are really adjusting. They're also looking outside the box. They're talking to people in different leagues who have used this format before and saying, what do I need to know? How can I exploit this? So it's going to really put creativity on display.
My guess is that since we haven't heard a lot about Tory Taylor, that Tory Taylor has been really good. Because I know that the Caleb joke, we're not going to be punting a lot and all that stuff, but how has the young man looked kicking the football?
Lawrence, I love golf. I'm a golf addict, and I'm not a great golfer by any means. I'm an average golfer at best, but I love watching golf. It is like watching Scotty Scheffler from however many yards out, just drop one right to the green. Like, he's got this ability, Tory Taylor, to really stick it inside the 5. that thing just seems to land right there where it needs to go. It really is like watching a PGA golfer just kind of stick it there for that tap-in birdie putt. Like, he's got really strong legs, as we know, but man, that pinpoint location is truly a weapon. And it's funny, people at camp are paying attention to the punter. I don't think anybody's really paid attention before, when it was no disrespect to Trenton Gill, but like, everybody kind of perks up when Torrey Taylor's back there because you're seeing something different out there.
Well, that should be funny. Sounding like, though, Thursday night is shaping up to be the Brett Rippon, Austin Reed show. Because if you're not going to play your starter and your backup is as important as he seems to be, you probably don't want to play him either.
I think you're going to see a lot of Brett Rippon out there. You noticed it yesterday in practice when they were inside the Walter Payton Center. George McCaskey comes by to say hi here. Yeah, there was a lot of Brett Rippon running through it out there. He was leading that first team offense. I think you're going to see plenty of him. We'll see if Tyson Bagent gets some action as well. You want to keep him fresh. I think today is going to be, here in practice, a big day for the ones, getting after it a little bit and really getting that work in before they head off to Canton tomorrow.
So George said hi to you too, because he apparently said hi to Mully and Haugh.
He's making the rounds. He is ever present out here at camp. I was walking up the path, and he's the first guy you see when you turn out to fields 3 and 4. He's out there greeting fans, so he's come by and say hi here.
Is he on his scooter?
No scooter right now.
Okay.
He's walking through the grass along the sidelines, but the scooter's ready. I promise you that.
So viewpoint for you guys today, are you guys close or far away?
I have wandered a bit. You're able to wander on these fields, so I have wandered closer to the action. The fans are spread out here on the far field, so you're able to get access of everything. The bleachers are scattered throughout, so it's not like Saturday where fans were kind of missing out on some of the action.
So how would you describe like the interaction with fans? Because it's a very different thing over the last couple of years being back at Hallis Hall versus being in Bourbonnais or Platteville. So what have those interactions with fans been like?
There's just a genuine excitement. And one thing I notice, whether it's football or baseball, wherever I am, is when you're walking around training camp site or a stadium or a ballpark, what jerseys are people wearing? Who are the guys that you feel the excitement about just by seeing their jerseys? And, you know, this team has been so many in the past, Urlachers and Paytons and the greats of the past. I'm looking right here on the sidelines and seeing so many number 18 jerseys for Caleb Williams and so many jerseys for Roma Dunze and guys like that. People are so excited about this team. There's a genuine optimism, and it is July. This team is 0-0 like everybody else, and who knows what the season holds. But, man, you feel just a genuine excitement for the people who think this could be just the beginning of a really fun era for this team. And there's excitement about the offense, excitement with Caleb Williams. I think people really believe this defense is going to be one of the best defenses in the league as well. So it's a different vibe. People have come out here plenty in the past to see their Bears and to get excited for the season. But as you know, this town gets so excited and it's just buzzing when the Bears are good. And people really believe genuinely this team is going to be right up there.
What's the Nate Davis update?
He is not practicing today. He is out there. He's present with the guys, but he will not be out there. We'll see. You know, we heard day-to-day a few days ago. I have a feeling that's probably going to be week to week, but we'll continue to monitor that one.
And what's the injury, just so we're all up to date?
We are not up to date. It is a strain. That's all we've been told by Matt Eberflus. It was not clear to us in practice when he suffered the injury, so it wasn't one of those where he got carted off or. It was a surprise to all of us in terms of him not being in action, but like we've said, he's not been consistently available, so you take it with a grain of salt. And Ryan Bates is your next man up at right guard.
So it's an unspecified strain of something.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, look, there's no limp. I'm not seeing anything clear like that. There's no wrapping. You can usually get a tell. For example, I'm telling with a guy like Tyler Gordon has that left leg in a wrap out there before. I can't tell with Nate Davis. I'm not quite sure at this point, but look, they've had the contingency plan ready. We talked about it last week, how they had Ryan Bates ready to go, and you broke glass on that contingency plan right away. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality they were ready for.
Emma, thanks for the update. We appreciate it.
Take care.
That's Chris Emma with our Bears report.
Well, congrats, Ryan Bates, on the starting right guard job.
As far as we know, right.
Even though Waldron did say yesterday it's still Nate Davis's job, but
I really hope that we just have a vet who's figured out how to game the system. I
you
hope
said this last year.
I know. Last year there were extenuating circumstances.
And you still give him the benefit of the doubt.
I hope that that's what this is.
It sounds like your benefit of the doubt has lessened a bit.
Oh, it's okay. I am straining. I am straining to give the benefit of the doubt.
Don't strain. You'll get a strain.
And then I won't be able to go to practice.
Now you're getting an unspecified strain.
When we broadcast, when the show broadcasts, because I'm not going to be there because I'm going to have a strain.
Oh, is that you're announcing that
predicting
now?
it. You're predicting it now.
Vet move.
We will be out there Tuesday, August 13th, by the way.
Okay.
So that's coming up soon.
That's going to be a lot of fun because that's like towards the camp is ready to break at that point.
Those guys, yeah, that's when you get the good little scraps and guys are just not, their nerves are shot.
So I can just call it the Davis maneuver. Like if I get a strain and don't show up to the vote.
Oh, wait, I'm strained.
I'm strained. Oh, congratulations to everyone who employed the Holmes maneuver last night.
That was a big number.
Yeah, it was nice. And people did it correctly last night. It's not just when the White Sox are up. It's specifically when the White Sox are up 3 runs. Get yourself a little extra juice.
Just wait for it.
Wait for the blown
save. On my signal, unleash hell.
And people did. And they were telling me on Twitter last night. And so you knew as the inning was going on, even on the broadcast, they're like, yeah, this is probably pretty dangerous right here. And Stone's like, you don't want to get to the guy who's in the dugout right now.
And it wasn't a bad pitch.
It wasn't, but that
he went down and
swing
got
that
it.
he put on it was so gorgeous.
He knew it was coming. It's a hard pitch to hit, let alone hit out. But that is a very talented young man.
Yes, it is. So happy Holmes Maneuver Day to everyone who's celebrating.
It is also MLB trade deadline day. We discussed the White Sox to start. Let's do a reset on where the Cubs stand with some of the guys who may be available to other teams right now as they are making moves. Also, that's next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
New Bears safety Kevin Byard live with Mully and Haugh from training camp.
Bears fans are in for a treat with Caleb Williams for sure. We want to continue to challenge him for sure. One thing that I've seen from him during training camp is his ability to throw on the run is special. One of the only guys that I think who I've seen be able to do that just as good was Josh Allen. Even going the other way, he made a throw during practice to Keenan Allen on the sideline, and he just torqued his body, and he can throw from so many different platforms. Arm angles is very special.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so can we talk to you about your relationship with Mark Grody, our Bears beat reporter?
Oh, Mark. Yeah.
Go.
All great things. He told me earlier, I'll say all great things.
He said to say great things. All right, because we wanted to ask you in particular, because you guys have had a few interesting interactions. Like he asked you about the baked potato at Wendy's. That seemed like a ridiculous question to us. How did you feel like when he asked you about the baked potato?
Oh, I never even heard of that. I didn't even know it was a possibility. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Right. It's just it was a bizarre follow-up question.
It's a Baconator, large strawberry lemonade, large fry. You get a 10-piece spicy nugget, and then for filling it, maybe a frosting.
Baked potato.
Like, what a ridiculous thing to ask.
Yeah, I never heard of anybody getting a baked potato at Wendy's before. Shout out to Mark with all that. He put me on a baked potato at Wendy's, but I don't think I'm gonna get it anytime soon.
Yeah, because you're not eating Wendy's these
you're
days,
eating healthy,
right?
Exactly.
Oh,
hey, I'll try my best.
Good for you.
Hey,
don't we all
have a cheat day once in a while?
Yeah, don't we all, Tevin? I feel you.
What's your cheat day these days? What does that look like?
Oh, you just heard it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's still the cheat day. Okay, my bad. Thought maybe better restaurants in Chicago had upgraded, but all right. Then wanted to play because this was an old one with you and Grody, and we still make fun of him to this day with how he ended this interview.
Well, give your fiance a big hug and take good care of her. And I really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much, man. Let's do it again soon, okay?
Yes, sir. I really appreciate you.
Did Mark Grody need to remind you to give your fiance a hug?
Or did you hug her for Mark Grody? That's what we've been trying to figure out ever since.
Hey, come on now. Yeah, he's trying to help me out. He's trying to help me in that part. I'm giving Mark all the doubt right there. Hey, I understand. I believe him. And I love that he reminded me. Hey, everybody needs that reminder.
That's good. Yeah, you got to express love, right? Affection. That's good. And now she's your wife, so it worked. Maybe Mark Grote's advice helped in that
Good
way.
point.
Hey, guys, I'm telling you. You might be onto something.
Mark Grote has wisdom.
Matt Bowen.
I was listening to you guys on the radio one afternoon.
You should be. Everybody should.
Zion with a long set and pitch. High drive, deep right field. Suzuki going back, looks up, it's gone.
Rito was in a horrible spot. Benson wanted that pitch, the curveball below the zone. So, we had been in a little bit of a foul ball war there, and it's like, hitters get in that aggressive swing mode, and I wanted to try to take advantage of that with a pitch under the zone.
Whatever happens with Jamison Tyone, I will remember him as a Cub as being unfailingly honest and available regardless of success or failure. And he has been a pro's pro and a player's player where it doesn't matter how bad it's been. In the depths of his worst times, he was there to talk about it, always. And it goes a long way. He's an impressive young man and a professional pitcher. And I hope he goes someplace where he's going to be happy. And if that is remaining a Cub, then that goes for that.
Yeah,
too.
I hope he doesn't go. Like, I don't want the Cubs to trade Jameson Taillon just because. I want Jameson Taillon to, if their plan is, if all of this has been, well, they're a little too early in 2023, and, well, we didn't tell you we were going to be good in 2024, and everything was pushing towards 2025. No, Dan, I'm with you with the skepticism because they totally told us that they were going to be good in 2024. They just didn't, back that up with activity in free agency. But if now everything is 2025, then you can't get rid of a guy who's been as good as Taillon has been at the cost point that he's at. That doesn't seem to make any sense in whatever way you want to look at the way the Cubs have done business. Like the idea of not just a cheap player, but a cheap good player, getting rid of one of those to me would be silly. And I mean cheap relatively.
Has Paredes made it to Cincinnati?
I don't know.
I'm just curious. I know he wasn't there yesterday, and
you get 48 hours, right?
Yeah, I would think he's probably
hey,
there.
Man, you got to
morning.
get stuff together. You got to find a place to live. Someone's got to help you out. Maybe you end up renting someone else's apartment. It's a lot.
Oh, I know, but he can get there. I mean, there are flights to Cincinnati. You can get there and get to the park.
But do you want to? I mean, if you're him, you do because that's a place where you want to go hit.
Yes.
And you saw that play out. Nice of the Cubs to let us all go
Easy
early last night.
That's why I was watching the Olympic stuff. I had it on, and Beth loves the Olympic stuff too. So it's hard to get the big TV away. So once I was like, okay, I'll watch downstairs, and then I go downstairs. She's like, well, why are you back upstairs? Like, I don't want to watch it anymore. It was bad. It was 6-0, and I guess I'll go fold laundry.
Yeah.
And I tried to find my sort of zen little space there. Find the folding laundry thing. Find a little inner peace.
Want an upset from the Olympics?
An upset?
Yeah.
Yes.
Germany has beaten Team USA in 3-on-3 basketball.
What?
And it kind of wasn't close.
What?
It's a pool game, so it's not knockout stuff.
Okay.
But if you'll remember, when all of this stuff about the Olympic team came up, I said...
You said Caitlin Clark should be on 3-on-3. When a lot of people realize now she should have been on the actual team.
I don't think she has an argument to be on that team. I do think she has an argument to be on this team. And she should have been on this team.
Yeah, she's no Steve, my favorite athlete.
It's just, I'm a HVL guy. I love Haley Van Lith, but if I had a choice between the two of them,
I get it.
And I think Caitlin's game actually plays better in 3-on-3. But okay.
Because look, she can pass, shoot, and screen away.
Yep.
Which basically 3-on-3 basketball is essentially pass, shoot, screen away.
You smell what I'm cooking?
Yep. Screen. Go screen the person without the ball, and motion-based offense. Pass, cut, shoot, screen away.
And remember, they lost Cameron Brink because she tore her ACL, so Cameron Brink is not there. But in my world, it was very simple. If you needed to have Haley Van Lith on because she's been so good to USA basketball, and she has, fine. Haley Van Lith, Caitlin Clark, Cameron Brink, here you go. Go get them.
All right. Well, they're still alive.
Better get your bleep together, Team USA.
Still alive in 3-on-3 basketball. We were talking about the Cubs. We should mention that Ian Happ is going to be joining us in just a couple of segments to talk about this reshaped Cubs roster and what it's like to see Christopher Morel go and what's left for the remainder of the season. Also, I need to talk to Ian about the gift that he gave us last week.
The beer? The coffee beer?
Okay.
Did you drink it?
Here's my problem. I don't know when to drink coffee beer.
Oh. You know when you should drink coffee beer? I have an answer for you.
Like immediately after the show?
No, I think 1:00.
No, I can't.
Coffee.
I can't have beer and work.
Sir,
That's what the caffeine is for.
No, but
Is there actually caffeine? Is there effective caffeine
yes,
in the caffeine
that's the
beer?
whole bit. Yeah, it's
Okay.
coffee beer. But like,
I didn't know if it was just the flavor.
I was thinking maybe if it's like a Friday night or a Saturday night and it's your first one to sort of start the night, that I get. But that might be the only because otherwise I can't have caffeine at night and I'm not going to wake up and have beer.
But here's why I say you should do it at 1 o'clock. You get your caffeine fix and then you go fish.
I can't. I don't want to be at all impaired when I fish.
You're not going to be, Dan, because by the time you get to the water, it's going to be 2:30, 2:45.
It still doesn't work. Either I'm working. I don't know. I mean, I'll ask Ian what his recommendation is. Because it looks like it's awesome.
Right. Taking the fun out of the
I don't
coffee
tell
beer.
Ian to say 1
fun
o'clock
out of it. I just don't
just
know.
so that Dan can hear it from Ian, and then he'd be like, "Oh yeah, 1 o'clock totally makes sense."
No, I got to go down to Savannah and ask him. Ian's not old enough.
He's not an old enough of a
He's
white.
not an old. He's definitely white enough. He's just not old enough.
Okay. When we come back, though, let's get back to Bears.
Okay.
Do you want to hear what the most veteran player on the Bears defense thinks of Caleb Williams?
Yeah, I heard some of it. It was great. It was really, really good.
Good. We will share that with the people next here on The Score.
Bears training camp is on.
Matt Eberflus. About what we do on the grass and how we execute as a group. And then we'll see where we are.
Caleb Williams.
I'm going to embrace the situation. I'm going to embrace the fans, the community, my teammates.
Richard Hightower.
I know this. If you got a good returner, you got a chance.
And The Score will be there to follow every storyline. And when breaking news happens, trust The Score to deliver. Only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. Bears training camp coverage on The Score is presented by ChevyDrivesChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Troy Aikman's in the Hall of Fame, and on Monday Night Football, he put your name next to one of the greatest to ever do it.
Well, and it's a little bit of the Deion Sanders effect. When you're playing opposite of him, in this case, playing opposite of Jalen Johnson, you got a target on your back. You're going to get a lot of throws in your direction.
How's that hit you?
Yeah. Nah, that's big. That's a new one. I've heard a few good things. I heard that one. So I mean, especially from Troy, that's big time. I mean, I know I can definitely have a Deion effect if I freaking catch the ball and then put it in the air and high step. I mean, I'm doing a good job. I gotta be doing a great job. I gotta give Prime something to really appreciate. And I know he'll appreciate you catch that ball and put it in the air and high step all the way. I know he like.
Yes. Well, I was thrilled that when Brisker got his, because you know that I keep asking you guys to do more fun celebrations. I hate the group picture that you guys all take in the end zone. He ran down there and mocked the skull chant. So I like that little trash talk.
Yeah. It was messed up because I wouldn't say pay homage, but I try to get a little inner Randy Moss in me, and I don't think they ended up showing it because I think they were kind of a little focused on Kyler and the penalty and things, but I had to end up doing his impression when he mooned the Packers fans. I had did that in the end zone on my first interception, but I don't think anybody got to see it from the TV copy.
Oh my God! And Joe Buck was on the call. He could have called it a disgusting act. Like
That is a disgusting act by Randy Moss.
Oh man, that would have been amazing.
That was in my head. I was like, when I get a pick, I got to do the Randy Moss. So I mean, really, I'm still gonna blame that on. That's why I missed the second pick, because I was trying to think of my celebration before I ran out.
Oh man! I don't know if I would admit to that, but that is amazing.
I wonder what Buck would have said, because he would have an opportunity to
have a mea culpa.
Yeah, mea culpa, because he thinks that he was too harsh on that back in the day.
Yeah, hopefully he would have shown me a little less.
Yeah, would have been a little bit more generous.
Wow.
In that entire thing, man. That is hysterical.
On moves made by the Cubs or Sox? Keep it here on 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
Really, this year with KB, we've been playing a lot, left and right. I'll say that's different. And really, those guys are both great players. Really no drop off. But that's really the difference. They're playing left and right, and then KB has a lot of football IQ, a lot of veteran football IQ that he has brought to the team, a lot of leadership. He's very vocal and things like that. So it's been good.
Jaquan Brisker talking about the veteran back there next to him, Kevin Byard, who replaces Bojax. I don't know if Kevin Byard has a cereal that I'm going to have to make some sort of bet.
I think it's Bojack, and the cereal is called Bojax.
Yes.
Byard's?
I don't know, but if he has a cereal, I'd be willing to try it, and I would certainly be willing to put some interception threshold out there that would trigger my sampling of said cereal. But Kevin Byard was on this morning with Mully and Haugh. They were live astride the practice fields, and he talked about what he personally has seen from Caleb Williams that he thinks is special.
We want to continue to challenge him for sure. And I think a good thing for him is learning early in training camp or early in his career, especially going against a good secondary every day, what you can and cannot do. One thing that I've seen from him during training camp is his ability to throw on the run is special. I think one of the only guys that I've seen since I've been in the league, for real, one of the only guys that I think who I've seen be able to do that just as good was Josh Allen. Being in Tennessee for so long, we played the Bills like almost every year. And Vrabel, every time we came in the film room before we played those guys, he would always say, do not let Josh Allen scramble to our left. Anytime he scrambles to his right, bad thing usually happens for the defense. Either touchdown, he's throwing it deep. He's very accurate. Caleb is very accurate doing the same thing. But even going the other way, he made a throw during practice to Keenan Allen on the sideline, and he just torqued his body, and he can throw from so many different platforms, arm angles is very special. But I think just him doing that, and because one time I almost picked up, I was out of bounds. I picked it up, but I was out of bounds. He was doing the same thing, but I think he's just learning what he can do. Sometimes you got to just throw the ball away. But he's getting a lot of great lessons early from this defense, and it's going to make him a way better player.
As a veteran, somebody who is savvy, who's been around the league, and you've seen rookie quarterbacks come in and make an impact. You've also been around a lot of veteran teammates. What is it about Caleb Williams' presence that makes him different?
We going to all talk about, his abilities and things like that. I think it's the intangibles. So I give you a great example. This was literally just last night we did our walkthrough, and we finished the walkthrough, and coach he's talked, and players usually break down. It's usually a veteran breaks it down, and Caleb wanted to jump into the middle to break it down, and usually as a rookie, it's like, oh, what does this guy got to say?
Right.
But no, he honestly was just like, hey, first thing he says, he's like, hey man, we're all grown men here, right? As we're going through training camp, and we all use the hot tub, we all use the cold tub, we all use the bathroom and all the areas. He was like, hey man, like we're getting a little too sloppy. You know what I'm saying? We're leaving water bottles and towels and all type of things around, man. Like these custodians have a lot of square footage they have to cover around this whole building. Let's try to help them out by cleaning up after ourselves. And that's just little things, man, because I just think that when you want to be a great player, you always focus on the little details. You know what I mean? Not even just the details of the play, but the details of everything around you, It's this old video of Ed Reed was kind of talking about the year they won the Super Bowl, about how guys were not picking up their towels after the showers. And he was just like, man, how are we going to be great if we can't pick up our towels? And it's just like little things like that just makes the guy special. Like I said, I think Bears fans are in for a treat for a little while with Caleb Williams for sure.
I love that. Clean your damn room. And especially that Ed Reed thing. If you have listened to this station, you remember Brian Billick talking about it. Brian Billick on these airwaves said he used to do this on purpose, where he would put candy wrappers or something like behind a door, and he would plant little pieces of clutter to see if they got picked up, to see how tight their ship was. just as sort of an indicator to him.
Well, I don't like the planting of stuff.
Yeah, no, he used to put it there and say, let's see if a player picks this up.
Right. I don't like that. But if you make a mess, like there shouldn't be a mess made to try and do some experiment on you. But if you make a mess, then you should clean it up.
I like that. I like the idea of don't make the custodians' jobs more difficult. It's not their job to pick up after you because you're lazy.
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a level of leadership that you want. And he felt that it was important to say it to the group. Hey, let's not get sloppy over here. Like, let's take care of the people that take care of us.
Start the day by making your bed.
It's a good way to think about everyone is part who's up there getting a check from the Bears is the Bears. So realize that you are sharing a space and that there are people up there that are taking good care of you.
Mm-hmm.
Most players recognize that in one aspect or the other. It might be the person who helps them take their tape off. It might be the person who smiles at them in the cafeteria. You know, like it could be a lot of different people, but realize that they're all on the team and they're all there to try to help you be better. Was it Jalen Hurts that took some of his money and took care of, I think it was Jalen Hurts. May have been Tua. It was definitely an Alabama quarterback. Roll Tide. That took care of some of the people in the lunchroom his rookie year because it may have been Lamar Jackson too. Now that I think about it, not that he went to Alabama, but I would have loved it if he did. Did you see Lamar yesterday? Because Lamar has missed some practice because he's been sick, and someone was like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "I don't know." He's like, "I didn't get sick in Louisville at all." And it seems like every year I get sick at camp.
Well, maybe they should check their buildings.
I agree with you. I thought that he handled it really well, but that there may be something environmental that is getting to him.
Check the mold levels, check the pollen levels. Maybe he's not sick. I don't know. Or maybe something, you don't want like Legionnaire's disease of the ducts or anything. So yeah, clean that place out.
Yeah.
Scrub it down.
Clean and clean up your mess. You know, we deal with that here sometimes.
Yeah, but that tells me that Caleb Williams is well raised. That's the message I get there.
100%.
I'd like him to come over to my house.
Why?
And talk to my children.
Oh. Well, he's busy.
Because maybe they'd listen to him. I know Jason would listen to him. I don't know if Zoe would.
Why don't they listen to you?
You got to ask that. All I ask, Zoe, no garbage in the room. The mugs with the herbal tea.
Yeah, that's bad.
But the difference is because she's type 1, she has to eat at weird times.
Okay.
So she needs like the little packet of fruit snacks.
That's fine.
Or
then throw them away.
Exactly. I said that's great.
So here's a garbage can.
But like the test strips and everything, and how about this? When the garbage can's literally overflowing,
you take it out.
You take it out of the room.
Yeah.
And with him, it's just a lost cause with the clothing and all that. I just need all that stuff packed up and taken down to New Orleans and left there for a while.
Maybe that'll get fixed. You know, he had a little bit of an experience at Bucknell.
Yeah, with a very, very tidy roommate who I talked to and I said, shame him into picking his stuff up. But I did, and here's the thing. I have looked into a lot of the other dorm rooms. I always thought both my kids were slobs, but when I looked into some of these other rooms,
Dan,
oh my God,
it's the worst.
It's like these two wrestlers that lived across from, and there's one guy, one football player and a baseball player, and it was disgusting.
It's the road to adulthood. It's one of those things of they don't have someone telling them to do this stuff, and then you have to figure out like what level of filth am I going to be okay with, and
now like one thing when you've got a bathroom that is on a hallway that the university has to clean, but now you're in a suite where it's
it's
your own bathroom.
Yes.
Like, you better have the Tilex, and I'm not saying you got to scrub with like dry Comet and all that stuff, but make an effort. Make an effort. Because I mean, I've had my moments of living in close to squalor before, but at my age now, nope. Like, you better clean that, because I ain't doing it, and Mom ain't doing it either when we come to visit. Tell you what.
Yeah, you guys are not there to clean. You're there to see your child.
And I have to stop her because Beth can't help herself. She comes in there and she's got like a dust buster and spraying. I said, honey, not your job. Not our job. They live here. She's like, I can't handle this. I can't handle this.
Well, if she can't handle it for herself,
it's for herself.
Then I understand that.
She can't. She's like, I can't be in this room anymore. But I have to. She's like, goes into a cleaning frenzy because she can't help it. Other parents of collegians know what I'm talking about here.
It's not just collegians.
I can only imagine when they get their own place and you go in there and you just want to burn everything.
But usually that's where a lot of growth happens, because
that's the point.
No, I mean when you get your own place, because there is college money doesn't always feel like money to students, even though it very much is. But when it's you writing a check for rent, then it feels like real money, and perhaps I should take care of my things.
Yeah, or maybe somebody in whom you're interested comes over and says, why is there a trail of ants leading into your kitchen? And I don't want to spend time with you anymore because you're disgusting. And then maybe that's your wake-up call.
Perhaps.
Like, this person now didn't return my call, or I didn't get a second date because there are empty McDonald's bags in my bathroom.
In the bathroom?
I'm just saying for an example.
Okay. But yes, good on Caleb for showing some leadership. The other thing that Byard said, and by the way, this is an all-pro guy. Like, this is a real dude.
Yeah, it's an OG.
You know, he's towards the end of his career, but this is a real guy. That I thought was interesting is the chances that Caleb is taking. And I've kind of done a little bit of a 180 on this, where you do want things to run crisply in practice. I'm okay with a quarterback taking chances in practice. Like, where you may hear, well, Caleb had a couple of interceptions. The context of the interceptions is really important. Jason Leisure made that point last week of, like, are we doing the drill where it's the end of the half or the end of the game and he's throwing a Hail Mary? Then yeah, there's a likelihood that he's going to throw an interception. But even beyond that, if any quarterback, but specifically Caleb, is going, I wonder if I can, at this level, make that throw. And if he wants to take a rep here or a rep there to go, Coach, I knew that I should have thrown that away. I knew that I should have tanked that play.
Let me see it again.
But I wanted to see what the possibilities were. I wanted to test my arm versus the speed of NFL defense.
And I want the coaches to yes and that. I want the response to the coaches to be like, okay, what can we do to help you see it the way you need to see it? Because that's where the coaching happens. That's where the connection is for him to be like, I've got to have it in my mind. And did you remember when we were listening, was it yesterday that Waldron used the term snapshotting? I think it's a term that offensive coordinators use, saying let him snapshot it. Or
you did 2 shows yesterday.
I know, and I'm sorry because I get mixed up for what I said or what I heard in one or the other. But the idea of trusting that the quarterback can snapshot something. But I want them to say, not here's, okay, what'd you see there? Well, I saw this. Well, why'd you see that? I want them to ask, what do we have to do? Or do we have to run it again? Or do you want him to break earlier? Would you like him positioned over here? What, just everything.
How can we make this how you see it?
And this was a point of something that we did talk about in the afternoon show, where vision and anticipation, where anticipation becomes vision and vision becomes anticipation, because it's sort of brackish water in between the two. And I'm not going to do anything but hold this to an Aaron Rodgers standard. I don't want to hear about Trubisky. I don't want to hear about Fields. If this is a generational talent that is as special as he may be, I want to hold it to the standard of peak Aaron Rodgers. If that's what we're developing here, if that's the goal. And I will not take that off the table because there's no reason to. I won't. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I'm saying it should absolutely be the North Star of this thing should be peak Aaron Rodgers. So where something can look like vision, it was actually anticipation. Because that continuum, you don't know exactly where you are. The understanding of, I know exactly where my receivers are. I don't even have to look. And I trust the splits are right. I know this defense. It's not what they're showing me. I know what the defense is going to be post-snap.
Why? I don't mind him playing rangefinder. Not every rep, but an occasional rep here or there. Go do you. Let's see it. Like, test yourself. Like, push yourself and say, I can make that throw. I can do it.
But
and
you know it ahead of time. You're like, okay, all right. You know how when Tim Jenkins talks about it, sometimes when you've got a route combination, and if you've missed any of our segments, if you're just joining us, you've never had a football season with us before.
Welcome.
And
we got stuff for
you. We are going to have intense, fun football coverage. And even when it gets a little wonky, we'll make sure that we walk through and understand everything so we're all smarter. And what Tim Jenkins talks about is sometimes you gotta take that shot and ask the hot girl to the dance. And it may be with Caleb that's less of a risk than with other quarterbacks, where he's thinking, yeah, the hot girl's going to say yes.
Right. I'm Caleb Dan Williams.
I'm Caleb Dan Williams. She's going to say yes. And that throw looks different. That throw doesn't look like, I guess I got to try this throw. It's 1, 2, 1. Give me a look. Got it. There. So there's that excitement of that talent level is what we as Bears fans are daring to embrace. Some of us for the first time in our lives.
Want to talk baseball? Don't you have questions for Ian Happ?
I have coffee questions. Beer questions.
No baseball ones?
Plenty of baseball ones.
All right, well, then we'll do both of those things next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just
I could feel in the stands, Danny, I'm sure you could too, the massive dislike for the Brewers that Cub fans have.
I hate them.
I mean, that's the predominant rival. And there's something about Yelich, man. It used to be Ryan Braun, Nico. Now it's Yelich. Just like, oh man,
it's the punchable face.
So yeah, maybe you can educate me. Was there a moment with Yelich, or just that he's been there kind of long tenured player, or what am I missing there?
He was really, really good for a while there. He beat out Javi for the MVP.
Christian Yelich to you, Darvish, said, be better than this about the accusation of cheating. Nobody needs help facing you.
That's
right. I do remember that.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Well, as someone who's faced you, Darvish, I could definitely use some help sometimes. So. I don't do the player bashing. That's a tough one.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Understood. But the player disliking, you don't have to be specific. But
there's for sure guys in the league that definitely grind my gears.
Yeah, the other thing too is they're 90 miles away.
Correct.
They try to not sell tickets to Cubs fans when the tickets go on sale, but then Cubs fans always invade and it becomes Wrigley Field North. There's like a big brother, little brother thing with Chicago and Milwaukee, and then Wisconsin sports. I mean, the Bucks have been awesome. The Packers have owned the Bears.
God, the Packers, Nico.
It's just a whole rivalry thing with the whole state, to be honest.
Yeah. I think Cubs fans do sometimes or not realize that the players on the Cubs sometimes we don't we obviously are incredibly passionate about the Cubs, but we don't have this deeply rooted Chicago knowledge that the fans do sometimes, even when we mean our best. Like, it's good to hear these things.
That's why we're talking.
We hate him, Nico.
Yeah,
okay? Spread the word.
Dang, I would have tried way harder last night.
Thank you.
That's the idea.
Honestly, I mean, I was thinking like, oh man,
My bad, guys.
There's an error or two. All of a sudden, I'm like, do these guys not care as much as I care?
That's right. Okay.
I'm sick of allowing Jed not trying to win. It's time for them to be in a position where they're trying to win games. You made your move by bringing in your manager that seems to understand what some of your problems are, like some of the roster problems are.
And you got a bargain on Bellinger. So they're going to tout the idea of, well, look what we spent on Cody Bellinger. You really didn't spend all that much.
You didn't spend a lot, and you probably would have been better off doing a package of other Boris clients since you were so happy about getting a good deal on Bellinger. They have built an incomplete team, and I would challenge not Judd's knowledge, but I would challenge the results of how he puts teams together. If the goal is to put a strong defensive team, you're asking a lot for what's an aging shortstop. I mean, you gave us a 7-year deal to an aging shortstop that has a lot of Luol Deng minutes on him.
It's also the difference
There's
between...
a comp I didn't expect.
If you look at Dansby Swanson's game log, he played minutes like a 20-year-old Luol Deng.
There's a comp I didn't expect.
But
Dansby Swanson and Luol Deng. I like it.
It's also the difference between a career 5 WAR player and a career 4 WAR player.
And you got a bunch of fours.
That's exponential.
You got a bunch of fours, and that's pretty good, but you don't have a 5.
The Cubs put together a World Series team that had 3 career 5 WAR position players. I don't know what this formula is. The Sox over their last 30 games prior to last night.
Okay.
8-22. The Cubs over their last 30 games after the loss to the Rays. 10-20. The only 2-game difference there is
the game against the White Sox.
Crosstown. Do you know who else is also 8-22 over their last 30, and that rounds out the lowest 3 records over their last 30 games in baseball?
The Oakland A's.
Bingo, 8-22.
Talent that's here and the talent that is continuing to develop here. We obviously have some mainstay guys like Ian Happ.
Ian Happ, Cubs all-star outfielder.
It's got a chance. Get out the tape measure for Ian Happ. All the way on to Waveland Avenue.
Absolutely crushed that ball. What I love about Ian is very dedicated and serious about his craft.
Gold Glove Award winner.
And Happ makes a great catch up against the left field fence. And that robs a home run.
Host of the Compound Podcast.
You're going to get 650 at-bats in a year. There's going to be a stretch of 3 or 4 at-bats where you didn't see it great. And the game sped up on you, and you swung some bad pitches, and it was just like, today, I didn't have it. You can stew on it, you can roast on it, and it can get way worse, or you can move past it.
Connect Roasters coffee enthusiast.
Here's a man that probably has 5 fresh pots a day.
Ian Happ with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
We toast you, Ian Happ.
Boy, he even works in the phrase roast on it to stay on brand there. That is high-level stuff. Ian Happ is on Twitter at IHapp_1. The Cubs left fielder, 2-time Gold Glove Award winner, host of the Compound Podcast, joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. Hello, Ian.
How are you?
We are doing really well. Have you seen, and were you a part of the putting together of your bobblehead?
I have seen it. Yeah, I got to see some of the early proofs. I wasn't. They did a good job. I didn't really have to make any changes there.
They really did. So August 1st is going to be Ian Happ bobblehead night over at Wrigley, and it's got a golf club to his side and a coffee cup in his hand.
However, there are interchangeable accessories where I believe you can swap out the coffee mug for a gold fielder's glove and or the golf club for a bat. And it's very country clubby. It's really kind of casual and relaxed, one leg crossed over the other with the weight on the right hand leaning on the club or the bat. So it's I haven't seen one quite like it.
A lot of versatility. That's what happens when you wait 8 years for a bobblehead. They really have to do it up.
That's right. And you should have the one that you want, which is good. Ian, look, over the last couple of years, you've been really great about being honest about the stress of the trade deadline in your own career. What was it like seeing it play out live with Christopher Morel?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough time. I think there's just so much impact from a human and personal level on how much it changes your life. Christopher Morel's a guy that's been with the Cubs organization since he was like 16 years old. He, it's all he knows is being a Chicago Cub, all the time he spent in Arizona and around the facility. And so change that. And it's, I think just emotionally, it's a lot. And what a good kid and a good teammate. And I do think like Tampa's going to be a great opportunity for him to play every day. And we'll see what position, they end up sticking him at, but he's going to have a great chance there to compete and play this game at the highest level.
So the fan psychology is, oh no, Morel was traded, and then the fans like, oh wait a second, Isaac Paredes, that's an all-star who's 25 and under contract control and versatile and pretty good. What is it like from a teammate standpoint, where it's not just a name on a sheet, that these are real people, and then you got to realize, oh, we got Paredes?
Yeah, I mean, just Morel. I think we've all played with him for a while, and how much he cares and how much he meant to teammates and guys. And so from that perspective, it's tough. But you try to look at the brighter side, like I said, that he's going to have great opportunity to play in Tampa. And then Paredes, he's been a really good player. He's been a great hitter. He'll fit right into the middle of our lineup. We were actually talking about it last night on the podcast because Short and Dakota played with him at different points, but when he first came to the organization, he was a middle infielder. So him and Zach played up the middle, Short and second, and kind of bounced back and forth. And Zach he played with him in Detroit as well, was saying how good his hands are and how smooth he is. So, no doubt that he'll be able to play third base every day for us and give us a middle of the order bat. And I think that the profile plays for Wrigley too.
Did you happen to hear what Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins, what they've said about where things stand? I know that you had a retort and you said, listen, it's our job to push them to try and help us to make change. But overall, are you happy with what you're hearing from them, and what things can the players themselves do to make their vision turn out the way that everyone wants?
Yeah, and I think Passan said it in a tweet that was pretty interesting. The trade deadline is not binary. Everybody wants it to be buy or sell, but there is kind of a middle ground there where it's, hey, we can improve for next year, while also, doing some things that help give us flexibility. And I think that's what Jed and Carter are kind of aiming to do is, let's see what we can do this year, but let's make the team better for 25 as well. And they're kind of riding that line. We'll see how things go for the rest of today. But, from a player standpoint, the thing that we can do is win baseball games. The more that we win, and even coming down the stretch this year, whatever that looks like, competing and giving ourselves a chance to kind of be in the thick of things and make it, closer for this year, but also, the impact that has on next year.
You still like being back in Cincinnati? I know your numbers there are just hilarious.
I like being back here. Obviously I went to school here and still have some friends and people. I was able to hang out with the Cincinnati Bearcats baseball coach yesterday after the game a little bit. Just being around campus and being around, a place that meant a lot to my life and one of the reasons why I'm here.
Are you in some kind of Hall of Fame there?
No, not yet. I don't know what that looks like. But no, not in the Bearcats Hall of Fame.
How many jerseys did you wear last night?
Jerseys?
Yeah, because I think J-Mo changed twice.
Oh yeah, I didn't change yet. the pitchers definitely have to change a bunch. You could see this the change in color, but no, I stuck with one. I did one jersey change in Baltimore. We were there in that hot weather, but yeah, it's crazy how much these things hold moisture. They change colors real fast.
Yeah, it was interesting because they were making mention of it on the broadcast, and Boog's like, I think he changed jerseys again. And like, but yeah, you totally understand it because you don't want to be heavy and weighed down when you're trying to do your job.
I think the game that he threw in Baltimore when it was super hot, I think he was changing every inning or every other inning. That's like how, yeah, and like full uni change, not just the jersey.
Yeah, I mean, I heard stories about trainers like going to dryers and drying stuff off in game, and all the work that the equipment managers have had to do and the clubhouse guys have had to do this year with these unis has been entirely different.
Yeah, our clubhouse staff is on it. They're down there with multiple jerseys, and when you take one off, they take it upstairs and get it washed and have it back down in a half inning. So it's their job has definitely become a little bit more difficult in game. They would always have two sets for starting pitchers, and I remember changing from time to time, and some of the pitchers changing from time to time on really hot days, but definitely more now.
I've been asking this question of people throughout the Olympics. I don't know. I know that you grew up primarily as a baseball guy, and obviously playing golf too. But as you maybe have this on in the clubhouse or in the hotel room, if there was a summer Olympic sport, you'd be like, if I spent my entire life doing this with enough practice, like, could you have been a gymnast, an archer? Is there anything you say to yourself, I might be good at that?
I think archery is electric. I do shoot a bow from time to time in the off season, and we were in the clubhouse in Kansas City, and everybody was dialed into the USA men's basketball game, of course. But on the other TV, there was the women's team archery final, and let me tell you, that's electric television. I was dialed in on that. I think fencing is one that I really enjoy. I think I could have showed my hand in fencing and seen how that would go. But I think, yeah, the Olympics is awesome. Being able to see all these, other sports on display is pretty cool.
Where do you shoot a bow?
In Austin. I used to, when I was living downtown, there's a little archery range, kind of 30 minutes out of downtown there where you can go and shoot a couple arrows. I got into it after I got drafted, and really enjoy it.
So have you ever hunted or bow fished?
Not bow fished. Some tiny bit of hunting in Texas, but not a ton.
While you guys were in Kansas City, did you guys make your way to the Negro Leagues Museum? Have you already been there?
I haven't. I didn't get a chance to go and do it. Actually, one of my college teammates was living down there, so I got to spend a couple mornings with him. We lived together for a couple years. His girlfriend plays for the women's soccer team down there, so it was cool to get to hang out with him. And they had a game on Saturday night. We weren't able to go, but Kansas City is a really cool city, and just all of their sports teams. When you walk through downtown, everybody has a banner or different murals and stuff, and it's cool to see how much they support their sports teams.
So here's the question. Last time we talked, you were kind enough to give us a gift of a quart of the Patio Blend beer, which is the combination between Goose Island, a collaboration between Connect Roasters and Goose Island. I can't figure out when in a day, at what time do I drink it? Because I don't want to have alcohol in the morning, and I don't want to have caffeine at night.
I don't think there's caffeine in it. I think there's no caffeine.
Oh, okay.
There's no caffeine. It's not infused with caffeine. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Pretty sure. I would put that over 90%. It's what happens, the process, just to give it the coffee flavor, is that you basically make the whole base beer. And then at the end, once it goes through the entire process, right before carbonation, you drop beans into the beer, and it sits for 24-ish hours. I think we did 24 to 36. And so the beans just sit in with the beer, and then that provides the coffee notes and coffee flavor. Then you pull the beans out, then you carbonate it. And so there's no brew process of actually getting, there's not coffee sitting in the beer. It's just the pure whole bean sitting in the beer to give that tcoffee flavor. So there's no caffeine in there. It's all beer. So just sit down tonight,
problem
crack it
solved.
open, and yeah, I would love to hear your feedback after you try it.
I will indeed do that tonight.
So here's my question, Ian. I'm struggling with the idea of drinking it because it's so awesome that there's a part of me that's like, I don't want to crack this because it's unique. And so if I have people over and they like open up the fridge and they're like, hey, what's this? And be like, look, Ian Happ's got this beer. It's got coffee notes in it. Like, I kind of don't want to drink it because it seems like it's a very cool thing to just have.
Well, maybe you can try it, give me the feedback, and then we'll get you another one.
I was gonna say,
We'll get you like a display piece after that.
Okay, that works for me. I can make that work. Okay, problem solved.
Because I want to hear the feedback. We did the opening, kind of the I guess it wasn't an opening, but it was first launch party, I guess you would call it. And so went down to the salt shed. The brew pub that Guzan has a salt shed, and it was really cool to see, like, hear the feedback from people and from the employees at Goose, and yeah, I was pretty excited about it. I really enjoy it. I think it turned out great, and like I said to you guys on the air, it's a lighter beer, and lighter beers with coffee aren't all that common. So I think we hit kind of a pretty cool middle ground that not a lot of people have tried. I'm excited to hear feedback.
And man, the beer nerds' opinions matter because you know how that sort of social network is. You like, people used to talk about the bar, the Map Room here in Chicago, as being the epicenter for like where if it plays at the Map Room, it's going to play elsewhere.
Well, wait, Ian, did you get this to Eno Saris?
No, I have not.
Because Eno, not only is he, someone who does a lot of incredible baseball coverage, but he started beer graphs to go along with, fan graphs. Like, so that's a guy in the industry that you should get the beer to, because he will probably write about it and talk about it and all that good stuff.
All right, I'm going to put that on my list. That's my next thing to do.
Cool. Have fun in Cincinnati, sir.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
That is Ian Happ of the Chicago Cubs, who joins us weekly on the Bernstein and Holmes show. Next up, we have High Noon. I have crime.
There's crime?
There's crime.
Oh.
Crime.
I have a review of Deadpool and Wolverine.
I have crime. Deadpool fights crime.
Well,
kind of.
Sort of.
Crime.
We'll discuss next in The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
As George McCaskey goes by on a scooter.
That's right.
Good morning. It's a good morning at Hallis Hall when George McCaskey is on a scooter at 5:35 with a backpack, just to paint the picture here. You don't see that every day.
Well, he waved to us.
Did he not want to stop and talk?
He gave me a thumbs up.
He gave us the Heisman. He kept going.
He never slowed down.
There are no fans here to avoid. There is no crowd to worry about. And George McCaskey, he kept on going.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Americans are playing it anytime and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. And Mary Carrillo, like, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, like, world-class tennis player is out here like, I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
That's the worst part of it. No. No. That has to be burned.
No, these are your allies.
No, not
these are
all
the
of
people.
them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
No.
boy.
Oh, no.
Once you start playing it, it's highly enjoyable.
Oh, no. Keeps getting worse.
I travel through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
playing pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball with Beantown.
And 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
Already been a busy show here as we've reached high noon. Started out by just previewing the trade deadline. It is 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which will be the actual deadline. Sometimes things trickle in even after that, but a little over 5 hours until then. We talked about the White Sox mealy-mouthed response and lukewarm trade return for a couple of their top tradable assets, and they get some prospects. They end up apparently not getting the guy they actually wanted and giving up cash in the deal. Okay. Chris Getz found it hurtful, personally, that Garrett Crochet would try to look out for his professional best interest. Chris Emma gave us Bears information from the practice field. We discussed Cubs trade possibilities, heard some very cool stuff from Bears veteran safety Kevin Byard, talking about Caleb Williams and his leadership and his awareness beyond his years, apparently. And Ian Happ talked baseball and beer and coffee and golf.
I went and saw Deadpool right after I left transition. It's great because I was like, 2 o'clock showing, but there's like 30 minutes of previews. So I walked over to block 37, which is 5 minutes
Take
from
the
here.
Pedway?
No, I went outside yesterday. And it was a better choice. And I saw it. So here's my thing. If you're a casual, it's less likely that you'll enjoy the movie. If you're someone who has been invested in superhero movies for the last 20 years,
like fully invested,
maybe the last 25 years, you're really going to enjoy it. It is a fan service movie. That's all it is. It's fan service. There were, I think, 2 performances that stood out to me, and it's not shocking that these 2 performances stood out because I think that these 2 actors got together and did the best dramatic superhero movie, and that's Logan, in my opinion. Hugh Jackman is funny, and he's vicious as Wolverine, probably the most vicious that you've seen ever of a Wolverine
like
character.
The actual violence and gore. Okay.
And it's, because it's him and Deadpool, so, you can do some of that. Daphne Keane, who plays X-23, which is an alternate version of Wolverine, and they did the movie together, Logan, which I highly recommend people if they never saw it. It's a Western. It's not even really a superhero movie. They get back together, spoiler alert, in this movie. And Daphne Keane is really interesting because she was maybe 12 or 13 when they did that movie, and she was terrific. Like, she was so good at it. And then she's in this movie, and she was just as great, and their chemistry together was just as great. She is also one of the stars of Acolyte on Disney Plus, and she talked about the 2 characters meshing.
Your character from Logan, X-23, do you think she would be a Sith or a Jedi?
She'd be a very disobedient Jedi. She's good. She's a good person, but she is savage. They'd be reprimanding her all the time. I don't know if she'd make it to Master. They'd be like, no, we're keeping you down at Padawan. You're too dangerous.
I like that. So, like, if it were a Dungeons and Dragons alignment, it would probably be chaotic good.
Yes.
Or neutral good.
What she's talking about is a dark Jedi. That's what that is.
What's crazy to me about her is she's Spanish, right? Like, from Spain. When you see her speak Spanish, like, there's a Spanish accent. When you see her speak English, there's a British accent. It's very cool. She is terrific. Like, she's a terrific young actor. And I'm glad that she's still in the sci-fi world because I think that she can go beyond it or elevate sci-fi. Her performance and they have a clear connection, her and Hugh Jackman. Clear. Like, you can tell that they enjoy being on screen with each other. They're terrific. And if you're someone who loves this stuff, there's so many Easter eggs, like layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of things that they do here. And if you're casual, I totally get why this isn't for you and why some of the reviewers kind of acted like it wasn't for them. I thought it was okay, but for all of the Easter egg stuff, it was really awesome, and I laughed out loud 3 times.
Camarion J. Cobbins, 19, of Huntsville, Alabama, was arrested shortly after midnight Sunday outside the 3211 Odyssey Court business on one charge of aggravated unlawful use of a weapon, and his next court appearance is scheduled for September 5th. Now, what I want you to do, Lawrence, is I want you to Google 3211 Odyssey Court. There you go. Yeah, that's it. No, I didn't ask you to close your computer. I asked you to not look at the texts. 3211 Odyssey Court.
Oh. That's in the I-88 corridor.
It is. It's right there in the I-88 corridor. Yeah, see, that's the address of the Naperville Topgolf. Sunday's arrest, as has been the case with the Naperville Topgolf arrests before it, was the result of a police officer performing a foot patrol. And I love the idea of performing a foot patrol. He wasn't on a foot patrol. He was performing one.
And Paw Patrol.
No, but I'm just like he's got fussy hands, and he's doing the whole thing to, hey, big spender. He was performing a foot patrol through the business's parking lot, and he spotted a gun in plain view. According to Naperville Police Commander Rick Cracko, give me crack! The officer was walking the Topgolf lot when he observed a black handgun in the rear passenger seat pocket of a vehicle. Officers set up surveillance of the vehicle and waited for its occupants to return. 5 people returned to the car and were detained for further investigation. At the conclusion of the investigation, officers determined that Cobbins was to be taken into custody. He was the only person arrested. Online court records show the firearm police spotted was a loaded Taurus 9mm Millennium G2. For which Cobbins did not have a valid firearm owner identification card. With the addition of Cobbins, congratulations. That makes, how many do you think? Since August of 2023.
It's reached us, so I'm gonna say north of 15?
20. We have now hit 20 people arrested for gun-related charges outside the Naperville Topgolf since August of 2023. As of Monday, all 20 reported cases were still in court. Prior to Sunday, the last firearm-related arrest made at Naperville Topgolf was in May. So, congratulations. 20 people have left guns out in their car at the Naperville Topgolf.
I don't understand it at all.
Maybe they're not listening to the show. See, that's the thing. We need more gun-toting miscreants listening to this show.
We should can we get the station just on a loudspeaker in the parking lot at the Topgolf on the I-88 corridor?
But it's
so
too
that
late
they can
then.
constantly
But
hear us remind them.
But they've already showed up with the guns.
But no, but then we can just constantly remind them, hey, put your guns away, stow them properly.
Or it should be like when I used to pull up to the Super Bowl and it was Dick Enberg's voice really loud on the speakers saying, if you have fireworks or missiles, they're not allowed. I'm like, missile? Who's carrying in missiles into the Super Bowl?
You'd be surprised.
Oh, I guess we can't bring our MX Peacekeeper in. Put that down. Put that back in the car. The ICBM filled with MIRVs. The dear boy himself. Sorry.
So, if you're going to Topgolf, make sure that your FOID card is up to date. And also, safely store your firearm so that it's not in plain view.
Yes.
And if you don't have a FOID card, don't get a firearm.
Yes, what he said. That's high noon. We haven't heard from Caleb Williams in a while. You want to do that?
Yeah, let's hear from Caleb Williams as he gets ready to suit up, maybe, for his first game as a Bear, but probably not. Next.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And you and Tanny all last week trying to have conversations about this movie that I was dying to see. And you were very often very careful, very cautious. I respected it. And you would say, well, let's not spoil it for Speaks. Let's not do that. I don't want to do that. And then I'd leave the room, and then maybe you guys would talk a little more.
Yeah.
There was one moment where you said one thing, and it was like the equivalent when somebody has seen a game that you have on the DVR, and they're like, oh, I won't spoil anything, but stay to the end.
Okay, so we're going to play something here, and Speaks is going to tell me off mic what I said
I'm going to tell you.
to spoil it so that we don't spoil it for the audience. And then when we come back from this clip that Tanny's going to play, I'm going to have been told what I told to Spiegel. I genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
And then I will determine whether or not I believe that I actually spoiled
And
it.
if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see us talking about it, or you can jump there right now to see this,
all right,
okay?
go ahead, Tanny.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's a spoiler.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
No, I don't think you should.
Tanny,
I really.
can I get some validation?
I don't know what it is. He doesn't know what it is.
It's been a week and a half now, right? The movie's been out for a week and a half.
I really don't think you should say it.
Such an innocuous thing.
I disagree. I disagree firmly.
Well, you want to tell me in cue while I play the music?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Come on.
Thank you.
Come on,
Thank you.
Speaks.
Thank you.
That's not anywhere close to being a spoiler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And that's why I'm going to say.
The way he said it, the way he is.
I said that on the Friday show right after I saw the movie when Speaks wasn't here.
Right.
I said
it was a reason to see the movie.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
Yes, you said
Now people will know.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know
It's the
how
way
wrong
that he
you
said
were.
it. It's the way that he said it.
I said Robert Downey Jr. is going to win the Oscar.
Why are you cringing?
How does that spoil the movie?
Put your glasses back on, Speaks.
It does spoil the movie.
Spoil the movie.
So you're upset that you went and saw a good performance by Robert Downey Jr.?
Oh, no, it was good.
He's
it was
an
good.
A-list actor.
There's a lot of other people that were good, too.
Did you want to hate him going into it after hearing what Danny said?
No.
And all of a sudden you were disappointed
No.
that he was so awesome in the movie?
As long as we're talking about it,
All
let's
the
talk about it.
criticisms that
Here's
I've
the deal.
taken.
Here's the deal. Forget it. Here's the deal. Now, this is going to be a spoiler. Telling people right now.
No.
Yes.
You're the bad
I'm
guy.
going to spoil it.
This might be Spieg's definition of a spoiler.
No,
so it might not be.
The bomb goes off.
This is 100% a spoiler to indicate to you why that was a spoiler. Okay?
No.
I don't love it.
No.
Yeah, I don't love that.
No, that's
All right,
crazy.
forget it.
Okay, yes. All right. Someone who won an Oscar, or who I think could win an Oscar,
Yeah.
who probably cost 8 figures to get in the movie, has a pivotal role in the movie.
Speaks. A spoiler would be Robert Downey Jr. shows up in the Iron Man suit to stop the bomb.
A
That would be a spoiler.
Camp in Years is underway. Preseason games are on the horizon, and we're covering it every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 670 The School and Odyssey Sports Station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score!
The Bears.
Caleb Williams hasn't really talked since they put on pads, which is good.
It's fine. Let him talk to his teammates. Let him talk to DeMarcus Walker, face mask to face mask.
Yes, but then he talked with the media. So here's where the Bears quarterback is on everything.
Hello.
Where are you so far kind of in your
I don't really like the Tulane, you know what I mean? I don't really like the Tulane today. Yeah, well, I played in that one. Yeah, they got us. No, I'm joking. Here we go. I got you.
It's tough to top.
Yeah.
Where are you so far in terms of your progression, where you wanted to be at this point here in camp?
I think I'm on track to be ready. Exactly where I need to be and where they want me to be. I'm excited. Every day I wake up, I'm learning something new. And so getting ready for the season, preseason, and these next practices. I'm very excited. Still progressing, but we're towards the install right now for this portion, which is very exciting. To think that not too long ago I didn't know really anything about this offense, and now I know a lot more than I did then. So progressing, excited, and ready to go.
You've been open about kind of the inner dynamic for you, that drive to be great, the striving for perfection, while also understanding that there are going to be mistakes. How's that been for you so far, kind of balancing that in your mind?
Yeah, it's been great. I'm always tough about the mistakes. That's the part about me I think that is that drives everything. And being tough on myself, being tough about the mistakes that happen, whether it's MAs or it's actually a turnover or anything like that. Just being tough on myself. But understanding that there are going to be mistakes, and how I respond to those mistakes. It depends on the response and all of that. Always provides an outcome, whether it's a good or bad response. The outcome from that response is always gonna it's always gonna be there. So like I said, getting back to it, getting excited, getting prepared for this, and these mistakes, these good and bad days that I having, at least in my good and bad days that I'm having, I know it's preparing me for those games late in the season, these preseason games coming up, and obviously I go versus this defense every day, so they make it tough on me.
Caleb, how vocal have you been in meetings with the coordinators, with your other players, about what you think could improve in a certain scheme, a certain set on the offense?
Yeah, I'd say I've been in some cool systems. Well, one cool system before this was Lincoln Riley, and we ran some plays similar. And even today, getting in there, talking about it. There's a play that we ran today that I ran a bunch of times in college, and I've had a lot of reps with it. And so I got in there with the QBs, talked about it with coach, and then we went out there and we executed pretty well in the play. So just if I have any knowledge, I always want to help. Obviously, if the other Qs have knowledge with plays, they always help. And just finding that comfort, that balance between it all, and getting out there and working on the play itself and getting after it, and then the mistakes that we have, getting out there correcting, out there in practice or in the film is important for us, and building that connection and relationship between the wide receivers and myself, the offensive line and myself, and getting out there and having fun, playing ball, exciting times.
Caleb, from where you stand, what are the pros and cons of you playing in preseason games?
I always think there's more pros than cons in anything, especially for a young guy like myself. The reps are always paramount for anybody like myself. A young rookie, second-year guy. third-year guy, it's paramount. It's really important, and we'll see about these preseason games coming up, how they play out.
You know, as our team, we've always been able to extend plays and not necessarily run, but buy time and then throw the ball.
Yep.
How much pride do you take in that? Is that something that's natural? Did you have to work on that a lot? How would you describe it?
Obviously, you work on it. You maintain what are strengths, and then you get better at the things that aren't so strong. And so I've obviously worked on it over the years, but. I think it's part of it's natural of playing other positions when I was younger, and then the other part is that I worked on it throughout the long days and long years that I've had of playing QB now, and so it's a healthy balance of working on it and understanding, filling the offensive line and where they're going, the defensive line and things like that, the play, the scheme that you have been running. At that play and getting after it and letting it rip.
Thank you. Caleb, is there any part of these last 2 weeks where something about the offense or learning install has been more challenging than you expected or frustrating that it isn't coming quicker for you?
I'm not saying that it isn't there, and obviously there's going to be challenging times. It's not that it's not coming quicker or slower than I expected. It's more or less just myself. When I go out in the field, I expect myself to not mess up. It's just how I am. And so when I do, it's frustrating. And so, and I would think for any quarterback in the league, there's only, 32 of us that are starting. And so for any quarterback in the league, I would expect them to be the same of, when you go out there, you expect to have no MAs, no interceptions, no turnovers and things like that. And when you do, it's frustrating. But it's how you respond and react to those frustrating times is when you grow and get better.
Okay, I told you yet if you're playing video games, do you feel like it's furthest away from where you would like to be come week one?
Furthest away. It's a good question. I would say right now, working on my got me with that one. Stop me. I would say working on my blitz looks, my blitz and coverage looks, and feeling the umbrella of the defense, and filling that out to adjust, to adjust protection, to adjust. Whether it's a run, flip the run, run into it, flip the protection, get to a quick game, get to a cover zero check, however the structure of it works out, just progressing. And a lot of that comes with seeing it, and reps. And so that's why also, preseason and, those things are so important.
In practice today, you had the touchdown to Keenan on your right. Can you kind of walk us through what you saw and how you're able to kind of find him back there?
Yeah, so we had a quick game for blitz that I went to, and also just it's where we're starting right there in that progression, and then start there, and then I got back to Keenan. I felt the pockets collapse, and then I felt a big gap open up, and I know Keenan was coming on the back line. And just, I felt the defense push over, backer attached, and then, backer was too low and threw it over his head.
You're 3 months in working with Shane Waldron. What about that relationship works for you?
Yeah, I think it's been a constant thing. Only really known him for, I would guess, 4 months, 5 months. I don't remember how long it is now. But knowing him for only a couple months, and just building this connection. I think it's a lot through communication, a lot through just talking about stuff, talking about ball, talking about life, talking about his kids, his family, talking about my family, and just on and off the field, just continuing to grow that relationship. And a lot comes through communication, a lot comes through frustrating times, a lot comes through good times of throwing touchdowns when I throw interception. Just the constant communication is huge.
What good comes from the? You mentioned that.
Sorry, what say to you?
What's the good that has come out of the frustrating times for you that you mentioned?
Yeah, him being able to just talk to me, communicate, explain what I saw, explain what he thought and thought should happen, explain what he was able to see from where he was standing and things like that. I think those are always those are always important times to be able to talk to your coach, pick his brain, because you always, when you're out there and he calls a play and he has, 2-3 plays that he sent in, and, whether it was alerting to another play, this and that, and, I mess up or anything like that, being able to talk and what he saw and just to be on the same page is really important when you get a, offensive coordinator and things like that, sending plays into you, you want to be on the same mindset as him. And I think that's really important, right now and progressing in that way. And then, when we get to games and things like that, being on the same page and constant communication throughout the week to be able to, be prepared for when he calls those 2-3 plays in the huddle through the headset. And I get in the huddle, and then, when I get up to the line, I'm like, okay, this is what he wants. This is, we're on the same page, and being able to alert a play, keep the play, and things like that.
For me, the most interesting thing was Herb Howard's question. And when Mark Grody joined Matt Spiegel and me on the afternoon show yesterday, he made it clear that he didn't want to edit out the pauses. That listening to Caleb Williams
process,
think about it, really go through the whatever the possibilities were in his head, and then say, "Oh, you stumped me, you got me with that one," and carefully decide on what sounds like a very honest answer. I thought that was great.
Yeah, I think it's great too. I also think Herb's great. So I'm not surprised that he would ask a good question that elicits a great response. But he then followed it up with Shane Waldron, right? So here's Shane Waldron answering the same question from Herb Howard.
I think with him, it's the operation and the cadence, owning all the things that goes in there. And I think the great part about it is that he cares, he works hard, and he's so competitive that each day we've seen that improvement from him. So we're confident that part of it is heading in the right direction. And, just like everything else, it's not just Caleb. To me, that's the young guys on the roster, the guys that are new to the roster here, getting a sense of comfort level with how we do things, what our 2024 Bears language is when we're communicating with each other. And I think, like I said, we have a bunch of guys that work hard and care. And so you see those daily improvements each time we go out there.
Okay, so let's go back a little bit, because this is now something to watch. Probably not Thursday, because I don't think he's going to play. But going back to the end of the offseason stuff, the operation was a big deal. And throughout practices so far, it's still been an issue. Enough where a practice went two practices, Friday and Saturday, kind of went poorly because of it. And now you have the OC saying, yeah, we still need to make sure that is as clean as possible.
We're all speaking the same language.
That's something to look for over the next week of practices outside of this game Thursday, leading into what for most of them will be their first preseason game.
That's really it. And the idea of
that's really important too, though.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that there are those who will say, well, why is it so complicated? Why can't they just make it easy? Well, it's not that what the Bears are doing is specifically complicated. It's just to be able to respond to what defenses do now, that kind of communication and flexibility and understanding exactly how much time you have to do what you need to do without burning a timeout. It's a dance.
Well, it's a dance, and this is... He hasn't had this. Like, it's almost like learning a new language.
So it is learning a new language rather than look at card, look at coach, clap hands.
Or kind of know, like, because he had been in the system for 3 years, whether it was at Oklahoma or USC, knowing what to call or what will be called in a situation like this versus here's the play. We've gone over the concept. Now you've got to tell the play to everyone. Now, like, it's communication.
Not just the play, all of the options that can come off that play. Like he said, am I checking to run at the blitz? Am I looking for something short and hot? Or is there a cover zero call? And then you even get into what can happen at the snap if he's got a free one or not.
Right. And with a guy like Keenan Allen who is seeing things, who's going to see things better than you because he's been doing it for 13 years, what he might do on a particular route because he sees something that the coverage has changed and allows for them to exploit it in a way that maybe you didn't realize as the play was beginning.
I know we have a big segment coming up with a couple of guests, but I do want to mention some news. Adam Schefter has tweeted that the Jets head coach, Robert Saleh, said that quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who is recovering from his Achilles injury, is unlikely to play this preseason.
Do you remember all the people that were telling you that he was going to somehow make it back for the postseason? Remember that?
Sure. Remember all of it. And he didn't want to quell any of that either. He went out of his way to be seen walking without a limp and or throwing before a game. But the coach just said that Aaron Rodgers, who is recovering from his Achilles injury, is unlikely to play this preseason.
Awesome. Ready to talk with the Sox machine?
I am, and it's not just one part of the Sox machine. We
Machine.
have two different cogs in the machine, or ghosts in the machine, who are
Or bricks in the wall.
who are going to. No, they're not there. I was saying ghosts in the machine.
Ghosts in the machine.
So we'll find out what they think the White Sox got back in this deal.
A guy with a broken leg.
Spoiler alert: not much. It's coming up.
I don't really like the Tulane.
Everyone has been impacted by cancer. Our list of loved ones affected is endless. That's why on August 15th and 16th, The Score, the Cubs, and Stand Up to Cancer are partnering for the Cubs for a Cure 24-hour radiothon. Danny Parkins here. Join me and the Score team as we push to raise $1 million. Hear from Ryan Sandberg, cancer survivor Jameson Tyone, celebrities, doctors, and patients on how cancer has impacted their lives. Your donations will have a chance to get you Cubs tickets, experiences, and memorabilia. 100% of the money raised will go towards cancer research. This is our way of trying to do good against this vicious disease. Join us if you or your company would like to get involved. Email us at 670radiothon@gmail.com.
But I do think there is something that has happened to and within the organization.
Okay.
There has been a slow curdling and enervation of everything around the owner, where all that's left now is this husk of an organization that is simply existing on inertia. The Reinsdorf ownership is essentially over. Everybody around knows that he's approaching 90. Everyone within and without knows the team is already contractually they're going to be sold when he is no longer with us. Everything else that's been non-Reinsdorf has been stripped away. There's no Kenny. There's no Rick. Everybody is there as an extension of Reinsdorf or somehow doing one's job in an effort to please, to curry favor with the whim of the day of the owner.
Audience of one.
Whether it's the broadcaster, the manager, the general manager who obsequiously promised and whispered all kinds of things just to have the job. The organization is out of energy. It just exists. Who is going to spearhead anything a normal baseball business would do right now? Who's got the desire, the energy, or the professional motivation to begin it?
Or the know-how.
Or
the
even if they
expertise.
wanted to do it. Even if
or the permission.
Yes.
You're describing what sounds like, really, and I don't know if it's an apples-to-apples comparison, but the Blackhawks in the final days of Bill Wirtz were very similar in the situation what you just described.
It's the end of an empire.
Yeah.
And this is what it looks like. Like
kind of waiting, unfortunately, waiting for something to happen. And then you feel like until that does, you're not going to be able to do what you need to do to maximize everything about the organization.
Destination for Chicago sports talk on 670 The Score.
Sox Machine.
We're surrounded by it today here on the Bernstein and Holmes show as we have news that's flying all over the place right now. Josh Nelson of Sox Machine is with us in studio on Twitter at Sox Machine Josh, and we are hooking up his compatriot Jim Margulis, who is at Sox Machine. These are the co-hosts of the Sox Machine podcast with us on The Score.
Hello.
Hey, a couple of news items real quickly. The Cubs, according to Bob Nightingale, have dealt Mark Leiter Jr. to the Yankees, waiting to hear return. And Matt Eberflus has announced that Bears starters will not play on Thursday.
So you guys are clear now to not watch the Hall of Fame game if you want. We still will.
Yeah, we still are. Most of it.
You can watch the Chicago Bears so nobody else has to.
That's correct. Yeah, we will do it so we can do that. We're still watching, or at least I am. I'm still watching the White Sox so that no one else has to. But we know that you guys do that for a living. Yesterday was quite an interesting day for the White Sox and for Chris Getz. What did you think
about the trade?
About the day.
About the day. Well, when Bobby Witt Jr. hit that deep drive to left field as it was sailing into the bleachers, I was laughing hysterically because my first thought was, what a day for the White Sox. Here they got a chance to snap their losing streak. Instead, they blow a 5-2 lead in the 8th inning. It just figures. With this trade yesterday, I think the St. Louis Cardinals did great getting Eric Fedde and Tommy Pham. I have some questions from the Dodgers' perspective. I don't think they're above any type of criticism in this 3-team trade. But for the Chicago White Sox, I really hope that Miguel Vargas solves his two biggest issues and why he wasn't a starter with the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers gave him plenty of runway to earn the starting job at second base last year, and he failed. And the Dodgers had to pivot at the trade deadline last year because Vargas has got two red flags. He doesn't play defense very well, and he does not hit fastballs very well from right-handed pitching. And when you're a right-handed hitter, and last year you batted 161 against four-seamers from right-handed pitchers, you're going to have a difficult time to hit well enough to merit staying in the majors. And if you're not a great defensive player, I don't know what you got here. Like, this is a former top 50 prospect, and these are two very large red flags. And now you're asking the Chicago White Sox player development team to fix these issues? I mean, the queue is very long, Lawrence, of hitters that are broken for the Chicago White Sox. This is the worst offense in the last 50 years of Major League Baseball. And you're asking this player development team and the current coaching staff to fix this guy? Okay, and they have two 19-year-olds, and one of the 19-year-olds has some type of stress fracture in his left tibia and is out for the season. The White Sox acquired another guy with a lower half injury to their farm system. 3 players they traded away, and they only got 3 prospects back. And on the national scene, they are getting grilled right now for this return. And it's really up to Miguel Vargas to have a positive introduction to the White Sox. Hit in September and August. He's going to be part of the White Sox lineup. We heard tonight he'll be joining the White Sox, and we'll see what he does. But if Vargas struggles, I think there's already a lot of doubt with Chris Getz, Dan. There's just going to be even more doubt about his ability to be the White Sox general manager.
Jim, your thoughts?
Individually, Vargas, Perez, Albertus, they're all fine. Like, it's good that the White Sox can use some of their playing time to give a former prospect, a former top prospect like Vargas, some runway that he didn't have with the Dodgers. Like, nothing wrong with that. Perez looks, I think, more interesting of the two, especially when you include the stress fracture. White Sox do not have a great track record when it comes to acquiring players previously injured. They tend to not bounce back the way the White Sox anticipate. So that's why I'm a little bit cooler on the idea of Albertus right now. But individually, they're fine. It feels light. And you liken it to last deadline when they traded Lucas Giolito and Reynaldo Lopez for Kai Bush and Edgar Caro. Like Edgar Caro felt like a good return individually for Lucas Giolito. Kai Bush felt like a good return individually for Reynaldo Lopez. Combine it, so much the better. Like a good 2-for-2 trade where you can see the promise and you can see the how the timing lines up with the White Sox building a next potential core. This time around, given that the 19-year-olds are probably 3 years from the majors at least, they won't help with a quick turnaround. Vargas looks like a project, and he's also has some service time. So that by the time he's good, is he lining up with Perez and Albertus if they happen to pan out, either one of them? And then you factor it in with like the White Sox trading Tommy Pham and Michael Kopech as well, 3 players for 3 players. None of it feels like proportional. Like if the White Sox somehow got Vargas or Albertus or Perez for one of Pham or Kopech, I would get it. But having Fedde, who is the most tradable player because of his production and his contract, feels just a little bit, insubstantial, I think, for what the White Sox need to do. And it doesn't feel like a landmark trade the way that the acquiring Caro and Bush for Giolito and Lopez last year felt like a real changing of the closing of a chapter, opening a new one. Some players who might be able to stick on the 26-man roster at the same time. This one I don't quite get.
Jim, what did you think of what happened with Garrett Crochet and Chris Getz yesterday? Because that also happened yesterday.
Yeah, it's not great. There are a couple things that remind me of Rick Hahn. One is, a general manager coming out with a hangdog expression and looking like, it's really unfortunate what's happened here, as if he has no agency. Even if it is a case where Crochet's representation really did pull one over him, or it did an end around that was really unprofessional, or you don't really see. It's not great when you're in charge and you don't sound like you anticipated it. It feels like, disaster planning is part of your job when it comes to making these really important trades. And so that looked a little bit unprofessional. Then there's also the idea of when I think it was Scott Merkin relayed the quotes about how, the White Sox could theoretically extend Crochet themselves and make it part of the long-term project. And Getz is like, yeah, we could do that. However, we have to consider what's good for the long-term health of the organization, which is the same playbook that Hahn and Kenny Williams used when it came to adding like a big contract like Manny Machado or Bryce Harper, when they were worried about paying all the players of their past core, I guess. I guess the current core is no longer a core. Anderson, Giolito, Jimenez, Robert, Moncada. They worried about paying those guys, and that's why they couldn't pay somebody like a Machado or like a Harper. Guys who have contributed to postseason teams. Saying that about Crochet, when they have no players who look extendable, when they have no players that look like they really require resources, that comes off as, what are you doing here? Like, what are you trying to sell right now? Everything's in disarray, and you're the one in charge of it. So you should have like your finger on the pulse of the fan base and realize that, this is what they heard last time and it didn't work out. And also when you're complaining about a way a player has conducted himself or a way a player's agency has conducted themselves, and you're the one who's supposed to be in charge of contingency planning, not a fan.
The other thing with Crochet that I've been thinking about is his agency, CAA. It's their job. It's their job to protect their client. It's their job to get as much guarantee money as possible. They don't have to check in with Chris Getz. So they're trying to influence the market to get their client to the best fit for Garrett Crochet and to get that contract extension. That's why there is a lot of heat, or at least trade smoke, around the Los Angeles Dodgers, because the Dodgers made a similar trade before this season with Tyler Glasnow, which there was some injury risk with Glasnow. He wanted an extension. They acquired Glasnow, and they signed him to that 5-year, $100+ million contract. So we'll see if Crochet does get dealt before the 5 p.m. Central Time. But I feel like, Lawrence, that Getz said this publicly to, get sympathy, that Garrett Crochet made his job a lot tougher to trade him before the deadline.
The thing that I fear, and I talked about it earlier with Dan, is I agree that Garrett Crochet and his people are doing the best that they can to try to take care of his long-term financial health and probably his physical health too. But he may have just doomed himself to being here. And to me, the first priority for Garrett Crochet is to get away from this place and then figure it out once you get to LA or wherever it is that you were going to go. But because we know that they're not going to pay him.
Right.
So at least get away from all of this and all of this nastiness, which I'm sure now is going to get more petty. And I'm sure that there will be people like, well, Garrett Crochet, not really, I don't know if you would describe him as a gamer. He's kind of a 100% guy. Like that's the next part of this, that people who are very friendly towards the White Sox it's just something to watch over the next, if they don't trade him, over the next few weeks of people talking about this.
And you may be right. And maybe you're probably right from the pettiness, but from the player development standpoint, the White Sox have to continue pushing Garrett Crochet because you have another chance to trade him during the winter meetings in the offseason. So you need to go back to pushing him to 80, 90, 100 pitches before the end of the season to sell other teams, the other 29 teams, that he can be a frontline starting pitcher.
So is there any move that you think we're not talking about that maybe you guys have discussed and say, hey, if somebody comes knocking, I know we've talked about Luis Robert Jr. and the possibilities there.
He's been so bad.
Yeah, but what else, what are there on the fringes of your radar screen right now between now and 5 o'clock and say, hey, don't rule out this, don't rule out that, for either one of you wants to jump in?
There's gossip right now that Lenyn Sosa is on his way to Chicago, which if that is true, then an infielder is getting dealt. Is that Paul DeJong? Is that Nicky Lopez? I'm not sure. But if that is true, someone is leaving the current roster from last night before 5 o'clock. Even though he did not pitch well and he gave up that grand slam, John Braby is on an expiring contract, and teams are always looking for relievers, and he should come pretty cheap. So those are like the two right now. Is which infielder is getting dealt between DeJong and Lopez, and when is John Braby getting traded, Jim?
Yeah, John Brebbia was the one I was thinking of. And then, he has if it's a farewell, it was a fitting farewell for the 2024 White Sox.
Farewell to the baseball.
Yeah. But I think it's a case of just, it's, if you're trying every single outing to boost trade value, that was not one for it. But then again, like Michael Kopech, he was on a decent run going into his trade, and that didn't really seem to move the needle much in terms of the overall return for him. So who knows? Like, it's a case where you can't make too much of one game, no matter how poorly it's timed. But I saw that video of the White Sox giving the bullpen giving Kopech the farewell, drinking from the same can, passing it around, and just thinking like they probably do that after the games as well, just to try to flush out the memories of what just happened.
Do you guys think that the Dodgers and Mark Pryor will have better luck keeping Kopech consistent to the game plan than the White Sox did?
I don't know, Lawrence, because Kopech admitted that he didn't always follow the advice by the White Sox coaches. So,
which was good advice, strangely enough.
I'm not sure. Tons of pressure. You cannot fail in LA right now, especially in the postseason. If he's in the postseason, he gives up like a 2-run homer to the Philadelphia Phillies. I am wondering how Michael Kopech is going to recover from that. He admitted during his tenure with the White Sox, ever since that trade from the Boston Red Sox, that he grew up a lot. And in his words, he became a man with the White Sox. But there's always been a question about his mental stability when he gives up those big moments and his ability to bounce back. The Dodgers are going to be counting on him to be one of those first relievers coming out of the bullpen, especially when you get closer to the end of the regular season and into the postseason. So I'm more concerned about that. I mean, if Pryor can get him to throw a little bit more cutters and he's still pumping 101, 102 miles per hour at the fastball, then I think Kopech could be fine.
Before we let you guys go, I want you both to weigh in real quick on yesterday's kerfuffle and the not quite denial that A.J. Pierzynski issued about his connection to the organization as a possible next manager.
It would make great fodder for Sox Fest, Jim. Man,
sure would. He's probably already there because of the 20-year anniversary. So like they would save on an announcement if they just waited. But yeah, it's when it comes to those reports, like Nightingale connected with La Russa, he did not connect with Pedro Grifol. Like he said the White Sox were going to get an experienced manager because they could not afford to have a first-time manager with the team in the current state it was. They needed like a Bruce Bochy type or Ron Washington, and then they hired Grifol. So not everything he says is true when it comes to the White Sox manager. So that's, I think, what I consider comforting. It does feel very White Sox-y, and it is the opposite of Grifol in terms of having a compelling personality, having the ability to hold court and hold media attention. Like Pierzynski's good at that. So it would be the opposite in that regard, not the opposite in terms of, first-time manager. If they follow like Robin Ventura's lead of how that worked out when he had a first-time manager, wasn't quite cut out for it, but the loyalty with the organization was such that they could not cut ties with him when it was time to cut ties, and he stayed 2 years too long. I would hope that would be the cautionary tale with going to Pierzynski at this time, but if nothing else, like it makes great content for Pierzynski with the Foul Territory show. Like, if get a couple days worth of YouTube clips to go around, it's great for him.
Yeah, don't do it, AJ. Keep your media company. One name to watch of the White Sox, or when the White Sox do fire Pedro Grifol, supposedly is Terry Francona, if Francona can prove that he is healthy enough to take the job.
Okay.
Wouldn't they just wreck his health, though? That's my concern.
Yeah, I know.
2 weeks in, his stomach starts acting up like, I cannot do this.
Listen to us. AJ, don't take the job. Keep the media company. Terry, for your health, don't take the job.
Right, and then you recommend it to the old infirm guy.
Yeah, if I'm Terry Francona, like I don't want anything to do with this until this is a lot better, a lot further down the road than it is.
He does not have time for renovations.
Correct. Guys, as always, we appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Check out the Sox Machine podcast and check out all of the stuff that these guys are writing on soxmachine.com. Sox Machine.
Josh Nelson and Jim Margulis.
Cubs Machine is working hard right now, too.
I'm very surprised that they traded Mark Leiter Jr. to the Yankees. Let's go through and assess what they got in return when we come back. Bernstein and Holmes on the score.
Bears training camp is on. Caleb Williams.
This offense is brewing and getting ready for it to be a really good offense, explosive offense.
Richard Hightower.
A really good first day of pads, especially for us on punt.
And the score will be there to follow every storyline. And when breaking news happens, trust the score to deliver. Only on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. Bears training camp coverage on the score is presented by ChevyDrivesChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
This segment is sponsored by Fireplace.
The Odyssey softball team has a game, and Shane Reardon has said that they don't have a second baseman. Are you interested in considering playing on Monday, May 20th?
What's the venue? Where are we balling?
Like West Logan Park, like down Armitage.
Okay.
Not that far. Not that far from where you're at.
We'll pay for the Uber. Location should not be a factor.
We'll hire. We'll hire a
I got
limo.
a little scooter.
Oh, he's got a scooter.
Scooter.
Can you imagine MLBer rolling up on a scooter to play for the Odyssey team?
This doesn't feel like a no,
We'll
Nico.
see. I might want to play short, honestly.
I was just thinking about that. Like, the dude is a lifelong shortstop. You're offering him second base.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't want Craig coming for us if – I mean, you haven't played 16-inch without a glove. I don't want you to jam a finger. I don't want Craig coming for our heads.
No, I already did. Look, my pinky's all off.
Ooh, Jesus.
All right, so you're not afraid of that. All right.
It's a long throw. It's a long
throw.
throw.
So if we promise you shortstop, are you in?
Is there food?
Yeah, there's food.
Yeah.
The only problem is I'll play third base, and I will cut you off if I've got the momentum.
Okay. I'll shift to the middle, and we'll be good.
All right, counsel's coming on in 8 minutes. You want us to ask him anything for you?
Yeah, ask him if I got the go to play softball on May 20th.
That'll be my first question. Media League softball team is very talented. We finished second the last couple of years. Have a game that night.
They need help getting over the hump, Craig.
And we've invited Nico to play 16-inch softball. He's requested to hit top 4 in the lineup, play short, and have some pizza as part of his contract negotiations. And I asked him what we should ask you, and he said, ask him if I have permission to play.
No. I'm going to not grant Nico permission. Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's certainly you're right.
Do we have to hit him lead off? Like, what's the negotiation here that would have to? I mean, risk of injury.
I think you're already a talented team. You said you don't need Nico. You'll be all right.
Would you like to play?
Oh, that's a better question, perhaps.
Your talent level would go down then.
Would you like to manage?
No.
Okay.
16 in softball, different sport. It's a lot different sport. Sure, there's strategy in that sport I'm not aware of.
Yeah, drink more beer, I believe is the strategy.
All right, well, asked and answered. Too bad. It was a good dream.
Now the 2-2 from Mark Leiter Jr. And Perez swings and misses. Strike three. Breaking ball got him. 1-2-3 for Leiter. We go to the ninth inning. Cubs 4, Kansas City 3.
Make no mistake, Mark Leiter Jr. has been an unlikely stalwart. For whatever the Cubs have been doing while he's been here, nothing bad is his fault. He's gotten lefties out. He's gotten righties out. He's worked. He's got a tremendous workload, and he's been terrific. Unsung, taken for granted, and I'm surprised that they traded him.
Maybe they thought they couldn't afford him as a free agent next year?
Sure, there's all these considerations, but they have dipped back into the Big Ten for a couple of Yankees prospects. Ben Cowles, I think it's pronounced, a 6-foot, 180-pound right-handed throwing and hitting shortstop, second baseman, and third baseman, who went to the University of Maryland, and giant right-handed pitcher Jack Neely. He is 6'8", 245.
No, that's not real.
He's 6'8", 245, and went to Ohio State.
Can he play left tackle?
That is a large individual, but he is
We'll bulk him up.
Probably ultimately a high leverage relief pitcher. But I wonder if is it Matt Shaw and Ben Cowles played together at Maryland.
Oh,
right? Wouldn't that make sense?
Sure.
So Cowles is 24, and he looks like pretty good. I mean, he's currently in the Eastern League in AA Somerset with an OPS plus of 154.
You mean like how Nick Madrigal and Stephen Kwan
in A-ball?
Played together?
I'm not even countenancing that.
What?
In A-ball, he had an OPS plus of 168.
I was watching Jonathan India last night. He's pretty good. What?
Nothing.
I was just saying.
Don't say what.
I was watching the Cubs game yesterday, and then Jonathan India was in the game.
Okay. Don't say what. But yeah, Stephen Kwan and Nick Madrigal were also college teammates. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what you got. What do you think? Ben Cowles, Jack Neely.
I guess for a guy whose contract is coming to an end, wasn't making a lot of money. I think he's going to make a lot of money. A reliable reliever, someone that was really, really good. I mean, I guess this says you feel comfortable, if you're the Cubs, that you can find a guy or develop a guy like Leiter again.
Okay.
I'm not sold that that's going to be the case because, the Cubs have had bullpen problems this year, Dan. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but that's been one of their weaknesses as a team is getting outs. So maybe you sign him back. Like that's possible too, I guess, that you trade him for prospects and then you say, hey, Mark, you want to raise and you want to come back here and be a part of our bullpen? Shrug emoji.
Okay. I'm a little surprised. I really am. I'd like to know exactly what went into this decision unless they've really coveted one or both of these Yankees prospects. And at least last time they made a deal with the Yankees, it was Scott Efros for Hayden Wesneski, and the jury's out on that.
Yeah, it is. I think the jury's probably in, though. Don't you?
Probably.
Can't stop giving up home runs. Then when he stops giving up home runs, he's giving up walks. So
because he's bad.
A lot of talent. A lot of talent. Just hasn't been able to consistently put it together yet. So, I mean, now you definitely you knew that they weren't trying to win in this season because they don't think that they can. But if you needed more evidence of that, this deal is that. And now you just hope that if he stays healthy and is as good as he was this year, that the Cubs did this with the intent of trying to sign him back.
Okay. But I would need, I don't know if they can say that. You can't. You
No,
probably
but
can't
you
say
can,
that
you can
yet.
hey, keep us in mind, and we're
I mean,
really
they could-
appreciative.
could they
of
say
what
it
you-
publicly?
Keep us in mind in free agency.
And if you asked them about it in a press conference, they would say, we can't say specifically, but we like to be open-minded about any potential free agent and would look forward to having those discussions when the time comes.
Yeah,
right.
But it makes sense. A guy that's on an expiring deal, that's usually something that you'll get something for it. And see,
is he 33? Is that right?
Here's
Lighter.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
I didn't know
Dan.
he was that old.
Do you know that you can trade one player for multiple players?
What?
You don't have to go 1-for-1.
The hell you say?
But don't you have to do like a three-way trade for that, though?
No, you don't.
What?
You don't have to do that. Like, if you wanted their guy
I'm
and
listening.
they wanted your guy,
I'm listening.
then you could just trade your guy for their guy.
I'm confused.
You can do that.
That sounds way too easy.
Explain it again. This time with the Nuggies.
You don't have to then get another team involved.
Explain it again with those nuggies.
Right. You don't have to get another team involved that ends up taking the player that
you wanted.
That you
Can we
wanted.
talk in terms of nuggies? Can we do that?
Nuggies sound good. Mark Leiter Jr. is 33. Okay. So he owed. And am I right that both Al Leiter and Mark Leiter Sr. were also Yankees?
I think that's right.
So there's Jack Leiter who's around. Is up in the majors?
I don't know.
Is that get them all together with the Yankees now? All the Leiters. There you go.
He's still arbitration eligible? At 33?
33?
Hang on. To Spot Rack.
Really?
Yeah, he's ARB 2, ARB 3.
Oh. Okay.
So they didn't want that. Because his ARB number was going to be ARB.
ARB
was going to be way more than than the $1.5 million. ARB.
But I don't want to be a pirate.
Well, you don't have to be. You could also stop being a jerk.
Yeah, right?
What happened to you?
Yeah, what happened to that guy? Comedy sucks now because everything's too PC. Be funnier.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do.
Because people remember that you were dating a teenager
Right.
and picking her up from high school.
Work harder to be funny. That's all you have to do. Caitlin Sharkey is going to join us next.
The Butcher!
GN TV sports anchor and reporter, co-host of GN Sports. Let's talk some Bears with the Butcher.
Next.
Bears training camp is on at Eberflus.
What we do on the grass is what matters.
On the score.
All the talk of all these numbers and all that stuff. I mean, people say top 5. What does that really mean?
And the Score will be there to follow every storyline. And when breaking news happens, trust the Score to deliver. Only on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. Bears training camp coverage on the Score is presented by ChevyDrivesChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Have you been to Wayfair yet?
For the focus, whether it is this sort of monolithic focus on Justin has to be better and the QB's not good enough. Well, of course, in the history of Bears football, that is the conversation with every first-round quarterback the Bears have ever had, or with the offensive coaches, with Luke Getsy. And there's a lot of detail in what he's done well, what he hasn't done well, the offseason, and why the first month of the year offensively started schematically in the way that it did. But in the end, for the Bears as an organization to have success, if they move on from Justin Fields and somebody else is in here, how do you develop a quarterback? And so to examine Justin's faults is very important, but then also whoever is going to coach and develop the next quarterback or quarterbacks, that has to be examined. That's extremely important to know. If we are going to take the #1 overall pick and the future of this franchise in that individual's hands, whether it's with the current coaching staff or the next one, what are the mistakes that were made with the last 2 talented quarterbacks? And again, on the day after the draft, I came on this station and said, I disagree with the evaluation of Mitchell Trubisky. While at the same time, I also told Lawrence, 2 years into Mitch's time here, they should be able to devise a way to win games with Mitch that Matt Nagy isn't executing well. We were out on some golf course somewhere doing a show about something. I mean, it was me and Spiegs and Lawrence. I'm like, Mitch is talented enough, hardworking enough. I'm not sure if he sees the field well enough, but there is a version of football they should be able to win consistently with, even with him. And there's organizations in the NFL. It's not just San Francisco. It's not just Green Bay.
What about Pittsburgh?
The Steelers cycle through quarterbacks. The Eagles cycle through quarterbacks. There are organizations in the National Football League that win consistently regardless of QB, and it's all about their infrastructure, how they develop all positions in that franchise. That's what the Bears have to figure out more than anything else. If they move on from Justin, it might make all the sense in the world. That does not answer the question of why they've never developed a quarterback.
Breaks on moves made by the Cubs or Sox? Keep it here on 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Put your coming. So, big news for today. Starters are not playing in the Hall of Fame game. We feel really good where they are right now in terms of the pads practices we had. We've had 3 so far, and then have another one tomorrow. And have a lot of good work, 1s-on-1s, 2s-on-2s, and a lot of good situations. We got a head start there because we are in the Hall of Fame game, which I think is very fortunate for us this year to be able to add those reps, time on task, as we say, to our football team. So we're super excited about that. And it's a great opportunity really for, the guys, the role players that we're going to have on our team and the guys that are fringe roster players. And, those guys are going to be looked at by not only us, but of course the whole league. So I think that's a really good opportunity for those guys.
That's Matt Eberflus, who announced earlier today, as you hear, that it's going to be Tyson Bagent getting the start at quarterback. He's been grinding his absolute face off, and now he'll get a chance to see how that translates to pretend real football among the other reserves, so we'll get a chance to fight for jobs.
He should have a burpee contest.
During the game?
Yeah, because
why not?
It doesn't matter.
Always be grinding, right? Caitlin Sharkey is on Twitter at KRoseSharkey, WGN TV sports anchor and reporter, and the co-host of GN Sports, joins us on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Hello, Caitlin. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you. I
Same.
just stepped outside.
Same here. We appreciate you being available. When it comes to you being at Bears camp, what are the things when you've been up there that you've seen that are interesting?
The ebbs and flows of the offense to me are just daily interest, and to see who's making said plays on defense. Like today, it was Jaquan Brisker with an interception, and to see maybe today there was only one false start and there was only one delay of game. So those numbers coming down. So I watched, we talk about, Matty Eberflus loves to say stacking things. Well, when you look at the stack in the first 9 practices now that they've had, like where the progress is being made. So the interest to me is seeing like, oh, it's a cleaner operation from the offense, but the defense is still jawing. The defense is still way ahead. They're still making the plays they need to. But yet Caleb Williams is also still making those wow plays, wow moments. He had a couple, one down the sideline today to Stephen Carlson. He had 2 connections with Roma Dunze in the back of the end zone in the 2-minute drills. So just seeing where the progress is being made, because we love to say that word. We love to say that we're seeing it, but like to tangibly notice it after a stack of practices is the most intriguing for me.
How are you going to watch Thursday's game?
I will be, hopefully they have a press box, an air-conditioned press box at the stadium there in Canton, Ohio.
They do. And it's actually really nice. Like you're going to be surprised. It can be a little steep, but yes, it's nice and air conditioned, and they usually have good food there for Hall of Fame weekend.
Perfect. Yeah, I will be there leaving tomorrow and then coming home on Sunday. So the whole weekend of Hall of Fame coverage beginning with the game Thursday.
Is there part of you that's like, wait, the starters aren't going? Do I really need to go?
Part of me, if there wasn't all the other Hall of Fame induction stuff going on, that would be different. But yeah, you want just like fans want to see Caleb Williams, as a reporter, you're kind of anxious to see how it looks in game mode, but certainly understand Matty Eberflus's decision, not surprised by it by one bit. And, he kind of went through when he was talking about it and saying like, I can't have, Caleb out there if other guys aren't out there, meaning like backup O-linemen and backup position players. So I understand it's a process, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Tyson Bagent does, I guess, and the rest of the guys fighting for spots.
Who else has caught your eye? Is there anybody who just say, oh, who's this guy? You look down at your card, you check the number, you're like, okay, that's somebody I want to see more of.
There wasn't like somebody I want to see more of, but today, and I know it probably sounds like super obvious, like no kidding, he's good, but DeAndre Swift, I think the amount of reps he's getting immediately, and you can just see how he's raise the level of competition in that running back room, because when he gets the ball, when he's in space, his breaks, his burst, he's just on another level. You can see he's kind of just like one step elevated compared to Khalil Herbert and Roschon Johnson. And now it's a crowded room. And we just literally moments ago got done listening to both Roschon Johnson and Khalil Herbert. And they said he makes us better by pushing us, by competing. Like, they all know it's a very crowded room and they're going to have to fight for reps. But DeAndre Swift is just, pun intended, I guess, cliche, hit the ground running, because he just looks like he belongs and he just looks different than the rest of them when he's going through these drills.
It's kind of interesting when everyone that I've heard or seen video of talked about, like, it's been Rome Odunze, or lately it's been Tyler Scott that's been making big plays in practice. I haven't heard a lot about Cole Kmet in practice. I'm curious on what you've seen and how they've used him, and whether that's just a matter of there's so many people that are good or potentially good on this offense that he becomes secondary.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good problem to have. I haven't seen any splash plays. That doesn't mean he's not doing his job or a good job, but I also feel like Cole is, doing the dirty work, so to speak, and he's kind of under the radar doing all the other things that Shane Waldron requires of tight ends in his offense. So I think, Cole is such a good blocker, and he, catches those quick outs and things like that. But yeah, we haven't seen those like splash highlighted Rome Odunze back of the end zone plays, but Cole Kmet is, I feel like, also very vocal in what Caleb is doing correctly and isn't doing correctly. Like, his role has just evolved. He's grown so much to do all the stuff that maybe other guys don't necessarily want to do or don't do it as well. So I think he gets a lot of credit for just kind of holding the offense and integrating this new offense with Caleb Williams.
Kaylin, when things go wrong for the Bears offense, what have you noticed the problems being?
I think it's all starts at the offensive line. And I think it's a lot of the communication and the cadence. And, I know there's a position battle going on right now at center, and it's you don't necessarily like to hear that, because you think of that being the most critical and crucial position for a rookie quarterback. So when I talk about levels of concern and I'm like, oh, that somewhat worries me, it is the O-line right now, because I feel like that's where the communication disconnect is coming. But like I said, today it looked much better. Only one false start, only one delay of game. But this defense and this defensive line really pressures that O-line. So the sooner they can figure out who is starting at center and whether Nate Davis is going to be available at right guard or if it's going to be Ryan Bates at right guard, the sooner the better, because I feel like that's where it all begins for Caleb Williams especially.
With starters not playing at all, I would sure hope that Bears fans get out the depth chart. Get your flip card out, especially on the defensive line, because there's going to be names that you don't know. There's going to be a lot of who is this guy and who is that guy, and possibly some jobs to be had. If somebody has one of these 3-sack days against the twos, it could give a huge leg up into some of the competition that's going on here. Is there anybody there the coaches have mentioned? Because we're at that time in camp where, like, if not asked, if a coach drops a name, you circle it and remember it.
Yeah, I haven't heard any names that have been dropped. I mean, we're hearing from Zach Pickens today, but a lot of the talk has just been surrounding Javon Dexter and his transformation. So I think when, we see these backups going in, we're finally going to get a good look at what these backups and what the depth is of this defensive line, because you talk about guys even like Jacob Martin. He's one that's his name is kind of emerged from camp in situations and he shows flashes. So you want to watch those kind of players because, you don't really know what these backups are capable of because we focus so much on that first team D line and how much pressure they're giving the rookie quarterback. So I haven't heard any names that I'm like, that's interesting. But Jacob Martin has been one that I'm keeping an eye on as well in this game for Thursday.
What's your Hard Knocks experience been like?
Pretty quiet on my end. I mean, you see them everywhere and they do a really good job of being present, but like not in the way. So they're just kind of extra cameras, extra bodies around, but I'm excited. The first trailer, I watched it today. I was like, okay, this is going to be exciting, to maybe learn things that we don't even know about some of these guys and their families and their backstories. So it should be pretty entertaining. I have a feeling some of the coaching staff is especially Chad Morton, the running backs coach, will make an appearance because he is loud and spirited, I will say.
Is he the guy that's like sneaking into the defensive huddle every once in a while and they kick his ass out of there?
Running and he's yelling constantly, and I'm like, okay, this guy is definitely going to make a few Hard Knocks appearances.
Before we get you out of here, you've been covering the Cubs too.
Yes.
What happened? What's gone wrong? And why hasn't this thing over now 100 games been more enjoyable?
I think it's just been, unfortunately, over the 100 games, it's been the same issues. No offense, good pitching. And, I was in there, I think it was last week in the clubhouse, and you just feel like there's no energy. It's like, where's the star power? Where's the, and I also understand baseball's a grind. So those clubhouses are very different on a daily basis than like a football locker room is. But, then Christopher Morel goes and you're like, that was the last of the passion. And like, it felt like the youthful energy. So I just feel like they haven't addressed any of the issues they needed to address. They don't have the right bats in the lineup. They can't score runs. And now it's like they're at a point where, what direction are they even heading? So the latest move also kind of threw me a little bit.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I don't.
Yeah, like what is the goal here? What is the immediate goal? I don't understand it anymore.
Well, see, now I'm scared that this was now that I've figured out and found out that he's arbitration eligible. I'm now like, wait a minute. Did they trade Mark Leiter because they can't afford to give him a raise?
That would be criminal. Like I can't even.
That would be nuts.
I can't begin to start thinking about that possibility.
No, and I mean, and you think, how did they even get to that situation? And none of it really makes sense. It's all like, I just don't understand the direction. Like, it's very clear. I was on the south side, we're in the White Sox moves. It's very clear the direction, maybe not the return that they're receiving, but it's very clear what direction they're trying to go. With the Cubs, it's like, okay, you're sellers, but I don't know. It's just head spinning for me.
So how was that White Sox experience, Caitlin? Silence got her.
I haven't been there in a minute.
Okay, good.
I feel like, it was Chris Getz's comments about Garrett Crochet's comments were interesting. I thought, he said he was hurtful, but you got to expect, like, you're managing the worst team in baseball, and your ace, wants to take care of himself long term. Not surprised by it, but I don't know. I think Michael Kopech was skipping out of that clubhouse. He was very excited to be like, I'm off to LA. See you guys later.
Yeah, that's what I think Garrett Crochet should try to do too. But, that's a conversation for another day. Caitlin, thanks for finding a quiet space up there for us. We appreciate you, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
That is Caitlin the Butcher Sharkey.
She's right. When I looked at the video of Michael Kopech, it's the most relaxed I've ever seen him. I don't know if he was skipping out of there, but he might have felt like, Shawshank Redemption.
That man crawled through
500 yards.
Mully and Haugh are broadcasting live from the Pro Football Hall of Fame this Thursday and Friday from 5:30 to 10 a.m. They'll have exclusive interviews with special guests reacting to the Hall of Fame game and much more. It's all presented by ChevyDrivesChicago.com and the #1 draft pick Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Speaking of which, they're trying to get a new stadium, and people keep telling them no.
Right. Stop asking, not happening. Remember everybody saying, ooh, J.B. Pritzker's having breakfast with Kevin Warren.
To tell him no.
Right. And if I'm having breakfast with JB, I'm
he's paying.
Right. He's paying, and I imagine we're going to need a big table.
Why?
Because he looks like he enjoys breakfast.
You don't know that.
No, I don't. Maybe it's not the only meal he enjoys, but I'm
just saying that he's paying. You're out here calling the governor names.
That's my dude. That's my gov. Apparently, the vetting of J.B. Pritzker for possible VP, and
they don't need him.
No, I know, and I don't think he's going to be VP. but it was being explained to me how complicated and intricate the vetting is, because he's a billionaire and because there are things with his name on it invested in so many different things that they're trying to actually fine-tooth comb every possible investment to see what pitfalls there may be in the vetting. But I don't think they're going to have time, and I don't think it's going to be him.
No, because if you look at the electoral map, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and there are other people who I think are working harder publicly to make themselves viable and palatable.
And there's always the question of, does a vice presidential candidate even really make a difference with the electoral map?
And does he want to keep his powder dry? Because a guy like Walz or Shapiro or Kelly isn't necessarily looking at presidential ambitions in the next cycle. So there's that, too.
I'd just like for him to pay for breakfast.
And also would like him to not pay for a Bears stadium.
That is correct, because one of those things is going to cost like less than $100. And the other one is going to cost the taxpayers like $7 billion.
Yeah, you like expensive breakfast. You kept that thing at 100.
He's a billionaire, sir.
Yeah, I know. Where are you eating? What are you getting? Like lobster Benedict?
Why can't? Well, yeah, and also why can't I have a drink? Have you not been out to brunch lately?
I don't drink in the mornings. I can't. I was just saying that to you.
Brunch costs a lot, Dan.
Everything costs a lot. But I mean,
the rent's too damn high.
Eggs and bacon aren't that. But if you're getting like king crab Benedict,
let me tell you something. If JB Pritzker invited me to brunch, we are getting the most expensive brunch. This isn't like going out with Ray and Ray being like, no, it was like Ray being like, oh, don't worry, I'll pay. No, you will not, sir. I will pay for the brunch. And if we do go to brunch, you should get the most expensive thing out there. But if I'm going with JB Pritzker, $100 is the floor for our brunch.
The ceiling is the floor.
The ceiling is the floor, and the floor is the roof or something. I don't know.
What is happening?
I don't know. We'll talk about the Bears in their stadium next.
The Score and Mully and Haugh are hitting the road to Canton to broadcast live from the Pro Football Hall of Fame for two big shows, Thursday and Friday from 5:30 to 10 a.m.
3 Bears are being inducted into the Hall of Fame, including Devin Hester. Devin Hester! All the way! Steve Mongo McMichael.
He's dragged down by Steve McMichael.
And Julius Peppers.
Listen in as we'll be joined by special guests celebrating the careers of these 3 Bears and cover what's going on with the preseason opener against the Texans in the Hall of Fame game.
Mully and Haugh live from Canton, Ohio, Thursday and Friday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
This segment's brought. We all do reads in this job.
Yeah, I think I got one coming up.
As broadcasters and podcasters, well, Conan O'Brien has a podcast called Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend.
It's really terrific.
And he has a new sponsor, and I don't know if he'd vetted the copy before he started reading it, but this is presented without comment.
Toilet paper has no business trying to battle the mess of a large holiday meal. Bidets, on the other hand, shoot a precise... What the happened to me? I'm a good guy. I went to a good college. I worked hard. I wrote a thesis in college. I've worked hard for years. I've raised a family. I've never gone to jail. I've never committed a crime. And here I am explaining how you gotta shoot water up. Ridiculous! Insanity! What did I do? What am I, some kind of... I don't understand. How'd this happen? Toilet paper has no business trying to battle the mess of a large holiday meal? Do you know what they're implying? They're implying that if I eat a large holiday meal, I just am gonna, my bottom's gonna explode?
It's gonna be too much for any toilet paper?
No toilet paper can handle that. No. You need a whole other device.
I'm crying.
You need a bidet that shoots water. No more smearing. It says here on the copy, no more. What happened to this?
A precise stream.
A precise stream. Lux Bidet Oh, here we go. It's the #1 best-selling bidet brand, and I thought I had sold out.
Can I just say, they say people will laugh when they first see it, and we sure did.
We haven't even seen it. 3 million satisfied customers across the U.S. and over 150,000 five-star reviews on Amazon. Who uses a bidet and then says, I've got to go give an Amazon review? I've checked back there 7 times, clean as a whistle. I'm going to keep going because people are laughing too hard. Lux Bidet offers a range of patented bidet models. Oh, really? Including the award-winning Neo Plus series. What does that do?
Fancy.
Yeah, the bidet comes and finds you when it's time to poop. I think you should go. Really? I think you should go. That was a large burrito. Lux Bidet's Neo Plus series is the next generation of bidet attachment with never-before-seen patented features. That's right, never before seen. This series features a 360-degree self-clean mode. Easy 360-degree self-clean mode. Are people spinning around on their ass? Easy lift design, fast slide in installation, plus all the same features as their best-selling bidets. Oh my God! Then it says, please talk about why you love your Lux bidet.
Oh no!
I don't have one. But this is my favorite ad ever. This is a fantastic ad, and this is going to go out as it is, or it won't go out. Get the gifts your friends and family will never forget this holiday season. Hey, Grandma, wash your ass. Use code NA to get 20% off bidets at luxbidet.com. That's LUXEBIDET.com. And code N/A for 20% off. They made me spell bidet.
But also the best part is the code. He said N-A. That's got to be, that's like tell him your name, Sid.
Yeah, you would have thought that they would have given
code,
is Conan.
Right, exactly. Like something got screwed. That's my favorite part is he says the code N-A, code not applicable. That means they screwed up and didn't put the code in.
Destination for Chicago sports talk on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
I'd made it clear to the Bears leadership that it would be near impossible to get anything done if there was a proposal put on the table by them that could get done. You couldn't actually get it done probably during the veto session and would have to wait until next spring. But in reality, there isn't a proposal on the table right now that would be acceptable to anyone that I know in the legislature.
So has Kevin Warren wasted an entire year?
Yes.
Because the whole idea was, oh, we'll get it in the spring. No, you won't. Well, there's the veto session. Nope. How about the fall?
Nah. No, that's not happening either.
Next spring, even if we liked their proposal.
Hey,
but he said, though, we don't.
He said we don't have it.
Well, no, he said we don't have one that is a starter. We don't have one that's palatable to even begin to discuss yet.
Yes, Ray?
Must have been a bad breakfast.
Well, Kevin Warren hasn't entirely wasted his year. This man has brought cranes to the forefront of the conversation.
And he's giving out backpacks.
That too. But cranes, more importantly, cranes. We've all learned this year that they are a sign of economic progress
I'm not
in
here
a city.
to tell the McCaskies how to do their business. I mean, I actually am, because that's what we do here. Hey, Kevin, we're gonna need you. We're gonna need you to. Could you come in here for a second?
Come on home with this, right?
What are you doing?
Well, I'm giving all the reporters backpacks that they're not allowed to use.
Okay,
for
not that,
ethics
because
reasons.
we're with you on that. Did you just waste a whole year chasing Chicago?
Maybe.
When we spent $200 million plus the taxes on that piece of land up there in Arlington Heights, that we could have figured all of this stuff out with Arlington Heights and put shovels in the ground, because you're big on shovels in the ground. And as it stands right now, the governor of the state of Illinois, the person who would be in charge of giving us the money that we're trying to get to build a place in Chicago, he's saying that it wouldn't even be possible until next spring.
Saying near impossible. Not just not possible, near impossible.
So, what you gonna do?
I am going to
college,
get in front of the Hard Knocks cameras
and make my plea.
They're going to be at my house.
That's it. You people have stood in my way long enough. I'm going to clown college.
No, they're going to wake up with me at 4:30 in the morning without an alarm clock. We are going to do Bible study together. I'm going to steal my mind. I'm going to do my exercises. I'm going to genuflect at the statue of George Halas. And they're going to drive around with me as I wash my car and contemplate my place in the universe.
But you wasted a whole year.
No, I didn't. We've accomplished a lot. Just ask Pastor Billy over here.
A whole year.
Wait. We have to have our invocation.
How do you explain this? Like, this is, I know that on the back end of whatever it is the Bears do, the Bears are going to make money. Okay? I get that part of it. But you're still wasting our money right now. If I'm a McCaskey, I'm like, hey, man, when we putting shovels in the ground?
How long do you hold out hope that something is going to happen here when every signal you're getting is stop? Is he trying to end up with money for help in Arlington Heights?
I don't know. Maybe. I just don't. Like, the people in Arlington Heights have stood on business, and they're like,
"We're here.
You'll be back. You're gonna be back. So we'll just be here. You don't want to clear up that whole tax thing now? No? Okay.
Well, in all seriousness, it's a great question what strategy Warren articulated to George McCaskey.
Yeah, it's very possible that
he said, "Look,
he
you've got to
said,
let me play this out.
This
to
is
the
what
end
I'm
of the
going to
end."
do, and we're gonna push it as far as we can, and we've got some allies that might make a difference.
It's going to look
narrator. Those allies made zero difference.
Right, and if he says it's going to look bleak for a while, it's always darkest before the dawn. Eventually, people will tire of this, or they'll forget about it, and we'll wear them down. But it's got to be a long-term strategy. And they're saying, all right, but there's real dollars
that are going out of our pockets
for nothing with every day that goes by. For nothing. With every day we wait on as the weeds grow in Arlington Heights. And this is Corey in Whitewater. He says, guys, they're waiting for Hard Knocks to announce shovels in the ground. Don't you know how live TV works? They'll even have a crane camera in the sky.
That's right. That's what they're waiting on.
You better believe on my Hard Knocks bingo card, by the way.
Cranes?
Kevin Warren and Cranes.
Oh, yeah.
So
we got to turn those in.
August 4th, right? Isn't that?
August 4th is the due date. Everyone's turning in 10.
So does your bingo...
That is this coming Sunday, by the way.
Does your bingo card count, Ray, if Crane Kenny is somehow on the episode? Or is it because he's only one Crane, he does not count?
I'm going to allow that
to
count.
Okay. Can I get back to one thing here that we didn't address before?
Sure.
Caleb Williams hating on the Tulane hat. I presume that it was Jason Leisure.
Yes.
Wearing either a hat or a shirt.
I believe he was wearing a Tulane cap.
Okay, he's a proud alumnus.
He's a Green Wave.
I don't know. Are you a Green Wave? Are you part of the Green Wave? Are you a member of the Green Wave?
It's just like the White Sox.
Right.
You're a White Sox.
But you're not a Green Wave.
Sure you are.
No.
You're an individual Green Wave.
No, you're not. The wave is
adds up
the wave is
to
a
a whole
collective.
bunch of people that make
I don't
for
really
a
like
giant
the Tulane.
wave.
You hear that? I said I don't really like it. And the reason he doesn't like it is because Tulane beat USC in the Cotton Bowl.
Sure.
Who knows? I mean, I don't even know. But yeah, it's got to suck to lose to a tiny little school with a 35,000 seat football stadium. You're USC. You shouldn't be losing to them. I don't even know what's the name of that conference.
The AAC, right? Are they in the American Athletic Conference?
Is that what it is?
I believe that is what. You know what they gave out at SEC Media Days? They gave out a refrigerator magnet that has all of the bowl games on it. And I just like,
that's good.
So many bowl games.
Yeah, but that is a.
It's
I
very
like
helpful.
that. I could use. We don't have refrigerator magnets. So we have wood paneling on a refrigerator and make it look like it's sort of flush to the wall.
Yeah, it's going to be very helpful when we get to like November. And I'm like, when do the bowl games start? Oh, I have a magnet. They start December 14th.
Yeah, I those things like schedule magnets and little things like that, I've always found very, very helpful.
You know what's clutch is the magnets that people send out with their save the dates. A save the date magnet is unbelievable.
I agree.
Because you get all these save the dates, especially like where I'm at in my life. I mean, everyone's getting married, and I get all these save the dates. They don't all fit on the fridge, but when the ones that have magnets, oh, clutch.
I like that.
Like you don't have to use up a magnet to save the date.
And now I can use that magnet to hold up the other 5 save the dates that I have.
Wow, you're a popular dude.
I'm exaggerating.
You get invited to everything.
I'm a great wedding guest.
And aren't you like?
Why is that?
I have a reputation.
For?
Invite me to a wedding. You'll find out.
I'm not planning on having
That's
one.
well, I mean, you could have like an anniversary thing,
or maybe Beth could just have the calligrapher put your name on whatever wedding she's doing.
Now, I believe Studs also has officiated a wedding. Is that what you've done before, right?
Yes, and I have another one I'm doing in September.
Look at this guy.
What makes a great wedding guest? You dance hard.
Being the
and
life of the party.
You don't get sloppy drunk, and you know.
You got to find the right level of gin where you're loose on the dance floor, and you just be the life of the party. It's all I like.
the car again. But if he didn't, I'm glad that we got 20 minutes with him.
Yeah, we did. I'm gonna have to talk to Caleb about the Tulane thing. He's gonna have to.
I don't think he's going to talk to you.
I don't really like the Tulane.
He's got to let it go. He's just. I'd say, don't worry about it. That was when you were in college. It doesn't matter.
Hey, sometimes, man, you get that's something that he was paying attention to. I get it.
If I'm leisure, I'm wearing it again.
Well, yeah, because that's kind of, you need to wear caps, especially when you're follically challenged like I am and Jason Leisure is. You want to make sure you got a cap on. So you go, usually the rule is you go with your college. Like that's a safe thing to do like you don't necessarily want to show your baseball allegiance at Bears practice, because you might end up covering the Cubs or the White Sox.
That's true. The hat I'll be wearing today is a Trenton Thunder hat.
Yeah, I think you're probably safe with that.
I think I'm safe with Trenton Thunder.
Who with the Trenton
Thunder?
I think it's the Yankees AA. I don't know who they are now. It was one of Jason's fall ball hats, right? They do all these ridiculous. I've got we've got a Mighty Muscles, we've got a Trenton Thunder, we've got whatever, the Muck Dogs and all the silly logos that they like, these kids. So I find an old one on the floor and it's a fishing hat. I stole one of his old backpacks today because I'm tired of carrying around all my crap, so I'm going to put it in a backpack.
See, had you just gone up to, maybe we'll get one when we
yes,
go up
Kevin
there.
Warren. See, that would be, and I wouldn't wear it though because I'd have to cover the Bears logo. But yeah, I would use it if it's not too heavy. I need a really, really light nylon backpack to put my net in the thing, like the little hangy thing. I can slide the net in, and then I can just pull it out like Deadpool when I need to use the net.
The Trenton Thunder are currently unaffiliated, by the way.
All right, well, they're affiliated with me.
I actually think that you should
Dan's
go see Deadpool, Dan.
But I'm not a super fan. I don't know that I know enough.
But there is a motif that is used that you, of all people, will appreciate?
I don't think I'm going to go. I do definitely think I'll
Sure.
watch it when it hits
Well,
HBO.
Disney Plus probably.
Whatever it's on, I'll watch.
But yes, because I was like, because I remember you were telling me yesterday, well, Michael Phillips doesn't like this movie,
He
so
did.
I'm not.
He gave it
so
one
I'm not
star.
going to watch it.
And he's seen them all.
I'm not going to watch
I didn't
this
say it
movie
like that.
because
Hold on.
Michael Phillips said no.
Wait,
Not Thurston Howell.
but what did Joe
kinda
Sheehan
are.
have to say about it?
I don't know if we got
here
his
we
review
go.
yet on it.
Did Craig Calcaterra review it?
It's like
Actually, yes. Craig Calcaterra is a total marvel.
Yeah, he's a mark.
loon.
What did he say?
I don't know if he's reviewed. I think he talked about it, and he talked about his feelings about it, but he hasn't reviewed it yet.
Yeah, but you will appreciate the motif of it. Because I was like, they got Dan. They got Dan. This is his thing.
When we come back, I have a temporary new favorite athlete who could not be more awesome. I had as much fun watching sports last night as I have in a long time.
All right.
This guy's fantastic.
I don't really like the Tulane.
The MLB trade deadline is today at 5, and the rumor mill is active on both sides of town.
I feel really good about how we're positioned for the future and beyond, and so I think our moves will reflect that at the deadline.
We've had conversations with other clubs. Teams have reached out to us. If we feel like there's opportunities to make our club better, we're going to look at those.
I've never been more nervous seeing that Bears helmet in Lambeau Field. To me, it was, a big game feeling, like a huge game feeling for me. And obviously that's from growing up here in Chicago, but also just the week of practice leading up to it, there was more intensity. It was more tempo in practice. It had a bigger feel to it because it was Bears Packers.
That's not my favorite story from your Packers days. Lawrence, you've heard him tell a story about when he got locked out of his hotel room.
That was in Champaign. That was a game in Champaign. And it was Monday Night Football, so I was nervous, and I wet my bed, and I put all my sheets together, and because when you're on the road in the NFL, you can go down to, you're staying like the Ritz and stuff. You just call someone, they fix everything for you. We were staying in a hotel in Rantoul, Illinois. Okay, so we weren't downtown Chicago. And so I had to get rid of it, and Aaron Campman was my roommate, and Campman played for the Packers a long time, played with me at Iowa. I wasn't going to wake him up. So I put a towel on and walked downstairs, and there was no one anywhere. I mean, it was the middle of the night. I mean, it was no one. So I went outside. I was going to throw the sheets in the dumpster, and the door closed behind me. There was no handle on the door. So I'm in the parking lot at 3 a.m. with just a towel on. I walked around to the front, and I walked in. I said, I'm Matt Bowen. I play for the Green Bay Packers. And the lady at the desk did not believe me. Did not. So I had to get a way to find team security to come down to let me back in. I went back in, got cleaned up, and just flipped the mattress over and slept on a mattress. And then I played a football game the next day. Now, look, I didn't play that poorly. I made some plays. I was good on special teams. I had one pass interference in the end zone on a throw from Jim Miller. I had one pass interference in the end zone that I was beat, so I grabbed the guy. But besides that, I played pretty well. And that was a game we opened up when Favre hit driver on the deep ball, and things just started rolling really well for us. Yeah, that was an interesting trip to Champaign. A lot different than this past weekend, I'll tell you that.
I just love it. I'm Matt Bowen. I play for the Packers. I don't. No, you're not.
No, you're not. No, you don't.
And I don't care. You're frightening me. Matt Bowen, thanks. This is great.
and Odyssey Station.
I hope you enjoyed this moment last night as much as I did, because the Olympics, the primetime stuff was on, and sometimes we have it on here, and you see some outcomes and all that. This stuff, they do a really good job producing it, and Mike Tirico's done an excellent job with handling the primary anchoring duties, the hosting duties.
Congratulations to Simone Biles and Suni Lee and Jordan Childs, the women's gymnastics team. They brought home gold. Go Cubs!
There, you stepped on him.
Sorry,
you stepped on the
Simone?
executioner.
See what I did?
Yeah,
It's all good.
Go Bears! We could put that right.
Oh,
Jonathan Owens was in the
That's
stands.
right. It's always go Bears. So the men's
And
team,
Rudy Go Bears! Go Bears!
The men's team last night, they have not medaled in 16 years, and the final event in the all around was pommel horse. Now, throughout the night, I was intermittently, like I said, I was up folding laundry. I was down, and it was on in the kitchen. I'm watching, and I'm watching some of the events, and they keep cutting to a guy sitting with the men's gymnastics team. This skinny guy. These are all big, strong
Shoulders, man. Nothing but
huge,
shoulders.
Just massive individuals. Yeah, giant shoulders.
Got to be on the rings.
Tiny waists. And these guys, they used to all come out of Arizona State, and they would all become NBA mascots. Because you had to be.
Sure.
But they keep showing this kid. And the kid's got glasses on. And he's this skinny, long neck, big Adam's apple. And I'm like, okay, that's the equipment guy. It's the manager. It's the towel guy. Whatever it is. And he's sleeping.
Yeah.
Literally sleeping. Head back.
Gotta get your rest.
And then I said, maybe he's visualizing. And who is that? And they explained. They said, oh, that's Steve Netarozek. Like, okay, great. There's Steve Netarozek. Why is that?
AKA Clark Kent.
Is that guy like their, I don't know, good luck charm, somebody's brother, whatever he is? Or I seriously thought it was an equipment manager.
Like my guy Zetas Pantelis said to Paul.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's like a hype man kind of thing. So what happens is he's only on the team for one event in the all-around.
The pommel.
The pommel.
And he's great at it.
It's apparently so. It's the only thing he does. And it was the very, very last event, and he was the last guy on the pommel, and they needed a great score to medal. So he wakes all the stories. You remember the stories about Stevie Ray Vaughan? That they would say he'd be super drunk and passed out and sitting on a chair. It's like, Stevie, your turn to play. And they put the guitar in his hands. Or
there's a lot of stories of closers doing that.
Yeah, Lee Smith.
A lot of closers just let me know when I need to get ready. I'll be asleep in the bullpen.
Or the story about Ken Griffey Jr. on the White Sox when he was asleep in the clubhouse. Like, Kevin, do you want to get in the cage? They might need you to pinch hit. Oh. And he points to the tattoo of his logo. And he's like, that guy doesn't need to get loose or something like that. That guy's always ready.
Yeah.
So this kid, if it finally ends up his turn, and they need him to be great to win the bronze. And he takes off his glasses. He's not nearsighted or farsighted, I learned. He is intermittently dominant-eyed and occasionally cross-eyed. But he doesn't need his glasses because he feels with his hands when he's on the pommel horse. And he did it. He did, and he was awesome, and he knew it at the end, and he pumps his fist as he's...
Didn't he explain it to the people?
Yeah, he said they had the whole team out there, and they were just adorable, and he sat down with Mike Tirico afterwards.
Going up to pommel horse, last guy up in the whole competition, I had a good feeling that our team was in a great spot. I just knew I had to go up there and do my job. Right here, I was super worried in my routine, and I was like, let's just get it done. Let's go for it. And right here, I was like, if I put this dismount up, Team USA gets a medal. I think you could see it right away when I land. Oh, dude, goosebumps right now, man. That's the best moment of my life.
And there it was. And he's sleeping. Oh, Olympics. Oh, medal. Okay, here you go. Blah, 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 blah.
I
Done.
actually really like that from a managing anxiety standpoint of being like, look, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to get some rest.
But how can you do that? How can he possibly?
He closed his eyes.
That's one of these people that is just so clearly unfazed by that kind of moment.
It's amazing.
Or he might be one of those people that can just go to sleep anywhere. Goff is one of those guys.
Yeah, I don't know the comp. Is it a place kicker who all game can be like, okay, I'll kick a couple into the net, and all right, get me out there. There, we won the Super Bowl. So that's the only thing I can think that's even similar.
I think closer is similar.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think field goal kicker is similar.
But courtesy NBC on that highlight, Steve Nedorozic. Somebody wake up Steve. And I that's why I posted the meme of Sergeant Apone as they're doing the Space Marines are doing the drop down to the reactor off of the Sulaco.
Are you going to go see the new Aliens movie?
Somebody wake up Hicks. Maybe. I think some of those have been hit or miss, but what was the last one? Prometheus?
No, there was a sequel to Prometheus, though, wasn't there?
I liked Prometheus.
Prometheus was very good.
I like it. I didn't think it was perfect.
It's a beautiful movie.
Oh, it's the tone and the atmosphere and all that's an ambiance movie as much as anything else. And it had a great robot death speech from Michael Fassbender in the tradition of Rutger Hauer.
Spoiler alert.
Sorry. Parkins and Spiegel next.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Let me get this straight, though. Did the Cardinals give up only Tommy Edman to end up with Eric Fetty and Tommy Pham? That the only prospects coming back to the White Sox are all from the Dodgers? You have to get something from St. Louis, too. You should be getting something very good from St. Louis. I'm not going to take stock of the White Sox farm system until everything is done. Then I want to see what the haul is, because they need everything right now.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 670 The Score. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers.
I like this.
And there's no rule against them having the plays.
I like that this is big boy football. We figured out that we're drafting Caleb, and now what we're going to do, we're going to get Caleb ready to play football. We're going to give him the play. We're going to give him the route concepts and the terminology and the plays, and we're going to get him ready to play football. That's the way that it's supposed to go.
Caleb,
I love seeing this.
Caleb, we sent a PDF to your email. Just check it out.
You should probably check it out. Yeah. And, maybe you can make some suggestions.
And maybe memorize it. I don't know.
This text from the 773 says, Caleb, read this short story I wrote called Bears Plays. This is lovely. This is like Raymond Carver.
Spider 2, why banana? Oh,
fascinating.
That looks interesting to me.
I love your allegorical use of the Korean War to happen to explain exactly where the U tight end should be going.
Or maybe the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Hell yeah.
I'm laughing at all this stuff about these stories that they happen to be sending to Caleb Williams, where it says it was the best of times. It was the Spider 2Y banana of times.
Ah, yes. I'm familiar with that great work.
And the 847, once upon a time, in a land far away, there was trips right 44 counters, sprint kill to X hot.
That's fantastic.
camp in years is underway. Preseason games are on the horizon, and we're covering it every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score and Odyssey Sports Station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score! I don't really like the Tulane.
Yeah, come on, man. Just because they beat you, just because you lost to the Green Wave in a bowl game, let it go. You're a pro now. Thanks to Chris Emma, Ian Happ, Josh Nelson, Jim Margulis, and Caitlin Sharkey for joining us today. Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer. I think Alex Kuhn helped out as well. I don't even know if Brandon Fryer was here, but I saw Alex Kuhn. I like saying the name Brandon Fryer. And Connor
He's a good
O'Donnell.
man and thorough.
Kevin Lapka there also. Time now for Parkins and Spiegel. And I don't have to stay now.
You didn't have to stay yesterday.
I did.
I disagree.
They asked him, Danny.
I disagree too.
Yeah.
No, I was like, no.
I disagree 3. Although I enjoyed it. We had a good time.
I thought we did.
Yeah. But still.
Yeah, it's very silly. It's very silly. I know that other people were not available, and I appreciate you, Dan, pulling the
I was
double
too busy
duty.
grinding my absolute face off.
See, otherwise I would have been out grinding my absolute face off.
Yeah,
and I would
sure.
have
Burpees
just,
and broad
I would
jumps,
not
man.
have a face.
I
at this
believe
point.
that's what Marshall Harris was doing, which is why you were called
No
into
joke
duty.
with him though.
Yeah,
that could be.
That actually could
he could be
something
doing
that he was
burpees and
doing.
broad jumps down the
He
street.
could be.
Yeah, he may have been like on a 12-mile run or
Something like that.
yeah. Marshall's he's got a little bit of that Tyson Bagent thing when it comes to his workout.
A burpee mile
say,
is
you gotta be very
ridiculous.
specific.
burpee broad jump.
Mile.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
That's just insane.
It really is.
I heard a story this morning from a guy who was talking about, he's an ultra marathoner, and he was saying like what really unlocked his personal power and his strength that helped him in the final 50 miles. And I was like, what are you talking about?
The final what?
What? The final who?
Ultra marathoners are clinically insane.
How many miles, Studs, is an ultra marathon?
Basically anything over like 30 miles
Yeah.
for the most part.
I
Like,
mean-
basically anything past a marathon, you can, I think, like 50 miles, it might be the minimum technically for an ultra marathon.
He said
but
the
it's
last
crazy.
50 miles. And I had
There's 100-mile marathons.
Yeah, I was like, I was really good for the first 50, but then I started to hit a wall, and then I found my stride.
I think it's
freaking bananas.
Michelle Wolf, the comedian.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she runs like 20 to 50 miles a day.
What?
That's insane.
That's too many miles.
I agree with you, Danny.
That's too many
I
miles.
have a friend who does the Ironman triathlons, and
Also clinically insane people.
That's a full-on marathon to finish after a pretty long bike ride and a swim.
like a 100-mile bike ride, a 5-mile swim. Like
It's like a 3 or 5 mile swim, 100-mile bike ride, and then a marathon.
I think that they've delayed the one at the Olympics because the water's bad.
Yeah, because the pooping in the Seine.
I didn't realize the Dave Matthews Band was on tour in France.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Wasn't it just the anniversary? Wasn't it the 20th anniversary? Or
It
something?
always is. Yeah.
Once a year, it seems like.
Seems like birthday. Seems like every day.
Having an anniversary.
This morning, I saw a dude swimming at Lake Michigan down there by the planetarium where I like to go and sit and have some coffee. And this dude was just swimming back and forth out there alone, and he had like a little orange buoy tied to his leg. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Is that like in case he gets tired so he floats? And I realized,
so
no,
he doesn't get run
so
over.
boats don't destroy his ass. That is exactly right.
So, meanwhile,
it took me a minute to figure that out.
It was funny that completely coincidentally of us looking at or following what Tyson Bagent was talking about. I did a puzzle yesterday where one of the clues was eponymous exercise, or like named after a U.S. physiologist who worked for the armed forces. And I did not know that the man's name was Royal Burpee. Royal Burpee. And so, of course, I look at it afterwards like, oh, Burpee. I didn't know it was a guy.
I didn't either.
And he
you thought that
invented
the exercise just kind of made you burp.
I didn't know, but or it was like the seeds or something. But he was.
That's not what they call a Big Mac in France. Is a Royal Burpee.
Royale with cheese.
Okay.
And he was hired. Like the burpee was created to assess the fitness of soldiers before World War II. and it was named after Royal Burpee.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, there
Did you
go.
look him up? Did you look him up?
I
By
did.
the way,
Oh,
my goodness, there's some great Royal Burpee pictures. Please Google.
Oh, really? No, I haven't looked at pictures.
You look at that picture.
Royal Huddleston Burpee
Huddleston.
Senior.
Should have called it a Huddleston.
Yeah, well, I mean, sure, they were fit, but they needed someone to bail their asses out. USA! USA! Screw you guys.
Yo, what is wrong with this guy's chest? I don't think I've ever seen a human shaped like this.
Too many burpees?
Yeah, but I mean, his arms are jacked, but his chest looks like Santa Claus. He looks
Is the belt like way up
it's
high
so
on him?
weird. He looks like Popeye the Sailor Man and Santa Claus is a love child.
I wonder if he's
with
related
a Hitler
to
mustache.
David Huddleston, the actor that played Lebowski.
I have a question
What
for you guys.
Odd person.
Where does the accomplishment?
Yeah, I was going to say, if something called the Parkins can be put on, show me that exercise.
Yeah, no,
What, like, it's the remote.
It's sedentary. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sparking something. Sorry, Spiegel.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
good. You're good. I
Look
realized
at this person.
I was the one interrupting, so I backed off.
Yeah.
I was like, let's let these guys finish this thought.
I mean, did you Google this man?
I did not.
I'm not wrong. Have you ever seen a human shaped like that? That's the weirdest looking person I've ever seen.
I also like his sailor hat.
Yeah, what is going on?
He's pushing his chest out on
Royal
purpose, I think.
Burpee.
But his whole stomach is
Wait,
out.
let me see that, Dan.
Yeah, I think he's
Yeah, this
just.
is good.
I think he's like sucking his gut in
Yeah,
and
he's-
puffing out his chest.
I love the kind of radio where we all look at pictures.
Was he like the model for Bluto and Popeye? Because that's
I'm
kind
saying.
of what he looks like.
He looks like a cross between Bluto and Popeye.
So here's my question.
All right, go ahead, Spiegel.
Chase Budinger, where does that rank in terms of impressive athletic feats to have Olympic beach volleyball as your second sport after being
An
like,
NBA player.
number 44 overall in the draft, an
Pretty good
NBA
NBA
player,
player.
pretty good NBA player for a long time. And then this is your second sport. We know about Olympians who then segue to one of the four majors like Ronaldo Nehemiah or Ron Brown or people like that.
Didn't Lolo Jones do sprinting and bobsled?
Yes.
There have been some other people.
So,
I think
yeah,
Herschel
but this
Walker might have done
this is
bobsled.
one of the four major team professional sports who then becomes an Olympian in a different discipline.
Yeah,
That is
he was an elite volleyball
That was a
player.
great volleyball player.
in high school and in college. So I mean,
Okay, so it's not just a- it's not
he
a
didn't
pivot.
he didn't pick it up.
It's not a pivot.
Like after he left, he was already playing it. and
How good did Jake Plummer get at team handball? Remember
Pretty good.
Remember he segued to team handball before he segued to mushroom farming.
I love handball.
Yeah,
That's that's national progression. Handball.
mushroom farm.
Quarterback for the Denver Broncos.
Jake the Snake.
followed by team handball, followed by mushroom farming.
I asked
He's a
Ian Happ
trailblazer.
today. I asked Ian if he had to pick one of these sports that he would say, give me a shot at that one. And he does archery sometimes.
Oh, of course he does.
Golf's an Olympic sport, though.
Yeah, not counting golf, obviously, but he
Oh.
said every once.
That's so Ian Happ. Archery just seems so
He
Ian
said
Happ.
every once in a while I'd like to shoot a bow here, down in Austin. There's a place where he can go.
Okay.
So he said watching it, he called it electric. He was watching the women. He said everybody else is watching basketball. He was watching women's archery.
Nice.
Wow. But, I mean, if anybody's got another from the four major sports to end up in the Olympics in a different discipline, hit us up during the afternoon. I Googled, I couldn't figure anything else out. I mean, I couldn't figure anything else out. I was Googling all kinds of stuff.
You've been on the internet all day.
Like a football player.
Try to learn anything.
I was saying like a football player who became a Greco-Roman wrestler.
Sure,
or,
exactly. That's what we're dealing with here. It's pretty tremendous accomplishment.
And he's on the 2v2 or the 6v6 volleyball team?
He is on the 2v2. He's on the 2v2.
And it's such a crazy workout, too. Because I said, obviously mostly tongue-in-cheek, I was like, I did badminton in like fourth grade gym class. I was like,
it's awesome.
I was like, how hard could it possibly be to be an Olympian if I trained for 6 months? And then I watched a single clip of the badminton in the Olympics. I was like, oh, it would take me slightly more than 6 months.
Did you see
They were
Ant-Man?
Very good.
Talking with the table
ping pong.
tennis team.
Yeah.
And they were like, I could totally. And they were like, no.
Yeah, no, you're really good.
You're good at what you do.
Yeah.
This is different.
Yeah, it is different.
And then he went to go support.
I know, he was a big fan.
Them at the table tennis matches, and I thought that was a really cool like Olympic moment.
Oh, I totally agree. Love that stuff.
You just guys see Flavor Flav?
Oh, yeah.
And that's such a cool story.
Yeah,
And he
we've
just,
been
got-
on the Flavor Flav story. Like that's our guy.
Oh, I didn't know. I apologize.
No,
yeah,
no
like
worries.
the moment, like he announced this months ago that he was going to do this.
Really? Okay, I missed that story.
The cool Flavor Flav video that's been going around was after the water polo stuff in the hotel. There was a piano in the lobby, and he sat down. And a lot of people don't know that Flavor Flav is a self-trained multi-instrumentalist who taught himself how to play piano when he was 5.
Flavor Flav?
Oh my God!
Wow,
yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, drums, piano, and he sat down and played this gorgeous piece. And Lawrence knew immediately when we just played it, and I said, "Guess who this is?"
It's John Legend. Sounds like those John Legend chords, but
John Legend is there at the Olympics.
that's pretty cool. That's Flav.
Yeah, the piano needs to be dire need of a tuning.
But there's some dissonance going on in there, though, which is quite lovely. He's got the sustain pedal down. Too much music talk. Willie Gault qualified for the 1988 Winter Olympics bobsledding team as an alternate. Didn't Herschel Walker qualify as a bobsledder as well? Yeah, he said that. I should listen to the show more often.
Yeah, and I said Lolo Jones did a similar thing, but that's Olympic sport to Olympic sport.
It's still pretty awesome, though.
Yeah,
like,
yes.
It's still like...
It is pretty cool.
You know what? Things didn't really work out for me in this Olympic sport.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to another Olympic sport.
But like the more exotic, the better. Like I think it would be great if some like redneck baseball relief pitcher like Andrew Chafin became a ski jumper.
Yes. That would be even weirder.
Right, like that would be awesome. I mean, like if you really had a huge like cultural gulf between what you did.
Synchronized diving.
Synchronized diving. That's the commentator that sounds exactly like Holly Hunter.
Danny, do you,
on these Olympics.
Really?
Exactly.
Danny, do you have a sport that every 4 years or every 2 years you're like, I kind of like that sport, and it will occupy you through the Olympics?
I don't know is the direct answer, but if I watch, I get sucked in. It's perfect television.
It really is.
It's a perfect TV event. At the beginning, they explain the rules. Then they tell you the human interest story. Then they run the race. And it's clearly...
Here's an American.
Here's
the American
here's your
story.
Here's your rooting interest.
That was my dude on the pommel horse last night.
Yes, exactly. And then it's over, and the reaction...
You can just let it right go.
Yeah, but also the reaction is impossible not to fall for because it's the biggest moment of their life.
Yeah.
It's not a baseball playoff game, which is a big moment, but like you could be back, and it's a series. It's like
even seeing Simone Biles today, like knowing that she is a part of an argument for the greatest American athlete ever. And you see her being like, yes, I got over the twisties. I made it back here. We won. This is great.
And for some of these people, it's like this is their literal one shot because by the time the next Olympics comes around, they're too old.
They aged out.
Yeah. So it's like I think your entire
Which
life,
is another reason why, like, amazing what Simone Biles is doing.
Incredible. And that's why there's tiers to anything like this, and there's tiers to that. But no, so swimming, gymnastics, the pommel horse guy wearing glasses.
Clark Kent.
Can we get this guy some athletic glasses?
Did you see the rifle lady? The rifle lady who should be part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, essentially, because she's got the viewfinder on one eye and just the cool-ass shade on the other eye.
We can make her the Punisher.
And so the other night, I saw, like within probably 15 minutes, to your point, Danny, I saw Michael Phelps with a man bun and a beard talking about how hard you have to work to be good, segued to a 4x100 relay for the women, and they teased that the 4x100 for the men was coming, and then they introduced us to one of the men, Caleb somebody, who's got tats all over his arms. And, yes, badass.
Multi-sport athlete.
And like within 15 minutes, I saw I saw the Australians win gold in the women's event, the men win gold in the men's event, and like 4 minutes of Michael Phelps. It was a complete viewing experience.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
What I love about the Olympics, too, is bringing out different kinds of things that fall under the umbrella of competitive athlete. And it's not everybody is the biggest and strongest and fastest when it's somebody who needs to mince around on a horse. And the specification of the skills. And I always adored this thing that we used, something that we used to do at camp that was called the green and white marathon. One team's green, one team's white. And there were different events that would all chain to each other in a race. So the athletes, one guy would have to make like 10 straight free throws. And immediately the runner would run down to the rifle range. And the kid would have to make an X amount of bullseyes. And then you run over to here.
Archery, climb a wall.
But the kid who had to make the lanyard with faster down to the arts and crafts shop, everyone's running down there going, come on, let's go. And this kid is like, if you could find the kid who spent it, and you drafted well, and you knew who was in arts and crafts, it mattered.
The Scorehouse video, and Connor McKnight's that was no joke.
That was like green and white marathon. That ends with the fire building. That was always my specialty.
And my role was to do baseball trivia. I was like the baseball trivia guy at the end of that. Texture says, you guys are forgetting noted Olympic gymnast Ron Karkovice.
Officer Karkovice was great on the pommel.
I'm sorry, those scores are too low.
We have Nico Horner coming up at 2:30. We have a Bears report from Chris Emma at 3 o'clock. The trade deadline will be on during the show at 5, so we'll be all over that. Busy show today, gentlemen.
Have fun, boys.
Thank you. Tanny's Open kicks us off. Parkins, Spiegel, and Score.
Say hola to T-Mobile's Go 5G Plus plan and stay connected with los tuyos. Plus, get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 on us when you switch. And now, it's easier than ever to join T-Mobile with your eligible matrícula consular. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35.
Do you know we found this, Anthony?
It depends on what this is.
So Big Ant,
yeah,
you've got the photo in your home. The time you sacked Tom Brady.
I do have that photo.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what? Take us back to the date. What was the date on that game?
It was at Kinnick Stadium. It was a home game. I was with the Iowa Hawkeyes.
1990.
Those are locations.
We're
looking for
dates. Yeah, I thought it was something that was meaningful. I mean, if I had a picture in my home, I'd remember the date. Regardless,
it was in the 90s.
I've been asking you for the VHS or the DVD of this for a long time, right? And Ant had told me, maybe my parents have it at their house, but I have no idea. I had never seen this clip on YouTube before.
This is Iowa football against Michigan football when Brady was the quarterback at Michigan. Ant was at Iowa.
Yeah. And so we've tracked it down for you, and so the Score audience, I believe for the first time, can hear you taking down the legend, the GOAT, Tom Brady. And, even though you bus-tossed me earlier in the show, I will do something nice for you and something to uplift you. I guess it's an apology for me not doing my job as well in the first segment, but here we go for our listening audience, Ant's big sack of Big Tom Brady.
You are looking live at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, Iowa on a rain-swept Saturday afternoon. A year ago, the Hawks forced... Now let's take a look at our Chili's starting lineup. Tom Brady, 15 of 26 for 208 yards a week ago. Brady couldn't find an open man. He's going to be sacked from behind at the 24-yard line by Skip Miller. And Anthony Herron receives credit for it. Real tenacious job by Anthony Herron, number 99. Good job in the secondary, apparently, for the Hawkeyes. There's Herron. He beats the block of Backus and stays on his feet and chases the quarterback down. Almost knocked the ball away from Brady.
Wow! Is that cool? That is Brent Musburger and...
It sounded like Fouts.
I'm trying to place
I've
the
already
analyst.
forgotten.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I think, because it's not Gary Danielson.
Right.
It's not Todd Blackledge.
Right.
Fouts is a pretty good call. I think that is Dan Fouts.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Tenacious job by Anthony Herron.
Or apparently by Skip Miller.
We don't know.
Right.
So
Could
we
have
have
been that guy
there's
too.
no way to know. Skip might have done it, but Ant got credit.
Skip Miller, the whitest of white guys you've ever met, or me. It could have been either one of us.
A sack by Skip Miller.
Brady.
No, I'm sorry. It was someone darker than that.
Right. The complexion a bit different than the guy I mentioned a moment ago.
Come on, Brent. Come on, man.
It
Don't
was a
flub our
rainy
guy's
night.
Sack.
It was a rainy night.
You love a
at
rainy
Kinnick
night.
Stadium. Yeah, a rainy night at Kinnick.
Man, you almost knocked the ball away.
Gotta get that ball out next time, man.
I know.
Next time you get a chance.
I recall
you need
a
that
clip
ball out.
of me on the sideline screaming at someone about that as though they should have gotten the ball out. That's what it looked looked like. I remember the clip afterwards, watching it back. First round pick, Jeff Backus, by the way, the guy I'm beating around the corner there, as a side note. But then I get to the sideline. There's a clip of me screaming at some teammate just because I'm just, so overcome with the fervor of the moment. And I get I almost had the ball out. Like,
It's in your scouting report. Bad guy. Bad
Exactly.
teammate.
Chicago.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Willie Harris, third base coach for the Chicago Cubs.
Willie, I want to know this one question. I don't know. I know most of you professional athletes are multi-sport guys at various points in your life. Did you ever compete in any of these summer Olympic sports? Like, if you had to say which Olympic sport you would be closest to viable in at your peak, what would it be?
Neither one of them.
Okay, then.
Nothing.
No
Not even,
shot put?
Come on, no track and field?
No, man, neither one of them. I'm a baseball man at heart.
Oh, just because we respect the Olympics.
All right, Willie. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. You're welcome.
All right,
Thanks.
we'll see ya. That's Willie Harris.
I tried. I thought maybe he's like, yeah, javelin. You
Yeah,
know?
I wouldn't have seen John. I mean, he was a very fast individual.
Right, like hurdles.
Yeah.
Something
like that.
Come on, Willie. Come on, Willie.
Trampoline for me. That's if I had to compete in one right now, which was, if I had to.
I don't mean right now, like at your peak.
No, I'm talking about right now.
Trampoline! Trampoline!
I think trampoline right now, as currently constructed, my body on the trampoline would be.
Get out of the way!
That would.
Stop it! Don't do it like that! I want to go higher! Oh my goodness!
That would be my best chance.
All right, now.
Speaks.
Jumping on trampolines. Good night, everybody.
Very good, Matt. Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Jim. Here we go. Here we go, Jim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
I'm bummed I missed Willie Harris.
He was a delight. He's a lovely guy.
He's always excellent.
Even if he had no Olympic sport to give Dan Bernstein upon request.
Yeah. Well, now I know from Tanny's Open what it would sound like if you did the trampoline. So that's worthwhile.
Oh, but only if Pat Hughes was there to put a cap on it towards the end.
Why wouldn't he be?
Yeah, for me, it'd be, a lot of times they measure trampoline success by how high you get and like how much you do in the air.
Yeah.
I'd be like measuring it by how low to the ground I can get the trampoline to go.
Oh, that's a different way of measuring
Different way to
success.
do it. Different way to do it.
Well, competing against yourself.
as I always do.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Trampoline, huh?
How are you, sir?
I'm good.
You got a big pile of sports thoughts that have been just like dying to break free. There's been a lot going on. Mark Leiter's been traded for a pitcher and an infielder from the Yankees system.
Yep. Morel's gone.
Morel, your guy, Morel.
I know.
You were part of the show yesterday as we lampooned your Morel Love Fest. Even
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'll stand by.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I said, but I'll stand by it.
That's your move.
I'll stand by it.
Yeah.
It was unexpected trade, unconventional trade.
Mm-hmm.
It was creative, fun trade. We'll get into it as we go. Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts, man. It's been but mostly Bears. I've been thinking a lot about the Bears. I know it's trade deadline day.
I led with the Bears yesterday.
Good job.
Thank you, Dave.
No problem.
But in your absence, Caleb in the scrap that was had, and him getting feisty and defending his guys. So, I think we'd lead Caleb again today.
Well, listen, sir, far be it from me, but I'm glad that he's not playing in this Hall of Fame game. It doesn't matter. The benefit of playing in the Hall of Fame game is the extra practices, not the extra exposure to injury. And Matt Eberflus said the plan, 45 to 55 preseason snaps, that is right in line. Bryce Young had 54 last year. C.J. Stroud had 43.
8 series C.J. Stroud played over the course of the preseason.
So the Bears are not rewriting anything. They're not doing anything crazy. You know, I tend to come out a little bit more conservative on this stuff when it comes to risk of injury in meaningless football games, but I understand with a new quarterback and a team that's expected to win why they don't want his first snaps to be in that game against the Titans.
Yeah.
But they don't need to do it this early in the season when he hasn't had a bunch of padded practices yet.
I wish he was playing. Think it'd be cool to see him and get a little Bears buzz going in Canton, just for a little fun. One series, hand the ball off, and he would have enjoyed, I think, being out there, as he said, as part of Hall of Fame festivities.
It's okay.
So I was looking forward to it. It's not that big a deal. But I did predict it was going to happen, and I was wrong about that. So we've got that to deal with. You know when I realized that my prediction was probably going to be wrong? It was this morning when Brad Biggs was on with the Mully and Haugh, I believe their show is called.
Yeah.
Said that the last time a starting quarterback started in the Hall of Fame game in Canton was Teddy Bridgewater in 2015. It's been 9 years.
Yeah, it's not something that teams are doing.
Nobody does it.
No.
Yeah.
So
I wish I would have been armed with that information before I made my prediction.
I told you starters don't play in the Hall of Fame.
I know, but
game.
you telling me is not enough.
Okay.
It just isn't.
No, I understand.
I know you're the rational thought provider, but you're also Danny the Musher.
I understand.
Hi.
Weird trade deadline for the Cubs. They're selling, but kind of buying, but more selling. And Nico Horner's name is attached to some of these rumors. We'll talk to Nico about if his phone's blown up next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
New Bears safety Kevin Byard live with Mully and Haugh from training camp.
What is it about Caleb Williams' presence that makes him different?
This was literally just yesterday, last night, we did our walkthrough. And Caleb wanted to jump into the middle to break it down. So he's like, hey, man, we're all grown men here, right? As we're going through training camp, we're getting a little too sloppy. We're leaving water bottles and towels and all type of things.
Owen, my 4-year-old, has started T-ball. I've been to a few practices, and I can already sense some of the parents, maybe they're in the early stages of becoming bad sports parents.
Craig Counsell's a good baseball dad. Your dad was a good baseball dad.
What's the key to being a good baseball or T-ball dad?
Oh, man. I mean, it's really like the key. I mean, are you a coach?
I am not. I am not.
Thank God, Craig. Thank God.
That's what I was worried about. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
I mean, if you're just a dad there, then the key is to just uncomfortably, positively cheer for your kids.
That's beautiful.
Uncomfortably, positively.
Why does it have to be uncomfortable? For the kid, you mean, or for Danny himself?
No, for Danny himself. Yes, for Danny himself.
Just be loud.
I mean, the other parents should be like, man, Danny Parkins, he's so positive about T-ball.
He is. He really is, too. He talks about it all the time.
So don't give a bunch of takes in the crowd and like evaluate swings and stuff like that.
Loves the game.
All right.
Nobody is interested in your takes. I promise. I promise.
God, that checks out.
What are they tuning into do right now. This guy over here. It's the Parkins and Spiegel show. You're a guest, Craig. Damn it. All right, man.
No, I mean a T-ball. I meant a T-ball.
Yeah. Sure, that's what you meant.
Good save.
I just
Tanny, don't even think about.
Dude,
nobody's
too late.
interested in your takes. I saw your eyes light up. I don't even want to. I don't want to hear it.
No. I already cut it up. I already grabbed it myself. I just
stop
did it.
cutting it up. Everybody, stop cutting it up.
Ray's already got it for their show. Oh, come on, man. Let's get it first.
I'll tell you what, we're cutting up a lot back here, and if Craig didn't save the end there, this side of the glass would not like him very much. I'll tell you that right now.
The no on Nico was tough. It was a very quick, firm no.
It was a hard no.
Yeah, it was a hard no. I can't believe Craig Counsell just said no one cares about your takes.
Oh, God, it's gorgeous.
He's like, oh, about softball.
Yeah.
No, that's not what you meant.
Tanny, can you send that to Nick Wright and to Pony?
No.
Just let them enjoy that.
I'm just going to go ahead and send it to Barrett Sports Media, you know?
No, they already put it up. They're listening all the time. It's an entire feature already.
Oh, right. It's between two Tanny articles, though.
No, there's a lot of anonymous quotes in here. Where to get those?
They were just prepared.
Seriously, we've been on the air the whole time.
They had the article written already about all the people that don't care about my takes.
Craig Counsell confirms radio-wide philosophy.
That's terrible.
to Nico Horner.
Nico Horner is on the show with us every Tuesday. And
sick.
Nico Horner, that's so fun.
We drove to the park together. We were listening to Nico on with Parkins and Spiegel. Oh, man, it's funny.
Nico Horner, how are you, man? Keep rocking it, mate.
Got good hair. He's jacked, too.
Yeah, he is.
I'm jealous.
Starting second baseman for your Chicago Cubs.
Hit hard. That's the third baseman down the line. PCA is in. Bethencourt will jog home. Horner's into second, and the Cubs have tied it up.
The runner goes. The pitch bounced back to the mound. Going to be a tough play for Nico. Running throw to first. He got it. What a play by Nico Horner.
And a line drive. Caught out of the air. Oh, Nico makes a play. What a job by Nico Horner. Kyle Hendricks impressed, to say the least.
Nico hits a smash fair. This is going to tie the game. Listen to the Cub fans in Kansas City. Here's the liner towards center. Diving catch by Nico Horner. Sensational play by Nico.
Can't do much better than that. Nico lays out for this ball and catches this ball mid-dive. He's about 3 feet off the ground when he makes the catch.
Nico Horner with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 to score.
How fun is that?
Breaking Cubs news. The Cubs trade Nico Horner.
No!
That's not.
We don't know that to be true. We just know that he's not there.
And he always is.
Huh.
On time.
Let's not fearmonger here.
Every week.
Tanny can get away with it with the audio. We're not going to fearmonger. He's in Cincinnati. Isaac Paredes just walked into the clubhouse. I saw the marquee video. Maybe he's meeting his new teammate.
I'm guilty of fear-mongering last week after we spoke to him, remember? A little later in the show, I said, God, I hope that wasn't the last time we talked to Nico Horner.
Yeah, you're a real fearmonger.
And now here we are just before, literally just when we're supposed to talk to him. Am I using literally correctly? I think so. And we don't have Nico Horner. This is troubling a little bit. Dodgers, Yankees, Braves, all connected to Nico in trade rumors over the last 24 hours.
I don't like what you're saying.
I don't like it either.
If we've learned nothing about the discourse in America and the world, it's that we can choose our own facts and our reality. So I am choosing to ignore what you're saying.
Okay.
Which is a weird way to do a radio show with a partner that you're normally supportive of, but I am not going to listen to you today.
You're into truthiness, is what you're saying.
Yeah. My version of the truth is that Nico Horner is just a little late in Cincinnati.
Hey, a lot of people do talk shows truth adjacent, you know?
Yeah.
It's a very common way to do this job.
I'm going to pretend like he's coming. This segment with Nico Horner is brought to you by Phillips Chevrolet, the #1 selling Chevy dealer in Illinois for 18 years in a row.
His former Stanford teammate, middle infielder Tommy Edman, was traded to the Dodgers. I thought that would take the Dodgers off the board for Nico Horner. They got one Stanford middle infielder. They don't need another one.
Is there a quota that you're not able to exceed?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's what.
But the Dodgers exceed quotas. I think they defer one of their Stanford guys till after the contract.
I see. I felt a little judgment from you in my tease on are they buying or selling, more selling than buying. These are, they trade Morel for Paredes, and they trade Mark Leiter Jr. For Ben Cowles or Coles? Do we know how to pronounce that name yet?
I believe it's Cowles.
Cowles, and then Jack Neely.
Yeah, those are two prospects. That's a straight sell.
Oh, but Neely, highly rated, people think major league ready reliever in the Yankees organization. I just looked him up.
Yeah, he might come to the bullpen right now. You're right.
He's 6'8".
Yeah, I read 6'9" somewhere. Okay,
you know how I feel about big relief pitchers like Luke Little. First time I saw him, I was just like, this is my guy. It's exciting. How could you hit a guy that tall? I remember Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
You like small wide receivers. I like big relievers.
You know what it is about these reliever
Neely,
trades? Yeah.
My guy.
That's your guy. All right.
I've never met him, never spoken to him, never seen him pitch. But if he's 6'8" and a relief pitcher, that's my guy.
Did you read about the slider, too, for Jack Neely?
It was a good slider is what I read.
It's a really highly rated slider. It's not one of those big sweepers like the Wisniewski sweeper that the Yankees have been teaching almost everybody. It's more of the gyro slider. It's like that straight one that kind of drops a little bit. Yeah, it's much more delicious, in my opinion, against Major League contact. But it's weird. The reliever thing is just so weird because Leiter Jr. is a scrap heap guy that the Cubs fixed. Success story. Now he goes to the Yankees, and they'll pick up this guy from the Yankees that they'll try to fix. Hunter Biggie, they got and like tossed off to the Rays after they sent Biggie down to the minors. He's going to go right into the major league bullpen for Tampa Bay. You know, like these guys, it's just Nate Pearson complete cast off for the Blue Jays after they're like, we can't do anything with this guy. It's too bad. We'd really like Nate Pearson to do something, but we can't do anything. Or you guys have him. He's immediately into the bullpen for the Cubs, and they'll try to fix him. You know, and Michael Kopech might get
Padre Estrada.
Jeremiah Estrada.
That's
exactly right. Remember when we had the Q&A with Carter Hawkins? Like, what happened with Estrada? And he said, "Yeah, it's a good question. We missed that one. We blew that one.
Yeah,
they taught him a split-fingered fastball, and we should have done that." That's what they did with Leiter. Like bullpens these days, find a dude with a strength and then find a second strength to go with it and plug him in and see if you get any luck.
Because, Leiter's been very good since coming back from injury, and the Yankees are trying to win now. But if you got a guy who could be here right away, who you've got way more control, I mean, Leiter's, 33 years old? So it's a move for this guy can pitch on the team this year, but he's also under control and a lot younger, so he can pitch on the team next year and the year after that and the year after that.
Yeah.
I get why the Cubs made that move. I was thinking about this, and I'm sure you talked a ton about the Morel trade yesterday. That's a creative trade.
Oh, yeah, that is an aggressive, creative buy at the deadline in a way that, absolutely. That's an aggressive buy.
It's
creative.
It's really because, aggressive, but I don't know that they're not selling at Morel's peak. Morel's peak value was before the year, because he did show some deficiencies, to put it mildly, defensively that a team like Tampa now has information on. And so you had to give up Morel and a couple of prospects to get the better hitter and the more versatile defensive player, obviously. But I just thought, we spend so much time talking about this stuff. We spend so much time asking baseball writers about it, asking Jet about it, asking Carter about it, asking Counsell about it, and no one ever floated or suggested anything like that. It was just it was a very creative thing by Jet in the front office, and we'll talk more about it because I want to talk to our next guest, Nico Horner, who is with us on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today. See, I had faith, Nico, but Shane and Spiegs, they were fear-mongering. And they said,
scared, man.
5 o'clock, it's the deadline. Nico's never late. They're like, he's gone. I'm like, he could just be eating. So we're glad you're still a Cub, sir. How are you today?
I am still a Cub. As far as I know, all things good there. Was called into a meeting I was not expecting, so I'm really sorry about that, guys.
You do not need to apologize to us.
Danny's
apologize to the listeners.
No, you're good. But Danny's guess was that you guys were meeting Isaac Paredes, who just got there a little while ago. Was that the meeting?
No, I met him briefly on the bus. Where lockers are next to each other, so he's in the lineup tonight, and obviously looking forward to playing alongside of him.
He's a good hitter, right? I mean, Isaac Paredes, have you watched him or known him for a while? All-star this year, 31 homers last year. Doesn't strike out a lot either.
Yeah, I mean, he's really impressive and like you said, to be able to hit for power and not strike out. There's not a lot of guys in baseball who do that right now, and he's got a unique skill set and his ability to pull the ball in the air. It's the most valuable ball in baseball, and something a lot of people work really hard on and never improve at, like myself so far. He's done it at a really high level in the middle of a lineup and arguably the toughest division in baseball. So, impressive stuff from him.
So your locker's next to him. I mean, obviously you'll be a resource. You're a good teammate if he has any questions. But what would you imagine? Like where's the bathroom? How do you get from the home clubhouse to the field? What do you think are the challenges coming to a new team in the middle of a season like this?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. If I were to just walk into a new clubhouse, I think kind of the cage flow is an interesting one. So what I mean by cage flow is what time guys do their hitting routine at. And so it's not necessary. It's never written down or scheduled, but there's kind of an unspoken understanding. And traditionally it goes, the younger guys go first and then kind of goes from there. But you don't want to disrupt that. And so I think as a new player on a new team, I'd be pretty sensitive to that.
Interesting. So when do you hit?
I'm kind of I guess I'm a little rogue with that. But I usually am on the earlier end just because I don't want the feeling of someone like waiting behind me, especially on the road because we only have one cage on the road, whereas at home we have two. But yeah, usually on the earlier end.
All right.
You know, our conversation last week about hitting with you has really resonated all week on the Scores airwaves. Like people talking about it, and we've thought about it with different guests and stuff like that. And back to Isaac Paredes and Christopher Morel, it's like Morel has not been asked to do the two-strike approach along with the power like we talked about last week. And Paredes is a guy who apparently has a two-strike approach. He's like able to go the other way in addition to pulling the ball in the air, like you said. So maybe it's not about teaching it as much as it is about grabbing the mix that you want and putting the right mix together as a team builder. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know if, I mean, we'll imagine we'll learn over time watching him every day, but, you know, if he has a specific change with two strikes or if that's just, you know, a part of who he is as a hitter and he doesn't even have to think about it. And the same could go for pulling the baseball. You know, it's like when I hit a ball hard down the first baseline, I'm never thinking that way. It's just we kind of all have these like deeply ingrained things that, you know, make us who we are as ball players and, you know, grab hold of those strengths and then improve around the edges and become a good version of ourselves.
So obviously it's a huge day in the industry. Do you text your agent? Are you glued to your phone? How do you process a day like this as we're 2 hours and 15 minutes from the deadline?
No, I mean, I haven't talked to my agent too much. You know, obviously a lot of big changes around baseball. We've had been a part of some trades ourselves, including Mark today. You know, those things, you know, there's a lot of guys on our roster who are who could both provide value for our team in the future, as well as also would be good traded candidates. So it's kind of an interesting year in that way and hard to predict. Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's got to be kind of emotional, right? Like to talk to us about Mark Leiter Jr. That's a great success story. That's a dude who found success here and really has thrived and been a big part of your team. And now you got to say goodbye. How did that go for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, didn't get to see him. We weren't at the field yet. Crazy how that happens, right? Like they'll have spring training in Florida. I guess we play him in September, so we'll see him then. But yeah, you go from seeing someone every single day and sharing a lot of great conversations and competitive games with, and they're gone. And it's kind of the nature of the sport. But you're also, you know, you're sad, but you're excited for him and his opportunity to go to a winner, and you know, close to home for him. Pretty cool on that end. And you know, he's someone who knows himself really well, has a great sense of what he does well, and that'll serve him well going to a new place and continuing his success.
What's the feeling like? We were trying to characterize it. Sellers? Like that's a sell move, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's contributing at a high level for our team right now. So obviously you'd rather have for today's game and the days to come, you'd rather have him on the roster than not.
Yeah, so it's just it's an odd thing, right? So then when the Morel news happens and it's during the game, who tells you?
I was just watching whoever was up for us, and Morel tapped me on the back, and I said something. I didn't really hear him. And then he was like, "No, Tampa Bay." And I was like, "Oh, man." And then we went down under and talked for a bit. And, you know, we'll just always have a ton of love for him. He's I definitely have a soft spot for anyone that I played in the minor leagues with at all. It's just kind of have a different perspective on a player's career and stuff. And right after I signed, he was at short season Eugene, and just, you know, same guy that we've grown to know and love. But just an awesome guy to play with, and someone I'll always root for from across the field.
Man, it's just to stay there on the humanity of it for a second, Nico. That's a beloved dude. That's my wife's favorite player. You know, it's like he's just that guy. And so many people kind of replaced Javi as people's favorite player, and like, is it jarring to you guys on a personal level? Somebody that you're fond about like that in the middle of a game, it's gotta hit pretty hard in some ways.
Yeah, it is, and you know he's an emotional guy in a great way, and you know, it hit him hard. He's been with that. He's a younger player, but he's been with the Cubs since he was a kid, right? Signed at 16 years old, and it's kind of all you know in your adult life. And, he's going to have a great opportunity there. And I think he understands that and is excited for it. But at the same time, like, it's a special thing to be here with the Cubs. And I think, it's a valuable part of the trade deadline, even if there's just a slim chance you get traded, just a reminder of how good we have it and making the most of our time here.
You've been a part of that, right? You're around when Bryant gets dealt and has hugs in the dugout before the game, right? I mean, this is like, you probably have a list of experiences on this front already.
Yeah. The 2021 deadline was obviously as a kind of as extreme as it gets with the strange day. Just it kind of didn't feel real that there was actually a game that day. There was obviously so much else going on, and then even when Scott Efros was traded, he was one of my best friends here and just an all-time teammate and not someone we were expected to be dealt at the time. And it happens fast, but oftentimes it's also paired with a great opportunity for the guy that's leaving, and so it's kind of bittersweet because you want the best thing for them too.
We're talking to Nico Hoerner. Wanted to play something here for you. We got to finally have PCA on the show last week, and I talked to him for the radiothon that we're doing for the Cubs for the Cure fundraising event, and it's just been kind of cool to get to know him a little bit over the last couple of weeks. But he was on our pregame show yesterday, and he talks about a convo that you guys had about riding the ups and downs of this game.
It's hard for anybody. I mean, I think that's what makes dudes in this game, the ones that can, day in, day out, not be shaken. Because I think what I found out is that everybody can acknowledge how hard this game is, but it's being honest in that. And Nico Hoerner and I kind of talked about being emotionally honest, and he's good about kind of letting you know that he's human, even though you don't see it all the time from him, especially in the way that he carries himself. But no, just being emotionally honest with yourself about you're not the best in the world yet. You want to be the best in the world, but you got to go through the tougher days to get there. And baseball is baseball, so I think it's just important to recognize that it is hard, and that'll probably keep you. It's kept me afloat.
Thought that was cool of him to share, Nico. What more can you share about that conversation between you and PCA?
Yeah, I mean, I think Pete's an incredible guy to watch every day because of, any given day he can change a game in so many ways. And I think because of that, there's this feeling of both from himself and from other people of like, wow, this is a true star. And I believe that fully. But there's so much that has to happen in order to be able to live that out on a daily basis. And I think, Pete's really been presented a tough, fun, hard challenge this year of playing every day and playing at the highest level. And I think he's handled it really well as far as his day-to-day responses. And, I appreciate that he's down to have some conversations that take on some tough things, because this game will definitely expose you as it's done to all of us. And, he's kind of a breath of fresh air in a lot of ways, just in how he carries himself, the swag that he has, and but he's not too cool to talk about what he's going through, and yeah.
That's awesome that he's a breath of fresh air with that energy, and you can tell, dude. On Saturday, that triple off the bat. Instantly, insane, and then
it's completely different.
And right, he runs differently than just about anybody you see in this game. And then the rundown to beat it back to first, and that laugh on his face after that was. So is it the play that's a breath of fresh air? Is it the attitude? Is it the blue hair? Sometimes I'm like, what is it? Everything?
Yeah, I mean, he's not afraid to do things differently, and I think you see a lot of people who perform at the highest level of whatever they do, and there's often something that is different or unique about how they're carrying themselves. But you pair that with also finding out how to be the most consistent version of yourself. And I think you got something really special. And I think the biggest thing is just to continue to improve. And it doesn't mean like a particular batting average or OPS this year, but I think if by the end of the year Pete's in a place where he can look himself in the mirror and be like, yeah, I definitely got better this year, and like I'm a better version of myself here at the end of the season than I was in the middle of July or whatever it was. I think that's the most significant thing, and hopefully that's true for all of us and how we look at ourselves. But for Pete especially, to make the most of this season from a development standpoint is huge for him and this team, because he's a big part of what we're doing.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. He said to us, he was like, yeah, I had to wrap my mind around the fact that they said that anything anything I contribute offensively is a bonus. I'm here to play center field. That's got to be a tough adjustment.
Yeah, but you've seen that. I mean, the 2 homer games in St. Louis, dead center on a curveball below the zone,
Yep.
or the doubles he had off Zach Wheeler. The series he had in Boston. Like, he's a guy who can. He's not just going to slap the ball around. He's a guy who can impact the baseball and really impact games. Obviously on the bases, but in the box too. And it's not even worth like putting a ceiling or player comp on him, because there's so much that he can do that a lot of us just can't. And I'm excited to see that play out.
Is it at all cool to know, if you did know, that teams like the Dodgers, the Braves, the Yankees, those are pretty good orgs, pretty good teams, are linked to Nico Hoerner in conversations, or just rumors anyway? You're desired around the league, Nico.
Yeah, I don't really believe those things, to be honest with you. I feel like there's a lot of writing in baseball that doesn't really have to do with what's going on. But it could be true. I really don't know the answer to that.
What is going on, Nico? Tell us what's really going on.
What's going on is I'm in a back hallway. Dansby's throwing med balls against the wall. There's a couple cooks walking around. That's what's in front of me.
That's day at a time, hour at a time.
Yeah.
All right. So when the dust all settles here, and you guys still have 54 games to play, it's just we can still make the playoffs, and we got to do it with what's here. How do you approach the rest of the season?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the trade deadline's not done yet. There's always stuff that happens at the last minute, but I feel when you look at our roster and our remaining schedule, there's no reason we can't be a winning team and go on some really strong stretches. And it's one day at a time, as we always say. But that's definitely the mentality within this group. It's definitely has not changed at all in that way. And I think, the whole group looks ahead, and we're going to make the most of whatever we have.
And Nico, the 2021 Mariners, that team was pissed off when they sold Kendall Graveman and a couple other pieces, and they played their ass off and made the playoffs that year. Yeah. Stuff like that happens in baseball.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I imagine for that group, they did it with a lot of pride too. Like, hey, this is the group that we have, and we might not have gotten any help at the deadline, but we believe in ourselves, and we're going to make the most of it. And I think that's an awesome attitude and could maybe be inspiring. Yeah.
Nico, what'd you do with the 16-inch softball I gave you, and what did you think of the intern I brought down on the field with me last week? Do you think he's going to be able to cut it?
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, the intern?
Yeah, the intern that I introduced you on the field.
Peter Hansen. Yeah.
He seemed like a nice young man. Why?
I just want to make sure, you think he can cut it. Like, if he's going to step in for me one day, are you going to enjoy getting a weekly text from Peter as opposed to the weekly text from me?
We could try it out, give it a couple test runs, and I could report back.
Okay. All right, cool. Appreciate that.
Have him leave me a voicemail, though. It'll be funnier, and it'll be more revealing of his personality if he leaves a voicemail. It has to be at least 20 seconds long.
I'll have him record a voice note for you next week when we're confirming.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
That's a good idea. We put him through a combine. We'll test the intern. All right, Nico. We'll see you back at Wrigley, man. Thanks for the time.
All right, guys. Sorry for being late.
You're good, man. You're good. Glad you're still a Cub.
He's got a baseball player with a life and a schedule.
You guys had him traded because he was 6 minutes late. It's just ridiculous.
Breaking Cubs news. The Cubs trade Nico Hoerner.
No, they didn't. Wait, do you have one for Paul DeYoung? Because James Fegan just confirmed that Paul DeYoung has been sent from the White Sox to the Kansas City Royals. His 18 home runs. I can't believe that Chris Getz knew how to get in touch with Kansas City.
Who'd they get back? Bobby Witt?
What are the Royals doing?
They got Bobby Witt Sr. They got the dad.
I take it.
Good genes.
Right? Take whatever you can get. Anyway, I don't know how old that guy is. I do know that Bobby Witt Jr. is 20 for 43 against the White Sox on the season.
He's good. He had a pretty impactful game yesterday.
Yeah.
When's Juan Uribe Jr. going to come and save this franchise? I'm waiting.
You've got to wait for Bobby Witt III at this point.
We've got a Bears report from Chris Emma, including Matt Eberflus's explanation as to why the starters aren't playing in the Hall of Fame game. Next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess.
It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny Morris.
How many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In the career?
In the career,
Yes.
man. He played in the 50s and 60s,
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
Hey, man. Well, I hope I'll go break that record and hopefully add a few thousand to that. So we'll go get after it. But I think we got some offensive power to do some big things over here. So 5,000 is the goal. Then let's get after it.
There we go. It might not happen right away. DJ Moore, pretty good. Keenan Allen, pretty good. So we'll see how many balls there are and how many targets for all you guys. What can you learn from DJ Moore, you think, as a wide receiver? Because we loved watching him last year.
I think I can learn a lot from him. I can't even put a category or a box on all the things that I can learn from him because I think it's kind of limitless. How much I can sponge, take up. But I know he's a very explosive receiver. I love the way that he attacks the ball and he is very aggressive in his yak mindset. So definitely going to be looking to him for some of those things. But he's an overall great receiver. So learning whatever I can.
2024 Bears season. Do not miss a minute of our wall-to-wall coverage. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Nolan Cruz, what's your favorite fruit? Pineapple.
You know, I'm offended, just to be honest with you. Really offended by it.
Yeah.
I'm going to come for you. I think you should be canceled. I'm coming for everything you built.
Yeah.
I am disgusted, Danny.
Afternoons on The Score.
Some people like Chris Emma.
Cut out the honey buns, Emma.
Out of context! I would never say that.
You didn't. Yeah, oh, God, that's perfect.
Chris Emma.
Your guy, tone issues. Right
never-
there. You were talking about Trevon Dexter, and you were saying that he cut out the honey buns.
Yeah.
But at the time, boy, it sounded a lot like chiding a teammate with a suggestion.
I would not do that to that teammate. I might do that to a different teammate. Like, you know.
Which one specifically?
Yeah.
One of you three. Like a close teammate. Like not that I am not close with Chris Emma.
Sure, no, it would go over well if you did that to one of us as
I'm not
well.
saying that it would go over that well.
Yeah, so you would insult us and then insult Chris Emma by saying you guys are not close.
I guess so. Not as close as the three of us.
So insult two people as opposed to just the one and admit you were talking to Chris.
This is my special skill.
Chris Emma joins us. Chris, what's your favorite insult from Danny Parkins? Is it when he told you to cut out the honey buns or when he said that you guys aren't close?
Man, are we going with my list of favorite score teammates here or what? Let's get right into it.
How do you feel about Spiegel impression of you?
I love it. You know, our guy Grody makes me aware of it. I'm able to hear it. I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Good.
So, Speaks, keep it rolling.
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah. Let's not make me out to be the bad guy. I'll start lashing out in every direction.
Oh, just this
There we
one.
go.
Just this one.
All right.
All right, Emma. Well, welcome in. You're filling in for Grody, and you do a great job helping us out with this
It's
stuff.
very thorough. Before we get to any of the sound, how did Caleb Williams do today?
That's the headline.
That is the headline. Yeah, it was a mixed bag day, but a strong finish. Caleb Williams was picked off in a rough pass really over the middle by Jaquan Brisker, who seemed to be reading it out. Tight throw into coverage. It's a mistake. It's something he's going to go back on film and wish he had back. But, man, did he finish strong. They ran a 2-minute drill with 1:20 left. You're starting at your own 40-yard line. He took him down in 3 plays. He had a strike to Keenan Allen off to the right side. Then came a pass to DeAndre Swift, who nearly took it the distance before the play was blown dead, I think just to keep the drive alive. Then came the third play. Caleb Williams to Roma Odunze, a beautiful throw down the left side. Split a couple defenders for a touchdown. 3 plays, 60 yards, touchdown Bears.
So, and there was more to Odunze, right? They continue to hook up after doing so over the weekend as well.
They did. They've been in sync. There was a play actually a few moments later, which I believe was a 2-point conversion kind of setup. And it was Roma Odunze from Caleb Williams, a strike to the right side. It was an even better throw. It was one kind of over, defenders to the back corner. Back shoulder kind of throw. Caleb Williams led him in stride. Their connection has been clear throughout camp. They put in the work really before they both even got drafted together, as we know. Obviously, ever since then, working away from Haugh, working late points in the Walter Payton Center, and now throughout the course of training camp, really getting that chemistry established. So it is good to see. We've heard a lot of strong reports about Roma Odunze, his route running ability, what he's been able to do to get to this point. And clearly, Caleb trusts him with a bunch of very good receivers to his disposal. Caleb Williams trusts Roma Odunze to make plays, and that's what they've done.
I mean, the dream is, yeah, you'd love to have a connection like that with a number one, but he's got 3, possible number ones. The dream is, in my mind anyway, is to be egalitarian about it. Just like, who's open? All right, there I go. And just trust all of them. That's ideal.
Without a doubt, yeah, I think Keenan Allen's going to be that guy too, to a large extent. They have such a strong chemistry already. And Keenan Allen's route running is really impressive. You just notice when you're out there, he had a route today in like a red zone one-on-one drill where he separated and made a quick route. And one of my guys, I'll give a shout out, Danny Marquino, with the Bears' new PR hires, who was with the Chargers before, goes, Chris, watch this. Like, he's seen that for several years down in L.A. with what Keenan Allen can do running a route. And it was a really impressive play where he kind of broke away from the defender, just found a little soft spot. Caleb hit him in stride. There wasn't a hesitation or that's where he's going. It was the ability to be a tactician with your routes and to improvise to get away from a defender. And clearly he and Caleb Williams are in sync there.
So let's get to some of the audio today. The news clearly is that the plans have been revealed for who will and will not play on Thursday against the Texans in Canton.
Yeah, Matt Eberflus was waiting to this point. I think they had a personnel meeting last night to really determine not only who would play on Thursday night, but what the practice plan would be today and tomorrow. Matt Eberflus jumped to the podium after practice and shared the news. Here's Matt Eberflus.
So big news for today. Starters are not playing in the Hall of Fame game. We feel really good where they are right now in terms of the pads practices we had. We've had 3 so far, and then have another one tomorrow. And have a lot of good work, 1s-on-1s, 2s-on-2s, and a lot of good situations. We got a head start there because we are in the Hall of Fame game, which I think is very fortunate for us this year to be able to add those reps, time on task, as we say, to our football team. So we're super excited about that. And it's a great opportunity, really, for the guys, the role players that we're going to have on our team, and the guys that are fringe roster players. And, those guys are going to be looked at by not only us, but, of course, the whole league. So I think that's a really good opportunity for those guys.
You guys think in terms of value for Caleb's time and time on task, that they value the practices more than that particular game at this point?
Yes. Absolutely. You get extra practices and to report early for the Hall of Fame game because you play an extra preseason game. But that doesn't mean that these guys want their starters and their valuable players to be playing more meaningless football.
But they'll happily accept the value of the extra practices.
Correct. So it's just common practice. It's just how every team does. And maybe you could argue that it's groupthink, like if you think that that's a bad idea. But that's how the best organizations that end up in the Hall of Fame game. That's how everybody does it, Emma.
Yeah, and I think the context to add to that as well is they had a long, demanding practice today. It was 2+ hours. It was really hot out there today, one of those demanding days. Full pads after a build-up yesterday in the Walter Payton Center. It was really good full reps for Caleb Williams in the ones. And like I said, there was some good, there was some bad, but there was a lot to take away from this. Now, tomorrow, they're going to split up, almost like a split squad spring training type practice where the ones are going to be on a separate field away from everybody playing in Thursday's game. They're going to have their own practice, which is really kind of the build up and the substitute for playing on Thursday night instead. Caleb Williams is going to get a lot of reps through that as well. But to your point, guys, I agree. I don't think Matt Eberflus sees great value in the preseason games compared to the value of what you're able to create in practice and structure. And so much of these practices led by Eberflus are really situationally based. They run so many different scenarios kind of on the fly and really test these guys out through their own structure, where I think they see that a lot more valuable than the preseason reps.
So how does Caleb feel about the whole thing and where he's at?
Yeah, he said yesterday there's pros and cons. It was clear he wants to play. He wants to be out there. He's going to get an opportunity. Eberflus declined to say whether they have a plan really in place for that second game in Buffalo. I think what's important for Caleb Williams, honestly, is going through just an NFL game day. It's understanding your pregame routine, what your teammates are doing, what's demanded of you pregame as a starter, and then the simple things, going through warm-ups, breaking the huddle in an NFL stadium, knowing where the play clock is, just small procedural things that make a big difference once you get to week 1. And I think they're going to get some Caleb Williams action later in the preseason. He certainly seems excited for it, but these are small steps compared to what they're doing here in practice.
I would agree with that. He's really made some big strides here. I mean, we're talking about a massive amount of reps in the first 8 or 9 practices that we've had, because we have it set up for the walkthroughs prior to practice, as you saw today, and then also in the evening we get a massive amount. Good on good on the show team and different looks and going through the operation of the offense. And him is, really just keep investing in the team, in his way. And that how his way is to know the scheme, right? Know its fundamentals, know it cold, and just keep operating that way. And to me, he's really starting to pick up his leadership too, because now he feels comfortable in the offense. You can see him really starting to help coach other guys, encourage other guys, bring guys together, which he's done in the past. And that's a good sign too.
Hey, that's a Matt Eberflus cut about Caleb Williams that I thought had relevance and value. Nice job. I mean, seriously, talking about seeing him as a leader emerging and everything like that, and the way he's discussing that sounded like a defensive head coach, but plugged in the right way.
Yeah, you like that, right? That's Eberflus. I should add the context to apologies for the lack of a lead in there, guys. That was Matt Eberflus referencing what Caleb Williams said yesterday, which is his belief that he's on track, that he's ready to go in his progression towards the regular season. And Matt Eberflus agrees. Yeah, you're right, Speaks. He put out some really good insight there about what he's seen so far of Caleb Williams in practice and the leadership aspect, which we're going to get to here in a bit as well. But the Bears have felt Caleb Williams' presence. This is not some rookie going through it for the first time and cold feet and different things and concerns and problems that a lot of rookies and especially rookie quarterbacks have. He has put his control on this team. They really feel that kind of leadership presence.
Speaking of the leadership piece of it, we wanted to play this before we get to your next cut because this was it's going viral and it was a pretty interesting reveal from Mully and Haugh's conversation with
Kevin Byard.
Kevin Byard.
My
Thank
guy,
you.
can't believe they got Kevin Byard, but it was really good this morning.
Yeah, I'm glad they did. It added a lot to the conversation. So this is the anecdote that Byard shared with Mully and Haugh.
You know, we gonna all talk about, you know, his abilities and things like that. I think it's the intangibles. So I give you a great example. This was literally just yesterday, last night. We did our walkthrough, and we finished the walkthrough. And you know, Coach, he's talked, and you know, players usually break down. Usually a veteran breaks down. And Caleb wanted to jump into the middle to break it down. And usually, like, you know, as a rookie, he's like, oh, what does this guy got to say?
Right.
But no, he honestly was just like, hey, first thing he says, he's like, hey, man, we're all grown men here, right? You know, as we're going through training camp, and we all use the hot tub, we all use the cold tub, we all use the bathroom and all the areas. He was like, hey, man, like, we're getting a little too sloppy. You know what I'm saying? We're leaving water bottles and towels and all type of things around, man. Like, these custodians have a lot of square footage they have to cover in this whole building. Let's try to help them out by cleaning up after ourselves. And that's just little things, man, because I just think that when you want to be a great player, you always focus on the little details. You know what I mean? Not even just the details of the play, but the details of everything around you. You know, it's this old video of Ed Reed was kind of talking about the year they won the Super Bowl, about how guys were not picking up their towels after the showers. And he was just like, man, how are we going to be great if we can't pick up our towels? And it's just like little things like that just makes the guy special. Like I said, I think Bears fans are in for a treat for a little while with Caleb Williams for sure.
That's a great anecdote that they got from Byard on the morning show. It reminded me of some of the stuff that Caleb had said about how he was raised in like pre-draft interviews and that appearance on the Pivot, and you know, his mom being a preschool teacher and teaching kids like the golden rule, do unto others as that you would want done unto you, and like that sort of thing. So he's a polite kid who's aware of those sort of things and having the confidence and an ability to say that to guys in their early mid 30s and say, hey, clean up around here. It's a nice thing. It's just a nice thing.
I agree, and it reminded me of something I'd heard about a baseball player who fancied himself a leader and yet was not somebody who treated clubhouse attendants well, who treated the clubhouse well and kept things clean, and was not really able to lead because a lot of people were like, you know, look at that guy, look at the way he treats people. So there's doing it and showing you care, and then as a quarterback, they're stepping up and leading with it. That's an awesome anecdote.
So Emma,
without a doubt,
go ahead. You talk to players about it.
Yeah, I asked Khalil Herbert, I said, hey, man, you've been in that position as the rookie coming in here. It's an awkward spot. What does that say about Caleb Williams, that he's speaking up to veteran teammates about this? Here's Khalil Herbert on Caleb Williams.
I mean, just the leadership aspect, he's not going to wait for anybody to say whatever needs to be said. He's going to step up, hit it on the nail, hit it on the head. So just being able to do that as like you said, a rookie, is great. And, guys respect that. So.
It's cool, man, that a guy like Herbert, who's been here for a little while, can respect it when the younger man comes in and tells him, hey, dude, pick up your towels. Grab that water bottle.
It's silly, but football is such a detail sport. It's which foot is forward in the shotgun. It's not a 4-step drop, it's a 3-step drop. It's not a 12-yard hitch, it's an 11-yard hitch. You know what I mean? Like it's such a precise sport that football people have a tendency to care if you have an attention to detail.
And it is a massive operation, which takes an incredible amount of cooperation and teamwork and respect So you need that from your teammates. You need that from support staff, or else things don't happen the right way.
And then you tell me if you think I'm overstating it, but like, if he was totally overwhelmed by everything, you think he notices the towels and the water bottles?
I mean, yeah, you're right. It says a lot, right? I think it says a ton about the kid. And keep in mind, too, like the context of this is Kevin Byard presented. Like, this wasn't like him speaking to the group. Like, this was him at the end of breaking a huddle. Like, oh, by the way, guys, like, hey, let's look after the custodian staff here. Let's make sure we're doing right by these guys. And it says a lot that, A, that he's noticing those things through everything he's got on his plate as a rookie quarterback, the starter of this team, #1 pick, that he's able to look at that stuff, and B, the fact that you got some veterans in that group, man. You talk about Keenan Allen and Mercedes Lewis and some of these offensive line, like guys who've been around the league for a number of years, and for a 22-year-old kid who's been here for a few months now to say, hey, let's do right by everybody in this building, it says a lot about his character and his natural leadership abilities.
Yeah, man, like we could talk about this kind of stuff for a while. It reminded me of Jason Kelsey and the story about the guy who taped his ankles for 13 years.
Yeah.
And then he brought that guy back for his final game and said, hey, man, would you come tape my ankles? And, like, that guy has had health problems, and Kelsey's been supportive. And, you know, just like the relationships that you forge with those people in the building can last for a long time, and they can be very, very meaningful, Chris.
No, man, without a doubt. You see it here. I mean, training camp, you got so many former players coming back, and the people they connect with, guys like Tony Medlin, who have been here for years and years, and just random people you pass in the hallway every day. Like, this building is not really separated between the football side and the business side or any department. Like, you walk through the halls here at House Hall, you run into players, you run into executives, you run into custodians, you run into everybody. It really does kind of create that kind of everybody's on the same team mentality. And to your point, Speed, you're right. Those are relationships that last you well beyond your playing career. And it's part of what kind of makes this Bears organization unique, is having that kind of family-like atmosphere.
Bears training camp coverage is presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. We have any delicious Bears nuggets, Chris?
We got a few. Nate Davis and Kyler Gordon remain sidelined from practice. Unclear what the strain is that's ailing Davis. We've seen him out there present with the team but not practicing. No clear wraps or any kind of limp, anything like that. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Ryan Bates has slid into that right guard spot without Davis. Spotted in attendance today, I caught powerful NFL agent Drew Rosenhaus present at practice. He's representing DJ Moore and notably as well free agent pass rusher Yannick Ngakoue, who still remains unsigned. So always interesting when Rosenhaus drops by. We've seen him a few times over the years at camp. The Bears will board up for Canton tomorrow after practice. And tomorrow night, they're going to meet with a number of Bears Hall of Famers, including Devin Hester, Richard Dent, and Jimbo Covert. And lastly, Roschon Johnson, talking about his trip to Canton and the excitement, pointed out his only real knowledge so far of Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium and that setup in Canton is playing the Hall of Fame game on Madden. So he's excited for the real thing.
Hey, Governor, let's go, man.
Which one do you think has more intensity? The Hall of Fame game that we're going to see Thursday night, or a highly contested game in Madden?
It's a good question. Depends where the bigger crowd is. Yeah.
I thought he played the starters on Madden, right? You're not doing it for the Bears. You might as well get them out there, run the ones out in Madden. Why not?
There you go.
Exactly. All right, good stuff, Emma. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Thanks, Chris. Do we know why Roschon Johnson is the governor? Was Lyndon Johnson the governor of Texas before he became vice president? There's no way to know.
You think it's that deep from Eberflus?
I don't know. He's got some kind of Johnson on his mind. There you go. You can cut that one if you'd like.
That was intentional. You knew what you were doing as you did
I
it,
did,
but you
it's
did
true.
it anyway.
Yeah, I was very self-aware on
Good
that
for
one.
you.
Thanks, buddy.
Good for you. Well, you feel any better about the explanation for the starters, or are you just still just bummed?
Look, it's fine. I do feel like even more assurance in the intellectual choice that they made. I mean, they don't have a 2.5-hour difficult hardcore practice today. If they're, you know what I mean? They might not have as hard a practice as they're going to have tomorrow, or this, you know, some of the stuff that they're going to do. They don't do that stuff if they're actually going to play a guy on a Thursday night and you might get hit and they have to live with that.
The only part that I liked about it was the very arrogant thing you'd be able to say of Caleb Williams started his career in Canton and ends his career in Canton.
Oh, sure.
I liked that. But, you know, take that off the table. I'll settle for ending his career in Canton. I'll settle. You know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
You missed him, Tanny. Don't pretend you didn't miss him. You know,
Didn't we all?
I did.
How could you not?
Yeah.
How could you not? Speaking of the Hall of Fame, Mully and Haugh will be broadcasting live from the Pro Football Hall of Fame Thursday and Friday, 5:30 to 10. They're going to have big interviews with special guests, reacting to the Hall of Fame game, much more. All presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
I love when this station goes on the road for stuff like that. And those guys, that's the perfect show to be there. I thought it sounded awesome with them at Bears camp.
They were great.
I mean, it was really cool. So big week for that show, and a fine show it is.
We have a Cubs lineup with Isaac Paredes in the lineup, Cody Bellinger back. Give you the details of that on the other side. But we also have an exclusive Parkins and Spiegel show report, and this is true, from inside one of the clubhouses in town that does not paint a great picture of what's going on. Next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
As George McKeskey goes by on a scooter. That's right. Good morning. It's a good morning at Hallis Hall when George McKeskey is on a scooter at 5:35 with a backpack, just to paint the picture here. You don't see that every day. Oh, he waved to us. Did he not want to stop and talk?
He gave me a thumbs up.
He gave us the Heisman. He kept going.
They love a good smear campaign. They love it. And now you're gonna go #2 on a neighborhood that's held you down for over 100 years. A neighborhood that is your identity, that you try and sell over and over and over again. It's those people's fault. It's those generations of people's fault that you won't spend any money. It's their fault. And yeah, you didn't crack 3 million after you won the World Series, but you were well over 2. The lack of shame and the lack of awareness. Like as a South Sider, I am embarrassed for him. And the people who are closer to the ballpark than I am, and I'm relatively close, but the folks in Bridgeport and Bronzeville and Chinatown, I don't know how you could take anything this man says seriously in regards to the baseball team. And I don't know how you could sit there and take him just blaming you for his problems as an owner. And I do think the Cubs would have a beef. They'd have a legitimate beef. They're an actual economic engine. And you said no to them. Governor, you got a guy out here telling you how for 35 years he has not been an economic engine. He's giving you all the ammunition that you need to say no. He's telling you, I don't know how to make this business profitable other than for me. And I'm doing a bad job of that too. I can't get 3 million people in my ballpark that you built and then you renovated. But give me another one. What about the other one? I don't care. Screw those people. Screw that century of support that they have given this franchise.
What was it about Les Grobstein's microphone that drew you to the story so much?
The first time I ever heard it, I'm trying to think back when it was, but it was, I remember, Ross Glode was on our team back then. This is like 04, 05, somewhere in there. And someone brought it to us and brought us, I don't even know. I think it might have been Ed Farmer, to be honest with you. Because obviously somebody knew about it that had been around a little bit. And like when we heard it, we were like, this can't be real. Like, this is not real, and this has to be like an act or somebody just like pretending. And, obviously we found out it wasn't. And it just became something. I mean, I've heard that. I mean, that year alone, I probably listened to it 1,000 times. And we would turn it on in the clubhouse, loudspeakers going, especially if things weren't going well. And, kind of feeling that frustration that you could tell Lee was feeling that day. Just when you get into those moments where you just know you're up against it and you kind of, you just kind of hate everything and everyone, and you're kind of just in one of those ruts. So we would play it all the time, and then when I found out like the backstory with like Les and who recorded it, and then he would come in, and then it was like and then he had the recorder, and like the recorder looked like it was from like like not 83, it looked like it was like from like 43. It was like really old looking. So it just became kind of like, Les wasn't always around with us and all stuff. So when he came in, it was kind of a special occasion, and it was clearly the topic of conversation every single time I saw the man.
It's so amazing because he loved telling stories, but there was probably no story he loved telling more than that. So the fact that you guys treated him like a celebrity or a big deal in that clubhouse, it must have meant the world to him.
I mean, I guess he was just doing his job, but I mean, it really is like, to me, like, it's like the Zapruder film and like the JFK assassination. It's like, it's such a famous piece of like evidence that this really happened. So I was always asking him questions like, now tell me, like, where were you standing? Like I really tried to have him describe the situation to me, because anybody who's ever, certainly I'm sure, managed or coached a major sports team, but players as well. I mean, you can just feel that what Lee Elia went through that day and what he was saying and all that stuff is just like, you want to do that so many times, like you want to just let loose and just let people have it. And
in the lineup tonight, is he not? You've got the lineups there in front of you?
No.
It's Tiny's favorite moment of the show over the past few weeks. He loves that. He loves when we have each other's back,
It's a good team effort. I do have the Cubs lineup tonight, though.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
All right, it's good.
Ian Happ is leading off in left. Michael Bush at first. Seiya Suzuki is your right fielder batting third. At DH, Cody Bellinger.
Activated yesterday and in the lineup at DH tonight.
Your 5-hole hitter, Isaac Paredes.
5-hole. That's a middle-of-the-order caliber bat, that's for sure.
He's an all-star this year. Kind of slumping leading up to the trade, but had an excellent first half.
Mm-hmm.
Then Nico, Dansby, PCA, and Amaya for Justin Steele.
So Nico down at 7.
6.
At 6, excuse me. But been leading off fairly consistently, but has fallen off a little bit. It's interesting to see Happ leading off there. It is Cincinnati where Happ usually go boom.
Yeah, Happ goes boom.
He dominates in Cincinnati for some reason.
But also just those guys being back. The lineup looks better.
Yeah.
Looks a little better.
Do you have the Tampa Bay Rays lineup there?
No.
Good answer. But a texter says if he's right, Christopher Morel playing second base for Tampa tonight.
Oh, we're just going to trust a random texter?
It was Morel who texted.
Yeah, I feel like we can look that up ourselves.
Okay,
right?
well, I didn't know how long that would take you.
Not out on MLB.com yet.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. See, we'll find it.
All right. Well, maybe not. So we'll find it.
We'll see if that texter is in fact correct or spreading fake news through Matt Spiegel as his mouthpiece. But it'd be a weird thing to lie about on a text line.
I'm going to text Spiegs. He's going to say it. Then somebody's going to think it between then and when MLB.com puts it out there.
All right, we'll find it.
Yeah.
We'll find it. But what are you hearing about the White Sox clubhouse?
Heard this just after the All-Star break. And then was able to get some confirmation via our guy, Shane Reardon. And Shane will hop on and get what his confirmation, it was earlier in a moment. But I had heard that Pedro Grifol, the first game back after the All-Star break, addressed the team and said to them that they could be the worst team ever in baseball. And if they went down as the worst team ever in baseball with the worst record, that they would be remembered, that the players would be remembered as the guys who were responsible for being the worst team ever in baseball. Now, I was told he clearly did this in trying to motivate his players, and he continues to mandate BP every day, running every day, and some of those things are things that don't happen this time of the year and kind of the dog days of the season a little bit. But several of the veterans in that White Sox clubhouse were angered by the way that Pedro talked to them about this and trying to put it on them. And some of the veterans tried to talk to Pedro about how, look, this is not how we should be going about things at this point of the year, and you're being a little hard on us, and that those conversations went just okay, is what I was told. So that's the report that I had, and then asked for some help from our team, from Shane Reardon, who was able to confirm this report.
Yeah, I talked to somebody within the clubhouse, and my favorite part of the interaction, and I don't think this is giving up too much. I'm definitely not going to give up a name, obviously, but I sent him information today, and he was like, LOL, before I answer, I got to know how you found this out. So the White Sox clubhouse, without a doubt, is fractured. Without a doubt. And I told him, I'm not going to tell you who told us, that kind of thing. But he said, but yes, that is all correct. It's been really tough in there. Pedro is a really good guy, just not the man for the job.
So I think that's a really important and clear-headed confirmation to get, because this is not about burying Pedro Grifol deeper. He's just he's trying to motivate a team that is awful. And he's talking to a very fractured and weird bunch, a lot of whom are now gone. Paul DeJong got traded about, 35 minutes ago? Something like that. So now he's gone, in addition to everyone else who has been traded. We'll see what happens in the next hour and 18 minutes. Tommy Pham is gone. Eric Fetty is gone. Michael Kopech is gone. But this is a really rotten situation with a manager who is way, way out of his depth. And you could argue a GM who's also out of his depth. So it's just, it's extra details into a very ugly situation in a baseball organization.
They're more than 50 games under 500, right? None of this should come as a surprise to anyone. It's a hell of a tact to take. First game back from the All-Star break. If this goes down as the worst team ever, that'll be on you and not us, like that type of messaging. I would imagine a lot of people hear that as, boo-hoo, millionaire baseball player said mandatory BP and you got to run and that sort of thing. I don't think this is the worst. This isn't that big of a deal.
No.
Honestly.
Not a huge deal, no.
But
it sheds a little more light on how ugly it is.
Yeah, Shane's player source, who was at the meeting, confirming it immediately and just being like, "We like the guy," and saying it, and I don't even know if it was player or clubhouse or team or however he characterized the source, but like the guy who heard the meeting and was like, "That is absolutely what happened, and it's not he's not the man for the job." It's like, oh, well.
Decent guy.
Decent guy. Decent guy overhired.
Which is what we know about Pedro Grifol. Like, the hour that I got with him when I was still doing that Bourbon and a Buddy podcast, Pedro was awesome. And he said things, and he talked about how much he loves his family and food and peanut butter, chasing it with orange juice, and, like, his childhood watching Miami baseball. Like, he is a good dude put in a position that he was never going to succeed unless the guys above him, meaning Jerry, spent the damn money to give him players that could actually win baseball games.
You know what's hard to remember, frankly, is that last year they were supposed to contend at the beginning of the year. He was brought in to fix the clubhouse, fix the vibe, fix the mix. And what did they start? 7-21 last year. 7-21, ending up with a run differential of -200. But Pedro Grifol thought he was coming in to win. And the whole thing was
how's that going?
Oh my God, a debacle last year, and then this thing this year, which is just it's not even pro baseball. But what we're watching, it's the lowest form of Major League Baseball that any of us have seen in quite a while, and I think they will break the record for the most losses in a 162 game season. I think that's coming.
You know what sucks most, Speaks? From stuff that I'm hearing in the clubhouse this year compared to the last few, this is a healthy clubhouse. The players in the clubhouse have a healthy rapport. These are guys who are happy to be in the major leagues. They like each other. They have a good time. They love playing baseball amidst all of this adversity. It's just not enough. It's not enough.
Well, and here's the thing, too. Like, in terms of that messaging, I don't even think Pedro's that wrong. Like, I don't think, like, who's the best manager in the history of baseball? And then give him the next 4 best managers in the history of baseball as his coaches on his staff. This team wins more games than they've won this year, but not many. Like, there's no manager or coaching situation that would take this 27-82 team and make them a wild card contender.
No, there isn't.
It is a poor collection of talent intentional.
And let's think about like him not being that wrong in terms of the players who are remembered. I still remember to this day that Don Zimmer was the starting third baseman of the 1962 Mets. Never forgotten that.
Yeah.
I remember that Casey Stengel was like sleepwalking his way through the season and that he was the manager in like a weird promotional thing. But I like in terms of how we are going to remember this thing, Grifol or some of these players, I mean, who the hell knows? Everybody's responsible for this toxic mix here.
Yeah.
It's a really, really bad mix.
And we'll see if by 5 o'clock if Garrett Crochet gets traded or not. Because today Nightingale said he still expects him to get traded, but he, with this coming out, however it came out, about his request for a contract extension.
A bit hurtful.
He hurt Chris Getz's delicate sensibilities and his feelings. That's going to screw the White Sox in terms of getting a haul. Because you're seeing what starting pitchers are getting on this trade market. It is a seller's market. And if they can't trade him, that is going to really, really put them at risk.
A trade deadline power play that I don't believe has much precedent. There was an offseason power play from Tyler Glasnow that teams knew that if they traded for him, they were going to have to extend him, and the Dodgers did.
Yeah.
There were things in Josh Hader's contract that he demanded as a free agent, but to at the trade deadline have your people put it out there the way that Crochet did, much like a football player can do, and much like NBA players do all the freaking time, is an interesting thing. And Chris Getz was surprised by it. And hurt.
A bit hurtful.
I predicted that he'd be pissed about it. I did not predict that he would share it publicly that he was hurt. Because I think that sharing it publicly makes you look weak. And Crochet has every right to ask what he's asking for. And I actually do think it's smart to do it on the front end rather than the back end. Because if you get traded to the Orioles and then you say, oh, and by the way, I don't want to pitch in October without a contract extension, you have no leverage. Like, maybe he doesn't want to be a White Sox, and this hurts his chances of getting out of here, but you have no leverage, and then what are you going to do? Piss off your new fan base and your new teammates and your new org?
No.
And their first day in Baltimore be like, hey, I actually am not going to pitch for you?
That's the pressure that they usually use. And Nightingale wrote it the other day. Like, what's Garrett Crochet going to show up in L.A. and not play, and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts are going to be staring him in the face in the clubhouse?
It's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's not realistic.
So, and that's why he tried to put it out there. I get that. But I thought Getz, like, calling it hurtful and being kind of wishy-washy about it is not a good look for a GM. I couldn't do that job, Danny, because I'm too emotional and I'm too passionate and I care about the relationships too much. I couldn't do that job. You got to be dispassionate and you got to be a badass. And if anything, fire back. Like if Crochet pissed you off, then say, yeah, it's very unconventional what he did. I'm really not happy about it. If you're going to talk about it, make it clear you're not happy about it. Hurtful? Call Garrett on the side. I mean, get that stuff out of the dugout, frankly.
Yeah, it was an odd tact, and it's one of the biggest stories in all of baseball on whether or not he'll be traded in the next 80 minutes because he was absolutely going to get traded. And now that seems to be very much in doubt. We've got a ton of Bears to get to. The deadline's at 5. We'll obviously be bringing you any breaking news that comes as we go through that. Trade deadline coverage on the Score is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. But there was a take on this station earlier today that it just needs more run. Next on the Score. Everyone has been impacted by cancer. Our list of loved ones affected is endless. That's why on August 15th and 16th, the Score, the Cubs, and Stand Up to Cancer are partnering for the Cubs for a Cure 24-hour radiothon. Danny Parkins here. Join me and the Score team as we push to raise $1 million. Hear from Ryan Sandberg, cancer survivor Jameson Tyone, celebrities, doctors, and patients on how cancer has impacted their lives. Your donations will have a
a chance to get you Cubs tickets, experiences, and memorabilia. 100% of the money raised will go towards cancer research. This is our way of trying to do good against this vicious disease. Join us if you or your company would like to get involved. Email us at 670radiothon@gmail.com.
This story made us miss someone in particular. And I don't have the anger for this story. But you knew him as Les Grobstein, the Grobber, Overnight Les. We now want to introduce to you Afterlife Les. Afterlife Les, thank you for joining us.
I agree with Dustin Rhodes. 1 Google %. He's the only one that got it right. A lot of people think it's cute that these two coaches, they go sit courtside and they hang out. KMA.
But I mean, what's the harm?
The harm. What do you mean the harm? The harm is obvious. You don't hang out with your enemies when you're playing games.
After, but it wasn't a game. They were watching a college basketball game.
I don't care. A lot of people think that's okay, and that's never okay.
Yeah, did you ever see?
Matt, let me tell you something.
I'm sorry.
Matt
Go ahead.
LaFleur, more like Matt LaFale. Matt Eberflus. More like Matt Eberfail.
No, it's a good one, Afterlife Les.
That is really good. Look, I understand your feelings. I have it a little bit, but just a little. Like, could you ever imagine Lombardi and Hallis hanging out?
You sometimes like to get under my skin with some of these ideas.
That was Mark
Lombardi.
Grogan.
It never would have happened. Never would have happened.
Well, I wasn't at
I was
those
there.
games.
You weren't there. It never would have happened. There's no way Hallis would have ever talked to Lombardi. I know for a fact a lot of people think it's bogus, but it's absolutely true. And all the people that are saying that Caleb Williams is going to be better than Jim McMahon, they can KMA too. I've heard all the talk. I've heard it all.
Oh, that's a good point. Afterlife Les, this is a rare opportunity. I mean, Caleb Williams, he cried in the stands. He couldn't beat Notre Dame. Is that concerning?
Yeah, he's a crybaby is what he is.
The Parkins and Spiegel show on 670 The Score. I know those guys.
Afternoons on The Score.
I met him briefly on the bus. Where lockers are next to each other, so he's in the lineup tonight, and obviously looking forward to playing alongside of him.
You can have a friend. Don't rub it in my face.
Okay. Whenever Dustin makes the show, I just feel like it picks up the mood around here a little bit.
Yeah, it really makes a lot of us happy in different ways.
Yeah.
For me, it's mostly about wardrobe. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It just makes me happy.
For me, it's about the impression and the logically consistent, rational sports takes.
I loved how angry he was at Craig Counsell's weird hoodie with no sleeves.
Yeah.
When he's a guy who wears vests all the time.
Which have no sleeves.
God, Danny, that checks out. They have no sleeves.
Craig's been going back and forth. He's been doing the hoodies with no sleeves, then he's been going full uniform.
Full uniform, I know.
Well,
I like that look.
A little superstition.
A short sleeve hoodie?
Short sleeve hoodie?
Yeah.
Can you believe it?
When the voice climbs, that's the best.
So good. So good. But
so does he have a take on Isak Paredes, who's now here and in the lineup?
He's here in the lineup tonight, but not last night, Spiegs.
Dustin will defiantly call him Isaac all season. He's like, it's spelled like Isaac.
Oh, good. That's healthy. Let's hear it.
Planes, trains, and automobiles, and add air rickets to all of this. So when the trade was made yesterday during this segment, we felt the Cubs were better today than they were the day before by this move, especially on offense and hopefully on defense. And he can't get here. It wasn't a day game. It was an afternoon game. The Rays game was the first game that was done on Sunday. The first game that was over. He was going from Tampa to Cincinnati. It's not that far. I bet there were 50 flights between Tampa and Cincinnati from the time that trade happened. And then you activate Bellinger and you don't have him DH when this guy's not there. Then what you did? So technically, did they play two guys short last night? One run. So what are they doing? So this is all about the future. So basically what they said is that the rest of these games don't count. You talk about, Mully, the Sox fans being upset for having to put through all of this. Cub fans should be if you were a Cub fan that went to Cincinnati to go see this game.
What are you doing with your life?
What a joke.
Come on.
What an absolute joke. They better both be in the lineup.
Do you have any idea why he didn't make it to Cincinnati? Do you know why he didn't make it to Cincinnati? If you don't, then you are so unfair because you have no idea why he didn't get there.
So what are you thinking?
I don't know.
Okay, then why was it? Okay, so he's not there.
You're entitled. They give you 72 hours to get to your new team for a reason. You guys want these guys to be baseball robots.
Don't drag me into it.
I will not show emotion. I will not express regret. I will not express disappointment. I am going to my next team.
Would he have played for the Rays yesterday?
Yeah, because that was the team that he belonged to.
Okay, why? Then
you're
why?
changing
Okay, fine.
jobs. You're changing cities. You're changing everything about your professional reality. And I get it. Some guys are able to do it seamlessly. We know nothing about this guy except for how to pronounce his name.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
That's on a maybe a good day. That's before 7 o'clock.
But wait a minute. So he's not in the lineup. He's not available. Then why in the world is Bellinger not playing? Explain that to me.
That's a different story.
Well, it's part of the question.
Okay, well, that's part of the question. Well, if you let me finish the first answer, I'll get to the second one.
I wasn't done yet.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
No, I'm done now.
The
That was good.
parking lot is yours.
That was good.
I'll sit here and wait for George McCaskey to scooter by again.
Your dime, your parking lot.
I am not bothered.
I'm not going to address this every single day.
Come on, guys. I'm not done yet.
David wanted another.
Haugh's going to lose his mind. I mean, he's just so nice and so kind and so level-headed and rational.
Oh, God.
He's just going to blow a gasket one day.
It's phenomenal.
Only
Do you have any idea why he's not there? No, I don't. Have you looked into it?
I'm angry about it.
No, I have not. I don't know. Oh, God, it's fabulous.
Hey, I appreciate it from Dustin. I'm part of that school. Let your emotions act first.
We know.
I'm absolutely a part of that school.
Only 2 airlines fly nonstop from. He's like, I'm 50 flights a day from Tampa to Cincinnati.
Yeah, dude, you know that pipeline. You never know where Ryan Port's got to go.
Delta and Frontier are the only 2 airlines that fly nonstop from Tampa to Cincinnati. 50
Wait a
flights
minute.
a day.
And Delta's not been having a great time of late.
Yeah, right. And the other is a budget airline. Like, you really think that there are 50 nonstop flights a day?
It's clear that Frontier budget airline. I've had a lot of great experiences on
You have?
Frontier. I love Frontier.
It's that
Takes off and lands.
Paredes, I don't believe, wanted to pay the bag fees. didn't want to pay those.
50 flights a day from Tampa to Cincinnati. He just thinks that we've got.
Who the hell knows, man? You're getting traded. Your life is getting completely upended after you've been somewhere for several years. If you need to go back to your house to get a bag, I understand.
He thinks 10,000 people a day need to go from Tampa Bay to Cincinnati. Nonstop. It's so ridiculous.
Now, granted, I don't have any idea how many flights actually usually go from one city to another.
Not that. I mean, those are not big cities.
How about St. Pete? Does St. Pete have its own airport? St. Pete to Cleveland. Can you look that one up, please?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, God.
I think St. Pete's an island, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. So it's
Yeah.
probably the same airport.
Yeah.
What you're saying?
Yeah, you have to go across the bridge.
That's why
to
they
get-
say
yeah.
Tampa, St. Pete together. No, that's fair.
St. Pete's an island.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
There's probably like 50 nonstop flights a day from Chicago to New York.
Right.
Like on all the airlines, all the different airports. It's Tampa and Cincinnati.
Oh, man.
It's ridiculous.
That is phenomenal. Tanny, is that food to you? What is that? Is it oxygen?
Yeah. So I'm out walking that, early in the morning like that, listening to the morning show, and it's just sun is out, and it's just a great way to start your day with the pick six. I never miss it.
Guys at football camp, you can feel their energy at football camp.
Yeah. By the way, I did look it up. There was one famous flight from Little St. James to anywhere you want to go. That was a jet situation there.
It was a private plane.
Yeah, very PJ. Yeah. But I think
Secret list.
I was most happy for Mully there in that segment, who's just letting Dustin cook. I mean, he's got to be thrilled. They were out and about. Mully was in his element at Bears training camp.
Yeah, he
They got
sounded really
pads
happy.
on.
Really
But
happy.
he was just letting Dustin and David go after each other. I was most happy for him. It's so enjoyable every day.
That's awesome. A couple things on the trade deadline before I know we're going heavy Bears here at the top of the next hour. The San Diego Padres have made an incredibly aggressive trade with the Marlins for Tanner Scott and another reliever, giving up 3 of their top 5 prospects that remained. AJ Preller's a freaking madman. And I just put $20 on the Padres to win the World Series, just for fun, at plus 3,000, because they have a crazy bullpen now with a really interesting mix of different looks and different styles, etc. And the White Sox, if anybody did not hear, traded away Paul DeYoung to the Kansas City Royals. 18 homers on the year for Paul DeYoung. He will probably back up Bobby Witt Jr., would you think? He's not going to start over Bobby Witt Jr., right?
I don't think so.
Bobby Witt, he's 13 for his last 16 against the White Sox.
Well, they had the video tribute ready tonight. That's what I'd like to know. A lot of pressure with the quick turnaround.
Paul DeYoung, one of those guys who gets to go from one dugout to the other.
Yeah, walk right across.
Just walk right across the way. Ask a clubby to go back and get his stuff, maybe. Just amazing. So DeYoung is a Kansas City Royal in exchange for a young right-handed pitcher who's actually a little old for the level that he's at. A kid named Gerald Rosado for Paul DeYoung.
Is he already hurt?
Not yet. But one of the guys who got yesterday.
Hey, I didn't get anybody.
One of the guys that Chris Getz got from the Dodgers, remember where Getz. One of the guys that Getz got has a stress fracture in his tibia and is out until next spring training already.
It wouldn't surprise me if Paul DeYoung plays third base over Maikel Garcia. Wouldn't surprise me if they start him there.
Yeah, Paul DeYoung's been playing some third base of late
Split
for
some
the
time
White Sox.
at second base with Michael Massey, maybe. Palos Park native, local product.
DeYoung will play. He's got some power. He knew he was going to get
The guy's
traded.
hitting bombs. Like, he's going, and he's a veteran. He's going to help a playoff team. The Royals, though, I don't think are a playoff team. They're having a good year, but they're not a playoff team.
We are able to confirm that texter, by the way. Christopher Morel is playing second base for Tampa tonight.
In the 3-hole.
There you go. Batting third at second base for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Agree. I mean, I agree that it's happening. I don't agree that they should do it.
It's going to be fascinating to see what Tampa thinks of him.
It'll be a fun career to watch.
It really will. A fun guy. And
I'm bummed that he's not a Cub. Like I know that Paredes right now is a better player, but
I get it.
I'm bummed that he's not a Cub.
You're not alone.
I know. How Hard Knocks is selling the Bears to the nation We got our first glimpse today, and it's actually pretty instructive. Next on the score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
On Caleb Williams asking the Bears to clean up after themselves.
I like that. I like the idea of don't make the custodians' jobs more difficult.
He felt that it was important to say it to the group. Hey, let's not get sloppy over here. Like, let's take care of the people that take care of us. Everyone is who's up there getting a check from the Bears is the Bears.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
That's a problem, and that's not fun, and that's not neat to talk about.
How would Dave Miska react if he were in the booth seeing Luis Robert get hurt last night?
Oh, great! Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I told him. I went down there, I gave him a new batting glove, and tried to fix his bat.
Okay, Dave.
For those who don't know, Luis Robert Jr. immediately fell ill with the fate that Dan Bernstein predicted in that opening.
And I am sorry if you don't know Dave Miska, because
Doesn't
if
matter.
you don't know Dave Miska, you're very alarmed.
If Shep were working today, how would he react to the tweet from the White Sox that Luis Robert got hurt?
He's interested. It's a really big deal because everybody thinks Luis Robert is great. Just because he was part of the White Sox core.
Look, we all know that Mark Grody is the human jukebox for around these parts. But at least I set him up for David Haugh, which
true.
people do know and hear on the daily. Okay? For God's sakes.
Morning, Mully. Morning, sports.
How's David Haugh going to react tomorrow morning during the pick six?
Morning, sports.
Morning, sports. Morning, everybody. Morning, sunshine. Morning, bear. Good night, moonlight. Good night, sunshine. Morning, everybody. An all-star game last night. Really good to see. But what happened to Luis Robert? What in the world is going on with Luis Robert?
Morning, sports.
Morning, sports. Morning, sports.
That's what he's doing. He's saying good morning to all of sports.
He's the purest sportsman of us all.
He
isn't
is. Oh, absolutely. And the purest wordsmith of us all.
I think so, too.
As well. Absolutely. And a hell of a teammate. During the first round of Monday night's home run derby, Luis Robert Jr. felt tightness in his calf. He had an MRI in Seattle. He's listed as day-to-day. He's not playing in the All-Star game tonight.
Is Dustin going to have a take about that tomorrow?
Why was he in the home run derby if he started to feel the tightness in his calf? Why did he not pull out sooner? And now we don't get to see him in the All-Star game. What about the second half? What's really important here? What's important?
That's a really good Dustin. Talk about how MLB should have replaced Luis Robert with Chris Morel.
MLB should have just grabbed anybody. Christopher Morel, of course, would be my choice if you're listening to the podcast. I mean, Crawley, you'd understand.
That Dustin is phenomenal.
That's on us. We didn't give you enough room to breathe when you did it yesterday.
No, it wasn't good yesterday.
Talk about Justin Steele doing the Odyssey Cubs podcast and not them putting him on the station instead.
Maybe Grody will be your jukebox. All right?
No.
I just gave you two. I gave you
Morning
two.
Moon. Morning, Moon. Good night, cow jumping over the moon. Good night, lighthouse. Good night, red balloon. Good night, bears. Good night, chairs.
Good night, chairs.
That's what it says.
That's good night, moon.
Here on 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Here you go, Matt. Here you go, Danny.
Afternoons on The Score.
You know, I told the guys in the beginning that, hey, just be authentic. Be yourself. That's good enough. Trust me. You know, we're working right. We got winning habits here. And winning habits, you keep doing right things, you're going to go right. And just do that. You guys can see it. You know, the way we practice, the way we finish, the way we hustle on the backside. You know, and then we just got to keep getting the lines. You know, I want to see that physical part. I want to have that. Hopefully, that shows that we're physical on the front lines. And but in terms of operation, in terms of our culture, all those things are there.
1 week from today, the debut of Hard Knocks. And that means 1 week from today, you could come hang out with us at The Wall in Gurnee. They're doing a Hard Knocks premiere watch party, and we've got tickets to be sure that you get a spot up close and personal because it's a converted movie theater. So you'll get upfront seats at The Wall for the 8 p.m. showing of Hard Knocks, 2 free movie vouchers from Marcus Theaters, food and beverage coupons, a shot to win a Golden Tee machine, which is really cool, and we'll be doing a broadcast from there from 2 to 6. So we want you to go and watch the premiere of Hard Knocks at The Wall in Gurnee, but also you come hang out with us. You could do both. So we'll be there from 2 until 6. When you hear this later on in the show,
Hard Knocks,
just give us a call at 312-540-0670, and you can get the VIP tickets.
Hey, man, you and me love a crowd. We love doing the radio show with people in attendance, and I can't wait to check out The Wall at Marcus Gurney Cinema. It's like a sports bar, but it's in the true comforts of a movie theater with the VIP stuff. I mean, it should be awesome. So please come over and say hello. You don't need tickets to come over and hang out. But
yeah, you don't need tickets. What we're doing here, it'll basically guarantee you really good seats for the broadcast and for movie vouchers and for the screening of Hard Knocks that night. But you can come by anytime during the broadcast or for the show at 8 o'clock.
Got psyched today. I got psyched. I felt it on a different level. My Hard Knocks excitement when the trailer came out and people started sharing it. And I was like, oh, that's how HBO plans to package this and the story that they're setting up to try and tell with their docu-series.
So you know I'm excited about Hard Knocks. I don't like this trailer.
What?
I don't like it. So the trailer, it starts with Eberflus, and then it gets through a bunch of familiar voices. We're going to play it for you. You'll recognize some of the voices throughout it, and then we will discuss.
I can see the operation, the execution. Keep it simple and be consistent. We're going to give you the keys. You go and drive it. This is your team.
You better come to play. Rough and tough monsters of the Midway.
You're going to get hit, and it's going to hurt.
I like this kind of party!
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
Unequivocally, we have the right set of individuals.
That's what we do.
They're going to take us to the next level.
All right, before we get to why you don't like it, can we just do some general takeaways? Salute here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Things we saw, things we noticed, or whatever. The first person you see is Dan Hampton, number 99. You see Hamp lining up because they hit the history right away. You see Hamp, you see Walter Payton, you see Urlacher, you see the 46 defense. Those are the first visuals. What's some other stuff that you took away just to set the scene for people if they didn't see it?
I mean, Eberflus's speech at the beginning is good.
Mm-hmm.
This is your team. We're giving you guys everything you need. We'll give you the keys, but you've got to drive the car. Like it's a totally reasonable analogy.
They show Caleb early. They show Montez Sweat. Torrey Taylor, the punter, gets a little screen time. There, our guy Jalen Johnson wearing number 1. They show Roma Dunze.
Yeah.
But then they go history. Again, in the middle, there's George Halas's voice we saw.
Ditka, Singletary.
Ditka kicking the air. Richard Dent, there's a shot of Red Grange for a second. Devin Hester returning a kick. Yeah, Singletary with, I like this kind of party. And I thought about you when I noticed Kevin Warren before Ryan Poles. They're both in there.
Yeah.
Both their visuals and voices, but Kevin Warren was first.
Yeah, as he should be. He's the president.
When Kevin Warren says the right set of individuals, it's a shot of Cole Kmet. So, they think about all these things as you're editing and like, I would need who's the right set of individuals? Yeah, we'll put Kmet there. The winds of change is the message. They're acknowledging the past a lot, but Caleb is the future. They show Caleb being drafted. The last shot of the thing is Caleb like reaching up and high-fiving the fans at some event or something.
When he took the selfie with all of the Bears fans
is that what it was?
at
the
Detroit,
draft?
when he came down from the stage, put up his hand for the claw, and they gave him the selfie stick.
That's what it is.
Yeah. It was which was a very cool image from draft night.
So they close with that.
Yep.
But yeah, there's a lot of acknowledgement of the history in the past.
And I get it. I'm really pumped for the show. I just don't care. I don't want that. I want as much to me, this is such an exciting time for the Bears. And I get why they're doing it. Charter franchise, selling it to the masses, bringing back hopefully some degree of history and care and legacy. But I don't want to see anything about Brian Urlacher. I don't want to see Mike Singletary. I don't want to see it.
So you're going to be annoyed if they do a 20, 30 seconds about the history and context in one of these episodes coming up?
20 or 30 seconds, no, but it was 50% of the trailer. So if it ends up being if episode 1, 50% of it is about the names on the wall at Hallis Hall and the Bears' history at quarterback and their history at linebacker.
What if it's modern players talking about that? It's not going to be 50%, but
I'm just saying it was 50% of the trailers. I want to know about Torrey Taylor. I want to know about Caleb Williams. I want to know about Roman Dunze. I want to know about Eberflus. I want to know about Eric Washington. I want to know about this current, and I know that that's what it is. It's the training camp story, but
it is what it is.
But the nostalgia and the history and the syrup,
you
it's
just hate you hate Bears history. That's what
I kind of do.
It's mostly bad. You should.
Yeah, I kind of do hate Bears. What did Ryan Poles say? I'm done talking about it.
Okay, it's fine, but really, you know what? I'm reminded of Pat Foley here. Really, honey, it's not about you. It's not.
Yeah, but Speaks, it is.
No, it's not. We're not the audience for this.
But
we're locked in. This is for the national football audience.
But you asked me what I thought of the trailer.
I know. I regret that.
Without Bears history, Danny doesn't exist.
That's true.
So it is about Danny.
That's true.
It's very much about Danny.
It's true. Without Super Bowl 20 up with people at halftime, he doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Why do you think I hate the Bears so much?
Oh, damn, dude. That's a very Shane thing for you to say.
You don't want to hear about Bears
self-deprecating.
quarterback history? You're going to get a heavy dose of that probably early as they lay the foundation for everything about Caleb Williams that you're going to see.
Guess what? It's part of the story. Yeah. It's a massive part of the story. They didn't do any of the quarterback stuff there in that because this will be what's different is that you're dropping Caleb into this mix that they've created, and you've got all that Bears history, which is good. Some of it really good and exciting, but certainly never about a quarterback. They're just painting a picture here.
I know. Listen, I don't think the show is going to be 50% Bears history. I'm saying the trailer was 50% Bears history, and so I was like, ugh.
They're the starter franchise of the NFL. What do you expect?
Dude.
They have a 126-year-old owner. What do you expect?
There will be another trailer that comes out before Tuesday, and it will be more of the stuff that's cool about Hard Knocks.
And there will be more explosions.
Which is the behind-the-scenes access stuff.
Current stuff.
If you would have given me Caleb Williams breaking down and telling the guys to clean up after themselves, the story that Byard told today, I'd be like, oh, man, this is going to be so great.
In a 1-minute trailer, you wanted the story about the custodians?
Laundry on the floor.
Yeah.
You want to see Tyler Scott picking up a water bottle?
I want to see stuff about this team.
I don't know if a national audience cares about that.
I don't want Devin Hester. I don't want
pandering
Hampton.
to the Bears. I think they're just pandering pandering to the Bears. Like, okay, here's your first trailer. Look at all your great history here.
Pandering to the Bears, and they're pandering to people in Montana that they want to watch HBO.
Yeah.
To remind people that Brian Urlacher was a Bear?
Yeah. And that there's a quarterback now.
Yeah, he was really good. He was a lot of fun to watch. Like, hey, remember this one? Watch this.
Hey, we're making a show about the team that was once coached by Mike Ditka. Now they have Eberflus. Okay.
Same guy, in my opinion.
They're going to watch.
You know what was funny is that
Present tense.
I tried to figure out who that first person was. It was like, that is a Bears lineman in the 85 jerseys, but it's number 98. Who is that? And I'm like, is that Tyrone Keys? What is it? Oh, no, it's 99. Okay, it's Dan Hampton. My bad. That was me this morning as I'm taking notes on the trailer. Not 98. Okay, good.
yeah. More of a
Dan Hampton. More of like one of the all-time greats, Hall of Famers.
Pretty recognizable.
Yeah, but that's stupid. He's part of the history. Why include him?
What, Tyrone Keys?
No, Dan Hampton. I don't want any of the
Thank
history.
you, Danny.
Don't include that.
Yeah, Danny talking to Danny.
I hate that. Why'd they include Dan Hampton or Mike Singletary?
I know. What's Walter Payton doing in there? I don't need to be reminded of other things that happened before I got here.
How do we see George Halas, the founder of the NFL?
Red Grange, who brought the Oak Park River Forest colors to Illinois and then the Illinois colors to the Bears. I don't care. I'm Danny Parkins. I care not for your history.
I was speaking in general. You made it personal.
It's a story about the training camp for the 2024 Chicago Bears.
What has more mass appeal?
Again, I get why they did it. You asked if I like it. I didn't like it. You say you're not the intended audience. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Then mission accomplished.
A lot of the texters are with you. I'm 100% with Parkins here. I don't know if I could say that. The BS is the worst part of Bears fandom. Here's another. The story is this year's team, not the last 100 years of Bears history.
It would be a lot cooler to celebrate and remember Bears history if the present tense was good. You know, it's like, oh, this quarterback actually compares to this quarterback.
They
or
just
this
got him.
receiver compares to this receiver.
He's not here yet on your screen playing a football game. And he won't be tomorrow, or Thursday, I should say, in the Hall of Fame game either. I'm always fascinated by what the marketers choose. And this being the very first trailer to try to get the nation excited about the Bears angle of it, don't you think that a massive part of the story of why the Bears are such a big talker on national TV right now is because they've never had anything like this?
Yes.
I think it's a massive part of it.
Yes.
That they have this huge history, and as you and I have said, defined by quarterback starvation, never a 4,000-yard passer, never a 30-touchdown guy. And, what if the Bears did this? Then what would happen in America?
Yes.
So they're just following through on the story.
And so that's why Mike Singletary was in it?
He likes that kind of party.
Okay. He likes this kind of party. He likes this kind of party.
I, too, like this kind of party. I'm cool with the history of being a part of it.
So, yesterday, I wasn't here.
I like this kind of party.
Thank you, Mike.
I like this kind of party, baby.
That's right. Say it twice. Add a baby for accent.
It's
a Terry Boers trick right there. So what I'm saying is that's a Terry Boers trick right there, baby.
It's a good trick.
Said it again.
I get it.
Said it again, baby.
Oh, well, then I'll make you repeat yourself again. The CJ Stroud comp?
Yes, sir.
For Caleb?
Yes, sir.
I saw you and Dan discussed whether or not you liked it.
It's because you snoop on the rundown.
I wanted to see what you guys talked about yesterday.
I love it.
Trying to stay abreast with the show without having to listen to it on my day off. You want to know my tricks? I check some podcast descriptions, check the rundown, keep it moving. I'll ask you about it live on the air.
Looks like you guys had a good show.
Yeah.
The podcast description sounded great.
Looks like you talked a little music, little CJ Stroud, and you kept it moving.
Not too much music.
But my question to you is...
Too much music.
I thought so.
Too much music, too much socks.
Thank you, Tanny.
Too much Dan Bernstein.
Let's talk... Well, God, there was so much Dan Bernstein.
You know what? One thing speaks. I wanted to bring up. I didn't bring it up yesterday.
Because it didn't stop. The Dan Bernstein didn't stop all day long.
People herald Danny Parkins for his 24-hour radiothon that he did a few years ago, and he's doing another one coming up. But at Dan Bernstein's advanced age, he just did 8 hours yesterday. Are we not celebrating that?
That was his own personal trade deadline marathon.
We're not celebrating Dan Bernstein at an advanced age doing 8 hours of radio, but we herald Danny for 24. He's young and spry.
I believe he only raised $7 worth of expired chicken wings.
Insane. And he didn't even eat them. $7.29.
Not looking for any claim, just trying to raise a little bit of money. Was there a charitable component to yesterday's broadcast?
I mean, the charity was us letting Dan hang around for a little while.
Oh, yeah. He
He
was
doesn't
the
want to go
cause.
home.
Yeah, we chose to be charitable by being nice to him. Which
wow.
was,
He doesn't get that.
He doesn't
very
get
often.
that anywhere. So
during your charity broadcast,
yes.
did you guys decide that you like the CJ Stroud comps or you don't like the CJ Stroud
No,
comp?
I mean, the CJ Stroud comp is obvious, and it's been there. What I hadn't realized, because I didn't remember because I wasn't following it super closely last year, is just how bad CJ Stroud was in preseason last year. And that's what Brad Biggs had brought up on the morning show yesterday. And Stroud was terrible, and then he got a little better and a little better and a little better. I think it was 11 of 19 for 80-some yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and that's with the numbers improving and the performance improving over the course of preseason games. So I was bringing it up in the context of Caleb might struggle because guys struggle, and be ready for that.
Yeah, he definitely might. Everything is not going to be A to A, B to B. It won't be the exact same. How could it? They're different players on different teams, different systems, different supporting casts, all of that stuff. But we've gotten into it a little bit sometimes in transition.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to hold him to that standard. And if he falls short of it, it doesn't mean that he will be a bust or is a failure. But I think it's ridiculous to, like I heard Dan say, like, I want to hold him not to the Mitch Trubisky or Justin Fields, but to the Aaron Rodgers standard. That's what I'm talking about. But I was surprised to hear Dan say that as I was driving in today, because him and Lawrence were like, that we've never seen a season like CJ Stroud here or Herbert here, and that those are outliers. And it's like, okay, maybe, but they are becoming more common. Whatever you think is the best rookie quarterback season ever. Cam, RG3, Luck, Herbert, Stroud, like whichever one is your cup of tea. That's what I want to hold Caleb to.
Yeah, that's fair.
Doesn't mean that he's a failure if he doesn't get it. But it's he doesn't run from it, so I have no idea why I would.
No, I'm down with that. You should go ahead and dream on it. Go ahead and dream on it. And if you want to wish cast on it and future trip on it and formulate takes on it, I think it's all fair. It's not unreasonable.
Exactly. It's not
fair.
unfair. It is not unfair.
I don't think it's unfair at all. I also, though, I don't think it's unfair. I thought it was unfair. Dan pushed back on me yesterday when he was saying, I don't want to compare him to Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields. And I wasn't comparing him and what his season is going to be. I think it's completely fair on my end to compare the experience of watching this kid integrate into the NFL after we just watched Mitch integrate. We just watched Justin integrate. And to notice the differences, not just in the kid themselves, but in the support system. I would like to go and notice the difference in regimes. I keep thinking about what Trent Dilfer told us about the sequence of exposure as you're teaching young quarterbacks. How does what Shane Waldron and this Bears regime is doing in terms of how they are exposing Caleb to things he needs to learn, how does that differ from what Fields got? How does it differ from what Mitch got? And does Caleb need stuff like that less? Is Caleb so much better and so much more elevated in the way that he thinks about it, which is what it seems like? That stuff, I think, probably matters a lot less when you got a guy as polished as Caleb is.
Right, that was what Josh Lucas said, right? He's like, if he's the dude, the coaching's not going to matter,
right.
and he'll overcome all of it.
That's fascinating to me. Like, I totally get what Dilfer and others have said about it. There's a certain way you got to do this. But if the guy is the guy, then it's probably not going to be hampered too much by whichever way you decide to do it.
Absolutely. And I
think the Stroud thing is totally fair, dude.
Yeah. Because I don't want to be unfair. And I think as long as you hold him to that standard, and if he falls short of it, you then don't say, well, bust. That would be unfair. But, hey, we said better situation than any number one overall pick had ever walked into. And then he doesn't have a rookie quarterback season that we've seen fairly commonly in the last decade, which is very good season while winning games. That's what I'm going to hold him to. It's what he wants. He's a professional athlete.
Yeah.
On a team that's supposed to win 9 or 10 games and compete for the playoffs with a bunch of dudes that are ready to play. So I don't want him to run from any of it. He's not, so I certainly am not going to lower my bar for him.
I'm going to pledge to you and to the listeners to dig into the deep dive that our guy Dan Wiederer did on at the Tribune yesterday on the development plan for Caleb. Because
I read it.
I have not yet. With all, let's make a point to discuss tomorrow with everything going on with the MLB trade deadline. And we're going to cover all that at 5:00 and some other Bears stuff. I'm going to do a deep dive in it and in his deep dive. And so let's make sure we talk some Caleb development tomorrow.
Okay, I mean, if you start now, you should be done with it by tomorrow.
Okay.
It's long. It's my point. It's just it's a long piece. It's a lot of words.
I don't know about you, Shane, but I hate when people have thoughts, when writers have thoughts.
It's not a criticism.
I resent that.
Don't bring me into this, brother. You have your conversation.
Why is that a criticism? It's long.
Tanny, I don't know about you.
No one said it was a criticism, but we all thought the same thing.
You all backed away from the mic so immediately.
Some people shook their heads. I'm not saying who they were.
Unbelievable.
But it was Shane.
Shane Waldron said something. Speaking of development, it was exactly an issue that you and I have talked about a ton on this show. And I think it's fascinating. And there's more from Byard with the morning show that we should get to, too. In the trade deadline, 38 minutes away, Garrett Crochet, still a White Sox. Luis Robert, still a White Sox. And no more moves for the Cubs as well, but still more time to come. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Bears training camp is on.
Caleb Williams.
This offense is brewing and getting ready for it to be a really good offense, explosive offense.
Richard Hightower.
A really good first day of pads, especially for us on punt.
And the score will be there to follow every storyline. And when breaking news happens, trust the score to deliver. Only on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. Bears training camp coverage on the score is presented by ChevyDrivesChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
This segment is
for the focus, whether it is this sort of monolithic focus on Justin has to be better and the QB's not good enough. Well, of course, in the history of Bears football, that is the conversation with every first-round quarterback the Bears have ever had, or with the offensive coaches, with Luke Getsy. And there's a lot of detail in what he's done well, what he hasn't done well, the offseason, and why the first month of the year offensively started schematically in the way that it did. But in the end, for the Bears as an organization to have success, if they move on from Justin Fields and somebody else is in here, how do you develop a quarterback? And so to examine Justin's faults is very important, but then also whoever is going to coach and develop the next quarterback or quarterbacks, that has to be examined. That's extremely important to know. If we are going to take the #1 overall pick and the future of this franchise is in that individual's hands, whether it's with the current coaching staff or the next one, what are the mistakes that were made with the last two talented quarterbacks? And again, on the day after the draft, I came on this station and said, I disagree with the evaluation of Mitchell Trubisky. While at the same time, I also told Lawrence, 2 years into Mitch's time here, they should be able to devise a way to win games with Mitch that Matt Nagy isn't executing well. We were out on some golf course somewhere doing a show about something. I mean, it was me and Speaks and Lawrence. I'm like, Mitch is talented enough, hardworking enough. I'm not sure if he sees the field well enough, but there is a version of football they should be able to win consistently with, even with him. And there's organizations in the NFL. It's not just San Francisco. It's not just Green Bay.
What about Pittsburgh?
The Steelers cycle through quarterbacks. The Eagles cycle through quarterbacks. There are organizations in the National Football League that win consistently regardless of QB, and it's all about their infrastructure, how they develop all positions in that franchise. That's what the Bears have to figure out more than anything else. If they move on from Justin, it might make all the sense in the world. That does not answer the question of why they've never developed a quarterback.
The Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Yes!
Wide receiver, Washington.
There you go. 12-year-old Danny Parkins right there.
Man, all the years that I've worked with Danny, seeing him on the stump for Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell for that pick when the Lions were talking about what to do, all the years you have wanted a true #1 wide receiver to be prioritized by a modern NFL team in the Bears.
How about them? How about them being on the same plane? Now, was that kind of a God sent? Is that
pretty cool.
Is that something? I mean, think about that. What's he?
My God!
They've known that it was a possibility. Played against each other, really like each other. and are now ready. And I do think this is going to be the best wide receiver room in the NFL.
This is welcome to modern football, Chicago.
Agreed.
We finally have a GM who gets it. The point is to put the ball in the end zone. The defense wins championships. Okay, great. It's a thing of the past. It still matters, but you want to have a dynasty, you need to have a great quarterback. You want a great quarterback, you need to surround him with great weapons. Keenan Allen will not be here for that long. Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams lined up on the same rookie contracts timeline to hopefully form a dynamic 1-2, yes, Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow type of tandem for the next 8 years is a remarkable thing. This is a premium talent at a premium position on the offensive side of the ball. Thank you. Yes.
Ball as they come.
Yeah, because there's a few trickling in, nothing massive, but looking forward to breaking all that down at 5.
Yes, and sooner, of course, if there is Cubs or White Sox news. But you and I have discussed a lot with Caleb about Caleb this year about risk tolerance. Fair way to characterize it, like playing within structure. What is he going to be asked to do? Don't play hero ball. Get the ball out on time to your playmakers.
Yeah, I mean,
are they going to rein him in? Are they going to have handcuffs on him? We've talked about all sorts of things like that.
We have. For me, it's all in the context of winning this year. That this is a realistic window immediately. So while I might think that it's better to have a higher risk tolerance as a quarterback develops in the NFL in a year where you're trying to win your games with a defense this good and with a collection of skill position people this good, I think you want a lower risk tolerance because of the context, at least in the first portion of this NFL season. That colors my thought process on it. So, like, does the winning, where does winning fall in? Where does that context fall into how you think is the right way for this quarterback to develop for this year?
I don't think it's that regimented or like structured. I think it's play your game, be you, to take a Matt Nagy thing, and of course we're going to try to win. And I actually thought this answer from Shane Waldron yesterday, when asked about some of the throws that people have seen him make in practice on the run, and if they want to highlight that or rein it in, I thought it spoke to both things. I thought it spoke to the ceiling, but also, hey, do those things, but don't turn the ball over while you do them. Like, the mistakes can't be catastrophic. I thought that Shane Waldron walked a great line here in this answer.
Yeah, I think for him, it's something that he's been able to do at such a high level for so many years. We don't want to hold back on that ability that he has. And I think the best part about his ability to move around in the pocket and scramble has been the downfield throws without, getting turnovers as far as interceptions go. And then we know the big point of emphasis here and throughout camp is for all the quarterbacks is that pocket ball security. We talked about this, like talking about the getting a chance to play, live reps in games, where you get a feel for, one hand on the ball in the pocket, is not going to be what we're looking for. So we're always going to be harping on that with all the quarterbacks, with all of our guys, so that ball security issue doesn't show up when we go into games. And I think those guys have done a great job of working that as a group. And then the receivers, the tight ends, the running backs, the O-line really straining a little more if a play does go off schedule, and working with that great intensity, that great hustle to put potential explosive plays that we know can develop off schedule.
It's my favorite answer that Shane Waldron has given since he's been here. I think that shows such a great understanding of what they have in Caleb. He has shown an ability to do this at a very high level, so of course we don't want him to rein that in. And we know that when he does that, it has a tendency to produce downfield big plays. So we have to coach all of our guys, our linemen, our receivers, our tight ends, etc., about how to do it. The scramble drill, where to go, how to find him, because that's where big plays come from. And he had a great amount of success in college doing that
without
throwing interceptions. But we've preached a lot about ball security with him. He doesn't say the word fumble, but it's implied with the one hand on the pocket. But he led FBS in fumbles.
Yeah, so that's the thing. When he says ball security, he's talking about fumbles. He's not talking about interceptions because he believes that he has good smarts in terms of avoiding the interceptions for the most part.
And the numbers back that up. I mean, the guy had they had 5 picks all of last year, and and that's with all of the fumbles and with the hero ball and the bad defense
now,
and shootouts.
We know that component can change with NFL speed, NFL skills, disguised coverages, veterans who know what the hell they're doing, etc.
Of course, but what I'm saying is they're not coaching him scared. They're saying, let's see if this can. What you did in college is why we drafted you. Let's see if it can translate to the NFL level. Because as I've said before, that's what made Rodgers Rodgers. It's what makes Mahomes Mahomes. It's what makes Josh Allen Josh Allen. So if he starts twirling around and abandoning the pocket and then throwing picks and throwing the ball across his body, then you rein him in because you are trying to win this year. To your point, but until it becomes a problem. Man, we drafted Caleb Williams to go be Caleb Williams.
Let him show the instincts and see if it's actually a problem or not.
And coach all of the other guys. Hey, this is what this dude is capable of doing.
So be ready for it.
So
Yeah,
when he breaks the pocket, go deep.
That's a great answer, and it is right in the middle of what we have been talking about and what you and I will focus on a lot during camp.
I think it's a great answer.
I like it a lot in terms of the fumble versus the interception. And the one thing it doesn't address, which maybe he has another time or we'll be on the lookout for it, is the decision to make the quick throw that's available versus the possibility of extending the play and breaking contain.
Taking your singles.
And then go into the scramble drill. Right, because that's part of this decision-making process for him that I want to see him lean on the I want to see him lean on the conservative a little bit more in terms of that because of the skill players that they have and because of the defense. Like if there's an opportunity, if 5 or 6 yards is staring you in the face, go ahead and take it.
And again,
I'm good with the scrambling, of course, and make the throws. And if they're there and he's got those skills, fine. But I do want to see him take the singles when they're there.
I do too. And Will Hewlett told us that he's craving structure, and we've seen some of it from the reports that have come out of these training camp practices. And of course, a quarterback's job is to get the ball in the hands of his playmakers and all of those things. But
what we've also seen, though, to your point, Adam Oak tweeted it today, said just about every day there's been a crazy across-his-body throw that's been absolutely on the money.
Correct.
The kind of thing that makes you scream, and you're like, oh, no, you're not supposed to do that. And then it's perfectly on the money because he's got those skills.
And so to even hint in the coaching of taking that away from him, I just think would be so counterintuitive. Even if maybe it would win you an extra game this year to remove a mistake or two, you're in this for the long run with him. I have a very high tolerance. Man, that's what makes the kid special. So, and by the way, we don't know it might win them 3 extra games.
Right, it might win them 3 extra games, and he might be so comfortable with the different skill sets you need, having the quick stuff and completing those quick throws with your anticipatory throws. And, oh, by the way, also making the big plays. He might be so comfortable that he's perfectly willing to be a little more conservative up front with a good team, knowing full well that if the talent goes down or the defense demands he's got to do more, that he can do more. Like he might have that ability to balance these skills. But this is the fun stuff, man. Dreaming of a guy who can do all of that. And, oh, by the way, also hit your slants and hit your quick comebackers and such.
That's the goal. And so I love that answer from Shane Waldron yesterday so much. It was like, no. We know what he can do. It's where the special is. It's where the big plays is. We're coaching everybody else to learn that about him. But he's got to control. He's got to take care of the ball. And as long as he takes care of the ball, we want him to do all of the other things.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I mean,
that's what Rodgers was.
Yeah, quarterback progress in the NFL is in terms of history of like, oh, okay, this is what the position is now, is littered with people making throws that make you go, no, what are you? Oh, hey, wow, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Like whether it has been Rodgers, whether it has been Mahomes or Marino firing darts into tight coverage. You're like, no, what are you doing? Oh, he can do that. Or John Elway doing the same. It's like sometimes guys have to. Sometimes guys will scare the hell out of you, but show they can actually do it.
Like Rodgers, who is Caleb Williams' archetype for a quarterback, right? It's his favorite quarterback to watch. He's who he's studied the most. He has some crazy seasons, and I know I don't need to tell Bears fans this, but just like as a reminder of like Aaron Rodgers' peak of his power stuff.
Yep.
2021, 37 touchdowns, 4 picks.
Yeah, it's crazy.
2020, 48 touchdowns, 5 picks. 40 touchdowns, 7 picks.
Did you say 48 and 5?
48 and 5. Yeah.
That's just stupid.
45 and 6.
That's like one of those years when like DiMaggio hit a lot of homers and struck out less than 40 times. 20, it's a baseball comp.
Yeah,
I'll do it again.
25 and 2. 45 and 6, 39 and 8. Like some of his touchdown to interception seasons are so ridiculous that he would be a gunslinger. Throw the ball down the field, assassin, without turning the ball over.
Mm-hmm.
And that's who Caleb sees himself as. So that's the dream, that he can actually have that level of production with those small turnovers while making the off-schedule throws and being able to kill you from the pocket. The quarterback who really can beat you in any different way. Great comp was made on Caleb. We'll get to it. And then, of course, 19 minutes. Jed hasn't done anything else. Just Christopher Morel and Mark Leiter at this point.
And Nate Pearson, the reliever from the Blue Jays, as an acquisition guy who could end up being a very important bullpen piece. But in terms of the last 24 and 36 hours.
And high-profile Cubs send out is more what I was talking about.
I got you. In terms of the sell.
In terms of the sell side.
Yeah, I think he's done exactly what he said
that he was going to do. Look to buy advantageously for a window that's bigger than this year.
Much bigger than this year. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
The Score and Mully and Haugh are hitting the road to Canton to broadcast live from the Pro Football Hall of Fame for 2 big shows, Thursday and Friday from 5:30 to 10 a.m.
3 Bears are being inducted into the Hall of Fame, including Devin Hester.
Devin Hester! All the way!
Steve Mongo McMichael.
Eason dragged down by Steve McMichael.
And Julius Peppers.
Listen in as we'll be joined by special guests celebrating the careers of these 3 Bears and cover what's going on with the preseason opener against the Texans in the Hall of Fame game.
Mully and Haugh live from Canton, Ohio, Thursday and Friday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Get your retirement on track with Trajan Wealth.
We've been talking about, obviously, your secondary quite a bit. When we talk about the Bears defense, I think we both kind of have decided that your secondary can be in the top 5 in the league. Do you aspire to better than that? How good can this group be? It feels like you got a lot of young guys coming into their own at the right time, and then veteran presence coming in as well.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal. I think at minimum be top 5. I think when you have a good secondary, you always have to have a mix of, just like you said, veteran leadership, but also a lot of younger guys coming into their owns. Obviously, like Tyreek, Kyler, and Jaquan, and obviously Jalen's been around the block a while. He finally got his recognition due, making his first Pro Bowl last year with the plays that he made. So just as a secondary, man, I think we're gelling really well together. Like I said, that is the expectation. But at the end of the day, we got to continue to work. At the end of the day, during the season, it's going to be ups and downs. But I think as far as the secondary, we have to be, one of the rocks of this team, one of the rocks of the defense, because we all know when you make a mistake on the back end, it's usually big plays and touchdowns.
From the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like it's a defense that is that hard to learn or grasp. But how would you describe Matt Eberflus's defense, and how interchangeable are the roles of the safeties? Because Jaquan Brisker and you have similar skill sets, and I wonder how interchangeable those responsibilities might be on a series-to-series basis or game-to-game.
Yeah, it could be as interchangeable as you want it to be, honestly. I know, previous years, Jaquan and Bojack, they kind of had their own roles kind of in the defense. But with me and him, like you said, we're very similar in a lot of things that we can do. So I want to be as interchangeable as possible. The defense is, I wouldn't say it's very hard, but it is complex in a way. There are a lot of different things we can do, and I think even just this year we're trying to add a little bit more layers onto the defense, rather if it come with checks and things like that. So I'm excited. Matt Eberflus, obviously, it's crazy. He had brought in Nick Saban one day during our meetings, and it was just pretty cool to see him. But he's a secondary guy, too, as well. He sits in our meetings. We're always having discussions about, hey, if we have this call, what if we get this look? Can we check the defense to this? Can we check the defense to that? And he's very receptive as far as, like, especially some of the veteran guys coming in with their opinions about things, because obviously we've seen a lot. So it's been exciting for sure.
Reporting that the Chicago White Sox have traded Eloy Jimenez to the Baltimore Orioles. Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Full reaction to Eloy going to the Orioles in just a couple of minutes. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials.
On with some takes that were pure gold.
A little too much Parkins.
Afternoons on the Score.
Hi, Mom!
What an ending for Eloy Jimenez as a Chicago baseball player. A Cub and a White Sox. 5 homers this year, an OPS of 642. Traded to the Baltimore Orioles.
A 6-year, $43 million preemptive contract signed by the White Sox, and they finally get a chance to unload him in the final year of the deal. He was making $13 million on the season, so the Orioles will pay whatever that prorated amount is left. We'll see if the White Sox send any cash to Baltimore to perhaps up the level of prospect coming back.
It can't be much.
No, we don't have full terms, but they did that yesterday. They sent cash considerations to the Cardinals as part of the 3-team trade to theoretically up the level of prospects that the Dodgers gave them. So they're not afraid to do that kind of thing. But yeah, man, that's quite a perfunctory finish to what looked to be a very, like a possibly really impressive career as a slugger on the South Side. Just such easy power from that big, strong right-hander with a flair and a personality that was enjoyable. A lot of people dreamed big on Eloy Jimenez.
I mean, I thought it was going to be one that the Cubs were going to regret for a decade, and then Cease became the bigger thing to regret losing, and then neither of them end up doing much on the White Sox. Obviously, Cease had the dominant season, but in terms of like they end up having to lose him, and now he has his no-hitter and is flourishing with the Padres, and Eloy being traded at nowhere near his peak value. It's just remarkable what this guy ends up as a disappointment. Could you have imagined 3 years ago the White Sox trading him and White Sox fans being happy that he's gone?
3, maybe not 2. Yeah, I think it started to go downhill. It was a long downhill descent with injury, followed by injury, followed by injury. It's just so interesting because, like, some people still believed. I remember Jim Bowden put him in his, like, possible breakout players for 2024 column, and I had to chuckle to myself because if you're local, you stopped doing that. You stopped believing that could happen anytime soon with all the soft tissue injuries. But, man, just like – there was a while there, I thought that guy was going to hit 40 homers in a season. Thought that guy might have hit 50 homers in a season. He had power to do that. If he could have stayed healthy and just shown up for the majority of a season, he absolutely had 45, 50 home run power.
Joel Sherman, baseball writer for the New York Post and MLB Network insider, says that he's told that this is primarily just to get out of the money. by the White Sox.
So just a handoff.
So just a handoff. They'll get basically nothing in return, but Baltimore will take on the money. So you lose Eloy for nothing.
For nothing. For nothing.
Man,
just
how the mighty have fallen. Yeah, Tanner Banks, right? Traded the
Phillies.
To the Phillies.
Tanner Banks to the Phillies. The lefty reliever Tanner Banks. Teams are going hot and heavy, man. The Marlins have traded like 9 people over the past 4 days. It's outrageous, and they just keep finding more people to trade away. And now the White Sox, in the final minutes before the deadline, having held out hope that they were going to get more or get something for these guys, are just unloading. So an infielder named William Bergola from the Philadelphia Phillies for Tanner Banks.
For the White Sox, just to recap it, right? It's Fetty.
Wait, who's that prospect from Baltimore?
William Bergola.
I sat under him when he's in the lower levels. Very comfortable, nice shade.
Didn't you just build one in your backyard?
I did.
Congratulations to you.
Now I got to do a rebuild. That was just a pre-build.
That's what I call my custom cheeseburger with burrata on it. I call it the Bergola.
Oh, it's delicious.
Yeah, it's really good.
Delicious.
A little cherry tomato jam on there.
Let's go back to the baseball guy. Danny was trying to do a roundup. People have been traded.
It's okay.
No, you're right, Danny.
It's okay.
You're right.
Well, because Robert's still here and Crochet is still here.
Yesterday was Eric Fetty and Tommy Pham.
And Kopech.
And Michael Kopech. Today is Paul DeYoung and Eloy Jimenez and Tanner Banks.
So that's 6 members of the White Sox who have been traded away, but the big ones not yet traded, as we're 7 minutes away from 5 o'clock.
Yeah. It's interesting. I know that Chris Getz said he felt good about the prospects that he got, including Miguel Vargas from the Dodgers in that deal yesterday. He's one of the only evaluators in all of baseball who feels good about that list.
A bit hurtful.
Every write-up is like, really? Really? There's been a couple of Bs, maybe B minuses. I saw some Ds out there. I saw several people writing about that trade, quoting rival talent evaluators, saying like, wow, I'm surprised he only got that much. He loves Miguel Vargas, and we'll see what Miguel Vargas is going to do. They got a plug-and-play guy in Vargas. They got a couple other pieces that you may see, but it's a whole lot of future and a whole lot of prospect hoarding.
Speaks from what it's worth. We've seen this in on both sides of town in the last decade, where you get these prospects in return, and the only thing we do know is that nobody really knows about these prospects. So that's the only comfort I take in this, is that people don't like it, and maybe these guys will be 10-year plus major leaguers at the end of the day. It's such an inexact science and fit. It's so weird. People say it's bad, but we'll just have
it is an inexact science.
It's just not as many darts to throw, right? People thought they were going to get more prospects, and so when you get fewer prospects, you obviously the hit rate needs to be higher because you got fewer opportunities. Big piece of news, though, right before the deadline. Ken Rosenthal reporting, Garrett Crochet will not be traded.
Will not be traded.
Poor guy.
And
Crochet has to stay, no contract extension. And did he play himself out of getting traded by trying to protect his arm and his long-term future, which, of course, you're not going to be mad at yourself for doing, but the White Sox definitely are upset.
He'll be gone in the winter, right, Speaks?
If he's healthy.
Or we'll see if they offer an extension. Probably not. I think he probably will be gone. What's fascinating is that what he denied himself was the opportunity to be on a winning team and probably make a playoff push. And if he was any good in any role between now and the end of the playoffs, would his money go higher in a possible extension that he signs? If he was a worthwhile part of a winning team after this deadline, maybe he and his agents decided not. But I would think that success as part of a winning team post-deadline would have been a very good thing to have on his resume, no matter the role and no matter the extension.
All right, how you feeling on both sides of town? 312-644-6767. Did Jed do enough? Did Chris Getz and Garrett Crochet blow up this trade deadline for the White Sox? 6 guys moved, though, in the last 36 hours for the White Sox. Interesting deadline on both sides of town. We'll recap it and put it into context with the rest of baseball next on The Score.
Breaking White Sox news. The Sox trade Eloy Jimenez. Listen here for all the details on what they got in return on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
To celebrate. This is what someone told Mully and Haugh about the strength
of the 2024 Chicago White Sox.
Mike is in Northbrook. Mike wants to say something. Hi, Mike.
All respectfully, I'm sick of all the negativity about the Sox. You know, there's some good things about this team, starting with the fact that they have two of the better power hitters around in Luis Robert and Jimenez, and they still got Moncada, who was looking better, and they got Benintendi. And aside from that, there's an old axiom about baseball: be strong up the middle. Well, look at them up the middle now. They got Maldonado, they got DeYoung, they got Lopez, and they got Roberts. That's real solid up the middle. And by the way, that makes a pitching staff better. And by the way, they still got Dylan Cease. They still got Kopech. They got some hope, I'm not saying for sure, in this guy who was the number one pitcher in the Korean League. You guys just mentioned, and they mentioned at the time, when Lance Lynn was traded. I can't remember. Yeah, still got Andrew Vaughn. Yeah. I mean, so what I'm trying to say is I look at teams at the end of the year who's in the World Series, and I'm not seeing always teams that knock the heck out of the baseball, even though the Sox have some guys that can do that.
They're going with the Diamondbacks.
Mike, I appreciate the phone call, and I apologize for Mully being so negative about the White Sox.
See, you mean like the Rangers?
I do not appreciate the phone call because it's a terrible phone call.
You don't think the Rangers hit the ball out of the yard? Did you watch the World Series?
Look at the teams that win. And your whole strong up the middle thing, which first of all makes no sense. Second of all, you named 3 minor leaguers.
Well, and if you're naming pitchers and you're starting about good things about the White Sox, you get one pitcher deep before you get to big question mark, and then
not big question mark. Yeah. You get one pitcher who's going to be gone, and then the next one's been terrible.
And maybe this guy that was good in Korea,
whose name you don't even know,
Moncada.
I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this.
Is that Moncada? Maybe that's Moncada. Because Moncada plays third base.
You can't be tired of disrespect and then not know people's names and think bad players are good.
And I'm sick of all the negativity about the Sox. You know, there's some good things about this team.
There's really not.
for Bear season. Do not miss a minute of our wall-to-wall coverage. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah!
Oh, hell yeah.
No comment. Right now, I'm just, focused on pitching for the White Sox.
Have you been worn out by, my questions, some others about this going on for, the last month? Does it get to you to the point where you just have to block it out?
Yes.
Now you just can't leave.
The trade deadline has come and gone. Good time for us to announce that we have Jed Hoyer on the show tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And trade deadline coverage on The Score is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I'd say the biggest local story is that Garrett Crochet was not traded, because that's one of the biggest stories in baseball, given how much of a seller's market it was for starting pitching. And he was going to be traded, and then the request came out that he wouldn't pitch in the postseason without a contract extension. That upset Chris Getz and changed everything.
I agree. I would add Luis Robert Jr. to the mix, even though it became apparent in recent days that it wasn't going to happen, because that conversation, would you trade a 5-tool center fielder who had a great season as recently as last year? Would you trade a seeming ace in the making? Those conversations dominated a lot of baseball talk over the last couple of months. But they never found enough of a taker for Robert. And apparently his market was very overstated. Saw that report earlier today. Other than the Phillies' initial interest, very few were interested in Robert. And then Crochet, as you say, really controlled his own market. And he controlled his own market to a point that the Dodgers eventually pivoted. We got that news within the last 7 minutes that back-to-back came the reports. Garrett Crochet will not be traded, Dodgers trade for Jack Flaherty of the Detroit Tigers. And Flaherty was scratched from his start last night, was clearly the best starter still on the market as of today, once Tariq Skubal's name had kind of quieted down. So Crochet was probably going to be a Dodger if they had not been freaked out by the need for a contract extension or the refusal to go to the bullpen.
We've got a pretty hilarious response also that we'll get to in about 10 minutes from Pedro Grifol to your and Shane's report about Pedro Grifal's addressing of the team after the All-Star break and a fracture in the White Sox clubhouse over his comments. But
that's good. So that was today. We've got a response right away today from Pedro Grifol.
From him pregame. He was asked about it by the assembled media. We'll play that coming up in about 10 minutes. On the Cubs side, I really thought the Morel trade was creative. Nobody saw that coming. You upgraded at Morel's position of weakness at third base. You gave yourself infield versatility with Paredes as a defensive player. He's an all-star. He hits for power. He's a professional at bat. Like, you got a better bat than Morel and a better defender, even if the upside isn't quite as high. But Paredes made an all-star team this year. And I thought it was a really, really creative trade. Like, you're not worse by adding Paredes from Morel. You're actually better, but it is a trade for the future.
Well, I think that trade was exactly what Jed Hoyer had talked about, while also shuffling the mix. It was a buy. It was a buy for more than just this year. You've got Paredes under control for 25, 26, and 27. So it's about that, and it's a higher floor of a third baseman, a higher floor of a hitter. Paredes is a
better player.
Is a much better player and a better overall hitter. And so I don't know if the ceiling is higher for Morel. I mean, the power, it seems special, but if that's all there is in a one-dimensional swing, and he never really develops some of the other stuff, then I don't know what you're going to end up looking at. Maybe Tampa Bay will figure something out.
I mean, they're playing him at second tonight.
Yes.
He had stretches where we talked about it all year. Walk percentage up, strikeout percentage down, had bad luck at the beginning of the year.
If you had to bet on wins above replacement Or we could just do offense if you want, because wins above replacement will be a blowout for Paredes over Morel because of the defense.
Because of the defense, yeah.
And it has been since the beginning of 22.
OPS plus next 3 years, Morel v. Paredes.
That's exactly where I'm going. OPS plus Isaac Paredes, versus Christopher Morel. Next 3 years, Morel in Tampa or wherever they send him if they don't keep him, and Paredes here or wherever the Cubs send him if they don't keep him. I would take Paredes.
I'd
Easy.
put Paredes as a small favorite. I'd put him at like minus 150.
Well, what's interesting to me is that, you take advantage, if you're the Cubs, of Tampa Bay's need to be a slave to the contract timeline. Paredes is only making, I think it's $3.4 million this year, but they're buying an extra few years of control, and they don't have to. Paredes is going to make a lot more next year. And the year after
in his
that.
ARB years. And they get a couple of prospects.
Yes.
To go with it. So that they get more guys that they can get into their system and develop. But and then the lighter trade I like too, because 33-year-old relief pitcher, not terribly valuable on a team that isn't going anywhere. And you get a couple of pieces back, including Jack Neely, who's a 6'8" reliever who's apparently ready for the big leagues right now. So you get another guy that you can throw into the bullpen right now if you want to. I love tall relievers, but I find myself like, why is Drew Smyly here? Tauchman's still here? I guess I would have thought they would have done a little more. Tyone doesn't surprise me that much, though I think given this market for starting pitching and that he could easily have an ERA in the mid-4s next year, that there's no guarantee that Tyone's going to be great, even though he has been recently, and I like him as a dude. But I thought that both of the trades made a ton of sense and were pretty creative, but I am just surprised that there aren't more pieces going away.
Well, Smyly makes a lot. Smyly makes, I think it's $10 million this year for Drew Smyly. I'm going down to it right here. It's $10 million this year, or 10.5, and next year it's $10 million as well. So that's comparatively a decent amount. So I'm not sure how much they wanted to hang on to him or how much people were just like, I'm good. Tauchman still has 2 more ARB years eligible. Like, if you consider yourself a viable contender, and they do, Tauchman can be a very solid 4th outfielder to have around.
I agree with you.
You're hoping Bellinger opts out. PCA can be your starter. Tauchman can be your 4th outfielder. And
you're hoping Bellinger. That's a big hope right now. I mean, he's back in the lineup finally tonight. That's a big hope.
Yeah, but so I hear you. I find myself looking at the bigger ticket items. You bring up Tyone, and that's a guy who's making $18 million next year and $18 million the year after that. But Hendricks' money is coming off the books. I'm glad they didn't trade Nico. Some people thought maybe they should have, but 11.5 next year and 12 mil after that. You do hope that Bellinger, opts out, but because you'll have to pay Paredes obviously more. He might double up to like 8 or 9 mil or something like that. But Hendricks' money coming off, and the fact that a lot of your good pitchers are still young enough that you don't have to pay them too much, like Steele, means that there is going to be some room, even just before that first level of the CBT. And maybe this will be an offseason where they go over that first level of the CBT. And maybe there's certainly going to be a big call for that, for aggression in this offseason, to not just hang around underneath that first level with, if we're good, we'll add at the deadline again. There's going to be a big call for aggression this offseason, and it's going to be warranted.
Yeah, they need to be aggressive. There's going to be a ton of pressure on Jed. There will be a ton of pressure on Counsell. They brought back largely the same team. Right? That's what people kept talking about. They brought back a very similar team from last year to this year, with the exception of Bush, who's been good, Shota, who's been excellent, and Counsell. You've now traded a relief pitcher. You're not in Morel. You haven't done much. You haven't done the big move, the big shakeup yet. I'm sure they weren't offering anything for Neris of substance.
Who's the best offensive player to change hands at the deadline, and where does Isaac Paredes rank among the offensive players to change hands? Randy Arozarena goes to Seattle. Justin Turner goes to Seattle. Both of them having down years. Turner with more of a track record, but the best offensive player with like multiple years of control. I mean, Paredes is a real bat. That is a big change up to your lineup.
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting what? He's hitting 5th tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's
all-star this year
with 3 years of control. I mean, that's a big shake up to your lineup diversification that deserves some applause as we look around and see the change in the mix. Now they'll still need slug for sure, and they'll have to go out and look at free agents and buy it. But that's a pretty significant addition. One thing I want to say about Leiter, by the way, it bums me out because Leiter is like a total pitch lab success story, a complete just like scrap heap guy, journeyman who they figure out, they teach him a splitter, transforms him. Now he dominates lefties. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's a massive success story, just like Scott Efros was a pitch lab success story. And so now
it'd be nice if those guys could be pitch lab success stories on good teams.
For sure.
And pitch in big moments as opposed to hitting the reset button and now hoping that this guy Neely becomes a pitch lab success story.
It'd be nice if you had confidence in the Cubs to do that again and again and again. They clearly had confidence in themselves to do that, and it's the name of baseball. I mean, Tampa Bay does it. You know, a lot of these good teams do it. I'd like to have confidence that the Cubs can do it. The Jeremiah Estrada thing bums me the hell out. That's a bad data point for that kind of thing.
Yep.
Leiter's a successful one. Efros is a successful one. I don't know exactly what they've done with Tyson Miller, but to go from DFA to as solid as that dude has been, I don't know how much of that is happenstance and how much of that is Cub change, but they're going to have to do it again. And, it'll be interesting to see whether they'll spend money on the bullpen or they'll feel good about the bullpen's progress since it's been so good since the 1st of June. But how I feel about the Leiter trade is directly related to how I feel about the pitch lab and their ability to succeed.
That makes a ton of sense. You were out last Friday when a lot of the Crochet contract extension demand stuff was breaking, and then I was out yesterday. So we haven't really had a chance to talk about this. I said on Friday, I was like, man, I bet you Getz is pissed about this because they clearly wanted to trade him, and this is going to really complicate it. I still expected him to get dealt today, whether it was Crochet's agent who leaked this or it was another team that leaked it to try to drive down the price. Getz, to his credit, did not take 70 cents on the dollar on Crochet. He held out for a huge asking price. It wasn't met. It seems like it wasn't met because of this monetary thing. I won't pitch in the postseason without a contract extension. Teams were like, no, if I'm trading for this guy, I want to get him for this year and 2 more years where he's cheap. This isn't the NBA. This isn't the NFL. We're not doing that for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. Is it too doomsday of me to say that I would now just be terrified if I'm the White Sox of every start he makes the rest of this year? Because they clearly are not an org that's going to give a 9-figure contract to a pitcher, which means they clearly are going to try to trade him in the offseason.
Yeah, you might see a shutdown within the next 2 weeks.
But if you shut him down in the next 2 weeks, the same question of, hey, can this guy survive a full season as a starter and then pitch into October will exist. Like you want
But he's already far exceeded anything he's ever done and far exceeded their expectations.
I know, but it's a balancing act of you don't want to be too soft with the guy because you want to build up his trade value and you don't want to scare other teams away to think, oh my God, they shut him down at this number. But every time you pitch him, you risk a shoulder or another Tommy John situation, and then you submarine his value in the offseason. It's a very interesting game of chicken when he's going to be pitching in the definition of meaningless games.
And we add to that the fractured relationship after Chris Getz refers to his actions as hurtful yesterday. And the fact that,
a bit hurtful.
Garrett Crochet successfully controlled his own value to the point that he took himself away from the Dodgers, took prospects out of the White Sox pocket, and left himself here with a team that is hurt and or pissed at him. So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting dynamic. Go ahead and pitch, Garrett. Go ahead. We need to prove your value. Now, after babying him over the last few weeks, a 4-inning start, I think there was a 3-inning start in there as they were trying to protect his value and maybe under the guise of protecting him. Yeah, these can be difficult things to navigate, and the way they've navigated up to the deadline is not how I'd expect it to be navigated post-deadline. That's for sure. That's interesting.
It's a because they've got to be pissed. They traded a bunch today. They traded a bunch today and yesterday. But they didn't trade the blue chip guy. And, I'm not a prospect expert by any means, but all of these people say, oh, my God, the Blue Jays pitcher, look at what he got. Look at what they gave up for Flaherty. Look what the Orioles gave up for whatever that guy's name.
The Orioles gave up a lot for a reliever. The Padres gave up a lot for a reliever, both way more than Sox got for Kopech, but Kopech's got a very high ERA.
No, it was a seller's market for pitching. There were not a ton of big bats that were traded, but it was a seller's market for pitching. The White Sox wanted to sell an all-star pitcher, and they couldn't because of an 11th hour change, and now they're going to be playing this game of chicken.
Yeah.
But
is Jorge Soler the best offensive player to be traded? $13 million for next year and $13 million in 2026. So the Braves picked up Soler and have him for 3 years. I didn't realize that. Wow, it's a lot of money that the Braves picked up. Because, again, I think Paredes might be the most, with contract and everything, under the umbrella, I think Paredes might be the most valuable position player that has moved, and the Cubs got him.
We'll talk to Jed Hoyer about all of this tomorrow at 4:00. You guys kind of teamed up on a report of dysfunction in the White Sox clubhouse after Pedro Grifol's address to the team coming out of the All-Star break.
Yeah, can summarize that Pedro Grifol addressed the team on the before the first game after the All-Star break and tried to put a chip on their shoulder, trying to motivate them, put the fear of God into them as a manager, said that the players would be remembered as the worst team in baseball if this team gets the worst record, that they'd be remembered. The players would be remembered. That'd be on them. And he's continuing mandatory BP and running every single day. And that's something that rarely happens this time of the year. And a lot of the veterans were upset by this, tried to talk to him about it. And it's just a big mess is what I had reported over there. And then Shane had been able to confirm that with a source from inside the clubhouse. Not our show, inside the clubhouse.
Yeah, it was David Haugh. I called up David. I was like, hey, you've heard this, right, dude?
So we've got that. And then Pedro was asked about it today over there in the dugout.
Oh, he sure was, Speaks.
All right, here we go.
Report today that said you had a meeting out of the All-Star break where you basically paraphrasing, you told the players that if this was one of the worst seasons ever, it's on them. How would you?
It's on them?
Yeah. How would you kind of respond to that?
Anybody that knows me, has been around me for like the last year and a half here, knows that's not something I would say. It doesn't really surprise me. When you're not winning games, I think things come out that are not true. In this situation, I heard about it, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know the exact words. Again, that's something that would never come out of my mouth. I think, my mentality and the way I look at things is we're all in this thing together, and I'm the first one to take blame for anything that happens on this team. I'm the manager, right? And I've done that since day one. I did it last year. I'll do it again this year. I don't hide away from blame. Blame is what it is. I got the position. That's the office. That's the chair. So I would never blame our players for this season. That's not my makeup. However, I did have a meeting with the players, and I said that the one thing we don't want to do as an organization, is to go down in history as the worst record in baseball. And I think it's important for us to approach the second half, with some urgency. And I think it's important for us to approach the second half with the mindset of really going out there and working hard, which I guess that's something else I was mentioning that I made it mandatory for guys to have to go out and work. And I did do that, but there's always exceptions to the rule, and the exceptions were, if you're hurt, just come talk to us, and you don't have to go out there. If you need a day, come talk to us, and you don't have to go out there. And when a team needs a day, let's talk about it together, and we won't have to go out there. But if none of those apply, then we're out here working as a team together. So when I heard about it was kind of funny to me, because it's just it's not something that's in my character, in my nature to ever say, especially knowing how I am and how I take blame and responsibility for anything that that happens on this team.
What the hell? Oh, man. So he doesn't want to.
That's quite a denial where he acknowledges that the meeting happened and that he does ask the guys to work hard, and he did say that he doesn't want them to go down as the worst team in baseball history.
Yeah, and it took like 2 minutes, too. Which is definitely innocent people. when someone innocent talks, they ramble for 2 minutes.
And he did mandate the running and did mandate the work. There are exceptions, and he went on to tell us about that.
Yeah, we can recap that real quick if you want.
Well, he kind of copped to the whole thing, except for the on you, not me part.
Right.
He didn't cop to that.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't cop to the most incriminating thing of the report, would you?
I mean,
you would just find the other ways to say, yeah, I mean,
did this. I did that.
We had a conversation similar.
Yeah.
That definitely didn't happen, but we did have a meeting where we talked about that specifically, and then I did ask him to work a lot harder. But none of that happened.
I feel bad for that guy.
I like Pedro a lot, dude. That's
I got to tell you, and there is a world. There is, you can see him saying, and that's going to be on you guys. If you're the worst team in baseball, that's going to be on you guys. And then a minute later, he says, that's going to be on all of us. And so players who we heard from and confirmed said, yeah, he said it was going to be on us. You know what I mean? There's a world.
Will be remembered as the worst team.
Right.
Yeah.
So there does exist a scenario where he thinks he put it on himself, and the players are like, I just heard him put that on us here. Because you have to keep talking and you say a lot of words.
At no point over the course of this year has there been a reliever sleeping in the bullpen. We do have a position player, who has fairly serious sleep issues.
As a consumer, go through this exercise with me, please. Understand that if two of us are going to go forward with something, we're not talking to someone who just puts their ear to the clubhouse door. Have multiple.
Shane, I had this for what? I had this for a week. It's for a week, and then we were talking. It's like, well, could you follow up, please?
Yeah,
and that's how you do it. And it's like,
my guy had it before the All-Star break, before it even happened.
Wow, yeah, Tanny's guys
sat on it though.
Well, that's how you get. That's how you get a Lissigor.
We could do a very funny denial draft.
We could.
Yes,
Monty Grandal.
You know what?
Yeah, no, I didn't do that.
Oh, we should. We should.
That's a very funny
really good.
Rick Hahn denial. It's like, but we do have this.
We do have a guy who sleeps. I didn't hear any of that. I heard a lot about some of it, but I didn't hear any of it from Mark Tressman.
Great denials in Chicago sports history.
I'm pretty sure that's why the Lord invented tomorrow.
Yeah, it's
on the radio show.
Yeah, it's really good. Boylan had some good denials.
Oh yeah, he did. That was
man.
That was remarkable. Now, did I do that? Yes, I did that. A minute and a half.
So we did have a meeting and we talked about all that. But if you know my character, I would never say that.
God, it's hard, man. Pedro. Talking twice a day as a baseball manager is hard. You got to be really, really good at it.
Especially when one of those times is talking after your team loses its 15th consecutive game.
Unbelievable. My favorite snippet, by the way, on the White Sox this year. My favorite little bit of fun math. Steve Greenberg did this in the Sun-Times. If you wiped out the 3-22 start to the season, okay?
Yeah.
And you also wiped out the 14-game losing streak they had in May and June, and you also wiped out the 15-game losing streak that they're in the middle of now, they'd still have a losing record.
Sounds about right.
27 and 30. I don't care how many L's we got, but it would still be 30 if you wipe out the 3-22 start and the two enormous losing streaks. That's amazing.
It's pretty great. What a season.
What a freaking season. What a dumpster fire. It's crazy. Why did MLB step in and take over the Expos? What was the major thing that they were embarrassed by and said, okay, we got to step in and do this? And how far are the White Sox from that? I mean, my God. It'll never happen because of the Reinsdorf respect. But, boy, you can see it from here.
And Eloy's an Oriole.
Eloy is gone.
That's crazy, too, man. Can't believe they got something for him.
First of all, let's apologize to the city of Baltimore. I'm so sorry.
Dude, it was nothing.
You're going to have a hard time.
They gave him a low-level prospect.
Yeah, I mean, if he's bad or hurt, they just won't play him, and they'll still be really good.
All right, who's more likely to play a meaningful role in a playoff game? Eloy Jimenez of the Orioles or Michael Kopech of the Dodgers? Who's more likely to be useful in a win in a playoff game.
Oh, the win. You take that out of it, yeah. When you say impactful, I'm like, oh, yeah. Kopech giving up a lead in the 6th inning. Yeah.
No, I mean to be good. To be good. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big-time arm. I could see him.
I mean, it's more likely that a pitcher gets into a game, gets 3 outs, and they win than Eloy gets an at-bat and is super productive.
I wonder if Eloy – could you see Eloy getting a DH start against a lefty?
Could you see Eloy being super productive?
No.
I can't.
No, but
a pinch hit spot against a lefty.
Pinch hit home run for Eloy in the playoffs. Michael Kopech with a 6th inning hold when Kershaw can only go 5.
Oh, that's when Eloy shines, when he's even less prepared and ready. Come on. You guys are too smart to think that Eloy is going to shine anywhere.
My answer is Kopech.
Mine too.
Okay. What's the injury between now and the playoffs for Eloy Jimenez on the Orioles?
Definitely. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say broken heart. He's farther away from his mom.
Oh, it's sad.
He's definitely going to hurt himself in a divisional celebration.
Not soft tissue running to first?
No, because he can't get there.
I think he's going to jump up against that warehouse across the right field wall. I can't believe he jumped into the warehouse.
Can he get some kind of injury while eating crab?
Yes,
or something?
exactly. Choking on crabs.
Or like an allergy
to Old Bay.
shellfish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Too much Old Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eloy's going to have to sit tonight.
He's allergic to
much
Old
seasoning.
Bay, and we didn't know it.
Eloy ran into Boog Powell. He wasn't happy.
Thank you to Chris Emma for joining us on the show today. Jed Hoyer tomorrow at 4. Nico Horner was on the show as well. Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka, Twitch chat, video stream. Thank you, sir. Shane Reardon, our executive producer. Thank you, sir. Chris Tannehill making us sound better than we are each and every day. Cubs baseball follows us. For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. This is Parkins and Spiegel, The Score.
Hard Knocks. Breaking White Sox news. The Sox trade Eloy Jimenez. Listen here for all the details on what they got in return on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
O'Reilly.
Check engine light.